Chapter 001. Transcended, yet no system. The sound of clanging metal resonated through the narrow, dimly lit cave. At that moment, Tony Stark was deeply focused, his expression grave as he hammered away at the steel helmet in his hands, his gaze unwavering, as if he were preparing for battle. "We must hurry if we delay too long. They will grow suspicious," whispered Dr. Ethan. Tony Stark did not respond, but quickened his pace. As they raced against time, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. "Pardon my intrusion, but where exactly is this?" The moment the words were spoken, both Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan froze, their movements stilled. The cave fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by their hurried breaths. After what felt like an eternity, Tony Stark slowly turned around, only to find a young man who appeared to be barely out of his teens. Cautiously scrutinizing the youth, Tony Stark demanded, "Who are you?" The boy politely replied, "Hello, my name is Luo Bai." Yet, Tony Stark remained on high alert, pressing further. "Are you with them?" Luo Bai's face reflected confusion as he asked, "Them? Who are they?" "The terrorists outside." Tony Stark's voice sharpened with intensity. Luo Bai blinked, immediately denying the accusation. "Of course not. Do I look like a terrorist? Then how did you get in here?" Tony Stark continued his interrogation. Luo Bai paused for a moment, then hesitantly proposed, "What if I said, I just appeared out of nowhere? Would you believe me?" Tony Stark and Ethan exchanged bewildered glances. In truth, Luo Bai was not lying. He had indeed materialized out of thin air. Yet, it was not through any sort of magical ability. Rather, he had transcended dimensions. Can you believe that he merely went downstairs to retrieve a package, and without any accidents or mishaps, he ended up in another world? Initially, Luo Bai could not fathom that he had crossed over. As a distinguished student from Tsinghua University, he had always placed his faith in science. It was only when he recognized that the scruffy man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Robert Downey Jr., the actor who portrayed Iron Man in the Marvel films, and when the term terrorist was uttered, that he began to suspect the surreal nature of his situation. As a devoted fan of Marvel, this scenario felt all too familiar. It was a scene straight out of Iron Man. Tony Stark, captured by terrorists and held in a cave, ultimately forging the iron armor. And here was the disheveled man, wielding a steel helmet. Realizing he had indeed traversed into the Marvel universe, Luo Bai felt a wave of despair wash over him. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about this world would know it was far from a mundane one. Terrorist attacks and gang violence were mere trifles. The true calamities involved alien invasions and epic disasters. How could a sheltered university student, who had never even touched a firearm, survive in such a realm? The pressing concern was, how could he escape this cave? System. "Grandpa, isn't it said that all travelers possess some sort of external assistance? Where is mine?" Luo Bai shouted internally. Noticing his silence and the grim expression on his face, Tony Stark finally broke the tension, asking, "Are you okay?" Fortunately, Luo Bai's command of English was proficient, allowing for smooth communication. "I don't feel very well," he replied despondently. "No one feels good when captured." Tony Stark chuckled bitterly. Before Luo Bai could respond, Stark pressed on, "You mentioned you just appeared out of nowhere. What does that mean?" Luo Bai struggled to articulate the complexities of his situation, ultimately stating, "It's complicated. I don't even know how to explain it." "No explanation," Tony Stark retorted, skepticism lacing his tone. Luo Bai was acutely aware of Stark's hostility and understood its origins. After all, Stark had been abducted by terrorists and subjected to inhumane treatment, making his suspicion of Luo Bai's identity entirely reasonable. Yet, to escape, Luo Bai needed Tony Stark's assistance. Realizing this, he quickly clarified, "Though my identity may seem dubious, I assure you I am not affiliated with those terrorists." "How can you prove that?" Tony Stark inquired. "No proof is needed. If I were a terrorist, you would have already been compromised by now," Luo Bai countered. At that moment, Stark and Ethan were clandestinely crafting their escape weaponry. If Luo Bai were indeed a terrorist, the moment they discovered him, they would take immediate action. How could he still be conversing with them? Tony Stark remained silent, but the tension in his expression indicated a gradual easing of his suspicion. "Very well, you've convinced me. If you're not one of the terrorists, then how did you come to be here?" "This is no place for anyone," Tony Stark probed once more. Luo Bai sighed. "Honestly, I didn't intend to end up here." He had arrived in this predicament without choice. "You, Tony, we don't have much time left," Dr. Ethan interjected, interrupting Stark. Considering the urgency of their situation, Stark chose not to pursue further inquiries, suppressing his myriad of questions as he returned to hammering the steel helmet. Relieved that Stark no longer regarded him with suspicion, Luo Bai exhaled, though his heart remained heavy as he knew a formidable challenge lay ahead. Inwardly, he lamented, "Please, I'm a traveler. I can't really be without a system. Can I? This can't be happening, can it?" He mentally called out for roughly a minute. When the sound of the system still did not resonate, Luo Bai finally resigned himself to the grim reality. He truly lacked a system. This realization filled him with despair, but what deepened his dread was the fact that the terrorists outside seemed to have taken notice of the unusual activity within the cave. What had once been a relatively quiet cavern was now filled with the ominous sounds of heavy banging and curses, punctuated by the distant echo of gunfire. Chapter 002. Is this even possible? This defies logic. Realizing that the terrorists had become aware of their presence, Dr. Ethan grew agitated. "Tony, are you finished yet? They noticed something's off," he urged anxiously. Tony Stark quickly replied, "Done." "Ethan, help me into the armor." Without hesitation, Ethan rushed to assist him in donning the iron armor. However, merely putting it on was only the first step. Without power, the suit remained immobile. "The suit needs 5 minutes to power up. We must hurry," Dr. Ethan said, glancing nervously towards the entrance, ever watchful for any intruding terrorists. Nervousness rendered his body tremulous. While Tony Stark shared his anxiety, he reassured Ethan, "Don't worry, we rigged explosives at the entrance. If they attempt to break in, they'll be blown to bits. This might buy us some time." Suddenly, he recalled something. "You didn't trigger the explosives outside when you entered, did you?" "Luo Bai," Tony Stark inquired, puzzled. Luo Bai fell silent. After all, he hadn't entered through the main entrance, so he naturally wouldn't have set off any traps. Before he could explain, a thunderous explosion shattered the cave's stillness. The terrorists had breached the door. The good news was that the intruding terrorists had been obliterated by the blast. The bad news was that this would undoubtedly alert the remaining terrorists, and time was no longer on their side. Tony, at this moment, refrained from posing such trivial inquiries. "We require additional time for the armor to activate," Dr. Ethan exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Before Tony Stark could respond, Dr. Ethan pressed on, "Luo Bai, can you assist us?" "What do you need me to do?" Luo Bai inquired, a foreboding sense swelling within him. Indeed, the very next moment, he heard Dr. Ethan's desperate plea. "Can you buy us some time? We need your help." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai was taken aback. What? Expecting him, a mere university student, to hold off armed terrorists outside? Truth be told, Luo Bai felt he was quite incapable of doing so. However, if the iron armor failed to activate, the only fate awaiting him would be death. With this grim realization, he steeled himself and replied, What should I do?" "We will venture out and confront those terrorists," Dr. Ethan declared, his eyes resolute as if he were preparing for a grand cause. In stark contrast to his determination, Luo Bai felt considerably less confident. "Then let's go," he replied weakly as the two made their way to the door. Upon stepping outside, Luo Bai discovered the entrance had been obliterated with dismembered bodies strewn across the ground. Had it not been for his relatively strong psychological fortitude, he might have succumbed to nausea. Dr. Ethan, having spent a considerable time in the cave, seemed unfazed. He calmly approached, retrieving a usable gun from beside a corpse, and handed it to Luo Bai. "Here, I believe this will prove useful. And remember to protect yourself," Dr. Ethan kindly reminded. Luo Bai remained silent, feigning composure, while internally he was in a state of panic. Gazing at the firearm in his hands, he couldn't help but think, but how on earth do I use this thing? I have read about guns, yet I have never fired one. Before he could further contemplate, the terrorists burst into the cave. Hearing the approaching footsteps and shouts, Dr. Ethan gripped his weapon, ready to charge out, while simultaneously instructing Luo Bai, "They are coming, I will take them down. You cover me from behind." Luo Bai urgently called out to him, "Wait, don't go out yet." Dr. Ethan halted, exclaiming in frustration, "If we don't go out now, we'll be doomed once they enter." Luo Bai hurriedly explained, "The cave entrance is narrow and defensible. We should wait here for them to come." Although Dr. Ethan appeared valiant, he was, after all, a scientist who had never encountered such chaos before. Like Luo Bai, he had never fired a gun or faced such perilous circumstances. Their calmness was merely a as both were inwardly terrified. Perhaps persuaded by Luo Bai's logic, Dr. Ethan decided to join him in their defensive stance at the entrance. Before long, 3 or 4 armed terrorists appeared. The cave's confines offered little room for concealment, and Luo Bai realized if the terrorists spotted them and opened fire first, their chances of survival would be slim. Thus, the moment he saw the terrorists, Luo Bai shouted, "Fire!" Before Dr. Ethan could react, Luo Bai unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the approaching foes. To be honest, he had never anticipated that he could hit anyone while shooting. After all, this was his first experience with a firearm, and he hardly knew how to aim. Moreover, the darkness of the cave made hitting a target exceedingly difficult. Yet, to his utter astonishment, after several rounds, he heard a series of agonizing screams echoing through the cave, and the terrorists collapsed, lifeless. In an instant, Luo Bai was left in a state of disbelief. Did he actually hit them? As he pondered this, Dr. Ethan could no longer contain his excitement, shouting, "What remarkable marksmanship! I barely processed it when you took them all down. Your aim is so precise you must have undergone professional training." Luo Bai remained silent, yet internally he responded, "Truth be told, it's also my first time firing a gun." In all honesty, even he found it perplexing. It was his inaugural experience with a firearm, and against all odds, he had managed to strike targets 4 consecutive times in such a challenging environment. How could anyone believe this wasn't the result of expertise? Even Luo Bai himself felt bewildered, silently contemplating, could it be that I possess an extraordinary talent for shooting? However, he had little time for reflection, for a second wave of terrorists was advancing into the cave. Although the exact number was unclear, the cacophony of footsteps indicated that significantly more assailants were approaching than before. This realization sent a wave of trepidation through Luo Bai. After all, no matter how gifted he might be, this was his first encounter with firearms, and facing so many terrorists, could he truly survive? How much longer until it activates? Luo Bai could not help but inquire, yearning for Tony Stark's timely rescue. It should take about 1 more minute to activate. Dr. Ethan replied, 1 minute. By the time it was operational, he would likely be beyond saving. For the first time, Luo Bai felt that a minute stretched into eternity. Clearly, relying on Tony Stark was futile. It seemed his only option was to depend on himself. There's no other choice. It appears we must engage in combat. Ethan, when you see someone expose themselves, shoot without hesitation. Luo Bai instructed firmly. He held his breath, gripping his weapon tightly. As the footsteps drew ever closer, his grip tightened further. At that moment, he was so anxious that he dared not exhale, his gaze fixated ahead, fearful of missing any movement. The moment he spotted the terrorists within his line of sight, without hesitation, Luo Bai opened fire, unleashing a flurry of bullets. Simultaneously, the terrorists noticed Luo Bai and returned fire. The gunfire echoed throughout the cave, bullets flying in a chaotic dance. In truth, Luo Bai held no illusions of victory. He felt as if he were a mere pawn in a game of chance, destined to perish from the very start. Thus, throughout the barrage, he nearly kept his eyes shut. Only after expending his last bullet did he finally cease firing. To his astonishment, he discovered he was still alive. Luo Bai opened his eyes in disbelief. To his shock, a multitude of terrorists lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Could it be that he had dispatched all those terrorists? He turned to Dr. Ethan, seeking confirmation. However, Dr. Ethan's expression was even more remarkable than his own. After surveying him for a significant moment, Dr. Ethan finally asked, "With so many shooting at you, you didn't sustain a single injury?" Injured? Luo Bai meticulously examined himself and, after a moment, responded, "No." Dr. Ethan stared at him, utterly astonished. 6. It was truly 6. Dr. Ethan had witnessed the chaotic gunfight clearly. 7 or 8 terrorists had unleashed a torrent of bullets at Luo Bai, yet they all lay dead, and Luo Bai had not even a scratch. Meanwhile, Dr. Ethan himself had sustained 2 gunshot wounds in his arm and leg, while Luo Bai remained completely unscathed. This was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 003. Here comes Ancient One. Dr. Ethan was utterly perplexed, pondering the situation over and over in his mind. How could you emerge unscathed? Why? Unable to contain his bewilderment, he exclaimed. Realizing the potential impropriety of his words, he quickly added, "While I certainly do not wish for you to be injured, I am genuinely curious. How did you evade those bullets?" I didn't evade them at all. Luo Bai replied, his expression earnest. I didn't either. But why was I the only one injured? Ethan could not suppress his frustration, his face a canvas of annoyance. In the midst of such a chaotic gunfight in a confined space, not only had they eliminated all the adversaries, but he had also emerged completely unscathed. How was this possible? Not only was he puzzled, but even Luo Bai found it hard to comprehend. Given the tumult, logically, he should have sustained some injury. With this thought, he couldn't help but ask, Dr. Ethan, do you think I might have been exceptionally lucky? Your luck is indeed remarkable. Ethan remarked with a hint of admiration. After all, while one's marksmanship could explain the ability to defeat enemies, being entirely unharmed in such circumstances could only be attributed to sheer luck. However, Luo Bai's joy was short-lived, for the battle was far from over, and more terrorists awaited them. Noticing the silence from their comrades inside, the terrorists had learned from the previous encounter. They ceased sending individuals into the cave and instead shouted from outside, Stark, if you don't come out, we will detonate a bomb. The cave was so confined that if a bomb were truly thrown in, Luo Bai dared not imagine the consequences. Fortunately, at that moment, the iron suit had completed its power-up. Seeing Tony Stark emerge from the room clad in the massive iron suit, Dr. Ethan erupted with joy. Finally, we're ready. We can leave this place. Overcome with excitement, he began to cough violently. Noticing his distress, Tony Stark inquired, Are you injured? Ethan shook his head, quickly reassured him. Just a minor injury. It's nothing serious. Thank you for delaying them. Tony Stark expressed his gratitude, but Ethan interjected, It wasn't me. It was him. Luo Bai helped you buy time. He took down all these terrorists. Luo Bai. Tony Stark blinked in astonishment. He turned to observe the terrorists lying on the ground, then glanced at the seemingly unassuming college student, Luo Bai, his face a mask of incredulity. He single-handedly dealt with these terrorists. Indeed, he is remarkably skilled. His aim is impeccable. One might say he never misses. Ethan extolled without reservation. Tony Stark was taken aback. Never misses? Is he truly that formidable? Though curiosity piqued within him, time was of the essence, and he had no opportunity for further inquiry. All right, thank you, Luo Bai, but we must leave here immediately, Tony Stark declared. With the iron suit, their exit became considerably easier. Stark engaged the terrorists in fierce combat, nearly obliterating their base, causing those who could flee to scatter in panic. Seizing the opportunity, the trio hurried away. However, they had not traveled far when Stark's suit malfunctioned, likely due to the intense skirmish it had endured. Fortunately, a rescue aircraft arrived just in time. It was only once aboard the plane that Luo Bai's anxious heart finally found solace. It seemed fortune had favored him, preventing his untimely demise at the outset. Yet, the question remained, how would he navigate life in the Marvel Universe, especially considering he appeared to have no identity whatsoever? This was certainly perplexing. In the United States, New York, after what felt like an eternity of flight, the aircraft finally descended at a military base. As soon as they disembarked, Tony Stark approached. You're Luo Bai, correct? Where do you live? I'll arrange for someone to take you home, he inquired. Having just survived a harrowing ordeal, Stark's suspicion towards Luo Bai had diminished significantly. To express his gratitude, he intended to send Luo Bai back. However, to Stark's surprise, Luo Bai replied somewhat dejectedly, I don't have a home here. As a traveler from another world, how could he possess a home? Stark seemed taken aback and continued to ask, Do you have no family? I used to, but now I do not, Luo Bai replied. Stark, misunderstanding the situation, remained silent for a moment before exclaiming, What a poor child. Without waiting for Luo Bai to clarify, he shouted, Pepper, take him to my apartment to rest. Soon, a blonde beauty approached. Luo Bai recognized her, Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's personal assistant, also known as Pepper. Following her boss's orders, Pepper led Luo Bai to a Bentley. Once inside, Pepper immediately expressed her gratitude. I heard you helped Tony escape. Thank you. Luo Bai shook his head, politely responding, No need for thanks. I merely lent a small hand. I assume you must be tired. Let me take you to the apartment to rest. Would you like something to eat? I can have it prepared immediately, Pepper inquired. Hot pot. Luo Bai thought for a moment before responding. Having narrowly escaped death, he craved the warmth of a hot pot to calm his nerves. It may take a little time, but I can have the chef prepare it right away, Pepper replied, dialing a number to make arrangements. 15 minutes later, the car came to a halt, and Pepper hurriedly exited to open the door for him. Thank you, Luo Bai said as he stepped out, only to be taken aback. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be an apartment? Why are we stopping in front of a villa? Tony said that to thank you for saving him. This villa is now yours. I've already arranged for the rooms to be cleaned and daily necessities stocked, she said, handing him the keys. At that moment, Luo Bai grasped the meaning of unrestrained opulence. Tony had casually gifted him a villa, referring to it as an apartment. Though taken by surprise, Luo Bai maintained a facade of calm as he accepted the keys, expressing his gratitude. Please extend my thanks to Tony. That is only right. I shall take my leave now, Mr. Luo Bai. If you need anything, you may call the phone in the room, Pepper said with a smile as she bid farewell. Goodbye, Pepper, Luo Bai waved as she departed. Once alone, he eagerly entered the villa, although his circumstances prior to crossing over were not dire. He had never lived in such luxury, especially not in a villa of this magnitude, which could easily serve as a hotel. Moreover, its prime location, merely a couple of streets from downtown New York, was indeed a coveted piece of real estate. It was no wonder Tony Stark was considered a top-tier billionaire. As he marveled at his surroundings, Luo Bai explored the entire villa, eventually succumbing to fatigue and choosing a room to lie down. It was at this moment that he could finally calm his mind and reflect on the whirlwind of events that had transpired. Not only had he escaped from the terrorist lair, but he had also suffered no injuries. Initially worried about being lost in an unfamiliar place with no home, Tony had gifted him a villa. If he didn't believe in a touch of luck, he would be incredulous. With such fortuitous circumstances, it would be a pity not to buy a lottery ticket. Luo Bai couldn't help but jest. Yet, just as he finished his thought, he sensed something amiss. He noticed the scene before him abruptly shattering, akin to glass fracturing, as this phenomenon continued to spread, until it enveloped everything, encasing Luo Bai within a kaleidoscopic realm. What on earth? Luo Bai murmured softly, suddenly sitting upright in bed. As he rose, he beheld a figure clad in a yellow monk's robe and wearing a hood standing before him. The attire seemed vaguely familiar. Just as Luo Bai pondered this, the stranger removed the hood, revealing a gleaming bald head before him. Ah, a bald head. It is the Ancient One. Chapter 004. 8,000 miles to send warmth. At this moment, Luo Bai felt a twinge of anxiety, for he understood that Gu Yi's visit was likely not for pleasant reasons. Who is Gu Yi? She is currently the most formidable supreme sorcerer on Earth and its protector, constantly monitoring every movement on the planet. How could a traveler like him, hailing from a different or parallel world, possibly escape Gu Yi's discerning gaze? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Yi spoke. I have found you, traveler of the multiverse. Luo Bai's heart sank. Gu Yi's arrival indeed heralded trouble. Encountering a powerful figure right at the beginning of his journey in this foreign world left him no choice but to concede. I admit that I come from the multiverse, or perhaps a parallel world, but it was not by my own volition. I harbor no malice toward Earth, and I have no means to return, he explained earnestly, his sincerity evident. Gu Yi remained silent, her expression inscrutable, her piercing black eyes fixated on Luo Bai, instilling a sense of unease within him. After an indeterminate time, Gu Yi finally spoke again. I attempted to explore your future, but I could not discern it clearly. Therefore, I sought to glimpse Earth's future. I discovered that with your arrival, the future of Earth has altered. This piques my curiosity, traveler of the multiverse. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The future of Earth has changed, for better or for worse. He ventured to inquire, fully aware that this would determine the course of his fate. Yet, Gu Yi offered no definitive answer, shaking her head in confusion. I do not know. I cannot alter the future, hence I cannot pass judgment upon you. Perhaps you must find the answers yourself. With that, she produced a book and handed it to him. Hesitantly, Luo Bai accepted it and glanced at the cover, which boldly displayed the character's supreme compendium. Wait, is this not the magical tome of Kamartaj? Why is Gu Yi giving it to him? Is this for me? Luo Bai asked incredulously. It is a loan. I hope your arrival is not a calamity for Earth, but rather a blessing, Gu Yi replied. Before Luo Bai could pose further questions, the mirror-like space vanished, taking Gui with it. Everything around him reverted to its original state. Had it not been for the Supreme Compendium still clutched in his hands, he might have doubted whether this encounter had been a mere dream. What is happening? Gui did not expel him for being an outsider. Not only did she refrain from banishing him, but she even bestowed upon him a magical tome. Is this to aid him in mastering magic? But he is not a disciple of Kumar Taj. Moreover, what did Gui mean by the alteration of the future? Why does she enjoy speaking in riddles? At that moment, Luo Bai was beset by countless questions, none of which he could fathom. However, he had no opportunity to seek clarity, for Gui had already departed. Yet, gazing at the magical tome in his hands, he felt a surge of joy. After all, his greatest concern in this perilous world was how to survive without any capabilities. Now, Gui had gifted him a tome of magic. This was a tremendous stroke of fortune. Yet, he had heard that the magic of Kumar Taj was notoriously difficult to master. If his aptitude were insufficient, it would be futile. Just as he contemplated whether he could comprehend its contents, the doorbell rang. It was the hot pot delivery. Perfect. He could enjoy the meal while perusing the book. Once everything was prepared, Luo Bai sat at the dining table, savoring the hot pot as he opened the first page of the Supreme Compendium. Truthfully, he had not expected to understand the text on his first attempt, and indeed, he found himself utterly bewildered. The reason for his confusion was that he could not comprehend the words written within. Some phrases he could barely grasp, while others were entirely foreign and unrecognizable. Frowning in frustration, he realized he would need advanced technology to translate the text. However, it suddenly dawned on him that he had just traversed into this world, and he possessed neither a phone nor a computer. Most crucially, he had no money. In an instant, Luo Bai felt the hot pot had lost its appeal. Could it be believed that he resided in such a grand villa, yet had not a single cent to his name? This simply would not do. He needed to devise a way to earn some money. But as an undocumented individual, where could he find employment? While he was deep in thought, the doorbell rang again. Luo Bai stood to answer it. When he saw Tony Stark standing outside, he was not surprised. The only people who knew of his residence here were Pepper Potts and Gui, and now, Tony Stark. So, how are you finding your stay here? Tony inquired as he entered the house, nonchalantly taking a seat at the dining table. Luo Bai did not mind and expressed his gratitude. It's quite nice. Thank you for providing me this apartment. You saved me, so it is only fitting that I offer you some compensation. What is that delightful aroma? Tony Stark asked, even leaning closer to sniff the air. Hot pot, Luo Bai replied. I went straight to a press conference after returning from that dreadful place, and I only had a cheeseburger in between. I'm absolutely ravenous. This is a godsend. As he spoke, Tony Stark produced a clean set of utensils and began to devour the meal with fervor, exclaiming, "Oh, this is delicious. I haven't had food this good in ages. Is it from your country?" Yes, Luo Bai nodded. It tastes fantastic, though using a knife and fork is a bit cumbersome. Could you provide me with a new pair of those? Tony said, pointing to the chopsticks. Mentioning chopsticks reminded Luo Bai of Pepper Potts' thoughtfulness. She had even arranged for a set to be delivered. Moreover, there was more than one pair. Otherwise, he could not imagine using a knife and fork for hot pot. Here, Luo Bai handed them over. Seeing Tony Stark so congenial, Luo Bai half-jokingly asked, "Since you've gifted me this apartment, does that mean you no longer suspect my identity?" Recalling his initial unfriendly demeanor, Tony Stark quickly clarified. The situation was urgent. I was preparing to escape. Your sudden appearance naturally made me cautious. Luo Bai nodded in understanding and then asked, "So, is there a reason you are here, to see me now?" Tony Stark, having consumed several pieces of meat, then inquired with curiosity, "I asked Rhodey about you, and he said you were not sent to rescue me. Most importantly, there is no information about you anywhere in the world, and I find that quite intriguing." Luo Bai was at a loss for an explanation, so he opted for an emotional appeal. "I did save you, yet you are investigating me?" Tony Stark shook his head and quickly clarified, "It's not me. It's Rhodey. The incident with the terrorists had significant repercussions, so Rhodey and the others would surely conduct investigations. Not only yours, but everyone's information has been scrutinized. I was simply curious." Seemingly remembering Luo Bai's earlier revelation about having no family, he chose not to press further on that matter, instead continuing, I have already instructed them. Rest assured, they will not disturb you. It's challenging to live here without an identity, so I have arranged for someone to help you obtain one. Is that all you came to ask me? Luo Bai inquired again. Tony Stark shook his head and extended an invitation. Of course not. I have organized a party tonight and would like to invite you and Ethan to join us for some relaxation, to celebrate our survival. Are you interested? Although Luo Bai was not particularly keen on the idea of a party, he considered that he might need Tony Stark's assistance in earning money, so he agreed. All right, 7 o'clock tonight. Let us not miss it. Chapter 005. A Stroke of Good Fortune. Tony Stark's private party was hosted at the pinnacle of a 5-star hotel. By the time Luo Bai arrived, the venue was already teeming with guests. Most attendees were elite millionaires, much like Stark himself, accompanied by a cadre of service staff. The pulsating rhythm of the DJ, combined with the allure of dancers, a shimmering pool, champagne, and gaming tables, showcased Stark's penchant for opulence. Although Luo Bai had never attended such a lavish affair, his inherent aversion to crowds tempered his excitement. He pondered how to broach the sensitive subject of his financial needs with Stark. Hey there, kid. You made it. A voice broke through his thoughts. Turning towards the sound, he spotted Tony Stark approaching with infectious enthusiasm. Observing Stark's revelry, Luo Bai couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. It was remarkable how Stark could enjoy himself so thoroughly after narrowly escaping peril. Stark chuckled. It is precisely because I have faced danger that I appreciate the present so much more. But you seem rather troubled for someone so young. Luo Bai hesitated, grappling with the discomfort of soliciting money. Just as he faltered, Stark interjected, By the way, Dr. Ethan is over there. Let us go find him. Nodding in agreement, the two made their way to Dr. Ethan. At that moment, Dr. Ethan was engrossed in a card game. Despite his injuries, he was clearly relishing the moment, his focus unwavering as he remained unaware of their arrival. Stark broke the silence. How's the game, Ethan? Only then did Dr. Ethan notice them. Rising quickly to greet Tony, Luo Bai, you both made it. Glancing at the card table, Stark quipped, Caribbean treasure? I never thought you'd play this. Dr. Ethan gave an awkward smile, admitting, It's my first time. What drew you to this? With a wistful sigh, Dr. Ethan replied, When I was in that cave, I had already prepared my last words. I never imagined I would emerge alive. Perhaps this experience has opened my eyes. One must try everything at least once. Stark understood this sentiment well. After all, wanting to embrace life more fully after a brush with death was entirely reasonable. So did you win or lose? Stark inquired playfully. Dr. Ethan sheepishly confessed, I lost. I just don't understand the game. Stark, seemingly unfazed, responded generously, Enjoy yourself. I'll cover your losses tonight. I must play well. Dr. Ethan laughed, settling back into the game, while Stark and Luo Bai observed. Remarkably, Dr. Ethan's luck was abysmal. After half an hour of watching, Luo Bai noted that he hadn't won a single hand. As the losses piled up, Dr. Ethan felt increasingly guilty. I think I've lost enough for tonight, he said, his tone laced with remorse. Don't worry, it's just a small amount, Stark replied nonchalantly. To him, the money lost by Dr. Ethan was likely less than the cost of a new shirt. Yet, Dr. Ethan was insistent and refused to continue playing. Stark, not wanting to pressure him further, turned to Luo Bai and asked, Would you like to give it a try? I'll cover your losses too. Luo Bai was taken aback. Truth be told, he had never played cards in his 20-plus years. His disinterest stemmed from a lack of enthusiasm for games like poker or mahjong, and he believed that such games were purely a matter of luck, something he seldom possessed. Moreover, the stakes at Stark's private party were exorbitant. Dr. Ethan had lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in just half an hour. Under normal circumstances, Luo Bai would have declined. However, he was in dire need of money, and Stark's assurance that he would cover any losses piqued his interest. All right, I'll give a shot, Luo Bai acquiesced, though inexperienced. After observing the rules of Caribbean treasure for an hour, he felt he had grasped the essentials. Ultimately, it boiled down to sheer luck. Whoever held the better 5-card hand would prevail. Luo Bai did not expect to win, but hoped for at least one victory. To his astonishment, he won the very first hand. Your luck certainly surpasses Ethan's, Stark remarked with a grin. Perhaps my good fortune is a result of Ethan's earlier misfortunes, Luo Bai replied. Half jokingly, Dr. Ethan chimed in with a laugh. Looks like I've absorbed all the bad luck. Having won the first round, no one thought much of it, including Luo Bai himself. Initially intending to collect his winnings and leave, he felt it would be rude to depart after a solitary win. Thus, he steeled himself to continue playing. To his surprise, he won again in the second round. As the rounds progressed, third, fourth, and beyond, an hour slipped by without a single loss for Luo Bai. It was only after 4 hours that everyone began to sense something amiss. "Wait, are you cheating?" Stark exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. His gaze scrutinized Luo Bai, who appeared equally surprised at his own unprecedented streak of luck. This was truly an extraordinary run. He had not lost a single hand. Luo Bai, equally flabbergasted, mused aloud, "I never anticipated my luck would be this favorable." At that moment, everyone simply attributed Luo Bai's success to a fortunate streak. Despite their astonishment, it had only been an hour. Instances of a lucky start followed by losses were not unheard of. Yet as the hours stretched on, 2, 3, 4, the realization dawned upon everyone that this was no ordinary luck. "Seriously, are you on a lucky streak or something? You haven't lost a hand? You won them all? This is beyond extraordinary. Brother, your luck isn't just a little good. It's astronomically exceptional." Chapter 006, The Magic of the Comatage. Before the stack of chips before him, both Tony Stark and Ethan were rendered speechless by the astonishing sight. "Brother, if I weren't watching you closely, I would certainly suspect you of cheating. Could you possibly explain how you achieved this?" After a full minute of disbelief, Tony Stark finally broke the silence with his incredulous remarks. "This is simply outrageous. For consecutive hours, and you haven't lost a single hand. Even the greatest gambler couldn't accomplish such a feat without trickery. Had it not been for Tony's presence, those playing cards with Luo Bai might have resorted to searching him for hidden cards. I didn't expect. My luck seems to be quite extraordinary." Luo Bai mumbled softly. To be honest, he felt a bit bewildered at that moment. Although he had sensed a remarkable streak of fortune since arriving in the Marvel Universe, he had not been entirely certain until now. After enduring these 4 hours, he became increasingly convinced. He was indeed very lucky. Winning at a game that relied solely on chance for 4 hours straight was nothing short of miraculous. "Your luck defies all logic." Ethan couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Bai smiled sheepishly, surprised at his own good fortune. Could it be that he possessed some hidden advantage? A celestial favor? "By the way, Tony, will your friends mind that you've won so much from them?" Luo Bai inquired, albeit somewhat playfully. Tony shrugged. "Even if they do have issues, it doesn't matter. But your luck today has truly opened my eyes." "Is your luck always this remarkable?" "Not always, but I've had a streak of good fortune lately," Luo Bai replied honestly. "Well," Tony Stark seemed poised to continue when a voice interrupted him. Turning towards the sound, a burly bald man approached them. Luo Bai recognized him as Obadiah Stane, a shareholder of Stark Industries. He appeared visibly agitated, bypassing pleasantries with Luo Bai and Ethan as he marched directly to Tony. "Listen, Tony, you cannot unilaterally decide to shut down the weapons manufacturing division. This will bring tremendous losses to Stark Industries." Obadiah asserted, his tone firm. Tony, seemingly unfazed by Obadiah's arrival or his statements, retorted, "Were you not present at the press conference this afternoon?" "I was, but you didn't consult me." Obadiah shot back, infuriated. "I've already told you, the terrorists who captured me were armed with weapons from Stark Industries. Do you understand? I intended my weapon manufacturing to combat crime, not to aid criminals." Tony replied with utmost seriousness. "Combating criminals? Tony, we are businessmen. Perhaps I was a businessman once, but I am no longer. Do you wish to be a hero, Tony? Is that so wrong? Tony, you truly lack reason." Obadiah spat before storming off, clearly frustrated by their unresolved discussion. As he watched Obadiah leave, the joy on Tony Stark's face evaporated, replaced by a serious demeanor. "Tony, are you facing some trouble?" Ethan inquired. "My first order of business upon returning to New York was to hold a press conference announcing the indefinite closure of the weapons division. But the shareholders have expressed some discontent. It's not exactly a catastrophe," Tony explained. "I heard about it. I was surprised by your decision," Ethan remarked. "There is nothing surprising about it," Tony replied, lost in thought. After some time, he abruptly bid farewell. "It's getting late. I must take my leave. Enjoy yourselves." Everyone was taken aback. The clock read just past 11. Curiously, Ethan asked, "I thought you would stay until at least the early hours. It's only 11 and you're leaving?" Tony chuckled. "This party was intended for your revelry. I plan to greet you all and depart, but Luo Bai's fortune truly caught me off guard. So, I monopolized 4 hours of your time?" Luo Bai joked in response. Tony shook his head, smiling. "Not at all. I merely intended to return to my research on the Iron Man suit." "Are you referring to the device we constructed in the cave?" Ethan queried. "Indeed," Tony nodded. "Resources and time were limited in the cave. I can create something far superior." "Very well. I shall play a bit longer before I leave," Ethan said. Thus, Tony Stark departed, while Ethan remained to continue the festivities. As for Luo Bai, despite Ethan's enthusiastic invitation to stay, he opted to leave. After all, his initial intention was to resolve financial matters, and with that settled, he was eager to delve into the study of the magic book. Before heading home, Luo Bai exchanged his chips. To his astonishment, he realized he had won a staggering $3 million. This was the result of the wealthy players sensing something amiss but refraining from leaving due to Tony Stark's presence, thus tempering their reactions. Had the game proceeded normally, the sum could have been even greater. While $300,000 might be trivial to the affluent, it was a substantial fortune for Luo Bai at this juncture. Tony Stark seemed to have anticipated such a windfall for him, possibly indicating that he intended not to take all the winnings for himself. After collecting some cash for immediate use, Luo Bai converted the remainder into checks. With the funds secured, the next steps were straightforward. He casually found an open shop and purchased a computer and a mobile phone. Once home, he dedicated himself to examining the tome titled Supreme Compendium. With the aid of the computer to translate the text, he finally grasped the contents of the Supreme Compendium. Beginning from the first chapter, it detailed the origins of magic, the relationship between the human body and magic, fundamental magical knowledge, and the methods of practicing magic. The book was replete with information, including subjects like biology, geography, and mathematics. Were it not for the knowledge that this was a tome on magic, Luo Bai might have mistaken it for a textbook, though the writing was rather tedious. He persevered in his reading. As he continued, he noticed something peculiar. His body seemed to be activated, gradually absorbing energy from the surroundings. According to the book, this phenomenon indicated that he had officially commenced his journey into the practice of magic. Chapter 007. Just as I began to believe in science, you teleport? As depicted in the book, understanding the relationship between the human body and magic is the key to embarking on the journey of magical cultivation. Although the text may seem straightforward, the reality is anything but simple. According to what Luo Bai knows, all white magic practiced by humans in the Marvel Universe was created by the Sorcerer Supreme. To learn white magic, one must draw energy from this Sorcerer Supreme. Although it is termed as borrowing, not everyone is granted this privilege. One must possess a certain level of magical talent to successfully borrow energy. To his astonishment, Luo Bai realized he might possess the aptitude to be a mage. Feeling the energy coursing through him, he could not help but express his delight, his face brimming with uncontainable surprise. He had previously worried about lacking magical talent, yet it turned out he was indeed gifted. This revelation filled Luo Bai with joy, invigorating his motivation to learn. The preliminary content of the Supreme Compendium may appear akin to a scientific textbook laden with knowledge and discussions about science. Yet as one delves deeper, the content becomes increasingly thrilling. It encompasses solid magical teachings, from invisibility, energy projection, and object penetration, to telekinesis, instantaneous movement, and spatial teleportation. Over 100 methods for mastering white magic are meticulously documented. Luo Bai could not help but marvel at the irony. After being told to trust science, the narrative suddenly dove into spatial teleportation. What a playful sorcerer! As he pondered this, Luo Bai commenced his magical studies. Naturally, he began with the most fundamental aspect, energy convergence. Typically, the first step for a mage in training is to absorb energy. At this stage, the energy merely flows within one's body as a formless essence. One may sense it, yet cannot wield it. Energy convergence entails gathering and manipulating this essence. Following the instructions in the book, Luo Bai focused his attention and attempted to release the energy within him. although he recognized each word and followed the directions faithfully. After several attempts, he found himself unable to produce even a whisper of energy. This left him somewhat distressed, muttering to himself, "Why can't I gather the energy? Is my focus insufficient?" Staring at his empty hands for an extended period, Luo Bai suddenly came to a realization. "Wait a minute, Ancient One. You gave me a spellbook, but didn't provide me with the sling ring?" The sling ring, a mystical artifact from Kamartaj, was developed by the 5th Sorcerer Supreme. Its purpose is to assist mages in concentrating better, as well as to open portals for interdimensional travel. Simply put, possessing it would facilitate a mage's focus. Yet, how could the Ancient One fail to provide him with such a crucial item? No sling ring. Was she expecting him to train without it? Luo Bai couldn't help but scoff at his predicament. He felt a wave of regret wash over him. Why hadn't he thought to ask the Ancient One for the sling ring earlier? Now, she was likely at Kamartaj, a place leagues away from him, making it impossible to ask for it. It seemed he would have to endure the arduous training. With a sigh, Luo Bai embarked on his lengthy path of cultivation. Due to his intense focus, he lost track of time, but eventually, he succeeded in gathering and controlling the energy. With his hands clasped together, he opened them to reveal a slender beam of yellow light shimmering between them. As he rotated his hands, this beam expanded into a square shape. Taking a deep breath, Luo Bai continued to visualize the light's form while manipulating his hands, and soon, an energy array materialized before him. With a forceful push of his hands, he dispersed the magical array. After completing one energy array, Luo Bai repeated the process. With each successive attempt, his energy control improved, allowing him to sustain the array longer. Initially for about a minute, then extending to 10 minutes, until he could manipulate the duration at will. This mastery required an entire day of dedicated practice. Once confident in his command of this technique, Luo Bai resolved to learn a second ability, teleportation magic, the Mystic Portal. Yes, the very spell that creates a yellow circle in the air, allowing one to teleport any person or object to a designated location. In truth, teleportation magic is a relatively basic form of white magic from Kamartaj. Yet Luo Bai was particularly excited, having frequently seen it depicted on television. After attentively reviewing the cultivation method, he experienced an epiphany. The technique was not complex. One merely needed to visualize the destination and then open the portal to achieve teleportation. The challenge lay in the necessity for the user to possess strong control and basic spatial magic skills. Otherwise, one might encounter inaccuracies in the destination, an inability to open the portal, or the portal closing prematurely. For Luo Bai, achieving a flawless teleportation was improbable. He would need to practice diligently. With another sigh, he resumed his training. Days passed without him realizing it. Though he faced numerous failures, he refused to give up. He concentrated intently, drawing circles with his right hand, repeating the same actions persistently. At last, a yellow circle appeared in the air, expanding gradually. Finally, Luo Bai succeeded. Eagerly, he approached the portal, only to discover that the destination was somewhat unexpected. He had intended to teleport to Kamartaj, yearning to inquire with the Ancient One about the reasons for bestowing him the Supreme Compendium and to request a sling ring. Instead, he found himself atop a rooftop. Coincidentally, he witnessed Tony Stark being thoroughly beaten. At that moment, Tony Stark was clad in his newly developed red Iron Man suit, facing off against a man in a black iron suit. They appeared to have just emerged from a fierce battle, and it was evident that Tony was at a disadvantage, being held aloft as if he were a mere chick. Just as the man prepared to deliver a punch to Tony Stark's face, Luo Bai made his entrance. His sudden appearance captured the attention of both combatants. Luo Bai contemplated making a hasty retreat. However, due to his inexperience with the portal, it closed before he could escape. Luo Bai's expression darkened. With no choice but to muster his courage, he greeted, "Hi, Tony. I think I might have arrived at an inopportune moment." Chapter 008. The Goddess of Fortune Strikes. Luo Bai never anticipated that he would open the portal in such an unexpected location. Initially, he intended to transport himself to Kamartaj, yet he found himself face to face with Tony Stark, who was engaged in a fierce confrontation with a villain. How could his luck be so extraordinary yet land him in peril? At this moment, it was not just Luo Bai who was taken aback. Tony Stark was equally astonished. Luo Bai, where did you suddenly appear from? Tony Stark exclaimed, removing his Iron Man helmet to reveal his face. Well, this was an accident, Luo Bai replied, somewhat helplessly. An accident? Tony Stark questioned in confusion. Although Luo Bai wished to explain the current situation, he couldn't help but point out, given Tony's precarious position, perhaps we should discuss these matters once you're safe. Upon being reminded, Tony Stark finally recalled his predicament, and the man clad in black armor regained his composure. Staring at Luo Bai, he growled, I remember you. You're Luo Bai, right? The one who helped Tony escape from the cave. Before Luo Bai could respond, Tony Stark hastily interjected, This is our conflict. It has nothing to do with him. Are you still concerned about others? You should focus on yourself first, Tony. The man in black armor retorted angrily, subsequently launching a powerful punch at Tony Stark, sending him hurtling across the room. With a resounding crash, Tony Stark was propelled like a bowling ball, crashing heavily against the wall. Although he was clad in his armor and unlikely to perish, the tremendous impact prompted Luo Bai to inquire, Tony, are you all right? Tony Stark did not reply immediately, seemingly suffering from significant injuries. After a brief pause, he managed to respond, I won't be dying just yet. He then rose to his feet. Despite having numerous questions for Luo Bai, he understood that this was not the moment for inquiries. So much has transpired recently. I'll explain everything later. Right now, you must leave, Tony Stark urged urgently. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai promptly replied, All right, I'll take my leave now. Take care of yourself, Tony. This straightforward response left Tony Stark momentarily stunned. While he recognized the urgency of the situation and wished for Luo Bai to escape swiftly, he never expected such a decisive agreement from him. I thought you would at least hesitate a bit. I didn't expect you to agree so readily. Aren't we friends? Tony Stark remarked with a half-joking tone. Feigning calmness, Luo Bai smiled and responded, I just have faith that you can handle it yourself. Internally, however, he mused, am I foolish enough to stay in danger? Besides, you have the Iron Man suit and won't die. Although Tony Stark did not elaborate on the current circumstances, he had surmised a general understanding from the known plot. After escaping from terrorists using the Mark I suit, Tony Stark had been eager to develop more advanced armor, leading to the creation of the Mark II and Mark III. Consequently, he became Iron Man, appearing in the U.S. and garnering widespread attention. Obadiah, who had long desired to monopolize Stark Industries, took notice of the Iron Man suit's emergence and began collaborating with terrorists to secretly develop his own armor. Ultimately, he succeeded in creating the Ironmonger suit, thus becoming a formidable antagonist in the Marvel Universe. Soon after, Obadiah and Tony Stark commenced their final showdown. If Luo Bai's assumptions were correct, the man in black armor must be Obadiah. Understanding the situation, Luo Bai realized there was no reason to remain. This was an internal conflict of Stark Industries, and as an outsider, he had no place to interfere. Although he had a decent relationship with Tony Stark and could assist as a friend, the Ironmonger armor was a high-tech weapon capable of firing machine guns, 6-round missiles, and anti-tank rockets, not to mention its rocket propulsion for high-speed flight. Luo Bai, a novice mage, was not equipped to withstand missile attacks. This was indeed excessive. He wanted to survive and grow stronger. Who could say how long the goddess of fortune would favor him? With that thought in mind, Luo Bai promptly decided to activate the portal and leave. He concentrated, envisioning the appearance of his villa, and began to draw circles in the air with his hand. Seeing their apparent intention to escape, Obadiah roared, Trying to run? You both will die here. As he spoke, he raised his steel arm toward Luo Bai, preparing to unleash a barrage of machine gun fire. Although Tony Stark had previously teased Luo Bai for his lack of loyalty, it had been in jest. Upon seeing the imminent danger, he instinctively lunged forward. His intention was to buy Luo Bai some time to flee. However, having studied and upgraded Tony Stark's armor during the creation of the Ironmonger, Obadiah's suit significantly outperformed the Mark III. Tony Stark's armor could not withstand the Ironmonger's assault, and after taking a direct hit from the machine gun fire, he lost all combat capability. Observing Tony Stark sprawled on the ground, unable to move, Obadiah's face broke into a victorious grin. You seem quite concerned about this Luo Bai fellow. Allow me to send him to hell alongside you. No need to thank me. At that moment, he was beyond sanity. Obadiah, you're innocent, Tony Stark shouted in rage. He wished to intervene, but was powerless to do so. All he could do was yell, "Run!" Yet, Luo Bai was entirely focused on opening the portal and did not hear Tony Stark's warning. When utilizing magical energy, one must maintain intense concentration, especially as Luo Bai was still a novice mage. Thankfully, drawing from previous successful experiences and fueled by the urgency of danger, this portal opened remarkably well. Although it took a bit longer than before, it was significantly smoother. Just as the portal successfully materialized, Luo Bai heard a loud shout from behind. "Watch out." Suddenly, a dark figure zipped past Luo Bai and entered the portal. Luo Bai was taken aback, just as he was about to investigate what had slipped through the portal. The momentary distraction caused the portal to vanish. Luo Bai, Tony Stark. Both Luo Bai and Tony Stark were momentarily bewildered. Did a large black rat just dart in there? Luo Bai inquired. That was Obadiah, Tony Stark replied, his tone tinged with confusion. Then why did he dive into the portal? Luo Bai questioned, perplexed. Tony Stark responded, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. "I don't know. He was about to attack you, but for some reason, he just vanished." His expression was one of utter disbelief, still struggling to comprehend the situation. However, Luo Bai began to piece things together. So, while he was entirely focused on opening the portal, Obadiah had attempted to ambush him. Yet by some stroke of luck, the goddess of fortune had intervened and sent Obadiah into the portal. How remarkable! He truly was the favored child of fortune. Was it so easy for him to be ambushed? Chapter 009. This is genius. Luo Bai felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Lady Luck had not abandoned him. She had come to his rescue at a critical moment. Thus, Luo Bai found himself smiling, a rare expression of joy on his face. In stark contrast, Tony Stark was unable to share in this joy. His visage contorted in shock as he queried, "Wait, why has Obadiah vanished?" He simply could not comprehend how such a formidable presence as Obadiah had disappeared so suddenly. He entered the portal and was sent away. Luo Bai elucidated. "Portal? What on earth is that?" Tony Stark demanded, his brow furrowing even deeper. "The Gate of Mysteries. It is a form of spatial teleportation magic." Luo Bai continued, albeit in a rather nonchalant manner, which did little to assuage Tony's bewilderment. "Magic? Are you jesting?" Tony Stark exclaimed, nearly shouting in disbelief. Luo Bai remained remarkably calm and solemnly retorted, "Do I appear to be jesting?" Although it was difficult to believe, the recent events surrounding Obadiah's abrupt disappearance forced Tony Stark to confront the truth, however incredulous it seemed. "Honestly, I have only ever seen magic on television. Is it possible that magic truly exists in this world? This is unscientific," Tony Stark exclaimed once more, his mouth agape in astonishment. In truth, the Marvel Universe had never adhered to the norms of a typical urban setting. Sorcerers, superhumans, and other such entities were abundant. However, it was entirely reasonable for Tony Stark, an ordinary human, to be unacquainted with these supernatural phenomena. With this in mind, Luo Bai could not help but respond. "That is because your understanding of this world is still quite limited." Tony Stark's expression darkened, incredulity lacing his words. "I find it hard to imagine that you are the one saying this. You look a full decade younger than me." Luo Bai appeared akin to a university student, despite being in his 30s. The irony of being critiqued by a college student regarding his knowledge of the world was indeed difficult to digest. However, in light of recent revelations, he had to concede that Tony's understanding was indeed lacking. "So, your frequent and inexplicable appearances are also due to this magic?" Tony Stark inquired. "Well, that's about right," Luo Bai admitted, as he had no better explanation to offer. "So, you are actually a sorcerer?" Tony Stark pressed further. Luo Bai nodded with earnestness, affirming, "Yes, I am a sorcerer." Tony Stark fell silent, his eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. It was unclear how much time passed before he finally regained his composure, posing a pivotal question. "So, where exactly did you just teleport Obadiah? Will he return?" Luo Bai hesitated, truthfully unsure himself. After all, he had intended to return home when he opened the portal, thus establishing the location at his villa. However, due to his lack of proficiency with the teleportation magic, he noticed that the area beyond the portal seemed unfamiliar, not the villa at all. Yet before he could ascertain where the portal led, Obadiah had rushed in. Already been sent, Luo Bai pondered. Meanwhile, in the sanctum of Kamar Taj, Ancient One and Obadiah were locked in a bewildered stare. After approximately 5 seconds of silence, Obadiah erupted in fury. What the hell is this place? Where is Tony? This is Kamar Taj. Tony Stark is currently in New York, Ancient One replied with composure. Kamar Taj? What kind of place is that? Obadiah shouted in a rage. Ancient One maintained her calm demeanor, responding, Kamar Taj is located in Kathmandu, a sanctum of magic. A sanctum of magic? Are you joking? I was just in New York, and now you claim I'm in Nepal? Obadiah exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a battle with Tony Stark, and now a bald individual was asserting he had arrived in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal? And speaking of magic, how could he possibly believe this? I see now. You're in cahoots with Tony and that Luo Bai fellow. I had no idea Tony had so many allies. I'll deal with you first, bald man, and then I'll go after Tony. D. Baltman. Obadiah cursed, raising his armored arm to unleash his weaponry upon Ancient One. However, before he could fire, Ancient One lifted her hand and struck Obadiah's armored suit. In the next instant, Obadiah's spirit was wrenched from his corporeal form, floating in the air. OMG! Obadiah was utterly bewildered. What? Am I dead? How did I ascend? Who are you? What is happening to me? Obadiah stammered in astonishment. He had believed that with the Ironmonger, he would be invincible, but he had not anticipated encountering a being of such prowess that could expel his very soul. At this moment, he fully grasped the formidable nature of the figure before him. This is the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamar Taj, Mordo interjected, stepping forward. The Supreme Sorcerer? No way. I've encountered a real sorcerer. So how did I end up here? Obadiah asked, tears of despair welling in his eyes, completely at a loss. Yet even Mordo was uncertain how Obadiah had arrived. It seems you were teleported here. But who would send you to Kamar Taj? Mordo mused, speaking as if he were answering Obadiah, while simultaneously contemplating the mystery himself. His gaze drifted to Ancient One, who wore an expression of knowing calm, as if aware of the answer. It was Luo Bai, Ancient One stated. Luo Bai, the university student who is with Tony. He is also a sorcerer? Obadiah asked, incredulity creeping into his voice. Indeed, Ancient One affirmed with a nod. Though he has yet to undergo formal training, it appears that he has indeed become a sorcerer. Obadiah fell silent, still reeling from shock. No way. Luo Bai appears to be just a fragile college student. How could he possibly be a sorcerer? Of course, he was not the only one astonished. Mordo was equally taken aback. Luo Bai, the name you just mentioned. Supreme Sorcerer, I have never heard of it, Mordo remarked with curiosity. As Kamar Taj's premier disciple, he was familiar with all newly inducted sorcerers, as he was primarily responsible for training them. Yet, oddly enough, he had never encountered a sorcerer named Luo Bai within Kamar Taj. Quickly, Ancient One provided clarity. He is an anomaly. Hence I did not bring him to Kamar Taj, but instead provided him with a book to study independently. I wish to verify certain matters. Mordo, taken aback, responded, Supreme Sorcerer, are you implying that he has self-taught magic? Ancient One nodded, indeed, and he accomplished it in approximately a week. What? He mastered teleportation magic in just about a week. This is genius. Chapter 010, Forget About Strange. Had it not been for the direct words of the Ancient One, Mordo would scarcely have believed that someone could master the art of teleportation in such a brief span of time. As a grand sorcerer, Mordo was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in learning magic. Although Kamar Taj upheld a doctrine of inclusivity in education, the prerequisite was the ability to locate its sanctum. Most individuals lacking magical aptitude could not even find the entrance to Kamar Taj. Thus, those who could access and enter Kamar Taj typically possessed some degree of magical talent, often featuring exceptionally gifted individuals among them. As the first disciple of the Ancient One, Mordo had witnessed the growth of nearly all the sorcerers at Kamar Taj. Although teleportation was considered a fundamental spell, mastering it was no simple feat yet. Luo Bai had managed to learn it in just 1 week without any guidance. What kind of prodigy was this? Moreover, this was not the crux of the issue. Mordo had also noticed that the number of suspended rings at Kamar Taj had not diminished. Artifacts were of paramount importance to sorcerers, and, as the senior disciple, Mordo frequently monitored the status of these artifacts to ensure none were lost. Recently, however, the number of suspended rings remained unchanged. With this thought in mind, Mordo could not help but inquire, "Supreme Sorcerer, have you provided him with a suspended ring?" The Ancient One shook her head, replying no. Mordo fell silent, his expression a vivid tableau of astonishment. No one had instructed him, and he possessed no suspended ring. It seemed Kamar-Taj was on the verge of producing a celestial being. Though Mordo refrained from voicing his thoughts, his shock was palpable, and the Ancient One, whose face rarely betrayed emotion, exhibited a hint of surprise. "His talent has surpassed my expectations," the Ancient One mused. Mordo nodded in agreement, yet he was puzzled. If his talent is so remarkable, why does the Supreme Sorcerer not bring him back to Kamar-Taj? He asked. The Ancient One did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. "Do you recall the recent anomalies detected on Earth?" Mordo replied respectfully, "Yes, the Sanctum detected an incursion, seemingly from a traveler of the multiverse." The Ancient One furrowed her brow, then slowly elaborated. "I had ventured into the realm of the future. Ordinarily, this intruder should not have manifested. Yet he did. This compelled me to delve into the future once more, only to discover that Earth's destiny had been altered, and this intruder had become inscribed in its timeline. My curiosity regarding his identity piqued, yet I could not discern his future. I could only glean the times and events of his sporadic appearances through Earth's future." At this juncture, the Ancient One paused, lost in thought. Mordo recognized that he ought not to inquire further, yet his curiosity was insatiable. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously asked, "Supreme Sorcerer, is this intruder Luo Bai?" The Ancient One nodded. "So, Supreme Sorcerer, what did you see?" Mordo pressed. The Ancient One did not withhold her answer, stating candidly, "I saw him become the Supreme Sorcerer." Mordo was struck with understanding. This future did not surprise him. The title of Supreme Sorcerer inherently signified the most potent sorcerer. Given Luo Bai's extraordinary talent, it was only a matter of time before he ascended to this rank. After all, no amount of effort could rival innate genius. Reflecting on this, Mordo could not help but exclaim, "With such astounding talent, it is only natural for Luo Bai to become the Supreme Sorcerer." However, the Ancient One immediately shook her head in denial. "No, this is not natural." Mordo, perplexed, queried, "I do not understand. Why is this not natural?" The Ancient One clarified. According to the original timeline, Dr. Strange was meant to become the Supreme Sorcerer. Before Mordo could respond, the Ancient One continued, "The alteration of the future is an unprecedented occurrence. Yet, I cannot ascertain how he came to be the Supreme Sorcerer. I can only surmise that his talent and various qualities far exceed those of Strange. So you intended to give him a spell book to self-study, to test his potential, correct?" Mordo inquired, following the Ancient One's lead. The Ancient One affirmed with a nod. Upon realizing that Luo Bai would become the future Supreme Sorcerer, she understood she could no longer banish this intruder from Earth, as she could not alter the future. Since she could not change it, she could only adapt and seek answers. Initially, when the Ancient One sought out Luo Bai, she harbored mere suspicions about his potential talent. However, she never anticipated that his abilities would be so extraordinary, astonishing even her. Without the aid of artifacts or guidance, Luo Bai could open portals relying solely on a single tome, the complete compendium of the Supreme. Such talent was simply remarkable. But what of Strange? Never mind Strange. Supreme Sorcerer, should I bring him back to Kamar-Taj for training? Mordo suddenly inquired. Having confirmed Luo Bai's exceptional talent and his potential future as the Supreme Sorcerer, Mordo contemplated whether he should personally invite this prodigious individual back, sparing the Supreme Sorcerer trip. However, the Ancient One seemed to have her own plans. "Not yet. Let us wait," she replied. She wished to observe just how formidable Luo Bai's talent could become, deciding it would be prudent to bring him back only after he had completed the entire compendium. Moreover, sorcerers inherently required real-world experience. Allowing him to venture forth for a while would be beneficial. As the two sorcerers deliberated Luo Bai's future, a voice interjected from the side. "Could the two of you perhaps spare a moment for me?" It was Obadiah, who was in a state of panic. He had been left in suspense for quite some time, listening to the sorcerers discuss the Supreme Sorcerer, the future, and other matters. The more he listened, the more apprehensive he became, especially given his current state of being disembodied. Why did I have to offend a sorcerer? He lamented inwardly. With a desperate plea, he exclaimed, "Could you please allow my soul to return to my body?" His words captured the attention of the Ancient One and Mordo. Considering the inappropriateness of his presence at Kamartaj, Mordo inquired, "Supreme Sorcerer, how should we handle him?" "Exile his soul," the Ancient One replied without hesitation. Obadiah panicked, shouting, "What does soul exile mean?" Before he could finish, Mordo cast a spell, and he vanished from the sanctum. Having dealt with Obadiah, Mordo prepared to take his leave. "Supreme Sorcerer, I shall take my leave now." Just as he spoke, the Ancient One responded, "Later, you should find Luo Bai and deliver the suspended ring to him. I will provide you with the address." Mordo nodded, saying, "Understood, Supreme Sorcerer." Chapter 011. Where is the magical fragrance? On a rooftop somewhere in New York, Tony Stark furrowed his brow, asking with utmost seriousness, "So Luo Bai, you have no idea where Obadiah has been sent, do you?" Luo Bai shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness as he replied, "I do not know." Hearing his uncertainty, Tony Stark couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, Obadiah appeared to be unhinged, and a potential rampage in New York would be dire. Contemplating this, Tony Stark quickly said, "Jarvis, initiate a citywide search for Obadiah's location and see if we can locate him." Jarvis, the artificial intelligence butler, was a program implanted within Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, endowed with numerous functionalities, including tracking. Following the command, Jarvis promptly activated the citywide locator, soon providing a response. "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, but there are no signals for Obadiah's presence in New York City." Upon hearing this, Tony Stark couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. "It seems he is no longer in New York. Did you send him off that far?" Luo Bai shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Who knows?" Initially worried, Tony Stark finally breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that Obadiah was no longer in New York. He merely desired to seize Stark Industries. With him out of the city, there should be peace for a while. "Thank you for saving me once again," Tony Stark said, slumping to the ground. Fatigue etched on his face. The earlier confrontation had exhausted him greatly. He had thought that creating the Mark III was a significant achievement, only to discover that Obadiah had fashioned an even superior suit, leaving him somewhat disgruntled. "The person you sent away just now is Obadiah, my father's business partner. He sought me out at the party. You must have seen him," Tony Stark explained. "Yes, I have. What's the matter?" Luo Bai inquired. With a hint of anger, Tony Stark elaborated, "I mentioned at the party that he opposed my decision to shut down the weapons division. However, I never anticipated that he was clandestinely researching the Iron Man suit and had developed an upgraded version targeting mine. Yet, as soon as the topic of the Iron Man suit arose, the anger on Tony Stark's face dissipated, replaced by pride and excitement. So much has transpired during your absence. For instance, the very suit I am wearing now is the latest Mark III I developed. Isn't it far more impressive than the one I crafted in the cave?" Tony Stark boasted, even rising to showcase the entire appearance of the Mark III to Luo Bai. Seeing his earnest display, Luo Bai graciously acknowledged, "It indeed appears quite advanced." Flattered by the compliment, Tony Stark responded with a hint of arrogance, "Naturally. I hardly slept for several days to create the Mark III. In fact, it boasts many features. Would you like to see them?" He seemed intent on giving Luo Bai a thorough demonstration of the suit's capabilities. However, Luo Bai, being a time traveler, had already encountered the future nanosuit created by Tony Stark, making the Mark III seem relatively mundane. Considering the necessity to swiftly learn magic and enhance his abilities, Luo Bai interrupted, "It's rather late. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. We can discuss this another day." Without waiting for Tony Stark's response, he raised his hand and activated a portal. Having successfully opened 2 portals previously, Luo Bai had become quite adept. This time, the portal led him directly to his villa. Satisfied with the correct placement, Luo Bai nodded and waved goodbye. "Farewell, Tony." As the portal closed, Tony Stark remained alone on the rooftop, feeling bewildered by the wind. After an indeterminate time, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the power of a mage?" Truthfully, although he had witnessed Luo Bai teleporting Obadiah away earlier. Seeing it again left him astonished. This magic is incredibly useful. He had initially thought that creating an Iron Man suit capable of flight and artillery was remarkable, yet Luo Bai's magic appeared far more dazzling than his suit. In an instant, Tony Stark found the Mark III less appealing. There's magic in this world? And mages? My heavens! This is utterly insane. I must upgrade my suit. While Tony Stark continued to ponder, Luo Bai had returned to his villa to commence his magical studies. Although he had only recently grasped teleportation magic, the earlier battle had surprisingly revealed his adeptness with it, as he executed several attempts flawlessly. This demonstrated that he had completely mastered the teleportation spell, filling him with exhilaration. It is often said that battles significantly enhance one's abilities. Having practiced at home for so long to barely learn teleportation, experiencing danger had allowed him to master it instantly. Initially, Luo Bai had harbored concerns. After all, if he truly possessed a lucky charm, he shouldn't have stumbled into peril. How could someone with merely a few days of foundational magic ever hope to contend with Obadiah in his iron suit? Yet, he not only emerged unscathed but had also improved his strength. Thus, it was evident that he hadn't merely stumbled into danger. Fate had orchestrated a hands-on training session for him. Moreover, this was not the first instance. Luo Bai realized that every time he encountered what he deemed danger, it was, in truth, not perilous at all. Although he had found himself amidst a terrorist stronghold upon his arrival, it had led him to meet the elite billionaire Tony Stark. The fact that he resided in a grand villa was largely due to Tony Stark's assistance. No wonder I'm learning magic so swiftly. One might say I'm exceptionally gifted. It seems Lady Luck is on my side, Luo Bai mused. Indeed, while many possess magical talent, attaining top-tier magical aptitude is contingent upon a stroke of luck. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai felt increasingly grateful for Lady Luck's favor and resolved to complete the Tome Supreme compendium as swiftly as possible. Just then, the doorbell rang, prompting Luo Bai to rise and answer. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a young man clad in monk robes standing outside. "Hello, is this Luo Bai's residence?" The young man inquired with a smile. "Who are you?" Luo Bai asked. "My name is Mordo," the young man introduced himself. Upon hearing the name, Luo Bai suddenly understood. No wonder he resembled him so closely. It was indeed Mordo. But what brought him to seek him out? Where's Ancient One? Luo Bai asked curiously. Without speaking, Mordo simply extended his hand, presenting an object, the mystical artifact of Kamar Taj, the sling ring. Chapter 012. Is it merely luck? Through the course of his recent studies in magic, Luo Bai has come to realize that he possesses a remarkable talent. He can generally grasp and master the spells from the Supreme Compendium with just a single reading. Previously, his portals often misaligned due to his inexperience in accurately pinpointing locations, so he was astonished when Modu delivered the suspended ring to him. Although he has now become proficient in portal magic, the suspended ring not only aids in location precision, but also enhances a mage's ability to traverse dimensions. This implies that if Luo Bai wishes to learn advanced teleportation magic, transitioning from interdimensional to cross-dimensional travel, the suspended ring is an essential artifact. Modu's timely delivery of the ring is indeed a stroke of good fortune. The Supreme Mage instructed me to bring this to you. It will certainly be of use. Modu remarked as Luo Bai contemplated the significance of the gift. Without uttering a word, Luo Bai accepted the suspended ring and donned it. The moment it graced his finger, he felt an immediate difference. Previously, he had to exert considerable effort to concentrate, but with the ring, his focus seemed to sharpen instantaneously, saving him invaluable time. What a treasure! Luo Bai couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Had he received this earlier, his learning speed could have potentially doubled. The suspended ring, an indispensable tool for any mage, assists in honing concentration and navigating through the multiverse. Modu briefly elucidated its purpose. Although Luo Bai was already aware, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for making the trip to deliver it." "It was no trouble," Modu replied calmly. Also introducing himself, "I am a disciple of the Supreme Mage, a Grand Mage of Kamar Taj. You are now considered a Mage of Kamar Taj as well, and we may cross paths frequently. You may call me Modu." While Kamar Taj does not have a rigid hierarchy of power, There are general titles such as Mage Apprentice, Mage, Sanctum Mage, and Grand Mage. Typically, only a select few of the highest-ranking individuals are designated as Grand Mages, and Modu is one of them. This knowledge only heightened Luo Bai's curiosity about other matters. Given Ancient One's character and prowess, it was improbable that she would have forgotten to provide the suspended ring unless she had no intention of doing so at all, since she hadn't provided it before. Why had she suddenly asked Modu to deliver it now? Contemplating this, Luo Bai cautiously inquired, "Did the Supreme Mage say anything else?" Modu, clearly understanding his implication, smiled and replied, "Just moments ago, a portal opened in Kamar Taj, bringing a man named Obadiah before the Supreme Mage." Obadiah? Wait, so he was sent to Kamar Taj? And to Ancient One? Luo Bai felt a tinge of embarrassment and hesitantly asked, and then, he insulted the Supreme Mage by calling her bald and attempted to confront her, resulting in his banishment. Modu succinctly explained the situation. Luo Bai was left astounded. Goodness, he only dared to think of Ancient One as bald, yet Obadiah had the audacity to voice it outright? How bold? Where was he banished to? Will he return? Luo Bai continued to probe. Modu shook his head, replying nonchalantly, "He has been sent to travel the multiverse." Luo Bai commented, "Of all the people to offend, why choose Ancient One?" TSK. Obadiah, was it you who brought him to Kamar Taj? Modu suddenly interjected, snapping Luo Bai back to reality. "Ah, yes, but it was an accident. I never anticipated you would end up at Kamar Taj," Luo Bai explained. Modu did not seem surprised and even expressed understanding. "I heard the Supreme Mage mention that you have only been studying magic for a few days and lacked a suspended ring. So, such an incident was quite normal. With the ring, things should improve significantly." Before Luo Bai could respond, Modu continued, "By the way, what stage are you at in your studies?" "I've just begun learning teleportation magic," Luo Bai answered. Modu nodded thoughtfully. "It seems you're not yet fully adept at using teleportation magic. How long have you been practicing?" "Not certain. Perhaps a few days," Luo Bai replied. Although he had long known of Luo Bai's exceptional talent, his response still left Modu quite astonished. "A few days? Such a rare expression. Is magic now measured in days? What extraordinary talent you possess." Modu couldn't help but marvel. "Perhaps it is simply due to my good fortune," Luo Bai contemplated before responding honestly. "Good fortune?" Modu paused, half-jokingly remarking, "Just how fortunate must one be to possess such a singular talent?" "Just a tad fortunate," Luo Bai replied, sharing a light-hearted jest. Modu offered no further comment. With the delivery of the suspended ring, his task was complete. "I shall take my leave. If you require anything, you may seek me at Kamar Taj." As Modu prepared to depart, Luo Bai called out, curious, "Didn't the Supreme Mage instruct you to take me along?" Having learned magic from Kamar Taj and received the suspended ring, he believed it only logical that he should continue his studies there. However, Modu's demeanor suggested he had no intention of taking him along, which seemed illogical. "The Supreme Mage advised that you first master the spells within the Supreme Compendium and take this opportunity to gain experience outside," Modu clarified. Luo Bai suddenly understood. This meant he had been given a degree of freedom. Nevertheless, as he was confident in his ability to learn, the location was inconsequential. Besides, practical experience here would allow him to improve his skills rapidly. With this realization, he no longer felt conflicted. After bidding farewell to Modu, Luo Bai immersed himself once more in the study of magic. With the suspended ring, concentrating became significantly easier, and his pace of learning accelerated. He quickly grasped basic spells, such as teleportation and magical shields, often mastering them after just a single reading. Once he had a firm grasp on most foundational spells, he delved into advanced magic studies, dedicating an entire night to his studies. It was not until the arrival of Tony Stark the following morning that he paused momentarily. "Hey, Luo Bai, did you sleep well last night? I have some fantastic news for you. Would you like to hear it? I know you will want to. You've become famous. Have you seen the latest newspapers and news reports? We made the headlines. Iron Man versus Mysterious Man. How does that sound? Quite impressive, isn't it? To be honest, I think Iron Man is a rather splendid title. I'm quite fond of the name everyone has given me. Chapter 013. Have you finished learning already?" Tony Stark was in high spirits today. His mouth seemed to have been fitted with a machine gun as he burst through the door, chattering incessantly, leaving no opportunity for Luo Bai to interject. He rambled on until he finally noticed that Luo Bai had not uttered a single word and couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you speaking? Aren't you thrilled to be on the front page news?" "Thrilled, indeed. It's just that your exuberance makes my happiness seem less pronounced," Luo Bai replied, unable to suppress a smile. Only then did Tony Stark realize his overzealousness and awkwardly attempted to clarify, "I'm happy for you, you know. As a public figure, I'm accustomed to being featured in the news. Is that so? But I had no chance to chime in earlier," Luo Bai continued to tease. Tony Stark felt increasingly embarrassed and quickly shifted the topic. "All right, let us not dwell on that. Would you like to know what people are saying about you?" "Let me show you," he said, pulling out a newspaper. Luo Bai took it and glanced over the prominent headline emblazoned across the front page. New York crisis? In truth, even without reading it, Luo Bai was well aware of the content. Before the emergence of Iron Man, most citizens of New York were oblivious to the existence of superpowers. However, after the events of last night, they discovered that matters were far more complex than they had imagined. The media, government, and citizens alike were taking the situation very seriously. Some found the appearance of superhumans fascinating, while others were filled with apprehension. Luo Bai considered this a normal reaction and did not take it to heart. But what truly piqued his interest was the newspaper's designation of him as the mysterious man. "Why do they call you Iron Man, while I am labeled as the mysterious man?" Luo Bai could not help but comment. "Perhaps it's because they haven't yet recognized your magical abilities," Tony Stark explained. Luo Bai remained silent, as he found it difficult to argue against that point. Although the newspaper featured a photograph captured by a drone that clearly depicted his face alongside his use of teleportation magic, it was apparent that convincing the media of his identity as a sorcerer was a daunting task. After all, like most people, Tony Stark did not believe in the existence of magic. Contemplating this, Luo Bai found himself somewhat more accepting of the title Mysterious Man. Nonetheless, he was curious. "Tony, did you come all this way just to tell me that I made the news?" Luo Bai inquired. Tony Stark shook his head, donning a pair of sunglasses as he spoke. "Of course not. I'm here to invite you to a press conference." "A press conference?" Luo Bai was intrigued, unable to restrain his curiosity. "What do you mean?" Tony Stark chuckled, brimming with excitement. "You saved New York yesterday, and you can perform magic. The world should know about you. I've organized a press conference through Stark Industries, and during the event, I will announce that I am Iron Man. And I also want to introduce you to the citizens of New York. A sorcerer in New York. That's incredibly cool." Given their amicable relationship and the fact that Luo Bai was a sorcerer, Tony Stark was eager to introduce him through the press conference. With Stark Industries' influence, if Luo Bai agreed to attend, he might become an immensely popular superhero. However, this would also mean his identity would be fully exposed. Considering that he still needed time to develop his skills, Luo Bai declined the kind offer, saying, "I think I prefer a quieter life." This piqued Tony Stark's curiosity, prompting him to ask, "Don't you want everyone to know that you're a sorcerer?" "If I could wield magic, I would want the whole world to know. It's undeniably cool." Luo Bai shook his head, explaining, "While the fame is indeed exhilarating, it also brings a multitude of troubles." "Troubles? What troubles?" Tony Stark was perplexed. If it were anyone else, he might not have been so bewildered, but with Luo Bai being a sorcerer capable of teleporting others vast distances, he couldn't fathom what troubles he might face. "There are many troubles, and I can't explain them all at once. You'll understand in due time," Luo Bai replied, leaving Tony Stark still perplexed. "All right, even though I don't understand why, I respect your decision. I must head to the press conference now, so I'll take my leave," Tony Stark said, refraining from further persuasion. After his departure, Luo Bai gazed at the newspaper in hand, lost in thought. He never anticipated that by unexpectedly joining the battle last night, he would reap such benefits, not only acquiring the pendant, but also gaining recognition in New York. Although fame could be advantageous, it also heightened his sense of urgency. After all, notoriety could attract more villains. It seemed imperative that he devote himself to mastering magic. As he pondered, Luo Bai returned to his room to continue his magical studies. Time slipped away until he finally completed all the white magic in the Supreme Compendium. Once he finished, he wasted no time in opening a portal and arriving at Kamartaj. In the main hall of Kamartaj, The Ancient One was engaged in an academic discussion with a visiting sorcerer, while Mordo listened attentively. At that moment, a sudden portal drew the attention of the three. Had an unknown portal appeared previously, Mordo might have felt tense, worried about an invasion of Kamartaj. However, after the last incident, he had grown more composed. Especially upon seeing Luo Bai emerge from the portal, his face broke into a smile. "Hey, good to see you again." Mordo greeted first. Luo Bai responded politely, "Yes. Good to see you again. Are you practicing teleportation magic? The pendant may assist with your positioning, but it's merely an auxiliary tool. Don't rush. You've only been practicing for 2 days. It's normal to encounter difficulties at the beginning. Just keep practicing," Mordo reassured with a smile. He seemed to have misunderstood, thinking Luo Bai had miscalculated the portal's destination, and thus was very patient in his encouragement. In truth, it wasn't just Mordo who was mistaken. Even the Ancient One had misunderstood. She contemplated offering a hint to expedite his progress, only to be taken aback by Luo Bai's next words. "I did have some initial difficulties, but it's been much smoother since acquiring the pendant." Mordo was taken aback, asking, "So, you specifically teleported here?" "Indeed, I came to see the Supreme Sorcerer," Luo Bai explained. "Do you have something you wish to discuss with the Supreme Sorcerer?" Mordo inquired. Luo Bai nodded, smiling as he stated, "I'm here to return a book. I've finished studying all the contents in the Supreme Compendium." Upon hearing this, the main hall fell into stunned silence. "Mordo what? The Ancient One? Huh, you finished it? It's only been a few days, and you claim you've completed it?" Chapter 014. A spar? Then let us fight. Both Modu and Gu Yi fell into a profound silence, their expressions a captivating spectacle. It had only been a few days, yet you claim to have mastered over 100 types of white magic? After a silence that stretched for a full 5 seconds, Modu finally asked, "Are you saying you have mastered all the spells in this Supreme Compendium?" His tone was laced with disbelief, and he briefly wondered if he had misheard. It wasn't until Luo Bai nodded affirmatively that Modu felt assured he had not erred in hearing. He turned his gaze towards Gu Yi, who remained silent, merely skimming through the Supreme Compendium. Upon finishing her review, her mind could not help but ponder. "It appears I was not given the wrong book. It indeed documents over 100 types of white magic. How could one possibly learn all of this in such a short span of time?" Despite her astonishment, Gu Yi did not overtly display her surprise. She politely asked the visiting mage to leave before engaging Luo Bai in earnest conversation. "Have you truly mastered all the spells contained within?" Gu Yi inquired seriously. While it was indeed extraordinary for Luo Bai to have learned all the magic from the Supreme Compendium in such a brief period, considering his prodigious talent, it was not entirely implausible. However, the distinction between having learned and having mastered the spells was significant. It was not that Gu Yi was nitpicking, but rather that a weak foundation would hinder future learning. Luo Bai was aware of this, responding, "I would say I am quite proficient." The ability to skillfully wield over 100 spells was undoubtedly remarkable, yet his exceptional talent had provided him with ample time to absorb the knowledge of the Supreme Compendium. After all, the book contained fundamental spells related to space, defense, and energy magic. Once the basic theories were grasped, learning advanced rapidly, a classic case of difficult entry but swift progress thereafter. As for the high-level magic, which was associated with the tome connected to the Vishani, it was absent in this collection, prompting him to come to Kamartaj seeking to learn more potent spells. Gu Yi understood his intentions, but knew that acquiring advanced magic was not a simple endeavor. It was not that she was unwilling to share, but rather that insufficient training and experience could lead to misunderstanding. Yet, she refrained from stating this outright, opting instead to advise. While the spells in the Supreme Compendium are foundational, mastering them can unleash tremendous power. You must practice diligently. Luo Bai nodded, acknowledging her words. "I understand." Gu Yi continued, "Since you have mastered all the contents of this book, you may visit the library in the future. It may contain the tomes you seek." The library of Kamartaj was a splendid place, housing an extensive collection of magical texts. It was a veritable treasury of white magic. "Modu, please take him to the library and return this book." With this, Gu Yi began to make arrangements. Modu nodded politely, responding, "Very well, Supreme Mage. I shall take my leave now." Luo Bai, seeing this, promptly added, "I will take my leave as well, Supreme Mage." The two exited the main hall. Once outside, Modu suddenly halted, his smile fading into a serious demeanor as he cautioned, "One must not rush the study of magic." As a senior mage of Kamartaj, Modu bore the responsibility of guiding novice mages. Despite Luo Bai's remarkable talent, he found it hard to believe that he had completely mastered all the foundational spells in such a short time. Concerned that Luo Bai might be overly eager, he felt compelled to remind him, "Magic is not as easy to learn as you might think. Haste will only lead to setbacks. Every mage aspires to grow stronger, but there are no shortcuts in the pursuit of magic. I have trained many mages under the Supreme Mage, and many have faltered after only a few days or months of study, seeking to delve into advanced magic, only to fail due to their inability to comprehend it. Some even consider dabbling in dark magic. Though Kamartaj is a place of freedom, dark magic is strictly prohibited, as its pursuit comes at a great cost, sometimes even one's soul. I hope you will never tread that path," Modu earnestly advised, though his intentions were good, concerned that Luo Bai might hastily seek power through dark magic. The tone of his warnings felt somewhat uncomfortable to Luo Bai. "I believe I have become quite proficient in the spells recorded in the Supreme Compendium," Luo Bai asserted, his demeanor resolute. Modu chuckled, asking, "Then shall we put to the test?" Although Kamartaj mages were not required to undergo assessments, practical exercises were common, allowing skill levels to be gauged. Luo Bai understood that although he was gifted, defeating a senior mage remained a daunting task. However, he was eager to demonstrate his abilities, willing to accept the challenge. "Let's give it a try," Luo Bai agreed. Upon his acceptance, Modu's anticipation grew. He was eager to witness whether Luo Bai's claims of mastery were indeed true. Yet, considering Luo Bai was a novice, Modu decided to afford him some leniency. "You may strike first," Modu said with a smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Bai acted. With fists clenched, he summoned a magical shield and charged towards Modu. The magical shield, as its name implies, was a barrier formed by concentrated magical energy. Not only did it provide defensive capabilities, but also served as a formidable weapon capable of inflicting harm upon foes. Although this was merely a basic melee tactic, Modu was taken aback by Luo Bai's adept handling of the magical shield. While he defended against Luo Bai's attack with the shield, he marveled, "It is truly astonishing how proficiently you wield magical energy." If Luo Bai had trained for 6 months and achieved such results, Modu would have found it perfectly reasonable. Yet, to attain such proficiency in merely half a month was indeed impressive. However, despite his admiration, Modu knew that with Luo Bai's current abilities, defeating him would still be a formidable challenge. In fact, Modu found it relatively effortless to counter Luo Bai's attacks, casually conversing as he did so. "What else can you do?" Though it was merely a friendly spar, Luo Bai felt the competitive spirit ignited within him. As a man, he could hardly accept defeat, especially not in a manner that would be deemed disgraceful. Observing Modu's ease in countering his moves, Luo Bai's desire to win flared up completely. Chapter 15. Have I really obtained the Time Stone? Luo Bai was acutely aware that defeating an opponent with a significant disparity in strength was a formidable challenge. Yet this did not imply that it was entirely impossible. Although the mages of Kamartaj had a penchant for close-range magic, he thought to himself, "Come on, I am a master of the arcane arts. Why resort to melee?" With this realization, Luo Bai ceased his assault. Noticing his sudden halt, Modu inquired with a hint of confusion, "Why have you stopped? Surely you do not possess merely this one spell?" Luo Bai shook his head, asserting of course not. With that, he cast his magic once more, and it was then that Modu comprehended that he was employing a summoning spell. The summoning magic encompassed some fundamental principles of spatial magic, bearing similarities to a portal, albeit with slight differences. Modu chose not to intervene. After all, he believed that even if Luo Bai did manage to summon something, it would be challenging to defeat him. Moreover, this exchange was intended to assess whether Luo Bai had indeed mastered all fundamental spells, and summoning was one of them. Modu's curiosity grew as he wondered to what extent Luo Bai could wield the summoning spell. Summoning magic? For a mage, a good artifact can be instrumental in securing victory. which is a rather astute approach. However, given your current capabilities, there are many artifacts you cannot control, Modu remarked with a smile. This was no mockery, but rather the truth. In the Marvel Universe, numerous treasures existed, some so powerful that they could instantly enhance an individual's strength. Yet, the more formidable the artifact, the greater the requisite power to wield it. Setting aside whether the artifact Luo Bai summoned was indeed formidable, the crux of the matter lay in his ability to control it. Luo Bai was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, he himself had no notion of what he would summon. It was entirely a matter of fate. To triumph over Modu, he could only rely on a powerful artifact. Luo Bai had indeed familiarized himself with the artifacts of the Marvel Universe. For instance, the Infinity Stones were exceptionally potent artifacts. However, mastering the powers of the Infinity Stones was immensely challenging. Even Thanos had struggled when wielding the Power Stone. It was unlikely that someone of Luo Bai's stature could effectively utilize them. There was no need to gamble his life on a mere spar. Upon realizing this, he temporarily abandoned the notion of summoning the Infinity Stone. Summoning magic required one to visualize the location of the artifact in their mind, to open a spatial portal and accurately retrieve the desired treasure. Yet, due to the limited time, Luo Bai could not think of any other artifacts besides the Infinity Stone that could alter the tide of battle. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on Lady Luck's guidance. As the magic unfolded, Luo Bai thrust his hand into the spatial portal. Unbeknownst to Modu, the ensuing events would exceed his expectations. In fact, Kamartaj possesses many excellent artifacts. I could wait, what? Modu's sentence was abruptly interrupted as Luo Bai's hand emerged from the portal, holding a hammer. It was Thor's hammer. In an instant, Modu was left dumbfounded. His usually meticulous demeanor faltered, and he could not help but exclaim in disbelief. This reaction was entirely understandable, given his sheer astonishment. Thor's hammer was the weapon of Odin's son, the god of thunder. How had Luo Bai managed to summon it? How did you acquire Thor's hammer? Modu gasped, his square face morphing into a look of shock. Kamartaj monitored all movements on Earth, and its library contained countless tomes chronicling knowledge from Earth and the multiverse. Modu could not possibly be unaware of what Thor's hammer represented. It was a hammer forged from a star and imbued with the power of Odin, the All-Father. How could Luo Bai possibly wield such a weapon? It was akin to pitting him against Odin himself. Both Luo Bai and Modu stood in stunned silence. Luo Bai was astonished, but also elated. How could he have forgotten about Thor's hammer? This weapon was enhanced by Odin's incantations. Only those deemed worthy could lift it. This meant that as long as he was recognized, wielding Thor's hammer would be a simple feat. Most importantly, it possessed considerable power. With Odin's strength backing him, Modu, a mere mage, would be no match. Gazing at Thor's hammer in his hand, Luo Bai felt a surge of confidence. We can continue now, he declared with a smile. Modu fell silent, a silence that was deafening. After a moment, he remarked, that hammer is forged from a star. Surely, would he not take this so seriously for a mere spar? I only wish to demonstrate my mastery of the fundamental spells. Luo Bai shrugged, speaking with a hint of resignation. Modu chuckled awkwardly, responding, your mastery is indeed impressive. My goodness, Thor's hammer is an exclusive weapon of Thor. The god of thunder resides in Asgard, a realm entirely separate from Earth. Setting aside how Luo Bai had acquired Thor's hammer, to obtain it, he must have mastered cross-dimensional spatial magic. That was far beyond basic magic. It was an advanced form of spatial magic. Many mages in Kamartaj who had trained for 4 or 5 years might not succeed. Yet this fellow had reached across to Asgard in such a short time. How did you manage this? You have mastered cross-dimensional summoning in such a brief period? Modu could not contain his curiosity. At this moment, he was not alone in his astonishment. Ancient One was equally surprised. The commotion outside the main hall had not gone unnoticed by her. She had refrained from intervening, wishing to observe the extent of Luo Bai's mastery of magic. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would achieve such a feat in such a short span. It seemed the future was not mistaken. He truly was the supreme sorcerer. Ancient One's eyes widened in surprise, filled with wonder. It was incredible, yet she believed it. The future was not wrong. She was the one mistaken. With this thought, Ancient One stepped forward, interrupting their spar. Luo Bai, please come inside. Modu, wait outside. The sudden appearance of Ancient One caught both of them off guard. Luo Bai felt puzzled, but Modu was more relieved. Grateful that the Supreme Sorcerer had intervened to save face, he thought to himself that otherwise it would have been embarrassing for a high mage to be bested by a novice. Modu promptly expressed his gratitude. Yes, Supreme Sorcerer, and stood aside obediently. Luo Bai then entered the sanctum once more, his expression tinged with confusion. Is there something you require, Supreme Sorcerer? He inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, Ancient One removed an artifact from around her neck and handed it to him, saying, This is the Eye of Agamotto. You must promise me that from this day forth, you will guard it with your life. Luo Bai was utterly perplexed. Isn't this the time stone? Ancient One was actually giving it to him. Chapter 016. Does good fortune allow one to do as they please? The Eye of Agamotto is an artifact, or perhaps more accurately, a vessel. Within it resides a divine object, the time stone. In the Marvel Universe, there exist a total of 6 stones, also known as gems. Time, power, space, reality, soul, and mind. Each of these stones is safeguarded by different individuals in various locations. The time stone is located in Taj, under the protection of the Supreme Sorcerers, which is why they're also referred to as the Guardians of the Stones. Currently, the Ancient One has entrusted the time stone to Luo Bai. Could it be that she wishes for him to become the next Supreme Sorcerer? Although he possesses remarkable talent, how long has he been studying magic? He has not undergone formal training in Taj. How could the Ancient One so readily bestow the time stone upon him? While Luo Bai was perplexed by the reasoning behind this, he nonetheless responded, I will protect it with my life. So, this means you are giving it to me? With a nod, the Ancient One presented the Eye of Agamotto to him. Luo Bai accepted it with a hint of confusion and began to study it intently. The exterior of the Eye of Agamotto serves as an artifact, housing the stone within. The stone itself, known as the time gem, grants its possessor the ability to manipulate the forces of time. However, wielding such power requires a certain amount of magical energy, which may prove challenging for him at this stage. Nonetheless, given his talent, mastering it should be merely a matter of time. To unlock the Eye of Agamotto, one must recite a specific incantation designed to ensure the safety of the time stone. This incantation is highly intricate, a culmination of the efforts of countless supreme sorcerers throughout history. I shall now impart this incantation to you, but remember, it must not be shared with anyone else. Only you and the future supreme sorcerer shall possess this knowledge. The Ancient One patiently elucidated the functions and usage of the stone. Considering that the Eye of Agamotto required a spell to be activated, she decided to share the incantation with Luo Bai. However, before she could speak, he began to weave magic combined with gestures. In an instant, a green light erupted, and the Eye of Agamotto was unlocked. The Ancient One stared in disbelief, and Luo Bai mirrored her astonishment. They exchanged bewildered glances for what felt like an eternity, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Luo Bai could clearly see the shock in the Ancient One's eyes and the gradual parting of her lips. How did you unlock it? After what seemed like an eternity, the Ancient One finally regained her composure and inquired. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Luo Bai replied, Supreme Sorcerer, would you believe me if I said I just guessed? The Ancient One remained silent, her expression seemingly questioning his credibility. Although he understood how incredulous this sounded, Luo Bai genuinely had been guessing. He was well aware that unlocking the time stone typically required a spell. Thus, upon acquiring the Eye of Agamotto, he had immediately begun experimenting, pondering how to open it. To his astonishment, he had actually succeeded. Was it not said that he was favored by fortune? Who would have thought that mere intuition could lead him to the incantation? Supreme Sorcerer, I assure you, I was truly guessing. I have always been rather lucky, Luo Bai explained earnestly. The Ancient One furrowed her brow slightly, her tone laced with skepticism. Lucky, indeed? She recalled a certain mutant whose ability revolved around good fortune. Yet, was it truly possible that mere luck could enable one to guess the incantation of Agamotto? The Ancient One found it hard to comprehend, but chose not to dwell on it, considering that she intended to inform Luo Bai of the incantation anyway. Very well. It is fortunate you have mastered it. You may proceed. The library contains the information you seek. The Ancient One regained her composure, her voice tranquil. Overjoyed by her lack of further inquiry, Luo Bai donned the eye of Agamotto and prepared to leave the sanctum. Just as he took a few steps away, the Ancient One called out to him, "You ought to return Thor's weapon. Asgard and Kamartaj have always maintained a distance. It is best for both parties to remain undisturbed." Luo Bai nodded in understanding. With the time stone now in his possession, what need did he have for that hammer? With that thought, he promptly used a teleportation spell to return the hammer. After concluding all his tasks, Luo Bai departed. Once he was gone, the Ancient One stared after him, unable to suppress her thoughts. Such extraordinary luck? How could he have guessed the incantation? Meanwhile, far away, another individual was equally perplexed. In the realm of Asgard, Thor was at the dining table, utterly confounded. How could I have lost such a massive hammer? Where has it gone? He bellowed, his anger causing him to hurl wine jugs to the ground. You cannot be serious. I was just enjoying drinks with my friends. Suddenly, my hammer vanished. Thor, perhaps it was stolen? One of his companions suggested. Impossible. That hammer can only be lifted by me. It cannot be stolen. Thor insisted vehemently. Yet, you did attempt to summon it several times just now, and it did not respond, his friend reminded him, unable to hold back. Most artifacts are bound to their masters, and Thor's hammer was no exception. In the past, whenever the god of thunder reached out to summon it, regardless of its location, it would invariably return to him. Yet now, his hammer remained unresponsive. Not only was Thor's friend bewildered, but so was Thor himself. It used to respond without fail. Why can't I summon it now? He muttered, curiosity gnawing at him. I must go and search for it. Just then, a small yellow circle appeared in the space before them. Someone noticed it and shouted, "Look, what is that?" Instantly, all eyes turned to the yellow circle. However, before they could examine it closely, a hammer was suddenly ejected from within the circle. Thor swiftly caught it. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "By the gods, this is my hammer. The hammer. It belongs to me." Thor shouted in exhilaration. Those around him erupted in cheers, rejoicing in Thor's retrieval of his hammer. Yet, amidst the celebrations, Thor began to sense something amiss. Wait a moment. What was that yellow portal? Teleportation? Thor inquired. It certainly resembles teleportation, his friend concurred. Thor furrowed his brow. How audacious. Someone dared to extend their hand into Asgard. Does anyone know the origin of that teleportation? Thor questioned, but all present shook their heads. After all, no one knew who had sent the hammer back only to vanish without a trace. Moreover, such power was unfamiliar to them. This does not appear to be the work of an Asgardian, someone pointed out. Thor furrowed his brow, realizing that the power he had just witnessed could not possibly originate from Asgard. How could someone so stealthily invade Asgard? They nearly made off with my hammer. I must uncover the identity of this individual. Let us seek out Heimdall. His all-seeing eye will surely reveal who has intruded upon Asgard, Thor declared, rallying his friends as they marched determinedly toward the Bifrost. Chapter 017. The Library of Kamartaj, Kathmandu. With the acquisition of the Time Stone, Luo Bai's spirits were remarkably elevated, his face adorned with an unmistakable smile. Modu, who was guiding him, seemed to sense this joy and, after a moment of silence, could not restrain himself from inquiring. You appear to be in quite a good mood. It seems the Supreme Mage has shared some favorable tidings with you. Luo Bai nodded in affirmation. Indeed, there is good news. Modu refrained from pressing further, as his mind was still occupied with the earlier trial. Although the trial had been abruptly halted midway, he genuinely admired Luo Bai. It was astonishing that he had reached such heights in just a few days of cultivation. Seeing Luo Bai in high spirits, Modu explained, I admit I had my doubts about you previously. I simply did not anticipate your extraordinary talent. It has left me rather astonished, and I meant no offense. Modu's overture of reconciliation caught Luo Bai by surprise. He truly need not have done so, yet it did reflect a certain sincerity on his part. Luo Bai, not one to harbor grudges, replied, I did not take it to heart. Modu shrugged his shoulders in resignation, stating, I can say without exaggeration that you are the most gifted mage I have ever encountered. I had thought it would take you at least a month to complete your studies. Never did I imagine you could master it in mere days. It is truly remarkable. While he was aware of Luo Bai's exceptional talent, He had not expected it to be quite so prodigious. At that moment, Luo Bai suddenly inquired, "By the way, what time does training generally commence at Kamar Taj?" Modu, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Why do you ask?" Luo Bai responded, "Training, of course. Aren't novice mages required to undergo systematic training?" Modu shook his head and clarified, "You no longer require training. After completing the introductory course, mages are generally free to act as they wish. You can choose to visit the library to further your knowledge of magic or venture out for practical experience. There is no strict obligation to remain here." "Does this mean I will have the freedom to act independently?" Luo Bai inquired. "Yes," Modu confirmed. "Should you encounter any obstacles or challenges, you may seek assistance from me or the Supreme Mage. Kamar Taj is home to 3 sanctuaries, and in case of danger, they will summon all mages back. You can return directly to Kamar Taj from the sanctuaries." Luo Bai furrowed his brow, somewhat exasperated. "So, I am entirely reliant on self-study?" He mused as a disciple of Kamar Taj, having acquired the time stone. "Why does it feel as though I'm being left to my own devices?" Moda chuckled. "With your talent, it is likely that few could instruct you even for a few days. This is not mockery, but rather the truth. Given your innate abilities, you may soon surpass the need for formal guidance. Moreover, training is rather systematic, and the content is fixed daily. Following a mage's regimen might hinder your progress. Who knows how swiftly you are truly learning?" After some time, Modu remarked, "Well, we have arrived at the library." Without further contemplation, he gestured towards a rather unremarkable, somewhat dilapidated building. Through an old iron door, the two entered the library. Upon entering, they noticed a mage seated at a table. The mage, having noticed their presence, rose to greet them. "This is the librarian. If you wish to borrow books, you will need to register with him," Modu explained. Observing the librarian, Luo Bai felt a sense of curiosity. In his recollection, the librarian was the Sorcerer Supreme. However, upon reflection, it was understandable that the librarian was not the Sorcerer Supreme, as the latter had assumed the role after the previous librarian was slain by Caecilius. "Should you wish to borrow books in the future, you can come here. By the way, do you intend to reside at Kamar Taj?" Modus suddenly asked. Luo Bai pondered before replying, "Am I not permitted to stay elsewhere? You have now mastered the teleportation spell. With your talent, a few more days of study. Am I to prevent you from venturing out?" Modu countered. "That did seem reasonable. A room has been prepared for you. Here is the address. You can make your way there shortly. However, considering you possess a villa, I doubt you would choose to stay in the dormitory," Modu continued. Luo Bai smiled and replied, "That is not necessarily the case. After all, Kamar Taj is far safer than the outside world. Currently, I only know a few introductory spells. It would be wise to remain here and learn more magic before venturing out." "Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you have any other questions, feel free to seek me out." Moda bid farewell and departed. Once he was gone, Luo Bai began his search for books within the library. The collection was meticulously categorized, encompassing various types of magical tomes, including those on space and time. Luo Bai selected one book from each category and soon discovered the tome of Divine Magic, the Book of Vishanti. In the Marvel Universe, there exist 2 tomes of Divine Magic, which encompass all forms of magic in existence, the Book of Vishanti and the Darkhold. The former records the white magic of the Marvel Universe, while the latter contains the black magic. However, due to Kamar Taj's strict prohibition on the study of dark magic, the Darkhold was naturally absent from the library. Nonetheless, the books he had borrowed were more than sufficient for his current studies, 13 volumes in total. One might think he was preparing for a major examination. With a sigh, Luo Bai registered with the librarian and returned to his dormitory using the provided address, promptly entering a mode of intense study. He began with the Book of Vishanti, as it contained all forms of white magic. Mastering the spells within would significantly enhance his magical energy reserves, making it considerably easier to study advanced magic, such as time and space thereafter. However, the spells detailed in the Book of Vishanti were evidently more potent than those in the Supreme Compendium. After a thorough initial reading, Luo Bai discovered instructions for advanced spells such as the Secret Door, the Teleportation Portal, Multidimensional Transport, the Gragador Ring, Mirror Space, the Holy Sword of Vishanti, Astral Projection, Gravitational Manipulation, and numerous other intricate spells. The final page even contained methods for entering the Supreme Dimension, along with a note indicating that one would receive blessings for Vishanti upon entry. In summary, while the content appeared overwhelmingly complex, it was nonetheless imperative for him to engage with it. Thus, Luo Bai resolved to embark on a challenging journey of self-education. Chapter 018. Did the Emperor of Vishan personally come to bestow blessings upon you? Although Luo Bai comprehended the theory and had a certain foundation, the brevity of his practice left his magical energy within him rather feeble. Most of the white magic contained in the Book of Vishan necessitates a formidable reservoir of magical energy for mastery, adding considerable difficulty to his cultivation. The first spell he endeavored to learn was called the Journey of Aiken. Its purpose was to allow him to create countless replicas of himself, each capable of casting spells concurrently, with each replica possessing strength identical to the original. The more potent the magical energy within him, the greater the number of replicas he could generate. After several days of arduous practice, Luo Bai managed to create a paltry 2 replicas. Though his learning speed was commendable, the accumulation of energy was not something that could be rushed. Unless he received blessings from the Emperor of Vishan or the ancient gods, progress would remain slow. To receive such blessings, one must possess the ability to enter the Supreme Dimension. Only then would the ancient gods take notice. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to bestow blessings upon anyone. Given Luo Bai's current capabilities, entering the Supreme Dimension was utterly impossible. With no other recourse, he could only advance gradually. Sighing deeply, Luo Bai prepared to practice magic once more when suddenly a golden light erupted before his eyes, obscuring his vision. Before he could react, he felt himself plunging into a chaotic void, with a golden light beckoning at the end. Within that golden radiance, 3 colossal heads materialized before him. These heads loomed like mountains, so immense that Luo Bai could scarcely discern their full forms. The abrupt turn of events left him bewildered, yet he could sense an overwhelming pressure, an immense sense of oppression. For a moment, he was rendered incapable of thought until a voice resonated beside him, a talent beyond the ordinary, a rarity indeed. Another voice followed. "Child, you possess an extraordinary future." A third voice chimed in. "You are worthy of blessings." The 3 heads uttered their distinct phrases. In an instant, before Luo Bai could regain his composure, the golden light intensified, becoming so bright that it pierced his eyes, prompting him to instinctively shut them. When he finally reopened them, the 3 heads had vanished, along with that peculiar space. He found himself back in his modest dormitory within Kamartaj. Everything felt dreamlike and surreal, yet Luo Bai distinctly sensed a newfound clarity, as if a surge of magical energy had been forcibly transmitted into him, amplifying the magical energy within him significantly. This was a blessing. Astonishing. He had indeed been pursued by the Emperor of Vishan for a blessing. The Emperor of Vishan was not merely one ancient god, but rather a collective of 3, the omnipotent Ashit, the all-seeing Agamotto, and the ancient Hoggoth. Together, they formed the triune god, the Emperor of Vishan. Hence, in Luo Bai's memory, the image of the Emperor of Vishan was that of 3 heads. With the combination of their words, Luo Bai could affirm with absolute certainty that he had been blessed. He had initially believed that receiving the Emperor's blessing would require him to first attain the ability to enter the Supreme Dimension. Little did he expect to be pursued for blessings by the Emperor of Vishan. The thrill coursed through him. Sensing the powerful energy surging within him, he eagerly commenced his training. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the Ancient One, deep in meditation traversing the multiverse, abruptly opened her eyes. Kamartaj was a creation of the Ancient One. One could say it was her dimensional space. This meant she could perceive any occurrence within Kamartaj instantaneously. Even if others were oblivious, she would sense the anomaly, for she was intimately familiar with it. That was a blessing, the blessing of the Emperor of Vishan. It had occurred within Kamartaj, and it was specifically sought out by the Emperor, even without direct inquiry. The Ancient One could surmise that the recipient of the blessing could only be Luo Bai. The fact that the Emperor of Vishan had sought to bestow a blessing was truly remarkable. The Ancient One mused, recalling that ancient gods had never voluntarily conferred blessings before, let alone come to bestow them personally. Typically, those who received blessings from the emperor had undergone trials, entering the supreme dimension, to be deemed worthy. Yet this time, the emperor had taken the initiative. It seemed that Luo Bai's exceptional talent had stirred the emperor's interest. The emperor presided over all white magic. Whenever someone endeavored to learn it, the emperor would be aware, as the power was derived from them. It was likely that they had detected Luo Bai's extraordinary talent, prompting their visit to bestow blessings. While it made sense, it was still unexpected. However, it was beneficial. With the emperor's blessing, Luo Bai could progress more swiftly, and soon she would be able to leave with peace of mind. Lost in thought, Mordo approached. "Supreme Sorcerer," he called as he entered. "Is there something amiss?" inquired the Ancient One. Mordo nodded gravely, replying, "A peculiar group from Kathmandu has arrived, inquiring about the location of Kamartaj. They do not seem to come in peace." The Ancient One remained silent, yet she comprehended the situation. It was likely Thor who had come seeking. That thunder god, known for his temper akin to Odin, would naturally seek out the one who had taken his hammer. "Supreme Sorcerer, should I intervene?" Mordo asked, noting her silence. The Ancient One shook her head. "There is no need to interfere. If they cannot find it, they will return. If they do not return, I will investigate." Finding Kamartaj was no simple task. If the Ancient One wished to remain hidden, it would be even more difficult. Thus, Thor searched Kathmandu for a full 3 days without finding a single entrance. "Thor, have we gone awry? I feel as though we have asked every citizen in the city, yet no one knows where Kamartaj is. Could it possibly not exist?" Heimdall should not have erred, but did he not also mention he could not see who exactly had taken the hammer, only that it likely originated from Kamartaj? It was perplexing. Heimdall possessed the eye of all-seeing. How could there be a place even he could not perceive? Thor's companions murmured amongst themselves, while Thor himself was increasingly agitated. 3 days. An entire 3 days. And yet they had not found a single door? Could such a ghostly place truly exist? Thor vented his frustrations. On Earth, how could there possibly be a place they could not locate? He felt as though this place simply did not exist. Among the 9 realms, Earth was already the weakest existence. He did not believe that any so-called magical sanctum could exist here. "I think we should return, Thor," one of his friends remarked, albeit reluctantly. After searching in vain for so long, Thor concluded that no magical sanctum existed on Earth. With no other option, he could only grumble as they made their way back. Chapter 19. People are driven to distraction. Thor and his companions departed from Kathmandu. Upon noticing this development, Modu hastened to report, "Supreme Sorcerer, they have already left." Gui was not taken aback and responded calmly, "I am already aware." Realizing that she was informed, Modu refrained from elaborating further and shifted to another matter. "Supreme Sorcerer, I have a question. Is there something else?" Gui inquired. Modu replied, "Luo Bai has not ventured outside for quite some time. He has been residing in his dormitory. He must be studying, I presume." Gui speculated. "Indeed. He borrowed numerous books from the library a week ago and took them back to his dormitory," Modu expressed, his face betraying a hint of concern. Gui, sensing his unease, asked, "You appear somewhat troubled. Is there an issue, Modu?" Modu pondered for a moment, hesitating to voice his thoughts. "I recently checked his borrowing records at the library." "What books did he borrow?" Gui inquired with curiosity. Modu promptly responded. "He borrowed titles such as the Book of the Vishandi Empire, Temporal Compendium, and Concepts of Space, among others." Gui nodded, replying in a composed manner, "These are all exceedingly profound ancient texts." Surprised by her lack of reaction, Modu exclaimed, "Supreme Sorcerer, are you not astonished that he would borrow such books?" Before Gui could respond, he continued to express his concerns. "I acknowledge that Luo Bai possesses remarkable talent. However, he has only recently begun his studies, and there are many texts that I myself do not comprehend. I fear he may be squandering his time." Modu's apprehensions were not without merit. Typically, sorcerers progress through their studies methodically, commencing with basic magic, advancing to intermediate and advanced magic, and ultimately culminating in the comprehensive study of white magic. The corresponding texts include the complete compendium of the Supreme, a brief history of arcane arts, the refined arcana, and the book of the Vashandi Empire. Only after mastering all forms of white magic would a sorcerer delve into the realms of temporal, spatial, and multidimensional magic. The absence of the intermediate texts in Luo Bai's selection suggested that he had bypassed the foundational phase altogether, which understandably concerned Modu. Such situations had arisen before, where overly ambitious sorcerers sought to grasp mightier magics, borrowing an array of incomprehensible books, only to make no progress after months of futile study, thus wasting precious time. Modu had previously taken it upon himself to issue warnings and corrections in such instances. However, given Luo Bai's unique circumstances, he hesitated to act unilaterally and sought Gu Yi's counsel instead. "Supreme Sorcerer, should I remind Luo Bai?" Modu asked. Gu Yi shook her head, responding, "No need. Let him learn at his own pace. If he struggles, he will surely ask for guidance." His silence indicates his capability. While Gu Yi shared some of Modu's concerns, she recalled that the Vashandi Empire had recently bestowed blessings upon Luo Bai, leading her to believe that she ought to place her trust in him. With this thought in mind, Gu Yi added, "His gifts are not easily comprehensible to ordinary individuals. Let him pursue his own path. Should he inquire, we shall provide answers. But it is unnecessary to interfere." Seemingly grasping this notion, Modu acquiesced. "Very well." After reporting all pertinent matters, Modu departed the main hall. Originally intending to observe the training of other sorcerers, his concern for Luo Bai compelled him to visit the dormitory instead, eager to ascertain Luo Bai's progress. Upon arriving at Luo Bai's door, he hesitated before ultimately knocking. Shortly, Luo Bai opened the door a crack. As soon as the door was ajar, Modu was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting from within. "Food. Are you eating?" Modu inquired. Luo Bai nodded and replied, "Yes." "Have you eaten yet? Would you like some?" Modu shook his head and asked, "May I come in for a moment?" "Of course," Luo Bai warmly invited, fully opening the door. As the door swung open, Modu was taken aback. Good heavens! This is not a dormitory at all. It is clearly a dining hall. At the center of the modest room stood a round table, upon which simmered a large pot of red broth, surrounded by an array of ingredients: meats, vegetables, seafood, and more. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an open magic book resting on the table. "What are you eating?" Modu asked, bewildered. Luo Bai, holding a bowl, answered while eating hot pot. "I have heard of that. But where did you procure all this? I have not seen you leave the dormitory." Modu queried, puzzled. Luo Bai calmly responded, "I summoned these using the Gragador ring." The Gragador ring, in simplified terms, is a magical artifact for material acquisition. By merely envisioning the desired item or weapon, one can summon it. Modu was aware of this, but had not anticipated such an application. "Is this how you utilize arcane arts?" He could not help but remark. The sorcery of Kamartaj is also referred to as arcane or esoteric magic. The terminology varies, so it is not of great significance. I have numerous texts to study and little time to venture out, so I sought to simplify matters, Luo Bai explained. Having mastered magic, it is only natural to resolve matters through magical means, Modu thought, though he wished to express his frustration further. Remembering his purpose for visiting, he contained himself. "How are your studies progressing?" Modu inquired. "Quite well," Luo Bai replied. "Quite well." Hearing this, Modu's thoughts began to spiral in disbelief. "For heaven's sake, you have borrowed a multitude of arcane texts that I cannot even comprehend, and you dare say you are doing well? Have I wasted decades on magic for nothing?" Though internally tumultuous, Modu maintained his composure and asked again, "Which book are you currently studying?" "This one, the Book of the Vashandi Empire." Luo Bai indicated the partially open tome on the table. "And how is that going?" Modu pressed further. Luo Bai shook his head and admitted, "Well, I have completed half of it." Modu was taken aback. "Half? It has only been a little over a week, and you claim to have completed half?" "Yes, this book is quite challenging. Finishing it will likely require considerable time. After that, I have 12 more books to tackle. I cannot remain cooped up in the dormitory indefinitely," Luo Bai lamented, genuinely overwhelmed at the prospect of the extensive reading ahead. Modu, however, found it difficult to empathize, feeling rather exasperated. For goodness sake, merely the book of the Vashandi Empire alone is enough to occupy sorcerers for the better part of their lives. And Luo Bai dares to aspire to complete all 13 volumes in a short span? He hasn't even finished one yet. It's infuriating, truly infuriating. Chapter 20. Oh, is this how we play it? At this moment, Modu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Continuing the conversation with Luo Bai was leading him to question his very existence. He suddenly came to the realization that the Supreme Mage was indeed correct. A mage as extraordinary as Luo Bai should be let loose. His innate talent made Modu feel unworthy even to engage in dialogue with him. I merely came to check on you, to see if you had any issues. Since you appear to be practicing quite well, I shall take my leave, Modu stated, preparing to depart. He could not bear to remain in this place for even a second longer. However, before he could take 2 steps, Luo Bai called out to him. Master Modu, I actually have a question to ask. Modu halted, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. You have a question? Have you encountered any difficulties in your training? He inquired, astonished. Luo Bai shook his head in response. Not exactly. I simply wish to know if the magical tomes of Kamartaj can leave this place. Absolutely not. Modu replied. To ensure the safety of the texts, none may leave Kamartaj. Are you suggesting you wish to venture outside? Indeed. There are matters that require my presence beyond these walls, Luo Bai responded. He was perplexed as to how Tony had managed to acquire his phone number, sending a text about an urgent matter that needed his attention. Considering the numerous volumes he could not possibly master in a short time, he decided to visit New York. Yet, while the notion of going to New York was appealing, his studies could not be neglected. Thus, he contemplated viewing the tomes while in the city. However, the current situation seemed to render that impossible. The prohibition against removing Kamartaj books indicated that even the use of retrieval magic to clandestinely transport them was futile, causing Luo Bai some dismay. You could memorize the contents of the tomes. That way, even if you do not take them with you, you can still practice, Modu suggested. Memorize their contents. Possess a photographic memory. Luo Bai mused incredulously. Such an ability was beyond him. He was merely fortunate, not endowed with a memory-enhancing buff. Realizing this, Luo Bai sighed resignedly. With so much information, I cannot possibly remember it all. Modu remained silent for a moment before responding. Most of the books in the library are quite precious. While they can be borrowed, they must not be damaged. If they were to leave Kamartaj, it would be difficult to ensure their integrity, and they might even be lost. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they are not allowed to be taken out. However, there are always mages who use the Gragador ring to smuggle books out of the library, which complicates matters for me. Although I have reprimanded them, they return the books in perfect condition, making it hard for me to impose any penalties. I even inquired with the Supreme Mage on how to handle this situation. Yet he believes that mages should be free and not overly restricted. Upon reflection, who can truly control a mage, right, Luo Bai? This predicament was indeed vexing, Modu lamented, his expression betraying his distress. Yet, if one looked closely, they would catch a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. This smile, juxtaposed with his earlier words, sparked an epiphany in Luo Bai. It dawned on him. Modu's implication was that while it was ostensibly forbidden, there were mages who had engaged in such actions before. As long as the tomes were returned unscathed, no one would pursue the matter, not even the Supreme Mage. Thus, he was subtly hinting to Luo Bai, one could indeed take them out clandestinely. No wonder Caecilius had been able to abscond with books from the library. Kamartaj was simply too lenient. With this realization, Luo Bai firmly declared, Master Modu, such occurrences must be prevented. The tomes of Kamartaj are invaluable. It would be disastrous if they were lost. I share your sentiment. So you wouldn't dare do such a thing, would you? Modu inquired. Of course not. You must trust my integrity, Master Modu, Luo Bai hastily assured him. I certainly do, Modu replied. Well then, I shall take my leave. Do study diligently. After saying this, Modu exited, feigning a few parting admonitions. Once Modu was gone, Luo Bai began to tidy his dormitory. Although he had just promised Modu that he would never take the books outside, it was evident to any discerning observer that they were merely engaging in polite conversation. Modu had made his insinuation quite clear. Failing to acknowledge it would be remiss. Thus, after finishing his tidying, Luo Bai, clutching the tomes, opened a portal to Stark's villa. Upon entering his expansive villa, Luo Bai couldn't help but reflect on the comforts of home. While Kamartaj was splendid, who wouldn't prefer to reside in a villa? He mused to himself about why Stark had summoned him. Ascending to the study on the second floor, he placed the magical tomes on the shelf. Just as he was about to call Stark to inquire about the urgent matter, he heard a sound from outside the door. The noise was not particularly loud. It was the sound of water splashing from the bathroom at the end of the second-floor corridor, quite distant from the study. However, due to his heightened senses from practicing magic, Luo Bai detected even the faintest of sounds. This piqued his curiosity. Why was there water running in the bathroom? Had a thief broken in during his absence? His concern was not unfounded. The crime rate in the United States was notorious, and home burglaries were commonplace. It was entirely reasonable for a thief to target such a grand villa. With this thought, Luo Bai furrowed his brow. How audacious of a thief to dare rob a mage's home. As he pondered, he approached the bathroom, remaining vigilant and prepared for any eventuality. To his astonishment, upon reaching the bathroom door, he encountered a woman, drenched and draped only in a towel, her figure alluring. She was drying her green hair with a towel, and upon sensing his presence, she turned to face him. Luo Bai did not afford her a moment to react. He immediately unleashed a spell, Sadarak's Crimson Chains. This white magic, recorded in the Book of Vishani, summoned crimson chains to bind the enemy. Although Luo Bai's current strength allowed him to summon only 4 chains, it sufficed to restrain the woman before him. As the 4 crimson chains emerged from all directions, ensnaring her, it became apparent that she was no ordinary individual and attempted to retaliate. Luo Bai frowned and activated the mirror dimension, enveloping the entire villa and forcibly drawing her into his realm. At this point, the woman finally ceased her struggles. Clearly astonished by such an unfamiliar ability, she exclaimed, "What kind of power is this? Where am I? Why do I feel so disconnected from everything around me?" Yet, Luo Bai remained unresponsive. His expression cold as he questioned, "You dared to steal from a mage's home?" Chapter 021. Must I pay for this? Steal. Master of Magic? The woman hurriedly inquired. So you're not sent by the Mutant Association to capture me? You're the owner of this villa. Luo Bai did not respond directly, instead posing a counter-question. Do you believe you now possess the right to question me? Given the current circumstances, she indeed lacked the authority to inquire further after trespassing without permission and failing to overpower the owner of the room. Seemingly grasping the situation, the woman quickly offered a sincere apology. "I'm sorry. Please feel free to ask whatever you wish." With his hands clasped behind his back, Luo Bai scrutinized her before asking, "You just mentioned the Mutant Association. Therefore, are you a mutant?" The woman nodded earnestly, replying, "Yes. My name is Lorna Dane. I assure you I am not a thief. You must have misunderstood. I realize that intruding into your home is wrong, but I was left with no choice. I sought refuge here to evade pursuers. I only intended to stay for a couple of days before departing. I truly have not stolen anything. You may search the room. I promise." As Lorna Dane spoke, her eyes reflected sincerity. Upon hearing her name and observing her appearance, Luo Bai deduced she was not lying. Lorna Dane, a mutant known as Polaris, is the daughter of Magneto, inheriting his powers to manipulate magnetic fields and create force fields. Most notably, she is recognized by her striking green hair. Mutants with green hair, Luo Bai internally confirmed that the woman before him was indeed Polaris without a doubt. From her earlier explanation, it was not difficult to deduce the series of events. In the Marvel Universe, mutants have historically occupied a low social standing, primarily due to their formidable abilities, which pose a threat to humanity. Consequently, governments across the globe have shown significant hostility towards mutants. Unable to eliminate powerful mutants, authorities resort to management, giving rise to the Mutant Association. This organization is tasked with overseeing mutants, often capturing them for monitoring and research purposes. Thus, any mutant apprehended by the Mutant Association faces the grim fate of inhumane torment. It is no surprise that most mutants resist capture. After all, who would willingly endure suffering? Polaris, it seems, is no exception. To escape apprehension, she inadvertently found herself in Luo Bai's villa. Upon discovering it was unoccupied, she intended to remain for a short while until it was safe to leave. Unfortunately, she encountered Luo Bai upon his return. While her actions were understandable, they were still inexcusable. Though your intrusion may have been inadvertent, trespassing is nonetheless wrong. And you even took a shower in my home? How audacious! Luo Bai could not help but scoff. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Polaris quickly explained, I have not bathed in ages while evading capture, so I borrowed the bathroom. I sincerely apologize. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the police? Luo Bai frowned, continuing his interrogation. Upon hearing the mention of the police, Polaris grew anxious. You may punish me as you see fit, but please do not turn me over to them. If they discover I am a mutant, I will be handed over to the Mutant Association. Polaris pleaded urgently. Seeing her desperation, Luo Bai replied sternly, You are still making demands? You should be aware that your actions warrant a response so severe that even shooting you could be justified as self-defense under the law. The law in America indeed permits homeowners to shoot intruders engaged in robbery, a fact Polaris clearly understood. If you truly wish to kill me, I would accept that. But please, do not hand me over to the Mutant Association, Polaris said, her fear of the organization evident. Rather than face the torment they inflicted, she would prefer death. It is often said that one may be killed, but must not be humiliated. Luo Bai comprehended her sentiment. Recognizing her sincere apology and noting that she was merely a girl, he felt his ire soften. Despite his anger over her unlawful entry into his villa, he did not harbor a desire to end her life. With this in mind, Luo Bai retracted the crimson chains and dispelled the mirrored space, restoring the surroundings to normal. Seeing that he did not continue his assault, Polaris inquired in surprise, You aren't going to kill me? Your actions are indeed reprehensible. But considering this is your first offense and your circumstances are somewhat understandable, I shall refrain from being excessively harsh, Luo Bai replied. Thank you, Polaris expressed her gratitude hastily. However, before she could fully relax, Luo Bai added, Nonetheless, I do not intend to let you off without consequence. Polaris's expression stiffened with apprehension. Are you still planning to turn me over to the police? She asked. Before Luo Bai could respond, she continued, I plead with you not to do so. Not all mutants are as villainous as they are portrayed. Since I can remember, I have been hunted. Yet, I have never used my abilities to harm anyone. I merely wish to survive. You have no idea how we mutants are treated. Those in the Mutant Association endure inhumane torment. Many of my friends have never returned from her words. Luo Bai detected something amiss. In his memory, Polaris was known for her defiance against the Mutant Association, having sought to establish an underground organization for mutants. Why did it seem now that she had no intention of resisting? Could it be that the timeline had not yet reached that point? With this thought, Luo Bai asked, How old are you? 18, Polaris replied. 18, no wonder. She had only just come of age. Yet, Luo Bai remained puzzled and inquired further. I recall Professor X striving to negotiate with the government for peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans. Why have you found yourself in this perilous situation? Polaris sighed. I wanted to rescue my friends, but I failed. Luo Bai finally understood and found no further questions lingering in his mind. However, Polaris, still tense, asked, So, how do you plan to punish me? I am in need of a housekeeper. Since you have willingly presented yourself, consider yourself my domestic help for 3 months. You will be responsible for cleaning, guarding the house, and cooking, Luo Bai stated. Polaris was momentarily taken aback. She had considered all possible punishments Luo Bai might impose, yet never anticipated he would assign her housework. Huh? She stammered, struggling to process his words. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Luo Bai retorted. No, not at all. Polaris quickly shook her head. Then it settled. Oh, and your movements will be restricted to the first floor. You are not permitted upstairs. Should I catch you violating this rule, you know the consequences. Furthermore, there will be no wages for these 3 months, Luo Bai added. Polaris was once again stunned. No wages, and she had to cook. So, she would be losing money while working. With a hint of frustration, she asked, What about the grocery money? That will be for you to figure out. After all, this is a punishment. I did not invite you here, Luo Bai shrugged, lamenting. Polaris sighed. All right then. Chapter 022. What benefits have you reaped? To be frank, Polaris was somewhat reluctant to take on the role of a housekeeper. After all, she was the daughter of Magneto, inherently imbued with a spirit of rebellion. If it weren't for her prior missteps and the fact that she was unable to contend with Luo Bai, she would never have acquiesced so easily to this menial task. Yet, here she was, resigned to the situation, compelled to undertake this free labor. However, before proceeding, Polaris felt it necessary to clarify a few matters. I have something to say. She hesitated before speaking. Go ahead, Luo Bai replied. Polaris seemed a bit embarrassed, and after a moment of contemplation, she continued, sometimes I might act a little erratically. I've been diagnosed with a mental health issue since childhood, and I can experience bouts of extreme anger or profound melancholy. Bipolar disorder, I presume? Luo Bai inquired. Polaris replied uncertainly. That might be its name. I never paid much attention to it. But when my emotions spiral out of control, I often struggle to manage my abilities. I hope you can exercise restraint while working. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to confine you to the little black room. Luo Bai responded earnestly. Polaris was taken aback and asked, what does little black room mean? Considering the complexity of the explanation, Luo Bai dismissively replied, you'll understand when the time comes. He appeared quite serious. Although he seemed youthful, perhaps only slightly older than Polaris, she couldn't shake the impression that he was rather grave and difficult to approach. This perception made her cautious in their conversations. May I ask your name? How should I address you? Polaris inquired. Luo Bai, the mage, he answered. Hearing the term mage, Polaris was momentarily stunned. A mage? Like those in television shows who cast spells and can turn people into frogs? Is that true? She pressed on. Mutants are, biologically speaking, individuals with genetic mutations. Most mutants possess inherent abilities or inherit them. In the Marvel Universe, such individuals are typically referred to as aberrant humans, which is quite distinct from mages. Moreover, mages generally prefer to remain out of the public eye, so like most people, Polaris had never heard of their existence. Upon hearing Luo Bai's claim of being a mage, Polaris's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It was as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Without waiting for a response, she continued. So the red chains you conjured earlier in that inexplicable space were all magic, right? Her expression was one of delight, reminiscent of an inquisitive young girl. Luo Bai felt that answering her barrage of questions would prove quite arduous, so he opted for silence. Why don't you get dressed? He suggested. Only then did Polaris remember that she was merely clad in a bathrobe. While it was somewhat inappropriate for a woman to appear so scantily clad before a strange man, she seemed unfazed. It's just a bathrobe. Luo Bai, could you tell me what being a mage entails? When I was young, I saw on television that mages could turn people into frogs and cast curses. Is that true? Polaris continued to inquire. Luo Bai remained silent, clearly exasperated, and departed. He headed straight to his study to continue organizing his spell books, contemplating the recent events. To be honest, Luo Bai had not anticipated that upon returning home, he would inadvertently acquire a housekeeper. He had been mulling over the inconvenience of managing such a large villa without assistance, as he lacked the time to tidy up daily. Little did he know, Polaris had presented herself willingly. Although she appeared somewhat inexperienced and youthful, she was a mutant with the ability to control magnetic fields, someone most could not overpower. Finding a housekeeper capable of safeguarding the premises, organizing the space, and even preparing meals was indeed a rare find. With a stroke of good fortune, Luo Bai felt uplifted. After finishing up with his spellbooks, he sent a message to Stark, not forgetting that his trip to New York was for Stark's sake. About 15 minutes later, Stark arrived at the villa. As soon as the door swung open, he entered without hesitation. Luo Bai, where have you been? I've been looking for you, he exclaimed, making his way to the sofa. However, before he could sit down, he noticed something amiss. There was an unfamiliar girl in the room, appearing quite young. Who is this? Stark couldn't help but inquire. My new housekeeper, Luo Bai replied calmly. Stark was taken aback. What? Your new housekeeper? Are you serious? He asked incredulously. Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. Stark was still in disbelief. Come on, this girl looks underage. Why would a minor take on housekeeping duties? Surely, she could do something else. Well, I'm not overly conservative. You seem mature enough to date, Stark continued, and I won't pry, so you needn't hide anything from me. Or is she indeed underage? If that's the case, we need to have a serious discussion about this. You should at least be dating an adult. Stark's assumptions left Luo Bai momentarily speechless. Fortunately, Polaris interjected just in time. "Hello, Mr. Stark. My name is Lorna Dane, and I am Luo Bai's newly appointed housekeeper." Stark was a well-known figure in the United States, with his visage gracing television, newspapers, and magazines. It was rare for anyone in New York not to recognize him, so Polaris was naturally aware of his identity. Thus, Stark was not curious about why she recognized him. Rather, he was baffled that she was indeed Luo Bai's housekeeper. He scrutinized her for some time before asking, "Child, are you facing any difficulties? If you're in need, I can help you. Shouldn't you be in college at your age?" Polaris shook her head. "I have no difficulties. I am volunteering to be Luo Bai's housekeeper." Stark was utterly speechless. He regarded Luo Bai with envy and incredulity. "How on earth did you manage to get such a beautiful young lady to be your housekeeper?" Luo Bai retorted, "Tony, have you forgotten? You mentioned you had something urgent to discuss with me." At that moment, Stark finally recalled the purpose of his visit. "Oh, right. I do have something urgent to discuss with you. Honestly, Luo Bai, I've been feeling quite despondent during your absence. Truly despondent. I fear I may not have much time left." As he spoke, his expression darkened considerably. Chapter 023 S. H. I. E. L. D. and Nick Fury. "Can't survive. What do you mean?" Luo Bai inquired, puzzled. Why would someone who seems fine wish for death? Beside him, Polaris was equally startled by this remark and could not help but ask, "You've been frequently appearing in the news and newspapers, wealthy and renowned. Why would you suddenly say such a thing?" Stark sighed and replied, "A lot has happened during your absence. I may appear joyful on the surface, but in reality, my time is running short. My arc reactor has issues." "Arc reactor?" Upon hearing this, Luo Bai recalled the situation. "You've been poisoned by palladium. Haven't you?" he asked. Stark's face brightened at this observation. "You know about my condition?" he exclaimed. "Based on your symptoms, it seems quite likely," Luo Bai pointed out, indicating the prominent veins on Stark's neck, which were clearly abnormal. Seeing that Luo Bai understood palladium poisoning, Stark eagerly asked, "Do you know how to resolve it?" "Honestly, I'm a loss. I've tried numerous remedies, but none have proved effective." Stark could feel his health deteriorating, and his AI assistant, Jarvis, had consistently warned him of his poor condition. Yet he felt utterly helpless. Despite his extensive research, he had been unable to address the core issue of palladium poisoning and could only rely on temporary measures to alleviate the symptoms. "Have you seen this?" Stark queried, producing a large bottle filled with a peculiar green liquid. "This is chlorophyll juice. I consume this every day, and I must admit, it tastes dreadful." Stark sighed, his face contorting into a bitter expression. Luo Bai expressed his sympathy, saying, "I truly empathize with your predicament." "Do I need sympathy?" "No, I need a solution. Do you have any good ideas, Luo Bai?" "I'm eager to hear your thoughts. Even Ethan is out of options," Stark lamented. Following the recent terror incident, Stark had come to trust only Ethan and Luo Bai. Fortunately, he had indeed asked the right person. After understanding the storyline, Luo Bai was aware of how to tackle the issue of palladium poisoning. "Is there still some shrapnel from missiles left in your heart?" Luo Bai inquired. Tony nodded in response, "Yes. I believe I can assist you with this," Luo Bai replied, activating the Eye of Agamotto. Aiming it at Stark's heart, Luo Bai attempted to reverse the damage. As it was his first time using the Time Stone, he was slightly unsteady, but fortunately the process went smoothly, and soon Stark's heart was restored to its original state. In that instant, Stark felt a remarkable change. It was as if he had been granted a new lease on life. Sensing the transformation in his body, Stark exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my God, Luo Bai. How'd you do that?" "Just a bit of minor magic," Luo Bai replied with a smile. "Cool." Stark exclaimed, "Exceedingly." However, he soon remembered another matter and could not help but say, "Luo Bai, I am incredibly grateful for saving my life once again, but I'm still troubled by the materials for the arc reactor." Stark had utilized palladium as the core material for the arc reactor, which had led to his poisoning. Although his heart had returned to normal, he still needed to replace the core material of the arc reactor. "However, my suit has been continuously evolving and requires a powerful energy source. With current technology, I cannot think of any suitable materials to recreate an arc reactor," Stark sighed. Luo Bai pondered for a moment and asked, "Tony, Is your relationship with your father not very good? Why do you suddenly ask that? Stark replied, confused. Luo Bai explained, aren't you looking to replace the arc reactor's materials? Your father might have a solution. My father? Stark responded incredulously. But he has been gone for a long time. What I mean is, your father once researched a new technology that could solve the reactor's material issue, Luo Bai clarified. New technology? My father? How come I don't even know he researched new technology? Yet you do. Stark questioned, his face filled with bewilderment. Well, I'm a wizard. Being able to foresee the future is somewhat normal for me, Luo Bai replied with a smile. While this explanation might have seemed tenuous in other contexts, it was reasonable given Luo Bai's background as a wizard. Foreseeing the future? Are all wizards that impressive? Stark remarked in shock. After a moment, Stark recalled, speaking of which, I recently encountered an organization called SHIELD. They seem to possess some of my father's belongings. I've heard that this SHIELD is also connected to my father. SHIELD, formerly known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, is a specialized agency established by the International Security Council to address various extraordinary incidents. Simply put, it was founded by the government of M-Nation to manage superhumans. Although the intention and purpose of its establishment were noble, the management by human agents, particularly spies, did not sit well with Luo Bai. He held a particular aversion to the SHIELD director, Nick Fury. While some of his actions were commendable and his intentions aimed at benefiting humanity, Luo Bai found his ideology quite unsettling. Moreover, the combat capabilities within SHIELD were considerably lacking. Such an ineffective organization could hardly manage superhumans. From what Luo Bai understood, SHIELD's upper echelons have been largely infiltrated by hostile forces, thus it was better left unspoken. Nonetheless, SHIELD could indeed assist Stark with this matter. In this situation, SHIELD can genuinely be of help, Luo Bai explained. By the way, they also want me to join some Avengers initiative, Stark added with a hint of sarcasm. Are you considering joining? Though already anticipating the answer, Luo Bai still posed the question. As expected, Stark confirmed, I have that intention. To be precise, I've already joined. They claim the Avengers initiative was created to save the Earth, which aligns perfectly with my thoughts. By the way, they also seem to want you to join. Why would they know about me? Luo Bai asked, perplexed. Stark explained, do you remember when we dealt with Obadiah together? SHIELD used their surveillance to observe that situation and became aware of your existence. They inquired about you, and I told them you were a wizard. I see, but I have no interest in joining the Avengers initiative, Luo Bai firmly declined. I suspected you would refuse, as you tend to keep a low profile. In fact, I previously declined on your behalf, but they expressed a desire to meet you and are currently waiting right outside. Would you like to meet them? Stark inquired. His words caused Luo Bai to hesitate. Deep down, he truly did not wish to meet them. However, considering Nick Fury's personality, he would undoubtedly find a way to meet him. To avoid future complications, Luo Bai believed it would be prudent to clarify matters now. Since they are here, let us invite them in, Luo Bai finally decided. Stark remained silent, merely pulling out his phone to send a text. Before long, a knock echoed from the door, and Polaris rushed to open it. The door swung open, revealing a stunningly attractive woman with short hair standing outside. Beside her stood a bald man. Indeed, yet another bald figure. However, this time, it was merely a head resembling a boiled egg. Chapter 024. Troubles arise upon recognizing the visitors as agents of SHIELD. Their identities became readily apparent. The individual with the distinctive bald head was undoubtedly Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, while the person beside him was presumably the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Both were distinguished agents of SHIELD, with Fury holding the esteemed title of King of Agents. As operatives, they had undergone extensive professional training, possessing profound insights into human nature, particularly those at Fury's level. This expertise endowed him with an air of confidence, leading him to believe he could persuade anyone. Upon entering, Fury maintained a serious demeanor as he approached the sofa and seated himself. He briefly introduced himself. "Hello, I am Nick Fury. I trust Tony has already conveyed some pertinent information to you." Since Luo Bai was reluctant to engage in lengthy discourse, he replied directly, "He did mention it, but I have no interest in the Avengers." Fury appeared unfazed, even opting not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "Tony mentioned you were a sorcerer?" "Indeed," Luo Bai nodded. Fury expressed his incredulity. "While it is difficult for me to believe in the existence of sorcerers on Earth, I cannot fathom how you made Obadiah vanish into thin air. May I inquire how many sorcerers like yourself exist on this planet?" Luo Bai furrowed his brow and replied, "That question lacks courtesy." Fury seemed to grasp this, explaining, "The majority of inhabitants on Earth are ordinary people. SHIELD's responsibility is to protect and manage the planet. Thus, I must eliminate any potential threats to Earth." "So you believe sorcerers pose a threat to Earth?" Luo Bai questioned. Fury shook his head, stating, "I am uncertain. If you truly are a sorcerer, then you possess powers beyond those of ordinary humans. Should sorcerers or superhumans ever contemplate the destruction of Earth, humanity would struggle to defend itself. When superhumans emerge, some may find it fascinating, while others will harbor concerns that their existence poses a threat." It is evident that Fury belongs to the latter group. Luo Bai understood his apprehension, but felt a twinge of discontent at being questioned. Nevertheless, he refrained from arguing further, instead offering a faint smile as he countered, "If sorcerers indeed intended to harm Earth, do you believe you could manage the situation?" "The Avengers are the solution," Fury responded earnestly. "Every member of the Avengers is committed to protecting Earth and thwarting any malevolent forces. Therefore, do you think that any superhuman unwilling to join the Avengers is a threat to Earth?" Luo Bai retorted, a knowing smile gracing his face. Fury paused for a moment before replying, "Yes." Luo Bai fell silent, and his smile gradually faded. The gravity of their exchanged gazes thickened the atmosphere, rendering it palpably tense. Sensing the discomfort, Natasha interjected, "I believe Luo Bai is not a danger to Earth, especially since he previously assisted Stark in resolving the last crisis." As a fellow agent, Natasha naturally aligned with Fury. However, Luo Bai recognized that the two were likely playing their respective roles, one as the antagonist and the other as the protagonist. From an auditory perspective, Luo Bai found Natasha's approach more palatable. "I think you possess more eloquence than he does. Why are you not the king of agents?" Luo Bai inquired. Natasha shrugged, half-jokingly replying, "Perhaps it's because he's older than I am. Experience is highly valued in our line of work." "That seems quite unfair," Luo Bai responded in jest. Their playful banter only deepened Fury's scowl. "Romanoff, mind your words and actions," Fury admonished. Natasha merely shrugged and fell silent. However, Fury sensed something amiss. "I'm the king of agents?" he asked. It was known that all information within SHIELD was classified, virtually inaccessible to the average person. Personal files of agents were among the most secretive of secrets. How could Luo Bai possibly know he held such a title? "Have you investigated me?" Fury questioned, bewildered. "You shouldn't be able to access my records." His gaze towards Luo Bai grew increasingly perplexed. Luo Bai chuckled nonchalantly. "I certainly know. I even know you were a colonel in the army during World War II, before joining SHIELD. How do you know such things?" Fury pressed, his expression turning grave. Luo Bai refrained from providing a direct answer, instead countering, "Do you genuinely believe that SHIELD is as secure and impenetrable as you think? Is it possible that SHIELD is entirely different from your perceptions?" "What do you mean?" Fury inquired, his seriousness intensifying. Luo Bai continued, "You assume you can control and plan for everything. Yet in reality, many matters have long since escaped your grasp. I do not believe you can adequately protect Earth, which is why I have no desire to join the Avengers." His words were direct, perhaps even harsh, provoking Fury's ire. Yet, Fury found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. as he recognized he had already lost this round of negotiation. Despite his extensive efforts, he had found no information on Luo Bai, while Luo Bai seemed to know him inside and out. Realizing the futility of persuading Luo Bai to join the Avengers, Fury attempted one last struggle. The Security Council will not permit the existence of a rogue superhuman, especially when there is almost no record of you globally. Have you considered how you will face the inevitable scrutiny if you refuse to join the Avengers? Fury inquired. This was not a threat, but rather a cautionary counsel. Despite Fury's considerable authority, he was still beholden to the Security Council. However, Luo Bai remained unperturbed. Did not Tony face relentless pursuit and opposition at the United Nations? Yet, did you see him care? Luo Bai remarked. Stark quickly chimed in. I do not care at all. Just treat those people as if they're talking nonsense. At this point, Fury was left speechless. Very well. I wish you good fortune. I hope you will not take offense at my words today, as my intentions are solely to ensure the safety of the Earth, Fury stated. Though some of Fury's remarks were indeed unpalatable, considering his good intentions and Luo Bai's desire to avoid entanglement with S.H.L.D., he chose not to dwell on them. I have always been quite fortunate, Luo Bai replied casually. With the necessary discussions concluded and issues nearing resolution, Fury and Natasha prepared to depart. Stark, eager to address the matter of his poisoning, also intended to leave. Just as the three were about to exit, Fury received a phone call. After answering, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Troubles have arisen. Tony, I believe we require your assistance this time. Chapter 25. The Invincible Hulk. Stark's agreement to join the Avengers does not imply his endorsement of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is merely a connection to his father. He harbors a deep-seated disdain for Nick Fury and S.H.I.L.D., and with the unresolved issue concerning Palladium, he is quite agitated. To be honest, there's never a moment of peace when you seek me out, Stark retorted coldly. He then turned to Laura, expressing his dissatisfaction. Honestly, I am not fond of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s methods either. When I was hiring a bodyguard, Natasha came to interview. I later discovered she was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to get close to me. Isn't that rather infuriating? As he spoke, he shot a glance at Nick Fury. Fury quickly countered, Tony, you should understand that we are here to assist you. Stark scoffed in response. You could have approached me directly, but this method is difficult for me to accept. Moreover, if you truly intend to help, you should be aware of my dire situation. Seemingly unwilling to prolong the argument, Fury shifted the topic. Let us not dwell on the past. We genuinely need your assistance this time. The Hulk is out of control. The Hulk. Laura furrowed her brow. After all, that name was all too familiar. The legendary Green Giant. During his absence, Banner had even joined the Avengers, and now the Hulk was uncontrollable. This was indeed troublesome. Just as he contemplated this, Stark suddenly spoke, his expression turning grave, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, where is he now? Near S.H.I.E.L.D. The situation is dire. He is causing widespread destruction. Fury explained. Stark understood the Hulk's lethality. Though he had not intended to assist, anxiety began to creep in. Let us hurry and check it out. Laura, I must leave now. He rushed to bid farewell to Laura before departing with Fury and the others. Once they were gone, Polaris couldn't help but voice her thoughts. That man, Nick Fury, has a rather unpleasant way of speaking. Indeed, Laura replied dismissively, glancing at the time. She and T realized how swiftly the hours had passed. It felt as though they had only conversed for a short while before dinner time arrived. Time has flown by. It's time to prepare dinner. Upon hearing the words prepare dinner, Polaris's expression changed instantly. She hesitated, asking, Laura, do you really intend for me to make dinner? Laura nodded affirmatively, of course. That was our agreement. Polaris forced a smile, responding, I understand. I'll make it up to you by cooking. It's just, I've never cooked before, and I fear you might find it unpalatable. Laura fell silent at this. After all, Polaris had just turned 18 and had never cooked, which was quite normal. Expecting someone who had never cooked to make a meal was indeed a bit unfair. Just as Polaris mentioned, even if she was willing, Laura might hesitate to partake. Realizing this, he quickly suggested, "Then perhaps you should buy something instead." Relieved at not having to cook, Polaris breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I'll head to a nearby supermarket to buy some food." She eagerly agreed before stepping out. Meanwhile, in the study, Laura had opened the book of Ashani and began her studies. With Stark's matter resolved, Laura's purpose in New York seemed fulfilled. However, she was not in a hurry to return to Kamar Taj, primarily because she realized her combat experience was still lacking. Merely studying magic without practical application wouldn't suffice. Learning through practice was paramount. Thus, she planned to remain in New York for a while, where opportunities for real combat were abundant. Yet, she had not anticipated that such an opportunity would arise so swiftly. While engrossed in her reading, her phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, she was surprised to see it was Stark. Hadn't he just left? Why was he calling again? Laura wondered aloud as she answered the call. As soon as the call connected, a cacophony of chaos erupted on the other end. Screams, smashing sounds, and sirens blended into a tumultuous symphony, making it sound as if Stark were in the midst of a battlefield. Before Laura could inquire further, Stark's fragmented voice broke through. "Laura, can you hear me? I need your help. Can you come over? I'll send you the location. It's urgent. I can't explain much more. The Hulk is too powerful." The line crackled with static, abruptly cutting off. Judging by Stark's call and the earlier conversation at the villa, it was easy for Laura to deduce that Stark was currently grappling with the rampaging Hulk, and the situation was dire. This conclusion and the urgent plea for assistance did not surprise Laura. After all, she understood that among all the Avengers, the Hulk's combat prowess was unparalleled. He possessed strength, speed, endurance, and regenerative abilities far beyond that of an ordinary human, with his power escalating in proportion to his anger. It was clear that Stark stood little chance of subduing the Hulk with his technology, yet he had agreed to assist Fury. A commendable display of courage. And now, faced with the overwhelming reality of the situation, he was seeking Laura's help. While Laura may not be able to defeat the Hulk in a direct confrontation, she was a sorceress. Sorcery did not rely on strength or speed, but rather on magic. Thus, she felt confident in her ability to handle the Hulk. Recognizing her need for practical experience and the urgency of the situation, Laura decided to investigate. She raised her hand and cast a portal spell, quickly arriving at the scene of the incident. Upon stepping through the portal, Laura immediately spotted a massive, rock-like green giant standing angrily in the middle of the street. Terrified pedestrians screamed and fled at the sight of such a terrifying figure. Stark, clad in his iron suit, was attempting to flank the Hulk with a counterattack. In addition to Stark, SHIELD, and the police had also deployed their forces. Cannons and bullets incessantly rained down upon the Hulk, yet to him, these attacks felt like mere tickles, inflicting no harm and only serving to fuel his fury. With a swift motion, the Hulk swung his fist at Stark, propelling him toward Laura's feet. "Hi, Tony, are you all right?" Laura greeted him. Stark raised his helmet, revealing a face marked by exhaustion and frustration. "Not at all. This guy's incredibly strong," he lamented. Chapter 26. Is this possible? At this moment, Stark was in a state of urgency. Although he had witnessed the Hulk's formidable strength, he never anticipated that dealing with him would be so challenging. His attacks were utterly ineffective against the Hulk, and despite the substantial forces dispatched by SHIELD and the police, they were still unable to subdue him. The Hulk's power was simply astonishing. Fortunately, Luo Bai arrived just in time. "Luo Bai, I am immensely grateful for your willingness to assist me. I would not trouble you if there were any other option," Stark said, struggling to rise from the ground. Luo Bai nodded in understanding. "I comprehend." As soon as he finished speaking, Stark, with a concerned expression, asked, "You should be able to handle this behemoth, right?" "Of course, otherwise, why would you have called me for help?" Luo Bai inquired. Stark quickly clarified, "I know you can teleport people away using that magic of yours. But what I mean is, can you subdue him? He is technically a member of the Avengers, but due to certain circumstances, he has lost control. The situation is quite complex, and we don't have time to discuss it in detail now. I will explain everything once we resolve this." Due to the pressing nature of the situation, Stark could not provide a complete explanation, rendering his meaning somewhat ambiguous, yet Luo Bai understood. What you mean is, as long as you can subdue him, correct? Luo Bai asked. Stark nodded yes. Do not harm him. He is fundamentally a good person. That is simple, Luo Bai replied confidently. Although Stark believed in Luo Bai's abilities, he still worried that Luo Bai might underestimate the Hulk. I know you are a powerful sorcerer, but do exercise caution. He is not easy to handle. Stark cautioned. Luo Bai remained silent and walked directly towards the Hulk. At that moment, the Hulk was under siege by the police and SHIELD agents. Numerous police cars and helicopters had nearly encircled him, and the entire street was closed off. The crowd had mostly evacuated, indicating that SHIELD aimed to contain the Hulk within this area. Despite their efforts, the bullets were still too feeble against the Hulk. On the contrary, the Hulk's strength rendered them unable to withstand his might. Helicopters were being struck down by the Hulk, leaving various debris scattered across the ground and creating craters. The situation appeared to have spiraled out of control, prompting Nick Fury, who was observing everything from a safe distance, to furrow his brow. He did not wish to harm the Hulk, yet if this continued, the Hulk would become a target for global manhunts. The Avengers were already short-staffed, and he had only just managed to persuade the Security Council to allow the Avengers to exist. What would he do if the Security Council found grounds to challenge this situation? As he pondered his dilemma, a figure emerged from within the encirclement. It was Luo Bai. How'd he get here? Nick Fury could not help but wonder. Tony must have contacted him. Their relationship seems quite amicable, Natasha speculated. Is he really going to face the Hulk without any weapons? Nick Fury exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Luo Bai would have the audacity to confront the Hulk unarmed. Natasha, equally surprised, chimed in, "This is extremely dangerous. Should I go retrieve him?" Nick Fury remained silent, deep in thought. While he was skeptical about Luo Bai's claims of being a sorcerer with magical powers, the current investigations and Stark's assessments indicated that Luo Bai possessed considerable abilities. Given this, why not allow him the chance? What if he could indeed control the Hulk? With that thought, Nick Fury quickly responded, "No, let him try. You go inform those agents to temporarily cease their attacks. We cannot afford to harm Luo Bai." Natasha nodded and proceeded to make the arrangements. Soon, she returned to continue observing alongside Nick Fury. At this moment, the Hulk had evidently noticed Luo Bai. The street being sealed off left the vicinity nearly devoid of any human presence. The armed forces were mostly hiding behind police vehicles or helicopters, engaging in combat. Suddenly, a lone figure approached, capturing the Hulk's attention. The Hulk was furious. His rage had caused his veins to bulge and clouded his judgment. He had entirely lost the capacity for rational thought. The moment he spotted Luo Bai, his bloodshot gaze locked onto him, and he lifted a car parked by the roadside. The Hulk's intentions were unmistakable. It was clear to everyone that he was about to hurl the car at Luo Bai. Under normal circumstances, upon witnessing the Hulk lift a vehicle, one would logically prepare to evade or retaliate. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Luo Bai displayed no inclination to dodge or counterattack. Instead, he continued advancing toward the Hulk. This unexpected action bewildered Natasha, who questioned, is he not planning to evade? Nick Fury, though curious, chose to remain silent and continue observing, wanted to see if Luo Bai would make a move. However, even as the Hulk threw the car at Luo Bai, he remained utterly motionless. Nick Fury was completely perplexed. What could this possibly mean? He muttered to himself. At this moment, not only was he confused, but even Stark, who shared a close bond with Luo Bai, was equally baffled. "Luo Bai, what are you doing? Use your magic," Stark shouted in desperation. Just as he finished speaking, the vehicle hurled by the Hulk soared toward Luo Bai like an arrow. It then passed by him like a shooting star. In an instant, everyone was left in shock, their minds filled with a colossal question mark. Is this possible? Silence engulfed the scene, deafening in its intensity. Even the Hulk appeared momentarily bewildered. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Nick Fury finally regained his composure and could not resist making a remark, by the way. Does the Hulk have poor eyesight? I recall him striking helicopters with remarkable precision. I never since his eyesight was this bad. Natasha could not help but respond. Stark, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Oh, for heaven's sake. Why was he so accurate when throwing at me?" If anyone dared to claim that the Hulk had poor eyesight, Stark would be the first to object. After all, during his confrontation with the Hulk, he had been struck countless times, nearly rendering his suit inoperable. How could it be that the Hulk was so inaccurate with Luo Bai? This was utterly unfair. At this moment, everyone was bewildered and even a bit astonished that the Hulk, from such a close distance, had missed his target. However, Luo Bai remained remarkably composed and entirely unfazed. His lack of evasion stemmed from a firm belief in his own luck. As a man favored by the goddess of fortune, how could he be so easily struck? With that thought, Luo Bai brushed off the dust from his clothes and continued toward the Hulk. This action seemed to incite the Hulk further. Seeing that he had failed to hit Luo Bai with the car, the Hulk let out another furious roar. Hulk. He raised his clenched fist and swung it toward Luo Bai. Chapter 027. You are a bit too fortunate in the glaring spotlight. Hulk charged forward, his clenched fist poised to strike at Luo Bai. The scene terrified everyone present. Those who had ever faced Hulk understood the sheer magnitude of his power. To put it simply, if a bus were placed before Hulk, he could effortlessly render it a wreck. When he slammed his fist into the ground, the earth itself could fracture. Such terrifying force is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. Under such circumstances, anyone witnessing Hulk's advance would instinctively prepare to retaliate or evade, aiming to avoid a direct hit. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Luo Bai appeared unfazed, standing his ground with his hands clasped behind his back. This baffling behavior left the onlookers in shock. What was he doing? Why had he placed his hands behind him? Natasha could not contain her exclamation. Even Nick Fury, standing nearby, was losing his composure. Was he really not planning to strike back? Surely he couldn't believe that Hulk's punch would miss? Previously, when Hulk had hurled a vehicle at him, Luo Bai had managed to evade it, albeit from a distance. But now, with Hulk charging directly at him, there was no way he could miss. Luo Bai's inaction at this moment was utterly perplexing, leading Nick Fury to question whether the rumors of Luo Bai's formidable strength were indeed true. Could he truly handle Hulk? Fury could not help but scoff. Natasha furrowed her brow, uncertain, yet replied, given his calm demeanor in the face of Hulk, he must possess some confidence. Hulk's prowess was evident. If Luo Bai lacked assurance, how could he dare to confront Hulk head-on? Although Fury understood this reasoning, he could not fathom why Luo Bai remained passive. Could it be that he appeared calm, but was actually paralyzed by fear? Fury pondered. His doubts were not without merit. If that were the case, would Luo Bai not be doomed? As Hulk closed the distance between them, Natasha anxiously proposed, should I intervene to save him? It was too late. Fury responded, realizing Hulk's speed rendered any attempt at rescue futile. Perhaps if Stark, clad in his suit, had flown over, there might have been hope. Yet Stark remained motionless, perhaps believing in Luo Bai's capability to deal with Hulk. Perhaps I misjudged. Luo Bai must indeed have the means to triumph over Hulk. Fury mused nervously, watching Luo Bai, who stood still and unmoving. Everyone present shared his tension, their eyes fixed on Hulk's formidable charge toward Luo Bai. They speculated what kind of technique Luo Bai would employ to counter Hulk's impending blow. However, none anticipated what would transpire next. Before Luo Bai could make a move, Hulk, mid-stride, suddenly vanished. With a thunderous crash, the ground began to collapse, and the once menacing Hulk disappeared without a trace. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Nick Fury, Natasha, Stark, Luo Bai. At that moment, it was not just the others who were bewildered. Even Luo Bai himself was taken aback. As Hulk charged toward him, he had intended to strike, readying himself to unleash a blow that would dislodge Hulk's very soul. Despite Hulk's immense strength and resilience, he possessed little resistance to magic. A single strike from Luo Bai would have likely concluded the encounter. Yet, just as he prepared to act, the ground beneath them caved in, and Hulk plummeted into the abyss without a hint of warning. Was it not a stroke of luck? The ground collapsed entirely, yet the spot where Luo Bai stood remained intact. He could only surmise that fortune had smiled upon him, originally intending to impress, even striking a pose. He found himself at the mercy of fate. With a deep sigh, Luo Bai turned to Stark, who stood with his mouth agape, clearly in shock. After what felt like an eternity, Stark finally regained his composure, his eyes wide with astonishment. Did you just cast a spell? Why did I not see you make a move? Stark assumed it was magic. Yet, the truth was that Luo Bai had not had the chance to act. Would you believe me if I said I didn't even get to use magic? Luo Bai countered. Star paused, uncertain, and asked, "Are you suggesting the ground collapse was not caused by your magic?" "No," Luo Bai replied. Stark's confusion deepened, prompting him to inquire further. "Then why did the ground suddenly cave in?" Luo Bai contemplated briefly and suggested, "Perhaps it was mere coincidence. You know, besides magic, I also possess remarkable luck." "Luck? Do you really think luck could cause the ground to collapse?" Stark questioned skeptically. "Can you explain why the ground caved in?" Luo Bai considered and replied, "Could it be that Hulk struck the ground so forcefully that the road, being poorly constructed, could not withstand his charge?" "Stark, while this explanation seems plausible, is it not a bit too coincidental?" Stark could not help but criticize. Luo Bai shrugged. "It happens. You know how luck is." Stark fell silent, and after a brief pause, muttered two words: "Impressive. Truly impressive." To be honest, he found it hard to believe. He would rather accept that Luo Bai had employed some form of magic to cause the ground to collapse than believe it was mere luck. After all, the former could somewhat be explained. Possessing superpowers is not unusual in this world. But the latter, come on, how could one believe in luck so extraordinary that it caused the ground to cave in? Such a vast area collapsing. "So you really didn't use any magic?" Stark pressed. Before Luo Bai could respond, Nick Fury and Natasha approached. As they neared, Fury, his expression darkening, admonished Tony, "Are you certain Luo Bai truly knows magic? That was far too perilous. Had the road not been of such poor quality, unable to withstand Hulk's assault. I dread to think of the consequences had Hulk's punch landed." Stark, still in disbelief, turned to Luo Bai in shock. "No, my friend, your luck is a bit too extraordinary." Chapter 028. A single strike to the soul? Are you serious? To be candid, Stark felt somewhat bewildered at this moment. He never anticipated that Luo Bai had managed to subdue the Hulk purely by chance. "Are you certain that the ground's collapse was merely an accident?" Hesitant to believe, Stark sought confirmation from Nick Fury. Taken aback by his inquiry, Fury responded with confusion, asking, "Why do you ask?" Stark, astonished, replied, "Do you not find all of this to be an extraordinary coincidence?" Fury fell silent. In truth, he had also been quite shocked when he first witnessed the scene. Just as the Hulk was about to strike Luo Bai, the ground suddenly gave way. Initially, he had entertained the notion that perhaps Luo Bai had utilized some form of ability to cause the collapse. However, he had not seen Luo Bai take any action. It was precisely for this reason that he had sent someone to investigate the situation. While SHIELD might falter in other areas, they were undeniably proficient in intelligence gathering. Soon SHIELD had unearthed evidence. "I just received the report, and it seems the quality of this road is questionable. You know, the Hulk possesses strength beyond the ordinary. Hence I deduce that the substantial collapse of the ground must be related to both the Hulk's assault and the subpar quality of the surface," Fury explained. Truth be told, Stark found it difficult to accept Fury's explanation. Yet, considering that Luo Bai had previously articulated a similar sentiment and denied employing any magic, he felt compelled to believe it. The realization was quite unsettling. He could hardly fathom that there existed someone in this world with such extraordinary luck, particularly a mage. A mage with such astonishing fortune. Can you even imagine? "Luo Bai, I must say your luck is truly astonishing." Coming back to his senses, Stark expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Fury, intrigued, inquired, "What does luck have to do with this?" Stark promptly retorted, "Do you not perceive it? Everything is far too coincidental. If not for sheer luck, do you possess any other explanation?" At that moment, both Fury and Natasha suddenly recognized the absurdity of the situation. Previously, due to the urgency, they had not given it much thought. Now, contemplating it, Luo Bai's luck seemed almost otherworldly. Just moments ago, the Hulk was on the verge of pouncing, and at that critical juncture, the ground gave way. Upon reflection, it was evident that the ground's collapse had indeed spared Luo Bai's life. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Fury could not help but exclaim, "Your luck is undeniably remarkable." Natasha, unable to resist a playful tease, remarked, "Indeed, your fortune is quite impressive. It seems Lady Luck is quite fond of you, Luo Bai." Before Luo Bai could respond, Fury continued, "Though you have indeed escaped a perilous fate, Do remember that good fortune does not last forever. Your actions were exceedingly reckless. Reckless? Luo Bai found this puzzling and couldn't help but ask, why was it dangerous? The Hulk's strength is not something an ordinary person can withstand. You were mere moments away from being struck, Fury replied. Considering that Fury's words stemmed from concern, Luo Bai calmly explained, even had the ground not collapsed, I would have been capable of controlling the Hulk. It was merely that Lady Luck acted before I did. Fury refrained from voicing any further objections, though a glimmer of skepticism lingered in his gaze. He did not doubt Luo Bai's abilities entirely, given that he had previously dealt with Obadiah. However, the Hulk was an entirely different caliber of threat. Thus, Fury found himself questioning whether Luo Bai could truly contend with the Hulk. Of course, despite his internal doubts, he refrained from articulating them. After all, the Hulk had presumably been dealt with, and there was no need to offend Luo Bai. With this thought in mind, Fury declared, well, since the matter has been resolved, let us first ensure the Hulk is. Fury intended to instruct someone to take the Hulk back to S-H-I-E-L-D. But before he could finish his sentence, a furious roar erupted. Hulk. Instantly, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. The Hulk was still conscious. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the Hulk leaped from the debris-laden pit, soaring into the air. He then plummeted towards them vertically. Goodness, that was the Hulk. Should he land a blow, one would not merely suffer injuries. They could be rendered incapacitated. Witnessing this, everyone panicked. Run, Natasha shouted, darting away in a frenzy. Stark and Fury quickly followed suit. However, Luo Bai remained rooted in place, gazing up at the Hulk with sheer elation. He had believed he would not need to intervene today, yet Lady Luck had still afforded him an opportunity for action. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he began to gather energy throughout his being. At the moment the Hulk descended before him, he raised his hand. A silent strike, embodying all the power Luo Bai had cultivated thus far, surged forth. This strike aimed directly at the very depths of the soul, causing time itself to seem to suspend around them. In stark contrast to expectations, the thunderous sound of the Hulk crashing to the ground was absent. Stark, Fury, and the others, midway through their frantic escape, sensed something amiss. They halted, turning back to find Luo Bai's palm precisely striking the Hulk's chest. With the impact of this strike, the Hulk's very soul was expelled from his body. In that instant, all present were left in utter astonishment. No way. You are serious. This strike truly dislodged the soul. Is this a tangible phenomenon? Typically, ordinary individuals cannot perceive the soul. Yet, as a mage, it is rather simple to make the unseen visible to the ordinary eye. To substantiate his claim of having subdued the Hulk, Luo Bai employed a touch of magic in conjunction with the strike. This revealed the Hulk's soul, fully exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. Well, this should serve as a definitive resolution. As everyone stood in bewilderment, Luo Bai casually clapped his hands and remarked, there we go. This statement snapped everyone back to reality. Stark was the first to voice his disbelief, asking, am I mistaken? Luo Bai is that the soul of the Green Giant? Stark pointed at the bewildered, floating Banner, who appeared utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 29. Please, can someone take care of me first? Banner is the true name of the Hulk, or rather, the conscious identity of the Hulk. Before transforming into the Hulk, Banner was merely a renowned physicist. In an unfortunate incident during an experiment, he was inadvertently exposed to a massive dose of radiation from a gamma bomb he had created, leading to a profound physical transformation. Thus, the Hulk came into existence, and it can be interpreted that the radiation gave rise to an alternate persona within Banner, Hulk. Essentially, the soul residing within the Hulk is still Banner himself. The soul that was extracted by Luo Bai is, in fact, the conscious Banner. At that moment, the disembodied Banner seemed utterly bewildered. Wait, what just happened? Am I ascending? What on earth is going on? Can someone explain this to me? As he gazed at his ethereal form floating in midair, Banner could not suppress his inquiries. Yet, he was not alone in his confusion. Everyone present, apart from Luo Bai, was equally perplexed. They too were eager to understand this bizarre phenomenon. They had witnessed Luo Bai strike Hulk, and yet, how had Hulk transformed into a soul? The group stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Stark broke the silence. Luo Bai, could you elucidate what exactly just transpired? Stark inquired, his expression betraying his astonishment. Luo Bai, however, remained composed and nonchalantly replied, clearly, this is magic. Stark was well aware that it was indeed magic. He had previously witnessed Luo Bai wielding magical powers. Yet the circumstances were entirely different. In the past, Luo Bai had employed teleportation magic, which did not allow Stark to perceive a direct contrast in their combat abilities. But now, Stark had witnessed a stark difference and felt profoundly shaken. Though I have seen you use magic before, you must understand I have never truly encountered firsthand, mostly only on television. I had assumed that wizards would wield abilities akin to divination or curses. But this, Stark began to critique, but fell silent midway. After all, he realized that he had spoken too much and displayed his ignorance. Shifting the subject, Stark asked, are all wizards as powerful as you? I mean, are there any wizards even stronger than you? Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. The certainty of Luo Bai's response left Stark in silence. After a brief pause, he remarked, honestly, Nick Fury, I suddenly find myself able to comprehend your perspective. Stark deeply trusted Luo Bai's character. Having faced life and death situations together, he was convinced that Luo Bai would always stand on the side of justice. However, Stark was also aware that Luo Bai was not the only wizard in the world. Nick Fury had been emphasizing the potential threat posed by malevolent wizards, and initially, Stark had dismissed this notion. But now, after witnessing Luo Bai's formidable powers, Stark felt a sense of dread. Goodness, if all wizards were like Luo Bai, how could humanity possibly survive? Stark pondered, unable to contain his thoughts. Truly, if every wizard possessed such overwhelming abilities as you, I cannot fathom how perilous humanity's situation would be, Luo Bai. Stark harbored no malice, and Luo Bai understood this well. When confronted with entities of immense power, humans instinctively feel fear, a sentiment that Luo Bai acknowledged. Thus, he reassured Stark, do not worry. The majority of wizards are committed to protecting the Earth and humanity. Hearing this, Stark sighed with relief. That is indeed wonderful. He could not imagine the chaos that would ensue should wizards choose to oppose humanity. Fortunately, wizards were not enemies of mankind. Just as Stark was finding solace in this thought, Luo Bai interjected, however, not all wizards are inclined to protect the Earth and humanity. There are wizards of both benevolence and malevolence. What? Malevolent wizards? Goodness, does that not place us in a dire predicament? Stark could not help but inquire. Not necessarily. With the presence of the Supreme Wizard, no evil wizard would dare to attack Earth recklessly, Luo Bai responded. The Supreme Wizard? What does that title entail? Stark asked, intrigued by this unfamiliar designation. The most powerful wizard on Earth, referred to as the Supreme Wizard by other wizards, Luo Bai explained. So, the Supreme Wizard will protect the Earth? Stark pressed on. Luo Bai nodded, stating, every Supreme Wizard has the duty to safeguard the Earth. Thank heavens, Stark exclaimed appreciatively. It is fortunate that the most powerful wizard is not a villain. Otherwise, what would we do? Nick Fury, who had been silently listening, was also taken aback by their conversation. Although he had remained quiet, his expression revealed his shock and trepidation. Internally, he was cursing profusely. Oh hell, wizards, magic. There are indeed wizards on Earth, and they possess magic. No one ever mentioned that Earth was this perilous. Is this even scientific? This defies all logic. While Nick Fury's mind raced with incredulous thoughts, he maintained an outward facade of composure. Once he sensed that Luo Bai and Stark had exchanged sufficient dialogue, he timidly interjected. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Luo Bai responded with an impassive demeanor. What do you wish to inquire? Are there many wizards on Earth? Nick Fury asked. Luo Bai did not answer directly, but instead smiled and retorted. The fact that you are asking this question indicates that you have come to accept the existence of wizards on Earth. Nick Fury felt a bit embarrassed, especially since he had consistently expressed skepticism regarding wizards. Now, faced with this undeniable reality, he could only respond awkwardly. This is quite astonishing. It has completely shattered my understanding. I do not want to believe it, yet your recent actions compel me to acknowledge it. Luo Bai chuckled and continued, Nick Fury, you have always believed that you could control everything. Now, do you believe you can manage wizards? Nick Fury fell silent. He recognized that Luo Bai was countering his previous arrogance. Indeed, as an ordinary human, possessing only slightly above average abilities, how could he assert that he could manage wizards? Observing his silence, Stark expressed sympathy, saying, "Honestly, Nick Fury, I admire your courage. I never expected you to provoke a wizard." Nick Fury remained even more silent, inwardly lamenting. Who could have guessed that Luo Bai was actually a wizard? Despite Stark's quips about Nick Fury, he too harbored a genuine curiosity about wizards. "Actually, I've been meaning to ask you about wizards. It's just that you left for a while, and I've been preoccupied with my own uncertainties. So I hadn't had the chance to inquire. Now that the opportunity presents itself, I would like to know, are there many wizards on Earth?" Stark posed a question. Luo Bai calmly replied, "Not many. One must possess a certain talent to learn magic, and individuals with high magical aptitude are quite rare. How about individuals like yourself? Are there many who have achieved your level of skill?" Stark inquired further. Luo Bai pondered for a moment and honestly responded, "Not many. In the realm of magic, the greater the talent, the more one learns. You know, I've always been fortunate, thus my talent is quite high, allowing me to learn at a pace far surpassing that of the average person." "Fortunate?" Stark queried, puzzled. "What does luck have to do with magical aptitude?" "Of course it does. A magical prodigy like myself, possessing a once-in-a-millennium talent, would require a stroke of luck to achieve such mastery," Luo Bai asserted. Stark furrowed his brow and remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that you are subtly praising yourself." "That is certainly not the case. I speak only the truth," replied Luo Bai. "Well then, how long have you been studying magic?" Stark inquired. "I can't quite recall. Perhaps half a month or a month," Luo Bai contemplated before answering. "Half a month." Stark, having never delved into the arcane arts himself, found it incomprehensible that one could attain Luo Bai's level of proficiency in such a brief span of time. He frowned and could not help but ask, is it truly possible to learn so much in just half a month? Is magic so easily mastered? Fortunately, his question did not reach the ears of the other sorcerers from Kamartaj. Otherwise, most would likely have fallen into a profound silence. Naturally, Luo Bai offered no further explanation, as he deemed it unnecessary. In the midst of their silence, a faint voice floated over. "Excuse me, could you please spare me a glance? Might you attend to me first? My soul is still wandering outside." Chapter 030. Nick Fury. Why did I provoke him? Banner felt somewhat helpless. Why had these individuals forgotten about him amidst their discussions? It was only after his gentle reminder that they finally acknowledged his presence. "Dr. Banner, I sincerely apologize for overlooking you. However, you must understand, we just encountered something quite extraordinary," Stark quickly interjected. Banner nodded, venting his frustration. "Of course I know. Am I not the very person involved? Are you feeling all right now? Have you experienced any discomfort after being out of your body for so long?" Stark continued to inquire. Banner responded earnestly. "Actually, I feel no particular discomfort. I merely find myself feeling a bit frightened. Could you please return me to my body? Are you certain that if we return you, Hulk won't make an appearance?" Stark asked once more. After a moment's contemplation, Banner replied seriously, "I believe it is highly unlikely he will reappear, as this is simply too terrifying." Following their brief exchange, Stark introduced Dr. Banner to Luo Bai. "Luo Bai, as you can see, the individual residing within the Hulk is none other than Dr. Banner. The situation is rather complex, so allow me to provide a brief explanation." Stark proceeded to elucidate the circumstances, detailing that during Luo Bai's return to Kamartaj, SHALD had discovered Dr. Banner, who had been mutated by gamma radiation in Brazil. Given SHIELD's shortage of personnel, Stark had gone to invite him. Thus, Dr. Banner had joined the Avengers in the guise of the Hulk. In truth, Dr. Banner is a world-renowned physicist, a genius with a doctorate in nuclear physics. Before his transformation into the Hulk, he was remarkably affable and gentle. However, once he became the Hulk, he became uncontrollable, as previously witnessed, Stark explained. Luo Bai, well-versed in the narrative, did not pursue further inquiries, but merely greeted Dr. Banner. "Hello, Dr. Banner." At that moment, Dr. Banner appeared somewhat panicked, glancing at Luo Bai with an air of apprehension. Concerned that Luo Bai might strike again, he hastily apologized. "I am truly sorry for the trouble I have caused." I have been communicating effectively with Hulk and trying to manage my emotions. However, I cannot explain why he suddenly emerged today. I am very sorry. Before Luo Bai could respond, Nick Fury interjected with a serious demeanor. Dr. Banner, you promised me that you would control the emergence of Hulk. If it were not for SHIELD's timely discovery and evacuation of civilians, the consequences would have been dire. Dr. Banner spoke with remorse. I am truly sorry. Though it appeared that the emergence of Hulk was indeed Dr. Banner's fault, Luo Bai held a differing opinion. He chuckled softly, interrupting their dialogue. Nick Fury, I do not believe the fault lies with Dr. Banner this time. Nick Fury was taken aback. Previously, he might have debated with Luo Bai, but after witnessing his prowess, his tone had softened considerably. Why do you believe this? Fury asked, puzzled. Luo Bai smiled and replied, Stark just informed me that Dr. Banner had planned to retreat into seclusion upon realizing his situation. It was you who sought him out in Brazil to join SHIELD. Moreover, prior to that, you were aware that Dr. Banner could not fully control Hulk. Given that you understood the entire situation, you should have had contingency measures in place. His escape from SHIELD indicates a failure in your security protocols, does it not? This cannot be solely attributed to Dr. Banner. Luo Bai's argument was sound, leaving Nick Fury momentarily speechless. It seemed indeed true. Had Dr. Banner remained in solitude, even in his Hulk form, no one would have been harmed, nor would there have been such economic repercussions. However, SHIELD had invited him to New York and integrated him into the Avengers. As he was brought in by SHIELD, they should bear the full responsibility. Nick Fury's expression turned awkward. Very well, I concede. This is indeed a failure on SHIELD's part. I apologize, Dr. Banner. He sighed, a rare apology escaping his lips. Before Dr. Banner could respond, Luo Bai continued, Shouldn't you express gratitude towards me? Nick Fury paused momentarily, quickly grasping Luo Bai's implication. Indeed, you aided SHIELD and the Avengers in resolving this crisis. On behalf of SHIELD and all its members, I extend my heartfelt thanks. However, Luo Bai frowned, unsatisfied. Is that all? Nick Fury replied. Luo Bai understood what he meant, but was somewhat taken aback. Did you not say that the duty of a sorcerer is to protect the earth? Is there a need for compensation? Luo Bai, unable to contain himself, retorted, Sorcerers are also human and have living expenses. Why should I not desire money? Before joining Kamar Taj, Luo Bai had thought sorcerers were above such needs. However, he later discovered that sorcerers, too, required funds, albeit through means that differ from those of ordinary individuals. Naturally, this was a concept that might elude common understanding. I assumed sorcerers could conjure money, Nick Fury remarked. Luo Bai chuckled, replying, of course. Sorcerers could even empty the banks of New York. Would you wish to see such a scenario? Certainly not, Nick Fury responded. Though both men were jesting, he began to grasp Luo Bai's point. With a sigh, Nick Fury said, I will arrange for someone to deliver the payment to you. Now, Dr. Banner, can you return his soul to his body? Certainly, Luo Bai affirmed. With a mere gesture, Dr. Banner's soul returned to his body. As his essence restored, Dr. Banner reappeared in his usual form. My goodness, friends, I have returned to life. Dr. Banner exclaimed with excitement, marveling at his restored state. Yet, Nick Fury found little joy in the moment. Truth be told, he was the one suffering the most from this incident. The damage to public facilities caused by Hulk required SHIELD to allocate funds for repairs, a substantial sum. Moreover, he still needed to compensate Luo Bai. Would SHIELD's budget suffice? At that moment, Nick Fury began to regret his previous actions. Why had he provoked Luo Bai? Alas. Chapter 031 caught the eye of Natasha. To be candid, Nick Fury seems to be facing a considerable loss, potentially jeopardizing his entire savings. The name of SHIELD carries an air of significance, as if it were a pivotal institution. However, in reality, this organization is far from being in favor with the government, especially since the establishment of the Avengers, which has sparked dissent among the higher-ups. Nick Fury has persevered under immense pressure, employing his silver tongue to finally set the Avengers initiative in motion. Yet, to his dismay, he is confronted with such a substantial issue right from the outset. The costs of road repairs and the remuneration for Luo Bai weigh heavily on his mind, causing his heart to bleed at the thought of S.H.L.D. suddenly having to disburse such a large sum. It is evident that the higher-ups would not reimburse him. He seems left with no option but to sell weapons. Alternatively, he could consider borrowing money from Stark. The mere thought of this gives Nick Fury a throbbing headache. "I must take my leave," Fury stated grimly. After uttering these words, he departed without a backward glance, fearing that lingering any longer would result in him incurring further financial losses. Once Fury had gotten into his vehicle, Natasha could no longer contain her astonishment. "Luo Bai, you are quite intriguing. After working alongside Nick Fury for so long, this is the first time I've witnessed him so flustered. As the king of spies, Nick Fury usually renders others speechless while reaping all the benefits for himself. It is surprising to see him at such a disadvantage with Luo Bai." Reflecting on this, Natasha continued, "You may not be aware, but throughout Nick Fury's espionage career, he has rarely encountered setbacks. Typically, he is the one who benefits at the expense of others. Yet you have managed to extract compensation from him. I have high hopes for you." Noticing her enthusiasm, Luo Bai couldn't help but tease, "You seem rather pleased?" "Of course. Which employee wishes to see their boss content?" Natasha replied, "As an agent of S.H.I.L.D., and with Nick Fury as the director, it is fair to say he is her immediate superior. And it is no exaggeration. No worker relishes their boss's company, and Natasha is no exception. Witnessing her boss's dissatisfaction brings her joy." At that moment, Natasha's smile radiated brilliantly. However, her comments prompted Stark to realize something amiss. "Wait a moment. Did Nick Fury not offer me any remuneration either? He invited me to join the Avengers. Logically, he should provide me with some compensation." Stark muttered, although he is not in dire need of money and tends to be indifferent towards it. Luo Bai's reminder made him aware of the incongruity. After all, it was Nick Fury who extended the invitation to join the Avengers. Not only had he received no benefits, but he was also tirelessly running errands for Fury. While he pondered this, Luo Bai interjected, "Since it was Nick Fury who invited you to join the Avengers, he is indeed obligated to provide you with compensation." Stark was left speechless and couldn't help but remark, "Honestly, not only did I receive no remuneration, but I even supplied weapons to S.H.I.L.D. If you're concerned about this, you might want to discuss it with him. While you may not be in need of money, you could request something else." Stark shrugged, "I should indeed have a word with Nick Fury. He still owes me my father's belongings, and my palladium poisoning issue remains unresolved." He then turned to Natasha and inquired, "Are you heading to S.H.I.L.D.? Take me with you." Natasha nodded in response, "Of course. I need to bring Dr. Banner back." With matters resolved, Natasha and the others prepared to leave, while Luo Bai intended to return and continue his studies in magic. Just as they were about to part ways, Natasha unexpectedly invited Luo Bai. "It was a pleasure meeting you, Luo Bai. If you're free later, perhaps we could share a cup of coffee." Luo Bai, without much thought, casually replied, "We'll see about that later." He then opened a portal and returned to the villa. Upon arriving back at the villa, Luo Bai discovered that Polaris had returned from the supermarket. She was seated on the sofa, watching television and enjoying a hamburger. Spotting Luo Bai, she quickly stood up and said, "Luo Bai the mage, you're back. I brought you dinner." Polaris gestured toward the food on the coffee table. "Wonderful. Fried chicken and hamburgers. Is this all you bought?" Luo Bai asked, furrowing his brow. "There's also milk, bread, and some frozen foods in the fridge," Polaris explained. Luo Bai fell silent. Observing his quietness, Polaris eagerly asked, "Luo Bai the mage, are you not going to eat this? I can make you pasta or a salad." "Oh, right. Would you like pizza?" Luo Bai remained even more silent. Although he had no objection to fried chicken, hamburgers, and pasta, it seemed that Polaris intended for these to be their meals for the next few months. Realizing this, Luo Bai couldn't help but inquire, "You aren't planning to have me eat these for the next few months, are you? Is there a problem?" Polaris asked cautiously. Luo Bai sighed. How could he forget that this was New York? Eating such food seemed normal, but I can't sustain myself on these for months. I need rice. If you can't prepare it, you could also buy some from a restaurant. Rice. But, Luo Bai the mage, I don't have that much money. Polaris answered honestly. Luo Bai. He had indeed forgotten that this was America. The prices for the items he mentioned were indeed exorbitant. And without some financial means, they would struggle. People were generally unwilling to hire mutant individuals, especially with him being a wanted fugitive. If the Mutant Association discovered him, he could very well be apprehended. As he pondered this, Polaris lamented, "Where did you get money while you were on the run?" "I earned a bit through some channels with my friends." "Well, not exactly legal channels, but we had to survive. However, the Mutant Association has been actively searching for us lately, so we've been cautious," Polaris replied. All right, Luo Bai sighed. Although he had previously told Polaris to manage her own meals, she had indeed resolved the issue. It was just that he found it difficult to adapt to such food. To ensure his stomach would be more comfortable in the future, Luo Bai conceded, "I'll cover the cost of meals from now on, but only for my share. You will have to cover yours. After all, having her act as a housekeeper is punishment, and I can't provide her with food and lodging 3 times a day." Polaris had no objections and readily nodded in agreement. "All right. The money is in the box Natasha brought. You can take it yourself in the future." Chapter 32. Is this magic basic? While indulging in a hamburger, Polaris sighed, her expression revealing her helplessness. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Bai engaged her in brief conversation. "What are your plans after 3 months? Will you continue hiding?" he inquired, taking a bite of his burger. Polaris understood the implication of his words. Although it seemed rather unfair for Luo Bai to have her working without compensation, in a sense, he had indeed aided her. After all, she currently had a place to stay, but once their agreement ended in 3 months, she would be left homeless. Reflecting on this, Polaris responded, "My identity leaves me no other choice." Luo Bai shook his head and analyzed earnestly. "That is not entirely true. You could go to Professor X. Being part of the X-Men is certainly better than living in hiding." Polaris promptly rejected the idea. "I will not return to Professor X. The Mutant Association has killed many of my friends. I cannot serve them any longer." The Mutant Association, ostensibly established by high-ranking government officials to control mutants, was, in essence, collaborating with the government just like the X-Men. Thus, Polaris was unwilling to go back. Moreover, when this topic arose, her emotions became exceptionally agitated. When she was upset, metal objects in the villa began to stir in response to her emotional fluctuations. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling swayed dangerously, as if it might fall at any moment. Noticing the situation, Luo Bai half-jokingly reminded her, "If anything in the house gets damaged, you'll have to compensate." Upon hearing the word compensate, Polaris' expression cleared instantly. She was utterly broke. How could she afford to pay for anything? The room fell silent. Polaris's emotions stabilized significantly. Seeing her regain composure, Luo Bai continued, "So, do you plan to confront the Mutant Association in the future?" Polaris nodded, her gaze resolute. "Yes, although I currently lack the strength to fight them. I will strive to become stronger. One day, I will help mutants reclaim their societal standing, at least to be treated equally without discrimination." With that, she fiercely bit into her hamburger. Luo Bai remained silent, yet he pondered deeply. Indeed, even though he had met Polaris earlier than expected, her character was unchanging. Deep down, Polaris possessed a leader's spirit, unwilling to be oppressed, and thus she would inevitably follow the path laid out for her in the story and grow rapidly. However, one must admit that the actions of the Mutant Association were indeed excessive. If they merely sought to control mutants, such resistance would not have arisen. The primary issue was that the Mutant Association did not regard mutants as human beings. Under immense pressure, there would inevitably be resistance. This adage held true at all times. "Why are you asking me these things?" Polaris suddenly inquired, breaking his train of thought. She was curious as to why Luo Bai was posing these questions, as they seemed unrelated to him or her work as a housekeeper. "I was just asking casually," Luo Bai replied while munching on his hamburger. It was merely a mealtime chat, yet Polaris appeared to misunderstand. "Luo Bai, are you concerned about my future?" she asked suddenly. Her question caught him off guard. Before he could respond, Polaris continued, "I'm surprised. I always thought you were rather serious. I didn't expect you to care about me." Luo Bai actually wanted to say that he was merely making casual inquiries. However, considering that such a response would be rather blunt, he opted to jest. Am I really that serious? Polaris smiled faintly. You weren't very approachable when you thought I was a thief. Circumstances were different. Who would be amiable towards a thief? Luo Bai retorted. That's true. Polaris nodded in agreement. Just then, a breaking news segment interrupted their conversation. Breaking news. A green giant has appeared on the streets of New York today. Special forces promptly evacuated the crowd. Ultimately, the green giant was subdued by a mysterious man. The newscaster announced. News was a daily occurrence, and at her age, Polaris wasn't particularly fond of watching it. However, the figure that appeared on the screen quickly captured her attention. On the television, aside from the Hulk, a young man stood out prominently. Questioning her own eyes, Polaris pointed at the screen and asked, Luo Bai, is that you on TV? Luo Bai, still chewing on his hamburger, turned to the television. To his astonishment, it was indeed him. I can't believe I got caught on camera, he murmured. Hearing this, Polaris confirmed. So while I was at the supermarket, you were out saving the world? Her brow furrowed in disbelief. She had wondered why she hadn't seen Luo Bai when she returned. It turned out he had been dealing with the Hulk. Saving the world is a bit of an exaggeration. It was just a minor inconvenience, Luo Bai explained. No sooner had he spoken than the television showed footage of him extracting the Hulk's soul with a single strike. Polaris's eyes widened in astonishment. OMG, this is a news channel. They must not have added any special effects, right? You extracted the soul with one blow. Polaris exclaimed in disbelief. Despite her astonishment, Luo Bai remained remarkably composed. It's merely a basic control spell. For someone without magical resistance, it's quite easy to accomplish. Basic magic. Is it really that simple? Polaris responded, her voice tinged with trepidation. Thank goodness you thought I was a thief back then. I can't imagine surviving if you had used that spell on me. Luo Bai didn't elaborate further. Explaining such matters to someone unfamiliar with magic could be quite cumbersome. Instead, he contemplated the news report, surprised that his confrontation with the Hulk had garnered public attention. Would this lead to his newfound fame? As he pondered this, Luo Bai opened his phone and was indeed met with a flurry of online discussions about him. Some labeled him as a superhuman, while others referred to him as a wizard. In any case, he had become popular, amassing a new group of admirers who had dubbed him the Soul Mage. Soul Mage. This title sounds less appealing than Supreme Mage. He mused while reading the comments. Polaris, perplexed, asked, What's this Soul Mage and Supreme Mage about? Nothing, Luo Bai replied nonchalantly, his mind racing. Gaining notoriety could be a double-edged sword. After all, many powerful wizards existed on Earth, and such attention might attract unwanted scrutiny. He needed to enhance his abilities swiftly. With that thought, Luo Bai finished his hamburger and stood up, saying, I'm heading to the study. If someone comes by with deliveries later, Lona, please remember to receive them. Chapter 033, Time Magic, Altering Time. Luo Bai returned to his study and resumed his study of the book of the Emperor of Veshin. Although he had hardly employed magic in his confrontation with Hulk, as dealing with these superhuman mages lacking magical resistance greatly favored him, he nonetheless garnered some benefits. At the very least, his practical experience and magical energy saw a slight enhancement. While not monumental, it proved useful. During the subsequent phases of his magical studies, Luo Bai absorbed knowledge rapidly and developed a more profound understanding. After an entire night of diligent study, he had thoroughly comprehended all the contents of the book of the Emperor of Veshin and commenced his studies on the Compendium of Time. Though he had previously utilized the Time Gem, he had never systematically learned how to wield its full power. It was time for him to refine his skills. The Compendium of Time, despite its title suggesting a study of temporal science, was essentially a tome dedicated to teaching one how to master time through magic. This book encapsulated the insights of supreme mages throughout history regarding time magic, covering fundamental concepts of time, the influence of time on the universe and multiverse, foundational theories of time, and various time-related spells. Though the book appeared to contain an abundance of content, it could be simply summarized as an analysis of the time gem. Most supreme mages are unable to independently control time. They must harness the power contained within the time gem. Through this artifact, mages can learn spells associated with time. The time magic documented in the book includes time acceleration, time reversal, future prediction, time stasis, and more. The opening page of the book prominently states, "The time gem harbors boundless power, and no one can fully comprehend it." The implication is clear. While all supreme mages have utilized the time gem, none have ever fully grasped the energy and profound meanings it encompasses. Thus, those wielding the time gem can analyze the energies contained within it based on their understanding. After perusing the theoretical analysis and foundational introduction to the time gem, Luo Bai activated the Eye of Agamotto and began to manipulate the time gem. As he focused his attention, a green radiance illuminated his hand. This verdant glow represented the temporal power within the time gem. He casually retrieved a chair from the room and commenced his experiments. A clockwise motion of his hand invoked time acceleration, revealing the chair's future form. Conversely, a counterclockwise motion induced time regression, reverting the chair to its original state, or even to a prior appearance. As he was still inexperienced in mastering the power of time, he occasionally faltered, remaining oblivious to the persistent knocking at the door. Meanwhile, Polaris had been knocking for a full minute outside. Although she could hear commotion within, the prolonged wait without a response from Luo Bai left her perplexed. Why is he inside but not opening the door? Polaris murmured to herself. She attempted to jiggle the doorknob, only to discover it was unlocked, and the door swung open. Yet before she could survey the room, a flash of green light surged forth. In that instant, a miniature version of Polaris appeared before Luo Bai. Indeed, due to Polaris's sudden emergence, Luo Bai, entirely unaware, had inadvertently transformed her into a child while practicing time magic. Although young Polaris was rather adorable, the fact remained that with her transformation into childhood, who would assume the role of her caretaker? Unable to restrain himself, Luo Bai inquired, "What brings you here? Did I not tell you to refrain from coming upstairs unless there was an exceptional circumstance?" Little Polaris gazed up with wide, innocent eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend his words, and asked, "Big brother, what are you saying? Where's this place?" Upon hearing her response, Luo Bai recalled the book's explanation. If one employs time magic to alter a person's temporal state, such as reverting them to the past, their memories would similarly remain anchored in that bygone time. In essence, he had inadvertently reverted Polaris to her childhood. Thus her memories were confined to that period. This indicated that she possessed no recollection of prior events. Luo Bai attempted to utilize time magic to restore Polaris to her current form, but his lack of proficiency resulted in numerous failed attempts. Conversely, his peculiar actions bewildered young Polaris. "Big brother, what are you doing? What does that gesture mean?" she inquired, her wide, innocent eyes fixed upon him. Luo Bai fell silent. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to temporarily abandon his efforts. He decided to practice further, intending to restore Polaris' temporal state once he had mastered time magic. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai patiently explained, "Lona, this is Big Brother's room. You're currently staying with me. Why not go downstairs and play? Once I finish my work, I will join you." Young Polaris, seemingly obedient, nodded and replied, "Okay, Big Brother," after which she descended the stairs. However, it was not long before she ascended once more. "Big Brother, there's a big sister downstairs looking for you. She insists on seeing you," young Polaris announced. "She insists on seeing me?" Luo Bai paused his actions and made his way downstairs. Upon his arrival, he discovered Natasha seated on the sofa, a silver box resting on the coffee table. The exterior resembled that of a money case often seen in television dramas, leading Luo Bai to speculate that she had come to deliver a monetary reward. Indeed, the next moment, Natasha spoke. "This is the payment Nick Fury promised you, 30,000 in total. Would you like to count it?" "No need," Luo Bai replied, curiosity piquing as he continued. "You can hand the box to Lona. Did you specifically summon me for something else?" Natasha smiled and replied, "She mentioned the same. But I insisted you come to collect it yourself. After all, you promised to have coffee with me, did you not?" At that moment, Luo Bai finally grasped why Polaris had suddenly sought him out in the study. It was due to Natasha. Although Natasha had indeed invited him for coffee, he had thought little of it at the time, assuming it to be a jest. "I thought you were joking. Besides, I never actually agreed. I merely said I would consider it," Luo Bai explained. Natasha smiled, but did not press the matter further. Her curiosity led her to inquire, "I never expected you to have a daughter at such a young age." With that, She directed her gaze toward young Polaris. Luo Bai recognized her misunderstanding and clarified. She's not my daughter. Then who is she? Natasha asked, perplexed. Luo Bai found himself at a loss for words and could only say, it's a complicated situation. In short, she is Lona. This little girl is Polaris. Natasha was utterly bewildered, furrowing her brow as she stated, I do not comprehend what you mean. Luo Bai refrained from elaborating further, but a sudden thought crossed his mind. With Lona now in the form of a child needing care and his own desire for tranquility, Natasha's presence was fortuitous. Thus, an idea began to take shape in his mind. He smiled and asked Natasha, did you come to invite me for coffee today? Not entirely. There are some other matters. Natasha replied. Luo Bai promptly interrupted her. We can discuss those matters later. I have something to attend to now. If you wish to invite me for coffee, could you kindly look after Lona for a while? Once I am finished, I will join you for coffee. Natasha fell silent. After a moment, she inquired, how long will you need? I'm uncertain. Approximately an hour or perhaps longer, Luo Bai elucidated. Natasha pondered for a brief while, lost in her thoughts, and after some time, she smiled and consented. Very well. Given your youth, I presume you lack experience in caring for children, so I shall assist you. However, do remember our agreement once you have completed your tasks. Of course, Luo Bai replied with a smile, before ascending the stairs to continue his magical practice. He immersed himself in his studies for the entirety of the day. Little did Natasha realize, she had unwittingly become Luo Bai's caretaker for the whole day. Chapter 034. Is this the power of a mage? Luo Bai had been engrossed in his studies from dawn until dusk, finally emerging from the study in the early hours of the morning. As he descended the stairs, he heard Natasha's exasperated voice. It has been a full 17 hours since I last saw you. What on earth have you been doing in the study all this time? Luo Bai did not respond, but inquired, you haven't left? Have you been taking care of Luana the entire time? Of course. Natasha replied. I was waiting for you to accompany me for coffee. But at this point, I feel more like a nanny. She gestured toward Lona, who was sound asleep on the couch, clearly indicating that she had spent the entire day looking after the child. Luo Bai felt a pang of guilt and quickly apologized. I lost track of time while practicing magic. I'm sorry. The downside of learning magic is that one tends to become so absorbed that time slips away. In reality, he had already mastered the control of the time stone's energy. However, the allure of time magic had captivated him, leading him to continue his studies. It was only when he recalled the matter of Polaris that he decided to come downstairs, assuming Natasha had long since departed. After all, as a S-H-I-E-L-D agent, she was typically quite busy with missions. To his surprise, Natasha remained, prompting his curiosity. Don't you have any missions today? Why have you spent the entire day at my house? Missions? My task today is simply to enjoy coffee with you, Natasha replied with a hint of jest. It must be noted that Natasha's temperament was rather pleasant. Despite having inadvertently made her wait all day, she seemed unfazed. In truth, Luo Bai suspected that she was sent by Nick Fury to persuade him to join the Avengers. Nevertheless, considering he had indeed agreed to meet her, he exhaled. I wonder if there is still coffee available at this hour. There is certainly none left, but you haven't eaten all day. Shall we go grab a bite together? Natasha proposed. All right, but you'll have to wait for me a moment, Luo Bai replied. Don't tell me I'm going to have to wait another day, Natasha teased. Although her tone suggested humor, she genuinely worried about Luo Bai's tendency to make others wait. Not all. I'll be quick, Luo Bai assured her with a smile. He then raised his hand and cast a time acceleration spell on Polaris. A small, green magic circle illuminated in his palm. As his hand twirled, Polaris, who had only appeared as a child on the couch, began to grow rapidly. It was not until she reverted to her original form that Luo Bai ceased his incantation. Witnessing this transformation, Natasha's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment that could not merely be described as shock. All right, we can go now, Luo Bai stated calmly. His words snapped Natasha back to reality, and the next moment, her incredulous exclamation echoed throughout the living room. OMG. Did I just see that right? You turn a little girl into Lona? Luo Bai shook his head, correcting her. She didn't turn into Lona. She was Lona all along. But why did Lona appear as child? Natasha pressed further. This morning, when I was practicing magic, she barged into the study, and I didn't notice. And she ended up like this, Luo Bai explained. This morning, Natasha paused, suddenly recollecting. No wonder Lana had disappeared after going upstairs, only for a little girl to come down. So, she had been transformed. What kind of magic is this? It's utterly incredible, Natasha inquired in astonishment. Even though she had witnessed Luo Bai's prowess before, she was still taken aback. It was hardly surprising for anyone to be astonished by magic, perhaps overwhelmed by her amazement. Before Luo Bai could respond, she continued, "Were you using a time control spell just now? So mages can manipulate time at will? May I ask what else is beyond your capabilities?" Natasha bombarded him with questions. Generally, as an agent, she maintained a calm and stable demeanor. But today, she was genuinely beside herself with excitement, her voice loud enough to rouse Polaris from her slumber. As Polaris opened her eyes, she found Luo Bai and Natasha standing before her, bewildered. She quickly sat up on the couch and asked in confusion, "How did I fall asleep?" Luo Bai answered calmly, "You would have to ask Natasha. She has been looking after you all day." "She took care of me all day?" Polaris was taken aback, her expression growing increasingly perplexed. "I feel like I suddenly have a lot of memories. I came here when I was 10, and Natasha looked after me for an entire day." Luo Bai noted that accelerating time did not alter Polaris's original memories, so she still retained everything she experienced. However, since she had just awakened, her recollections were not yet fully formed. Luo Bai reminded her, "That memory isn't from when you were 10. To put it simply, you barged into the study this morning while I was practicing magic and inadvertently got caught up in it, which caused you to revert to your 10-year-old self." With Luo Bai's reminder, Polaris recalled everything vividly. "Yes, that's exactly it," she exclaimed. "Natasha came to find you, saying she had to see you. That is why I went to the study to look for you. I didn't mean to go upstairs." Polaris was now somewhat anxious, remembering that Luo Bai had previously advised against going to the second floor without a compelling reason. To avoid any misunderstandings, she hurried to clarify. However, Luo Bai seemed to have already grasped the situation. "I understand, but next time, please refrain from opening the study door without permission." "Of course, I share some responsibility. I will remember to lock it," Luo Bai replied. "I only heard some noise from inside the room and didn't see anyone open the door, so I was a bit worried. I assure you, I won't be so reckless again." Polaris quickly apologized. "Goodness, who would dare to open a mage's door? Thankfully, this time, you merely turned back into a child. What if next time you turn into a frog?" Polaris's curiosity piqued at the thought. Unable to contain herself, she cautiously asked, "So, can mages really turn people into frogs, just like in the shows?" Luo Bai found himself exasperated by such thought processes. Must mages always be expected to turn people into frogs? He refrained from answering and merely said, "I must step out with Natasha now. Please tidy up the room." With that, he turned to the still-dazed Natasha and asked, "Ready to go?" Finally, Natasha regained her composure, and the two of them exited together. Chapter 035. Dining and discovering an arcane tome, the two stepped out of the villa and entered Natasha's vehicle. Yet, even as she settled into the driver's seat, Natasha's mind remained in a whirl, still grappling with the events that had transpired. Taking several deep breaths to compose herself, she finally started the engine. A brief silence ensued, soon shattered by Natasha's incredulous voice. "You can manipulate time. Does that mean you can control the very flow of time on Earth?" Luo Bai offered no response, instead countering. "I am surprised you waited an entire day for me, but I assume you have come with a purpose, haven't you?" His demeanor clearly indicated his reluctance to delve deeper into the conversation. Natasha, understanding his cue, refrained from pressing further and replied, "It seems you have deduced my intentions. Nick Fury did indeed ask me to persuade you to join the Avengers, but I know you would decline. Thus, my visit today is entirely of my own volition. I find your abilities as a sorcerer immensely intriguing. Honestly, I believe you are quite formidable." Natasha was perceptive. She recognized the topics Luo Bai preferred to avoid and deftly sidestepped them. Aware that most men appreciate flattery, she began with genuine praise for Luo Bai. "If you don't mind, perhaps we could be friends," she continued. Luo Bai, not one to refuse such a simple request, replied, "Of course, I have no objections. However, I won't make any exceptions merely because of friendship. Natasha nodded in understanding. Rest assured, I won't trouble you excessively. We could occasionally share a meal or enjoy a cup of coffee, if time permits. Luo Bai smiled in agreement. Natasha returned the smile, choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief pause, she suddenly inquired, "Do sorcerers have rivals?" Luo Bai, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Why do you ask?" "I'm simply curious. With your immense power to alter time and control souls, can there truly be adversaries for sorcerers like you?" Natasha probed. "Certainly," Luo Bai replied. "I recall you mentioning something about the Sorcerer Supreme, the Earth's most powerful sorcerer. Does even the Sorcerer Supreme have rivals?" Natasha continued her line of questioning. Luo Bai chuckled softly, responding, "Indeed, this universe is far more expansive than you can imagine." Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression turned grave. Her inquiries were not mere curiosity. They stemmed from genuine concern. She had always been aware of Earth's precarious safety and the terrifying threats that loomed beyond comprehension. This realization made her anxious about the potential emergence of insurmountable forces on Earth. If Luo Bai was already so powerful, what might be the nature of those even more formidable than the Sorcerer Supreme? It was unfathomable to consider the terrifying adversaries sorcerers must face. Realizing this, Natasha quickly clarified, "My questions are not intended to pry for information. I am simply worried about humanity's and Earth's plight." "I understand. However, you need not be concerned, as your worries would be of little consequence," Luo Bai replied bluntly. This was not a jab, but rather a stark reality. Given SHIELD's capabilities, what good would it do to fret? Could they truly contend with Dormammu and those dark sorcerers? If anyone should be worried, it ought to be Luo Bai himself. The Time Stone had been entrusted to him by the Ancient One, evidently to prepare him for the role of Sorcerer Supreme. Wasn't it his duty to confront Dormammu and his dark sorcerers? To be honest, I have always known Earth was fraught with peril. It wasn't until I met you that I realized its situation might be even more dire than I had imagined, although I have yet to witness those dreadful foes firsthand. Your presence and your descriptions have convinced me that SHIELD cannot resolve the cosmic crises. I comprehend your reluctance to join the Avengers, for the threats sorcerers face may be beyond human comprehension. I hold great admiration for you and am immensely grateful to all sorcerers for their unwavering protection of Earth and humanity. Yeah, I still must ask, can you confront those terrifying entities? Natasha's tone was sincere, akin to that of a concerned friend asking, "Are you truly capable of overcoming these challenges? Do you need my assistance?" Although this friend might not be able to provide tangible help, she could offer emotional support. However, Luo Bai did not particularly seek such consolation. "Of course, no worries at all. After all, I am favored by the goddess of fortune," Luo Bai replied with a hint of jest. Natasha paused momentarily, interpreting his words as jest, and responded playfully, "Then let us hope the goddess of fortune continues to smile upon you, ensuring your success." "I believe she will," Luo Bai replied with a chuckle. Their light-hearted banter was abruptly interrupted as they arrived at their destination. No, more accurately, they had reached a hotel. Luo Bai was taken aback. "We were supposed to go for a meal. Why are we at a hotel?" Just as he pondered this, Natasha spoke up. "The top floor of this hotel features a restaurant that operates around the clock to accommodate guests, and the cuisine is quite delightful. At this hour, it is challenging to find a suitable dining establishment, so I thought to bring you here. Would you care to try it?" Her reasoning was sound, and Luo Bai found no grounds for complaint. "Let's give it a go," he agreed. They took the elevator to the top floor, where the restaurant was not overly crowded and the ambience was quite pleasant. They settled into a cozy booth, but Luo Bai soon noticed something amiss. Lying quietly on the sofa was an unusual book, appearing quite old and worn. The cover was adorned with several red letters that seemed ominous and jarring. As a sorcerer, Luo Bai immediately discerned that the book emitted an aura of dark energy. Though he could not decipher the meaning of the letters, he sensed the book's strangeness. It resembled a spell book, albeit one unlike any he had previously encountered. It felt more akin to a tome of dark magic. A vague suspicion already brewed in Luo Bai's mind, prompting him to pick up the tome and flip it open. To his astonishment, his assumption proved correct. Good heavens! This is indeed a book of dark magic. Furthermore, it is a long-lost sacred text, the Dark Grimoire. How did Luo Bai come to this realization? It was simply that the book was peculiar. Upon opening the first page, he discovered a message written in Chinese. Congratulations, fortunate one. By acquiring this tome, you have attained unparalleled power, for its name is the Dark Grimoire. Chapter 036. Still too conservative. The Dark Grimoire, a mysterious tome brimming with formidable dark magic, was crafted by Zaisorn, one of the ancient four gods, specifically the god of dark sorcery. The spells inscribed within this book are in stark opposition to the Book of Ishani. Furthermore, the corrupting influence of the Dark Grimoire is profound, seducing individuals to wield its spells. Despite the immense power contained within, the use of these incantations is devoid of moral constraints, centering solely on the attainment of one's objectives. Truthfully, Luo Bai never anticipated that during a brief excursion for a meal, he would stumble upon a dark grimoire. It is well known that Kamatage strictly prohibits the use of dark magic. Were the Ancient One to discover this, the consequences would be dire. Although he currently possesses a time stone, which grants him considerable power, the Ancient One could effortlessly subdue him if she wished. As Luo Bai gazed at the tome before him, he found himself in a state of turmoil. The Dark Grimoire's potent corruptive nature incited an irresistible urge to delve deeper into its contents. However, the thought of the Ancient One caused his hands to tremble. Fortunately, Natasha's voice interrupted his reverie. You brought a book with you when you went out? Her remark jolted Luo Bai back to reality. He recognized the formidable power encapsulated within the Dark Grimoire, yet he also understood that, given his current abilities, he would be unable to resist its corruption. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened a portal and cast the book away, ensuring it was sent to a secure location within the transport space. Once the book was out of sight, Luo Bai finally regained his composure. My apologies, I was momentarily distracted, he admitted. Natasha chuckled softly, no worries. However, do focus on your meal. Once we finish, you can return and study magic at your leisure. Luo Bai nodded, though he remained somewhat preoccupied. He was acutely aware that long ago, the once noble god Zaisorn had fallen into darkness and, to evade the devourer of gods, was forced to flee to other dimensions. Before his escape, Zaisorn chronicled all his malevolent deeds and spells on indestructible parchment, thus creating the Dark Grimoire. This tome represents the hope Zaisorn left behind on Earth, serving as a conduit to influence the planet and unleash energy. In simpler terms, it was a means for Zaisorn to attract followers. Previously, Luo Bai had learned that in the Marvel Universe, all magic is derived from borrowing power from ancient gods. To practice white magic, one borrows from the Book of Ishani, which, while it may require repayment, does not demand exorbitant costs. Conversely, borrowing power from the Dark Grimoire entails a steep price, one's soul. The ancient gods' need for followers is implicit, though they seldom articulate it. Followers provide strength to these deities, and Zaisorn is no exception. Therefore, the Dark Grimoire can be seen as Zaisorn's method of seeking disciples. Anyone who engages with its contents inevitably becomes a follower of Zaisorn, offering their most treasured possession, their soul, to empower him. Consequently, this book ensures that its users, regardless of their nationality, can comprehend its teachings. While the Dark Grimoire is ostensibly a tome of magic, it can also be interpreted as an artifact created by Zaisorn, possessing a consciousness of its own. This implies it may select its own hosts. It is evident that Luo Bai has likely been chosen. However, he struggles to comprehend why he would receive this book. After all, engaging with its teachings necessitates the sacrifice of one's soul, which hardly seems an appealing prospect. Could it be that Lady Luck deems him immune to its influence? This is not mere conjecture on Luo Bai's part. Although the Dark Grimoire is indeed corruptive and leads one toward moral decay, the extent of this transformation ultimately hinges on the reader's will. When one possesses a formidable resolve, a mere book cannot commandeer their consciousness. While it is said that studying dark magic will result in corruption and transformation into a malevolent sorcerer, one need only observe the Ancient One, who has also absorbed dark magic without suffering adverse effects. The reason behind the Ancient One's absorption of dark magic lies in the inadequacy of white magic. Or perhaps it is simply that the likes of the Book of Ashani are overly conservative. They allow only a modicum of borrowed power, unlike Zysorn, who offers strength capable of cataclysmic destruction and even extends one's lifespan. To protect Earth and confront Dormammu along with numerous dark sorcerers, the Ancient One must harness a degree of dark magic. This led Luo Bai to reconsider. Perhaps the arrival of the Dark Grimoire is not a misfortune, but rather an opportunity for him to enhance his abilities. As he contemplated this, he failed to notice Natasha had called him several times. Noticing his inattention, Natasha raised her voice slightly. Luo Bai. This time, Luo Bai snapped back to reality. What were you thinking about? The food is getting cold, Natasha remarked with a hint of exasperation. Luo Bai shrugged apologetically. Something unexpected came up, and I was lost in thought. Seeing his serious demeanor, Natasha's concern grew, and she asked, "Is Earth facing some trouble?" "Not exactly. Rather, I have encountered a personal dilemma," Luo Bai replied. To be frank, this issue posed considerable difficulty for him. He found himself torn between the decision to learn or to refrain from learning. "I may not be able to assist you, but if you need someone to listen, perhaps I can offer some guidance," Natasha said gently. As a skilled agent, she was adept at providing comfort. Yet in this matter, Luo Bai believed consulting her would be less beneficial than seeking the Ancient One's counsel. "That won't be necessary. Let us finish our meal quickly. I have some matters to attend to." Luo Bai declined her offer. At that moment, his sole desire was to consume his meal swiftly and seek out the Ancient One. Despite his rapid progress in mastering magic, he had not yet reached the point where he could forego sustenance entirely, and hunger gnawed at him. Feeling both hungry and anxious, Luo Bai ate hastily. Natasha couldn't help but comment, "It's clear you're in a rush, but before you leave, I'd like to ask you something." "What is it?" Luo Bai inquired between bites. "Yesterday, a hammer fell from the sky. Do you know what that was about?" Natasha asked. "A hammer fell from the sky?" "Thor's hammer," Luo Bai exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 37. Are you the blessed body? The hammer of Thor? What does it mean? Are you referring to Thor, the son of Odin, as recorded in Norse mythology? Natasha couldn't help but scoff. "It's one thing to tell me that there are mages in this world, but you can't be suggesting that Odin exists too? Are figures from mythological tales actually appearing? Do you have any photographs to show me?" Just as she was pondering, Luo Bai inquired. Natasha nodded and subsequently took out her phone. "This is it. It landed in a small town in Mexico. Carlson has already sent people there, and SHILD is currently investigating. I want to know if this object poses any threat to Earth, as it caused a significant energy disturbance upon its arrival." As Natasha spoke, she handed over the photo. After a glance, Luo Bai confirmed, "This is indeed Thor's hammer. So Thor has been banished by his father. Do you know what this is?" Noticing his silence while examining the photo, Natasha asked again. Luo Bai, regaining his composure, casually replied while eating, "It's just an ordinary hammer. There's no need for excessive research. It won't have a significant impact on Earth. An ordinary hammer. Just that. Please." The power it unleashed upon landing was considerable. There's a massive crater where it fell, and you dare say this is merely an ordinary hammer? Of course, for a mage like Luo Bai, it might indeed be just an ordinary hammer. Hearing Luo Bai's assurance that there was no threat, Natasha felt relieved. "That's good. We were worried it might be a warning or a provocation from some extraterrestrial race towards Earth," Natasha explained. "That's unlikely. All right, Miss Natasha, I must take my leave." Luo Bai finished his dinner quickly and waved goodbye. This left Natasha, who had intended to converse further, momentarily stunned. She had hoped to engage in a meaningful dialogue with Luo Bai today, yet their conversation lasted less than half an hour. "You're leaving so soon?" "Honestly, I'm quite reluctant." Natasha expressed her hesitation. It seemed she wished to retain Luo Bai's company, but he was in a hurry. "Then look forward to our next meeting," Luo Bai said. With the appearance of a yellow circle, a portal opened. In the blink of an eye, Luo Bai vanished. This scene caught the attention of the restaurant patrons. "What has happened? I saw someone suddenly disappear. I think I've seen that yellow circle before. Wasn't it reported on the news? It's a soul mage. Oh my goodness, I just had a meal in the same restaurant as a soul mage." Damn it, I didn't even ask for an autograph. Instantly, the restaurant erupted into fervent discussions. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. He truly is a mysterious soul mage, appearing and disappearing without a trace, Natasha mused. With Luo Bai gone, she lost her appetite. She stood up to settle the bill. Meanwhile, Luo Bai had arrived at the main hall of Kamartaj. Coincidentally, the Ancient One was in meditation. Sensing movement, she opened her eyes. Upon seeing Luo Bai, she was not surprised. Instead, she rose to pour 2 cups of tea. Master Luo Bai, is there something you wish to discuss? The Ancient One inquired, handing him one of the cups while taking the other for herself. Yes, Supreme Master, I have a very important question to ask. Luo Bai began. The Ancient One remained calm, responding gently. No rush, sit down and talk. She gestured for Luo Bai to take a seat. Once they were both settled, the Ancient One leisurely asked, Have you encountered an insurmountable problem? Luo Bai nodded, Yes, Supreme Master. The Ancient One replied serenely. Magic, often referred to as the arcane arts, encompasses the infinite mysteries of the multiverse. Encountering difficulties is quite normal. You might find it helpful to patiently attune yourself, as energy will guide you. However, my issue seems beyond the guidance of energy. I must make my own choice, Luo Bai confessed. I am very curious to know what kind of choice you are facing, Master Luo Bai, the Ancient One inquired, her gaze revealing a hint of curiosity. Meeting the Ancient One's sincere eyes, Luo Bai took a deep breath. He then cast a teleportation spell, retrieving the Book of Dark Gods that had been confined within the teleportation space. Supreme Master, this is the choice I am confronted with, Luo Bai stated. The Ancient One. She was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, is this not the Book of Dark Gods? For a brief moment, Luo Bai noticed the Ancient One was dazed. She was not surprised that Luo Bai sought her out. After all, every mage encounters challenges. While Luo Bai possessed considerable talent, it was entirely normal for him to face obstacles he could not surpass. Initially, the Ancient One maintained her composure due to her teaching experience, but her demeanor shifted upon the revelation of the Book of Dark Gods. The Ancient One was astonished. I thought you had reached an impasse. To think you would tell me that you have been chosen by the Book of Dark Gods. This complicates matters. Where did you find this book? The Ancient One asked. Luo Bai responded honestly. I was dining in a restaurant, and it was just lying on the sofa. When I saw it, I sensed something was off. Upon opening it, I realized it was the Book of Dark Gods. Luo Bai's candidness stemmed from his belief in the value of honesty. He also thought the Ancient One would understand him. After all, in a certain sense, she was his mentor, and she had experience with dark magic. So he trusted she would provide the right guidance. To be frank, since arriving in the Marvel Universe, the Ancient One was the person Luo Bai trusted the most. She had given him the Time Stone, which was enough to convince Luo Bai that she genuinely intended to nurture him. Thus, he sought her assistance. Perhaps due to the sight of the Book of Dark Gods, the Ancient One was momentarily stunned, for this book was not easily obtained. She understood well how many unscrupulous mages sought to acquire the Book of Dark Gods. They would go to any lengths and spare no expense in their quest. But did you think Zisthin was a philanthropist? That he would simply grant it to you? No, as an ancient god, there are prerequisites for selecting followers. Consequently, most mages find it incredibly challenging to locate this book. Who would have imagined that Luo Bai would stumble upon it? Although it is a tome of dark magic, it is still a sacred text. Contemplating this, the Ancient One fell silent. After a long pause, she finally said, I do not know how to assist you with this matter. She genuinely felt helpless. The Book of Dark Gods has chosen Luo Bai, which signifies that he has drawn the attention of Zisthin. This is akin to the concept of Vishanti bestowing blessings upon Luo Bai. It is now equivalent to Zisthin granting him favor. Is Luo Bai a blessed entity? Why are so many ancient gods pursuing him for blessings? With this thought, the Ancient One explained, I cannot assist you. Only you can help yourself. Throughout a mage's life, they will face numerous choices, all of which others cannot interfere with. They must rely solely on themselves. This is your destiny. You must make your own choice. However, no one can prevent Zisthin from watching over you. The Ancient One's insistence that Luo Bai choose for himself took him by surprise. Supreme Master, Kamartaj has mandated a prohibition on the study of witchcraft and dark magic. Are you not going to stop me? Luo Bai inquired. Gu Yi remained silent, and after what felt like an eternity, she began to elucidate. This is a constraint imposed upon other sorcerers, yet you are destined to become the supreme sorcerer. No one can impede you, not even I. Upon finishing her statement, Gu Yi appeared to recall something, her demeanor turning grave. Before Luo Bai could respond, she continued, moreover, in our quest to protect the earth, sometimes we are left with no alternative. No alternative. This phrase encapsulated Gu Yi's resignation. She was acutely aware that the power granted by the Vishanti was ultimately feeble when juxtaposed with the sorcerers and dark mages that populate the cosmos. The strength bestowed by the Vishanti was insufficient. Yet, for the Supreme Sorcerer to shield the Earth and face the myriad threats of the multiverse independently is no trivial endeavor. Ultimately, human sorcerers are merely subservient to the deities of the multiverse. The crux of the matter lies in selecting the right deity and aligning oneself with the appropriate faction. Thus, Gu Yi chose to pursue eternity. Chapter 038. Ancient One. Shall I depart then? The Ancient One found herself unable to assist Luo Bai in making a decision, for the matters of the multiverse had always eluded her grasp. Yet, after much contemplation, she resolved to offer some counsel. Though I cannot dictate your future, perhaps I can extend a few friendly suggestions. That would be splendid, Luo Bai replied. The Ancient One fell silent for a moment, casting her gaze upon the Book of Dark Gods before inquiring, "Have you perused this tome?" "I opened it, but only read a single page," Luo Bai answered honestly. "What are your impressions?" She probed further. "It captivates me, igniting an irresistible urge to delve deeper," Luo Bai elucidated. The Ancient One continued her inquiry. "What do you know of dark powers?" After a moment's reflection, Luo Bai responded, "Not much, but I recall that dark magic consumes souls and leads to one's downfall." The Ancient One shook her head and clarified, "It is not the dark power that ensnares individuals, but power itself. Fundamentally, both the Book of Ashanti and the Book of Dark Gods bestow power upon the sorcerer. When one wields immense power, they risk losing control and therefore falling. This is why Kamartaj forbids sorcerers from harnessing dark powers, for most sorcerer souls are insufficient to withstand such corruption. You perceive the Book of Dark Gods as alluring and insidiously enticing you to read on. This indicates that your soul is presently inadequate to resist its corruption, rendering you incapable of fully mastering its power," the Ancient One implied, her message unmistakably clear. She was subtly advising Luo Bai that while he may study, the time is not yet ripe. Luo Bai comprehended this notion, prompting him to ask, "I recall the text mentions that the Book of Ashanti and the Book of Dark Gods counterbalance each other. If they counteract, can harmony be achieved?" The Ancient One responded candidly, "Indeed." In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. Although Luo Bai was familiar with the narrative, the intricacies of magic are far from straightforward. Securing the Ancient One's precise response provided an added layer of assurance, which is why he sought her counsel. Through her words, Luo Bai now fully grasped the situation. Simply put, by mastering all the spells within the Book of Ashanti and cultivating a robust soul through rigorous practice, he could ultimately wield the powers contained within the Book of Dark Gods for his own purposes. It was reasonable to assume that the Ancient One had similarly absorbed dark magical powers through this very method. As for the matter of soul sacrifice, while Luo Bai understood the implications, he still yearned for a definitive answer from the Ancient One, as this bore significant weight on his destiny and very life, warranting utmost caution. Thus, he inquired once more, "Supreme Sorceress, I have another question that remains unclear." The Ancient One replied calmly, "Ask away." The power of sorcerer, in essence, is borrowed from the formidable deities of the multiverse, correct? Luo Bai articulated. The Ancient One paused momentarily, then countered, "Borrowed? Why do you describe it in such a manner?" Luo Bai analyzed deliberately the act of drawing power from the multiverse, receiving blessings from ancient gods, and subsequently exchanging a price seems akin to borrowing, does it not? The Ancient One smiled and nodded. An intriguing characterization, but it is indeed a valid interpretation. Luo Bai nodded in agreement and continued, Regardless of whether one seeks energy from Vishani or other ancient gods, it must ultimately be repaid. However, I wonder, Supreme Sorceress, if I were to borrow energy from each ancient god, how would I ultimately repay them? The Ancient One fell silent. It is no wonder that a Supreme Sorceress shares such thoughts. After all, Luo Bai's inquiry was one she had personally contemplated. She herself had borrowed bits of power, to the point where she had long since lost track of how many deities' powers she had appropriated. The prospect of repayment seemed daunting. Yet, she remained unconcerned, for the powers she had borrowed no longer required restitution. Her only obligation lay with the Eternal Emperor. The reason was simple. He was the mightiest of them all. With this thought, the Ancient One smiled gently. She replied serenely, "That ultimately depends on the fate of your soul." Upon hearing this, Luo Bai understood. It appeared to align with his predictions. Each deity requires followers, leading to a competition among gods for their adherence. As for where the followers ultimately belong, it naturally falls to the strongest. Thus, Luo Bai need not worry excessively. While studying the Book of Dark Gods might lead him to offer his soul to Zysorn. As long as he seeks power from a deity even more potent than Zysorn, his soul would belong to that god. This cycle could continue indefinitely, culminating in a successful completion of the nested dolls. In the end, as long as Luo Bai grew sufficiently powerful, the question of where his soul would ultimately reside became quite ambiguous. With this in mind, Luo Bai suddenly found a certain allure in the Book of Dark Gods. Was it not a splendid opportunity for him to achieve a monumental leap in power? Supreme Sorceress, I understand now, Luo Bai exclaimed eagerly. The Ancient One nodded and said, "Go forth." She then closed her eyes. Without hesitation, Luo Bai stepped through a portal, arriving in New York. After his departure, the Ancient One slowly reopened her eyes. She reflected on Luo Bai's remarkable fortune. Recently, he had received blessings from Vishani, and now he was pursued by Zysorn for power. Luo Bai's magical aptitude was extraordinarily high. Given time, the prospects were nearly unfathomable. Initially, she had harbored concerns that Luo Bai, still a novice in magic, might struggle to face the adversaries of the multiverse alone, which was why she had remained at Kamartaj. Now, however, she pondered whether it was time for her to depart. Perhaps she should seek out the Eternal Emperor and entrust Kamartaj to Luo Bai. After all, with both Zysorn and Vishani watching over him, he should be capable of managing most challenges. Contemplating this, the Ancient One finally spoke. "It is time to take leave, but I must find a suitable opportunity." With that, she closed her eyes once more. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Luo Bai had returned to his villa in New York, seated in his study, preparing to continue his magical studies. The Book of Dark Gods undoubtedly presented an avenue for rapid empowerment, yet without a formidable soul to support him, Luo Bai would find it overwhelming. Thus, the immediate priority was to master all spells swiftly and fortify his soul, hence enabling him to better control the powers within the Book of Dark Gods. With this in mind, Luo Bai resumed his study of the magical tome. He isolated himself within his room, locking the door for a full week. During this week, Luo Bai completed all the magical texts he had borrowed and successfully unlocked the mirror dimension. While he was not yet able to fully harness the power of the Time Stone, he could freely wield most temporal magics. Having thoroughly mastered the majority of spells, he began to meditate, embarking on a journey through the multiverse. There are myriad methods for sorcerers to train their souls, aside from amplifying their own energy. One such method involves initiating multiverse travel. Chapter 39. Another bald visitor. The energies inherent within the multiverse are far more potent than those of Earth. Consequently, many sorcerers, upon mastering the necessary knowledge, embark on journeys through the multiverse. The universe within a Marvel realm can be broadly categorized into singular universes, multiverses, megaverses, and omniverse. In Kamartaj, the majority of sorcerers are limited to singular universe travel, which essentially involves spatial teleportation within a single universe to a designated location. Few sorcerers possess the ability to traverse the multiverse, with only a handful of grand sorcerers in Kamartaj managing to achieve this feat. However, given Luo Bai's current prowess, he has become quite adept at traversing the multiverse. Thus, his current training focuses not on his physical form, but on his spiritual essence, also referred to as the soul. Only the Ancient One in Kamartaj has been capable of soul travel through the multiverse, and she remains the sole practitioner of such an ability. After all, the soul is far more fragile than the body. The sheer energy of the multiverse is overwhelming, and a typical soul cannot endure such an immense influx of energy. Yet, in his quest to strengthen his soul, Luo Bai persists. During his initial attempt, he faced considerable turbulence. His soul could not withstand even a day's immersion in the multiverse. He felt an invisible but powerful force suppressing him from head to toe, with every cell in his body experiencing tremendous strain, as if his very being were on the verge of being torn apart. After enduring the pressure for an entire day, he reluctantly returned his soul to his physical form. Following a period of rest and adjustment, Luo Bai made another attempt. After 20 arduous trials, he finally managed to withstand the pressure and began to venture deeper into the multiverse. The passage of time within the multiverse differs from that on Earth, leaving Luo Bai uncertain of how long he had been training. His attention was eventually drawn to some commotion downstairs, resembling an argument involving Polaris. This struck Luo Bai as odd, for he believed Polaris to be the sole occupant in the house. Who could she possibly be arguing with? Considering the duration of his practice, Luo Bai felt it was time to relax. He rose, opened the door, and descended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he saw Polaris standing outside, seemingly engaged in a heated conversation, her agitation causing the metallic objects within the room to tremble. Even a chandelier above began to sway precariously. "Lona, what are you doing?" Luo Bai called out. His voice instantly silenced the room. Polaris turned her head, her anger swiftly transforming into excitement. "Luo Bai the sorcerer, you finally emerged?" "Emerging?" Luo Bai mused, unable to suppress a smirk at the implication that he had been absent for an extended period. "According to my calculations, it has been a full month since I last saw you," Polaris exclaimed. "A month? Has it really been that long?" Luo Bai inquired, unable to contain his surprise. "Yes, just look at the date," Polaris urged. Luo Bai picked up his phone and glanced at the time. Astonishingly, a month had indeed elapsed. The peculiarities of time within the multiverse had clearly altered his perception. "So, you've been here in the study for an entire month?" Polaris asked. Luo Bai contemplated before responding. "Not quite. In fact, I traveled afterward." "Travel?" Polaris gasped in astonishment. Her eyes widened, clearly misunderstanding the situation. "Luo Bai the sorcerer, I've been waiting here for a month, too afraid to leave, fearing you might not find me. If you were traveling, you could have at least informed me. I could have taken a break. Actually, I had no idea so much time had passed." "Well," Polaris sighed, resigned to her role as a debtor to Luo Bai. "By the way, has anyone come looking for me in this month?" Luo Bai suddenly inquired. Polaris nodded vigorously. "Yes, Mr. Stark. Natasha and that egg-headed fellow have all come to find you. However, I didn't dare disturb you on the second floor, so I told them you were unavailable." After the previous incident, Polaris was understandably cautious about ascending to the second floor or allowing anyone else to do so, fearful that Luo Bai might inadvertently transform her into a frog. Luo Bai appreciated her discretion and was grateful she had not allowed anyone to interrupt his soul enhancement training. With that thought, he complimented her. "You've done well, Lona. But who were you speaking with just now?" Upon hearing his question, Polaris appeared anxious. "Did I disturb you?" "Luo Bai the sorcerer?" "Not at all. I merely noticed that you seemed rather distressed," Luo Bai replied. Polaris seemed reluctant to divulge the identity of her visitors, positioning her body to block the door and hurriedly declaring, "It's nothing, Luo Bai the sorcerer, just a few people asking for directions." She attempted to close the door, but a voice from outside interrupted. "Hello, sir. I am Charles, though you may also refer to me as Professor X. May I come in to speak with you?" "Professor X?" Upon hearing this name, Luo Bai surmised that the professor had arrived with the X-Men to seek Polaris, likely intending to persuade her to depart. Since taking Polaris in, Luo Bai had anticipated that mutants would eventually come looking for her, given her unique identity. With this expectation settled, Luo Bai was not surprised. "Since you are here, please come in and have a seat," Luo Bai said graciously. Polaris appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Luo Bai's invitation, and worried about causing him trouble. Luo Bai the sorcerer, I can handle this. Luo Bai chuckled lightly, half-jokingly replying, if you truly could handle it, you wouldn't have entered my room as if you were a thief. Polaris fell silent. After a brief moment, she finally allowed Professor X to enter. As soon as he did, Luo Bai was greeted by the sight of a prominent bald head. Although he was aware that Professor X was bald, seeing the gleaming dome in person prompted Luo Bai to mutter under his breath, another bald visitor. It must be said that he had encountered several bald individuals in the Marvel Universe within such a short span. Though his voice was not loud, it was uncertain whether Professor X heard him. As he inquired, what was that? Luo Bai shook his head and replied, nothing. Greetings, Professor X, pray tell. What is it you wish to discuss with me? As he spoke, he settled onto the sofa. Professor X maneuvered his wheelchair closer, flanked by several X-Men behind him. While Luo Bai was uncertain of some of their identities, one, Jean Grey, was instantly recognizable to him. Chapter 040. The power of the Phoenix, standing behind Professor X, was the red-haired beauty, Jean Grey. The attention of Luo Bai was drawn to her solely due to the formidable power she possessed, the Phoenix Force. Hence, Jean Grey is also known by the moniker, the Phoenix. Speaking of the Phoenix Force, one cannot help but delve into its origins, which remain shrouded in mystery. It is generally speculated to emanate from the primordial cosmos. Birthed at the dawn of creation, an entity both chaotic and immortal, eternal yet capricious, embodying the essence of the universe itself. Such a description elucidates the terrifying nature of the Phoenix Force. This power is so potent it instills fear. The fervor of the Phoenix can manifest as its judgment, capable of rebirth or annihilation of all things within the cosmos, including the cosmos itself. While the name might suggest that the Phoenix Force is merely a type of power, in truth, it is a formidable force imbued with self-awareness. Typically, power seldom births consciousness. However, the Phoenix Force is distinct, having generated a robust, autonomous consciousness from its inception, thus enabling it to select its host. The strength of the host allows the Phoenix Force to express its capabilities more fully and within the vast multiverse. Jean Grey is the most fitting vessel for this force. Consequently, the Phoenix Force sought out Jean Grey, perhaps because Jean had yet to fully mature. Luo Bai sensed the latent Phoenix Force within her, albeit evidently suppressed. It appeared that Jean herself had subdued the Phoenix Force, with the primary instigator of this suppression being none other than Professor X. After all, this bald gentleman is no ordinary individual. Professor X's status as the founder of the X-Men and the loyalty he garners from numerous mutants arises not solely from his wealth, but also from his own remarkable powers as a mutant. He possesses telepathy and mental manipulation abilities, allowing him to read thoughts and memories, control actions, and even connect with all individuals through brainwave amplification. Although Professor X is not malevolent, and is even regarded as a superhero, Luo Bai finds it difficult to harbor fondness for this bald figure, who would appreciate having their consciousness manipulated and their memories scrutinized. This is akin to an invasion of privacy. Good day, sir. I heard Polaris call you. Luo Bai, correct? Professor X interjected, prompting Luo Bai to respond. To clarify, it is Mage Luo Bai. Ah, Mage Luo Bai. Professor X courteously adjusted his address. He then proceeded to convey his purpose for visiting. I am Professor X, the founder of Xavier's Academy and the X-Men. I have come to retrieve Lorna. While I am unaware of your relationship with her, I trust you understand that she is a mutant and her identity poses a significant risk if she remains exposed. Professor X expressed sincerely. Luo Bai was not taken aback by his intentions. He had surmised Professor X's motives early on. In all honesty, Luo Bai had no necessity to clash with Professor X over Polaris, nor did he feel compelled to associate with mutants on her behalf. Their acquaintance was brief, and the emotional bond between them was not particularly strong, so allowing Professor X to take Polaris back was not out of the question. However, considering the past month, Polaris had diligently fulfilled her role as a housekeeper. Moreover, Luo Bai had previously learned of her strong aversion to Professor X. Perhaps out of compassion, Luo Bai declined. She is my hired housekeeper. For the time being, you cannot take her. Hired housekeeper? Professor X was momentarily taken aback, visibly astonished. He perhaps did not anticipate that. Given Polaris's character, she would willingly remain with Luo Bai as a housekeeper. Is he speaking the truth? Overwhelmed with disbelief, Professor X turned to Polaris for confirmation. To his surprise, she answered without hesitation, yes. I am the housekeeper hired by Mage Luo Bai, and thus I cannot return with you. Upon hearing her response, the X-Men were left dumbfounded. Raven Darkholm, also known as Mystique, immediately interjected, Polaris, you possess incredible abilities. Such power should not be squandered as an ordinary housekeeper. Cyclops, Scott Summers, also expressed confusion. Lorna, are you serious? You willingly choose to be a housekeeper, despite the low social status of mutants. Most of those possessing significant abilities tend to be quite proud. They believe their exceptional powers entitle them to greater deeds and higher standings. Thus, the X-Men were astonished by Lorna's choice. Lorna, do you truly believe the X-Men are inferior to a mere housekeeper? Cyclops questioned incredulously. His words incited Luo Bai's displeasure. I must disagree with that sentiment. Is it truly shameful to be a housekeeper? Luo Bai retorted, please, I am a gifted mage, blessed with extraordinary fortune. I am destined to become the Supreme Mage. Is it disgraceful to be the housekeeper of the Supreme Mage? While contemplating this, Cyclops responded, of course. No matter how you view it, being an X-Man is far superior to being a housekeeper. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with opposition from Polaris. No, in my view, being the housekeeper of Mage Luo Bai is far better than being an X-Man, Polaris declared, her gaze unwavering as if she were pledging allegiance. Her resolute demeanor provoked the X-Men. They had undergone rigorous training and had been tirelessly maintaining world peace. For Polaris to assert that they were inferior to a housekeeper was infuriating. Lorna, you are utterly unreasonable, Cyclops exclaimed in anger. Mystique, intrigued, gently urged, Lorna, this is unlike you. Have you been threatened? You must recognize your current predicament. The Association and the Special Operations Bureau are pursuing you. Only we can protect you. Yet, Polaris remained unmoved by their appeals. She confronted Professor X. You claim you can protect me, but what will you use to safeguard me? Professor X has long cooperated with the government, yet the Association and the Special Operations Bureau are government-created organizations. Do you not know how many mutants they have slain? And you still wish to collaborate with them? How can I trust you? Polaris's fury was palpable, rousing an unsettling agitation within her. The power coursing through her surged violently, as though she were on the brink of unleashing a tremendous energy. Chapter 41. The Realm of Mirrors unfolds. Polaris has long grappled with psychological issues. Now, provoked by their taunts, unpleasant memories resurface, and her emotions spiral out of control. However, comforting others is a forte of Professor X. As he observes Polaris teetering on the brink of losing control, he hastens to reassure her. Lorna, I understand your anger and your hatred. They have cost you many friends, prompting your desire to rebel. Yet, I know your true nature is one of kindness. You aspire for mutants to receive fair treatment in human society, and I am striving for that as well. My collaboration with the government aims to convey to the world that mutants are not to be feared. We, too, will protect humanity. Waging war will not yield peace. Only by demonstrating that we mutants pose no threat can we achieve harmony and equality. Professor X gently implores, attempting to reason with Polaris. Yet in her current state, she is incapable of listening. Do you honestly believe your actions will sway them? No, they merely seek to dominate us mutants entirely. They want to enslave us. Polaris retorts, her fury palpable. Professor X stands momentarily taken aback, bewildered. How can you hold such a belief? It is not like that. Not like that. Then why do they study us mutants? Why create devices to suppress our powers? They capture us for experimentation. Does that not signify their intent to enslave us? Polaris counters fiercely. Professor X falls silent, fully aware of the truth behind their actions, having already engaged in discussions regarding these matters. I have been communicating with the higher-ups. Trust me, this issue will soon be resolved satisfactorily, he assures. Yet, Polaris remains skeptical. I believed you once, and what was the outcome? You failed to save Bella. She accuses, her rage intensifying. Concerned for her potential to inflict harm, Professor X's expression darkens as he resorts to his telepathic abilities, attempting to soothe Polaris's tumultuous emotions. However, in her furious state, her power surges beyond control. Even she cannot manage it, making it exceedingly challenging for Professor X to rein her in. "Do not attempt to control me," Polaris bellows, enveloped in a radiant green light, her body levitating gradually. Witnessing Polaris's escalating turmoil, the X-Men adopt defensive stances, prepared for confrontation. "Stand down. Let me try again," Professor X instructs. He had underestimated the intensity of Polaris's fury earlier, withholding too much power. Now, however, he intends to spare no effort. As he prepares to exert his abilities once more, Lorna interjects, "Polaris, calm yourself." Those simple 6 words instantly restore tranquility. The near-chaotic Polaris finds her anger dissipating upon hearing Lorna's call for calm. Having witnessed Lorna's formidable prowess over time, she recalls Lorna's warning that losing control could lead to dire consequences, including confinement in a small room. Though she has never experienced such confinement, she understands the gravity of Lorna's authority. "Master Lorna, I did not mean to," Polaris quickly explains. "I know. It is all right. I will handle it," Lorna reassures her. In the next moment, a series of faint sounds akin to shattering glass echo around them. As these sounds resonate, the environment transforms, transporting everyone into a wondrous and surreal new realm, Lorna's mirror space. This mirror space, a manifestation of Kamartaj's spatial magic, requires immense magical energy to create. Each sorcerer's mirror realm bears unique characteristics, akin to a domain where they can manipulate everything according to their imagination. Consequently, Lorna's mirror space differs significantly from that of Ancient One. While mirror space may not be regarded as advanced magic by powerful sorcerers, the X-Men and Professor X are unfamiliar with its intricacies, left astonished and intrigued by the sudden shift in their surroundings. "What is this?" Mystique inquires, bewildered. "The mirror space, my domain," Lorna replies calmly. No sooner does she speak than the ground beneath Professor X and the others inexplicably fractures. Before they can react, they plummet downward. Realizing they are suspended in midair, they find themselves face down, plummeting toward a cement floor. Panic ensues. A fall from such a height could spell disaster. Even for mutants, they desperately seek a means to cushion their impending impact, yet everything around them feels intangible, utterly elusive. As they near the ground, an unexpected event occurs. The ground splits open. Subsequently, they endure a similar descent once more. "What the hell?" exclaims one X-Men member. "I cannot believe this." Professor X exclaims in disbelief. Amid their collective cries of despair, they continue to fall, seemingly suspended in this bizarre loop until they are finally caught by a stone step. "Goodness, can you believe it? I just fell for 10 minutes. One exclaims, shaking off the shock. "For a moment, I thought I was done for," they mutter, finally regaining their composure. Yet, Professor X remains silent, inwardly reeling from the frightening experience. "Is anyone considering my feelings? I am a disabled person," he laments internally, though he maintains an outward appearance of calm. He understands that Lorna is responsible for their recent ordeal. Just as he seeks Lorna's presence, she and Polaris appear before them, suspended in midair. "I have already stated, Lorna is now my guest. You cannot take her away. Moreover, she is unwilling to leave with you," Lorna asserts. "Professor X, at your age, bullying a young girl does not reflect well on you," she adds, her tone unwavering. Before Professor X can respond, Cyclops, fueled by anger from their earlier plunge, interjects, seeking validation from Professor X, his intent evident. Professor X perceives Cyclops' agitation and hastily advises, "Calm down, everyone. Stay composed. Do not act impulsively." Internally, he too feels frustrated. Anyone would struggle to endure 10 straight minutes of freefall while grappling with the looming threat of death. However, Professor X recognizes the importance of avoiding conflict with Lorna. He has witnessed her formidable capabilities firsthand, especially after her recent encounter with the Hulk. Upon realizing this, Professor X hastily clarified, "Master Luo Bai, our sole intention for being here today is to ensure the safety of Luana." Her current predicament is perilous, and we harbor no ill will. Luo Bai, with gentle demeanor, interjected. To manipulate another's mind at will and to delve into their memories are rather impolite actions. Professor X continued. However, when I recently lost control of her emotions, and my only desire was to soothe her, I feared she might inadvertently harm someone. Yet, Luo Bai's stance remained resolute. She is my hired housekeeper, and this is my residence. I apologize, Master Luo Bai. My earlier actions were impulsive. I should not have acted violently within your home. Chapter 042. Practice makes perfect. Luo Bai initially anticipated a potential conflict, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly Professor X offered his apologies. However, had anyone else occupied Professor X's position, they would likely have conceded even more quickly. At that moment, Professor X, or rather, he and all the members of the X-Men, were precariously perched on a stone step, gazing down into an unfathomable abyss. After enduring a harrowing 10-minute free fall, Professor X was in no mood to tempt fate again. Heaven knows how terrifying that experience was. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated how to allocate his inheritance. Of course, this was merely one of the reasons. The other was that Luo Bai had become a sensation in the news, his popularity soaring. Should the X-Men engage in conflict at this juncture, it would undoubtedly make headlines within half a day. If the media were to report that the mutant X-Men had provoked the superhero Soul Mage, all of Professor X's prior efforts would be rendered futile. Given these dual considerations, Professor X dared not offend Luo Bai lightly. Thus, he opted for the most amicable approach and extended his apologies. Seeing his sincere demeanor, Luo Bai refrained from any further action and calmly issued an eviction notice. As you can see, Lorna's attitude is quite apparent, so I kindly ask you all to leave. Professor X understood that he would not be taking Northstar today, but there were a few words he felt compelled to share. Luo Bai, Northstar's identity is rather unique. For now, she remains a wanted criminal, and it is inevitable that the Association and the Special Task Force will send someone to apprehend her. Should it come to that, what will you do? Professor X inquired. Although he often employed his abilities to invade others' minds, Luo Bai had made it clear that Professor X's nature was kind-hearted and gentle. Therefore, his question was merely a benevolent reminder. Luo Bai did not respond directly, instead retorting, "What crime has Northstar committed?" Professor X's expression grew serious as he solemnly replied, "She is a mutant and may pose a threat to society." She is a mutant and may pose a threat? Upon hearing this, Luo Bai chuckled softly and continued, "Charles, do you find this accusation justifiable?" Professor X answered without hesitation, "Of course not. Lorna has never harmed anyone." "Then why do you perceive her as a criminal?" Luo Bai pressed. "I have never considered Lorna a criminal." Professor X quickly refuted. Luo Bai smiled and countered, "Then why did you bring the X-Men along?" The X-Men, an organization formed to safeguard world peace, implied that their presence could potentially disrupt that very peace. To retrieve Northstar, Professor X had nearly assembled the entire team, which spoke volumes. Realizing this, Professor X fell silent. Observing his silence, Luo Bai continued, "If you truly do not believe Northstar has committed a crime, your duty should be to prevent those individuals from pursuing her, rather than attempting to return her. You just asked me how I would respond if the Association sent someone after me. I would like to ask you, Charles, if Northstar were to return with you and they demanded her, would you comply?" Luo Bai's words and inquiry struck a chord. At this juncture, Professor X understood. "I see your point, Mr. Luo Bai. I apologize for the disturbance we caused you today. If the actions or words of the X-Men or myself were inappropriate, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." It appeared he had come to a realization and intended to depart. Although the two parties had experienced some discord, Professor X's amiable demeanor prompted Luo Bai not to pursue the matter further. "I hope there will not be a next time," Luo Bai cautioned. As his words lingered in the air, the surrounding scene gradually returned to normal. The dizzying height beneath them transformed back into solid ground, allowing Professor X and his companions to finally exhale in relief. "I trust there will not be a next time, as it is indeed not ideal to trouble you excessively," Professor X replied. Afterward, he turned his gaze to the X-Men behind him and gently stated, "Let us return." With that, the group followed the X-Men in their departure. Before leaving, Jean Grey unexpectedly glanced back at Luo Bai. This brief look held an inscrutable meaning. Once Professor X and his entourage departed, Luo Bai resumed his seat on the sofa. At that moment, North Star appeared anxious, her eyes darting about, as if troubled by something. Luo Bai could not help but offer reassurance. Lorna, it's all right. They have already left. As soon as he spoke, North Star abruptly began to explain. Luo Bai, I didn't mean to. You aren't going to lock me in a little black room, are you? A little black room? It was only upon a reminder that Luo Bai recalled he had indeed mentioned such a thing earlier. Was Lorna genuinely worried about that? Goodness, could it be? He had merely said it in passing, and she still remembered? Her memory was astonishing. With a sigh, Luo Bai comforted her. Of course not. You were acting in self-defense. And I can understand. Thank you, Luo Bai, North Star replied. Her tone was calm and devoid of emotion, revealing no hint of joy, while her expression remained heavy with concern. Before Luo Bai could inquire further, North Star herself could no longer contain her feelings. Suddenly lifting her head, she looked at Luo Bai with guilt and apologized. Luo Bai, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Luo Bai understood the reason for her apology, yet he had not taken the incident to heart, so he responded nonchalantly. If it were troublesome, I wouldn't have employed you as a housekeeper. He was well aware of North Star's identity and circumstances. His choice to keep her around stemmed from his indifference to the matter. Nevertheless, North Star still felt guilt and unease, prompting her to express. What Professor X said wasn't he wrong. I am indeed a wanted criminal, and those people will inevitably come searching for me. Luo Bai, I know you likely dislike complications, but I may still cause you trouble in the future. Her identity destined her life to be tumultuous, affecting those closely associated with her. Although outwardly, Luo Bai and North Star appeared to have an employer-employee relationship, their time together had transformed Luo Bai and North Star's heart from mere employer to friend. She worried that her identity would continue to bring trouble to Luo Bai, thus entertaining thoughts of leaving. In this brief period, North Star contemplated a great deal, even staging an emotional drama in her mind. However, Luo Bai did not fully grasp her concerns. After all, he had explicitly stated his indifference to complications. Yet North Star still expressed such anxiety. This prompted Luo Bai to tease. You're not considering running away, are you? We agreed on 3 months. And you've only completed 1 month and already wish to flee? Of course not. North Star quickly clarified. Professor X is actually quite reasonable. I am merely worried that the association's people will come looking for me. It may not be so easily resolved then. Luo Bai replied casually. When they come next time, you could just deal with them outside and keep me out of it. Me? North Star was taken aback, and after a moment, she could not help but respond. But I can't defeat them. Luo Bai shrugged and replied earnestly. If you're inexperienced, just practice more. Inexperienced? Me. I possess the ability to manipulate magnetic fields. Inexperienced me? All right, I suppose I do lack skill. Chapter 43. Luck that incites jealousy. Polaris possesses a fiercely competitive spirit, one that renders her unable to accept any disparagement regarding her abilities, particularly when such words come from Luo Bai, a mage she deeply respects. This realization makes it even more difficult for Polaris to reconcile her feelings. Initially despondent, her rebellious nature surged upon hearing those words, her light green eyes filled with defiance. Yet, despite her indignation, she found herself unable to retort. For the truth was undeniable. She was indeed lacking. The X-Men were beyond her capabilities, as was the Mutant Association. How could she deny her inadequacies? Taking a deep breath, Polaris clenched her teeth and replied, You are right, Master Luo Bai. I am indeed quite lacking. Observing her stiff expression, Luo Bai raised an eyebrow and inquired, What is the matter? You appear quite unconvinced. The young girl, sulking, muttered defiantly, No, I'm not. Luo Bai chuckled and quipped, The 4 fundamental forces of the universe, strong force, weak force, electromagnetic force, and gravity. You possess the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, yet you are unable to handle these individuals. Is that not a clear indication of your inadequacy? Polaris felt a surge of frustration. Although she typically refrained from arguing with Luo Bai, her anger compelled her to retort. That's because I have a mental condition that makes it difficult to control my powers. Luo Bai's counter came swiftly But you've never practiced, have you? You are aware of the perilous situation mutants face. Why not diligently train your abilities? Polaris found herself momentarily speechless. After all, Luo Bai's words were not without merit. Why not practice more if she felt inadequate? With newfound determination, Polaris declared, I will train my abilities diligently from now on. Next time, I will handle them before they arrive and will not trouble you. Luo Bai smiled faintly, jesting, you still have to do your chores. Don't practice so hard that no one cleans the house. Understood, Polaris replied, her worries and doubts dissipating. While Luo Bai's earlier remarks had stung, she soon recognized that they stemmed from a place of concern. Given the harsh realities mutants faced, how could she expect to survive without honing her abilities? Was she truly prepared to hide away for the rest of her life? With these thoughts in mind, her gratitude for Luo Bai deepened. Master Luo Bai, I understand your intention behind calling me inadequate. Thank you for defending me before Professor X. I will strive to improve. Polaris expressed her heartfelt thanks and determination to grow stronger. Before Luo Bai could respond, she inquired, Master Luo Bai, do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, I would like to practice my abilities. Go ahead, Luo Bai gestured with a wave of his hand. Once Polaris entered her room and closed the door, she embarked on her training. As she practiced, she muttered to herself, I must work hard. Let us see who dares to call me inadequate in the future. Though her voice was soft, Luo Bai still heard her, having trained for a month and experienced a significant enhancement in all aspects. Hearing Polaris' complaints brought a smile to his lips. It must be said, having someone accompany you in a different world is quite delightful. However, his break was over, and it was time to return to practicing his soul magic. As he prepared to head back to his study, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Just as he was about to open the door, he felt a surge of energy in the room, and the door swung open. Polaris, like her father, could manipulate magnetic fields and metals, making it effortless for her to open the door with her powers. Although she had rarely used this ability before, Luo Bai had nearly forgotten she possessed it. That is quite a useful skill. Luo Bai nodded in approval. The next moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside. How strange. Why is no one here? The voice unmistakably belonged to Stark. He seemed perplexed as to why no one had opened the door, only to see it open by itself. Curiosity piqued. He stepped inside and, upon spotting Luo Bai seated on the sofa, his furrowed brow relaxed. Confusion transformed into excitement as Stark exclaimed, Oh, my friend, I finally see you again. Where have you been for the past month? I've been traveling, Luo Bai replied. Traveling? Where did you go? Stark pressed. After pondering for a moment, Luo Bai answered, to the universe. Stark's expression was nothing short of extraordinary. Well, it seems the life of a mage is beyond our understanding. He shrugged, clearly bewildered. While others might travel within Earth, Luo Bai had ventured beyond it. No wonder he hadn't seen him around. Of course, Stark did not dwell on this revelation for long. He plopped down onto the sofa and curiously asked, What about your housekeeper? Where did she go? She's in a room, Luo Bai explained. Stark nodded and then called out Miss Lorna. Could you please bring me a drink? No sooner had he finished speaking than a green, aurora-like glow surged from the room. The ethereal green light flowed toward the dining table. Stark, taken aback, murmured, What is this? As he followed the green light, he watched in astonishment as it opened the refrigerator and retrieved a can of cola, placing it on the table before him. Only then did Stark realize something was amiss. OMG, what the heck? Am I seeing ghosts? Luo Bai, what magic have you employed? Stark bombarded him with questions, clearly astonished. Luo Bai, understanding his surprise, calmly responded, It's not me, it's Lorna. Lorna? Stark echoed, utterly perplexed. Luo Bai elaborated. In fact, she is a mutant capable of controlling magnetic fields and metals. Right now, she is diligently practicing her abilities in the room. What on earth? She can control magnetic fields and metals? Are you serious? Stark was utterly bewildered. Initially, he had thought Luo Bai was fortunate to have found a young, beautiful, and obedient housekeeper. He never imagined she would possess such formidable abilities. Stark couldn't help but exclaim, My friend, your luck is so enviable. Could you find me one like her next time? Chapter 044. Luo Bai, the renowned heroic mentor. Stark felt an undeniable envy. How could he not find a housekeeper as charming, obedient, and capable as this one? With this thought, Stark sincerely spoke, Luo Bai, I believe our relationship is quite good. You wouldn't refuse such a small request from me, would you? Could you find someone similar to Polaris for me? To be honest, that's rather challenging, Luo Bai retorted, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Is it really that difficult? Stark inquired, surprised. You only need to ask Polaris if she has any female friends who might be interested in being a housekeeper. With someone as remarkable as Polaris, her friends must be equally impressive, right? Luo Bai pondered for a moment before hesitantly responding. While that may be true, Polaris' identity is quite special. Special? Stark frowned and asked in what way. As I mentioned before, she is a mutant, Luo Bai explained. Mutant? I am not well-versed in mutants, but I have heard of them, Stark mumbled. Mutants had existed in society for quite some time now, and Stark had a basic understanding due to their previous media coverage. I've heard that mutants are a group of special humans whose genes have undergone mutations, often exhibiting remarkable abilities while causing havoc. Take the Magneto incident, for example. Stark elaborated. Noticing Stark's misconceptions about mutants, Luo Bai clarified. In truth, not all mutants are villains. They are like humans, possessing both good and bad individuals. Of course, I fully comprehend that. Despite the media's sensational portrayal of mutants as malevolent, I have never bought into it. You know how much those politicians enjoy such narratives. When I initially created the Iron Man suit, they claimed I would threaten world peace. Stark shrugged, dismissing the notion. Stark had always harbored a deep dissatisfaction with the higher-ups in the United States, primarily due to being openly criticized by them. He was well aware of their nature. And with someone as compliant as Polaris in his corner, Stark maintained a neutral stance towards mutants. However, he was unaware of the severity of the scrutiny mutants faced, prompting Luo Bai to remind him, you know that the higher-ups have always oppressed mutants. Therefore, if you were to hire a mutant as a housekeeper, you would encounter numerous complications. For instance, the X-Men just visited me, claiming that Polaris is a wanted criminal and they wish to take her away. Wanted criminal? What crime has Polaris committed? Stark questioned, baffled. Her status as a mutant is the sole accusation, Luo Bai replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, Stark was immediately enraged, exclaiming, those bastards! To condemn her merely for being a mutant and to place her on a global wanted list? This is infuriating. Luo Bai nodded in agreement, saying, it is indeed quite enraging. That's why I warned you that hiring a mutant could lead to significant trouble. Stark began to grasp the situation. Initially, his request for Luo Bai to find a housekeeper had been a jest, but upon learning about Polaris's predicament, he became serious. You mentioned that the X-Men came to find you and wanted to take Polaris away? Stark inquired. Yes, Luo Bai confirmed. And what happened next? Stark pressed. Naturally. I sent them away, Luo Bai stated. Stark was not surprised by this and calmly replied, that's good. However, to be frank, Polaris is still labeled a wanted criminal. Bearing such a title, she will likely attract many troubles in the future. Luo Bai was acutely aware of this, so he asked, do you have any effective solutions, Tony? Although Luo Bai was not overly concerned about future troubles, the identity of a wanted criminal was indeed troublesome. If it could be resolved adequately, that would be beneficial. However, it felt somewhat excessive for a mage to intervene in such matters. Stark was evidently more suited for this task. Moreover, Stark appeared quite willing to assist. The complexities surrounding mutants and humans are beyond my capacity to resolve. However, if it is solely about addressing Polaris's issue, that is manageable. I can ask Nick Fury to take care of it. I have aided him numerous times within the Avengers. You should find it easy to handle this. Additionally, Nick Fury is quite keen on winning you over, and since Polaris is under your charge, he will be more than willing to help, Stark replied. Upon hearing Stark agree so readily, Luo Bai smiled and said, then I appreciate your help. Otherwise, those people would come to my home daily, and that would be quite bothersome. Stark waved his hand, saying, do we need to thank each other for our relationship? Luo Bai chuckled. With Polaris's issue seemingly resolved, he no longer pondered it. His curiosity now lay in why Stark had sought him out. By the way, what brings you here today? Luo Bai asked. Stark suddenly remembered his purpose for visiting. Actually, I've come to thank you. I've sought you out several times, Stark said with a smile. Realizing this, Luo Bai understood. It seems your poisoning issue has been resolved. Indeed, it has been resolved, just as you suggested. I discovered that new technology Stark mentioned. When he spoke of new technology, he momentarily froze, recalling his father, and his expression grew somber. I rarely mentioned my father because I seldom saw him. To me, it seemed he didn't love me. He was always busy and rarely present. However, after watching the videos he left behind, I realized he was engaged in truly remarkable endeavors, Stark reflected. Luo Bai empathized, but was unsure how to comfort him. So he simply responded with a smile, as long as you are healthy. Hangzhou, Luo Bai, not only have you assisted in resolving my poisoning issue, but you have also helped me reevaluate many things. Stark expressed his gratitude sincerely. Luo Bai chuckled, half-jokingly replying, "Why are you so sentimental now?" Stark shrugged, admitting, "Indeed, I feel it too. I've become quite anxious and insecure lately. That is why I sought you out. I feel only you can provide me with a sense of security." Frankly, if a beautiful woman were to say such things to Luo Bai, even Polaris, he would feel flattered. However, hearing Stark, who was sitting on the sofa, express such sentiments felt quite peculiar. "You're making it difficult for me to respond." Luo Bai couldn't help but tease. Stark understood and quickly clarified, "Please, Luo Bai, don't misunderstand. I am merely feeling a bit frightened. I am uncertain whether I can protect the Earth. Do you understand this feeling? As the enemies multiply, I find myself increasingly worried." "It appears you are once again facing troubles," Luo Bai remarked. Stark shook his head, explaining, "Not exactly. However, I did encounter some trouble recently. A man named Ivan Vanko fought me at the racetrack, but I managed to resolve it. Yet, after seeing the technology he developed, I felt a sense of crisis. Today, after witnessing Polaris' abilities, my concerns have only intensified. Both you, Hulk, and Polaris possess extraordinary powers. Meanwhile, as someone labeled a superhero, I feel my own strength pales in comparison. Although I am not fond of Nick Fury, he was correct. The Earth is perilous, and I have been contemplating whether I can truly safeguard it." At this moment, Luo Bai realized that Stark had come seeking solace. Wait a minute. How did he become an unexpected emotional mentor? Chapter 045. A mage asking me to believe in science? Previously, Natasha expressed her concerns for Earth, followed by Polaris questioning his own existence, and now Tony has arrived. Luo Bai felt he could almost become a mentor to these superheroes. He contemplated establishing a class dedicated to nurturing their growth. With this thought, Luo Bai couldn't help but smile and reassure Tony, "You need not worry excessively. I believe you can surpass your current self." "I don't know what I should do to improve," Stark replied helplessly. He had been diligently upgrading his Iron Man suit. Yet the adversaries he faced and the powers he encountered far exceeded his comprehension. At this moment, he was at a loss regarding how to enhance himself further. Luo Bai understood this predicament. After all, technology evolves gradually. Although Stark possessed the latest advancements from M-Country, he still needed to explore and research step by step. Relying solely on himself would entail a prolonged process, during which Earth would witness numerous phenomena that would challenge Stark's understanding, leading him to experience self-doubt, a perfectly normal reaction. Since Stark had come to seek his guidance, Luo Bai felt it was reasonable to assist him. Cultivating a few powerful superheroes would ultimately benefit Luo Bai more than it would harm him. With this in mind, Luo Bai inquired, "Do you have a general plan for upgrading your suit?" Stark nodded, "Of course. The previous suit was unable to withstand the freezing conditions at high altitudes, so I made improvements. The suit was too cumbersome, so I changed the materials. During my battle with Ivan, although I emerged victorious, I realized the current suit was too clumsy. The 5 Malawian Quatches I created was portable armor, but in combat, I found that the villains wouldn't wait for me to transform. Moreover, the MK5's defense was inadequate. It was rendered useless after a single battle. Thus, I developed the 6 Malawian Quatches, utilizing new technology and energy sources. However, to be honest, I'm still not entirely satisfied. I consulted with Ethan, but he had no better suggestions." After speaking, Stark sighed. At this point, Luo Bai grasped the situation. "So, you wish to upgrade your armor, yet you're uncertain how to proceed, correct?" Luo Bai asked. Stark nodded yes. Given the current technological level, the 6 Malawian Quatches is the pinnacle of what I can create. I don't know how to further upgrade it. Luo Bai empathized. At present, Stark's armor had only reached 6 Malawian Quatches, representing the zenith of Earth's technology. For further enhancement, Stark must transcend the existing technological boundaries, a monumental reform, and it was entirely normal for him to feel perplexed. Although Luo Bai knew that Stark would eventually create even more formidable suits, including nanotechnology suits, achieving such advancements was unrealistic with the current technological standards. After all, technology, much like the study of magic, requires a gradual exploration. Of course, receiving guidance and suggestions from others could yield more efficient results. With this in mind, Luo Bai offered a hint. I believe I understand your confusion. So, you're uncertain from which aspect to approach the upgrade of your suit. Am I correct? Luo Bai inquired. Indeed. Numerous factors, such as technology and materials, impose limitations. My practical combat experience is rather limited, and I'm uncertain about the situations I may encounter in battle, Stark explained. Luo Bai countered. Have you considered that perhaps automation could be the direction for your next upgrade? Automation? What do you mean? Stark asked, bewildered. Isn't my suit already sufficiently automated? In my view, it's not enough. Automated assembly, remote control, weapon tracking, and so forth. Stark, I believe there are many areas where your suit can be improved. Moreover, what you require is not just one suit, but multiple suits, Luo Bai elaborated. At the mention of automated assembly, remote control, and weapon tracking, Stark's eyes lit up. Luo Bai, you understand me perfectly. What you just described is precisely what I need. You are a genius, Stark exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, after a moment of excitement, he fell into contemplation. What you've mentioned could indeed resolve all my current issues, but realizing it seems somewhat challenging, Stark thoughtfully replied. This sentiment was entirely reasonable. In Luo Bai's recollection, starting from the 7 Malawian Quatches, Stark's Iron Legion underwent a comprehensive upgrade, signifying that thereafter, Stark would no longer need to stand within the armor waiting for it to assemble. He could employ remote control to have his suit don itself and engage in combat autonomously. Though this appears to be a minor adjustment, it represented a significant technological innovation. Stark had taken an entire year to accomplish this advancement, yet Luo Bai had preemptively shared this knowledge with him a year prior. It was understandable that Stark found it difficult to achieve. Nevertheless, since Luo Bai had brought it up, he undoubtedly comprehended the technologies employed in the 7 Malawian Quatches. Achieving this with the current technology was indeed challenging. I have some ideas. For instance, you could utilize a new 5 mm diameter movable eyeball technology, biological scanning technology, and so forth. Of course, these are merely my personal suggestions, Luo Bai continued. Stark was taken aback. You also understand technology? He inquired, astonished. Luo Bai sighed in exasperation. A mage also adheres to scientific principles. Occasionally, we delve into technological studies. What? You mages discuss science too? Stark was momentarily stunned. Of course. We must believe in science. Mustn't we? Luo Bai replied earnestly. Stark fell silent. No, a mage is telling me to believe in science? This is absurd. Stark couldn't help but scoff. It would be understandable for anyone else to suggest believing in science, but for a mage to do so was utterly unacceptable to Stark. Luo Bai retorted. There is nothing incredulous about this. Every magic book I read emphasizes the close relationship between magic and science. If your technology is up to par, I would recommend that you research magical armor, Tony. Magical armor, as the name suggests, refers to creating a suit that can utilize magic. This is not an impossible feat. However, given the current technology, it would be quite challenging for you to accomplish, Luo Bai explained. Stark understood this, furrowing his brow. After a moment, he replied half-jokingly, I'll give it a try, but I suppose I need to learn magic first? Luo Bai responded playfully, if you're interested, you could certainly learn. The Supreme Mage once said that anyone with a certain level of magical talent can study magic. I am currently more intrigued by the concept of automated armor, Stark replied. It wasn't that Stark was unwilling to learn magic. Rather, he recognized that with his current technological prowess, even if he learned magic, creating magical armor would still be quite difficult. Stark was well aware of this, hence he could only progress step by step. Achieving automation for the suit was necessary. However, simultaneously, Stark did entertain the idea. After pondering for a moment, he asked, if I want to learn magic in the future, would you be willing to teach me? Luo Bai smiled and replied, of course, if you possess magical talent. Stark nodded, that's cool. You've now become my mentor. Are you still confused now? Luo Bai inquired. Not at all. You instill in me a profound sense of security, Stark replied earnestly. Luo Bai. Chapter 046. Is it my fault for being too strong? Luo Bai felt a sense of helplessness. He simply could not endure Stark uttering such words, so he remained silent. Fortunately, with the issue resolved, Stark was now eager to depart. By the way, I am truly grateful to you today. Your suggestions have inspired me greatly, and I plan to return now to give my armor a complete upgrade. Stark exclaimed with excitement. Luo Bai understood his urgent feelings and nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Stark did not hesitate and left immediately. Once he departed, Luo Bai stretched lazily, intending to continue his studies in his room. At that moment, Polaris emerged. Why are you out? Luo Bai inquired with curiosity. Polaris pointed to the clock on the wall and replied, It's dinner time. I came out to see what you'd like to eat. Luo Bai glanced at the time. Indeed, it was. However, he was not hungry at the moment, primarily because the training over the past month had been exceedingly effective. The strength of his soul made it nearly impossible for Luo Bai to feel hunger. This was due to the significant enhancement of his abilities, which allowed him to transcend the physiological needs of an ordinary human. He had grown largely independent of food or sustenance to maintain his life or amplify his powers. In fact, he had already reduced his dependence considerably, and now he found himself in a state of near detachment. Thinking of this, Luo Bai explained, I'm not really hungry. If you wish to eat, you can go buy something yourself. By the way, the money is in the box Natasha sent over. You can fetch it yourself. Seeing him about to head upstairs again, Polaris asked, Are you going up to practice magic again? Yes. Just like before, do not allow anyone to disturb me, Luo Bai reminded. Polaris nodded in acknowledgement, responding, I understand. Rest assured, I will not let anyone interrupt you. Having always performed admirably, Luo Bai felt assured. Without further conversation, Luo Bai ascended to the second floor and resumed his journey through the multiverse. This excursion proved to be far easier than the last. Sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, his soul effortlessly entered the multiverse. Although it seemed he could delve deeper, he refrained from proceeding recklessly, considering the multitude of powerful entities within the multiverse. After quietly absorbing the energy of the multiverse for a while, Luo Bai suddenly saw Ancient One. No, more accurately, it was the soul of Ancient One. Clearly, Ancient One had also taken notice of him. Supreme Sorcerer, what a coincidence. Luo Bai initiated the greeting. Ancient One. She did not respond, but her gaze was clearly filled with astonishment. It was not until some time had passed that she finally regained her composure and asked, Have you truly reached this level? Although they had not met for a month, given Luo Bai's talent, it was highly probable he had mastered most of the magic. However, Ancient One was completely unprepared for the fact that he had already achieved soul travel. No, this is too exaggerated. How long have you been studying magic to accomplish soul travel to this extent? It was no wonder Ancient One was somewhat bewildered. Luo Bai remained calm, explaining with poise, I believe your suggestion was spot on. Only with a sufficiently strong soul can one combat dark forces. Therefore, I have been diligently training my soul. Ancient One. It is worth noting that even Ancient One herself took considerable time to complete soul travel. Yet Luo Bai had effortlessly accomplished it within a month. At that moment, Ancient One felt it was time for her to retire. With this thought, Ancient One inquired, How is your mastery of time magic? I have essentially grasped the understanding of time from the previous Supreme Sorcerers. However, I'm still contemplating the time gem, Luo Bai explained. The time gem contains immense power and the mysteries of the universe, making it quite challenging to comprehend in a short time. It was only natural that Luo Bai could not fully comprehend what the previous Supreme Sorcerers had taken so long to unravel. However, being able to understand their insights was already formidable. Reflecting on this, Ancient One asked once more, So, you are considering studying the Darkhold? I have this intention, but I probably won't touch it for now, Luo Bai replied. Ancient One nodded and said, I am glad to see that you have fully adapted to the role of a sorcerer and are beginning to plan your future. I see greater possibilities in you. Luo Bai smiled and responded, In fact, I had thought that the Supreme Sorcerer would prevent me from studying the Darkhold, but you did not do so. Ancient One also smiled and replied, Sometimes, One must break conventions to pursue what they believe to be higher ideals. You are not the first to break the mold. Luo Bai was taken aback. Before he could speak, Ancient One continued, I am unwilling to draw energy from the dark dimension, but sometimes we have no choice. This statement implied that Ancient One acknowledged her acquisition of power from the dark dimension. Although Luo Bai was aware of this fact, he did not expect Ancient One would voluntarily share it with him. Since Ancient One had prohibited other sorcerers from drawing dark power, she had never disclosed this matter to anyone until today when she chose to reveal it. Luo Bai, somewhat surprised, asked, Why did you tell me this? Ancient One replied, Because you are adaptable, whereas the majority of people in Kamartaj are not, especially Master Mordo, who is quite stubborn. His obstinacy will ultimately lead him to extremes. This served as a caution, and Luo Bai understood it well. However, he was unclear why Ancient One suddenly expressed such sentiments, as it sounded like she was imparting a significant message. Do you know about Dormammu? Just as he was contemplating, Ancient One suddenly inquired. Luo Bai nodded and responded, I know. There are records about him in the books. He is the ruler of the dark dimension. He abandoned his physical form to become the sovereign of the dark realm. All along, he has sought to devour planets, aiming to turn the entire universe into the dark dimension, Earth included. Thus, the sorcerers on Earth have been combating him. Ancient One continued, Dormammu is immensely powerful. Hence, I have to draw energy from the dark dimension to prolong my life to confront him. Although we have thwarted his attempts to invade Earth multiple times, we cannot truly kill Dormammu. Luo Bai understood what she meant. Indeed, Dormammu was formidable. To kill him, perhaps one would have to annihilate the entire dark dimension. Luo Bai remarked half-jokingly, annihilating the entire dark dimension is a rather difficult proposition. It might even be considered a dream. This prompted Ancient One to respond with a hint of humor. If you can achieve that, I will be proud of you. Luo Bai, at this point, it seems I cannot. Your future holds infinite possibilities. Therefore, you must believe in yourself, Ancient One encouraged. Luo Bai fell silent. Although he too believed in the limitless potential of his future, it still seemed premature to discuss defeating Dormammu. With this thought, Luo Bai couldn't help but quip, At least I should wait until I develop for a while. Just then, Ancient One's expression turned serious as she spoke. I fear you may not have much time to develop, for my time is running short. I do not think I will last much longer. Luo Bai was taken aback, astonished as he asked, Supreme Sorcerer, what do you mean by this? Ancient One calmly replied, What I mean is, you may soon have to face everything on your own. Face everything on my own? Luo Bai fully understood now. Was Ancient One planning to retire? But that shouldn't be the case. Supreme Sorcerer, this timeline is incorrect. You should not leave at this moment, Luo Bai asserted. Ancient One simply smiled and replied earnestly, From the moment you arrived, the universe has already been altered. Have you not realized that the timeline has long been rewritten? You are the anomaly, not merely an exception within the realm of mages, but within the entire cosmos. Your rapid learning has rendered my existence utterly meaningless. Do you think I am prepared to embrace death? You will come to understand how fervently I wish to prolong this moment indefinitely, yet my lifespan was inherently stolen. Your growth signifies my impending departure. Luo Bai. Ah, is it my strength that is to blame? Chapter 047. So sudden. Luo Bai felt somewhat bewildered. The plot had barely progressed when Ancient One announced her intention to retire, leaving him at a loss for words. However, upon reflection, it was evident that ever since his arrival, the story had indeed accelerated significantly. He had been so engrossed in practicing magic that he had lost track of time. In light of this, Ancient One's assertion was not without merit. His presence had undeniably altered the entire Marvel universe. This was only to be expected. Considering he was a traveler from another realm, it would be strange if nothing changed. Yet, Ancient One's retirement felt exceedingly abrupt. With that thought in mind, Luo Bai impolitely inquired, Supreme Mage, are you truly unable to hold on any longer? Ancient One fell silent, but her expression conveyed the truth to Luo Bai. She was indeed nearing her end. Although their interactions had been limited, there was a mutual bond between them. Without Ancient One's guidance, Luo Bai could never have progressed so swiftly. Thus, He held a deep sense of gratitude towards her. Yet, upon hearing that she was about to depart from this world, he found himself devoid of sorrow. After all, Ancient One was a supreme mage. It was inconceivable that she would perish so easily. Mages possessed souls, and Ancient One's spirit had long since aligned with the Eternal One. Thus, her physical body was merely succumbing to death while her essence persisted. In short, she was merely retiring. Of course, encountering her in the future would not be a simple endeavor. It would require venturing to the realm of the Eternal One, a journey that would necessitate considerable training on Luo Bai's part. Death bestows meaning upon life, imparting the understanding of its ephemeral nature. But I believe, Luo Bai mage, you will surpass me. Ancient One suddenly spoke, breaking his train of thought. Luo Bai snapped back to reality, unable to suppress a sigh. Supreme Mage, how much longer do you think you can endure? I ought to prepare myself mentally. Even a few extra days would be beneficial for me to absorb more power from the multiverse. Just as he contemplated this, Ancient One replied, Now, you said you would leave one moment, and then you're gone next? What the hell? Is it really this sudden? Luo Bai could not help but question. Ancient One shook her head in response. It is not sudden. Everything follows a discernible path. My appearance here to meet you is predestined. In truth, I am to embark on a soul journey tonight at the behest of the Eternal One. Initially, I found it peculiar, as the Eternal One has only summoned me a handful of times since I chose to follow him. This is the second instance, and a century has passed since the last. The unexpected summons puzzled me, but I must heed the call. Upon seeing you, I finally understood why the Eternal One summoned me. He is signaling that it is time for me to leave Earth. I have lived here for so long, and parting is truly difficult, yet I have no other choice. Well then, Luo Bai mage, I must take my leave. Congratulations on becoming the new Supreme Mage. Ancient One expressed her final congratulations to Luo Bai. He responded, Thank you, former Supreme Mage. It has been a pleasure knowing you, Ancient One. Yet, before he could finish his words, Ancient One's spirit vanished. He was left uncertain if she had heard him. Gazing upon the vibrant cosmos, Luo Bai suddenly felt an emptiness within. Though his current abilities, combined with his fortunate circumstances, would allow him to manage even without Ancient One, she had appeared during his weakest moments, providing him with immense support. The departure of a friend, even a sudden one, inevitably brings a sense of loss. However, Luo Bai quickly adjusted his mindset, continuing to cultivate his soul. This time, though he did not practice for long. The abruptness of Ancient One's passing compelled him to check on Kamartaj. With this thought in mind, it wasn't long before he summoned his soul back into his body. As soon as he retracted his spirit, he was met with a cacophony. Voices echoed from below. I must see Luo Bai mage. This is of utmost importance. You cannot go upstairs. I am sorry, but I can only do this. As the voices subsided, Luo Bai furrowed his brow and opened the door. The moment he did, he was greeted by an unfamiliar face, a middle-aged man. Before Luo Bai could speak, the man introduced himself. Greetings, Supreme Mage. My name is Wang. You need to return. Ancient One is no longer with us. Wang, the Grand Mage of Kamartaj, also served as the Supreme Mage's steward. This designation was fitting, for Wang hailed from an ancient lineage that had begun serving the Supreme Mage ever since encountering Ancient One. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to refer to him as her steward. His title as Supreme Mage indicated that Ancient One had long recognized her dwindling time and had entrusted certain matters to him. At the very least, informing him of Luo Bai's current status. I understand. I was just about to return. But where did you send Polaris? Luo Bai inquired. Although he had only overheard snippets of the previous conversation, it was apparent that Wang had likely dispatched Polaris elsewhere. Indeed, upon being questioned, Wang appeared somewhat sheepish as he replied, I apologize, Supreme Mage. The situation was urgent, and she would not allow me to come upstairs. So I had to resort to extraordinary measures. As Wang spoke, he used his mind to open a portal. The moment the door swung open, Polaris tumbled out. Fortunately, Luo Bai was quick enough to catch her, though she looked somewhat dazed upon her arrival. I was just in free fall. Polaris exclaimed in shock. Luo Bai nodded in understanding. I see. At this point, Polaris finally grasped the situation. Luo Bai mage? I did my utmost to prevent this. but he insisted on going upstairs. It was him who made me experience 2 minutes of free fall. Polaris shouted, her anger palpable. It was evident she was furious, nearly ready to explode. Luo Bai quickly reassured her. That was indeed excessive. Wang, I think you should apologize to her, considering I instructed her not to let anyone disturb me. Apologies. The situation was urgent. Wang promptly offered his apologies. Although Polaris was still somewhat irate, she found it difficult to voice further complaints. It was clear that Wang was a mage, and she could hardly contend with him. Moreover, he seemed to have an acquaintance with Luo Bai mage. With this in mind, Polaris could only wave her hand, exclaiming in resignation, Luo Bai mage, is there anything else you require of me? Nothing for now, but I may need to be away for a while, Luo Bai replied. Polaris was taken aback, but did not press further, simply responding, all right, I will keep an eye on things during your absence. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Bai opened a portal with his mind. Upon witnessing this, Wang was taken aback. You just opened a portal with your mind? Is that so strange? Did you not just do the same? Luo Bai retorted. Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he replied earnestly, I have studied magic for most of my life. To my knowledge, you have only been practicing magic for a short while. Luo Bai responded, but I have a natural gift. Wang replied, you are impressive. Chapter 48. The awkward performance of Ancient One at this moment. Wang was feeling quite dejected. Although he acknowledged that magical talents vary, he had heard Ancient One remark on Luo Bai's exceptional aptitude for magic. However, this was exceedingly remarkable. Who could possibly compete with him? After dedicating most of his life to mastering the ability to open a portal with mere thought, Luo Bai had grasped it with astonishing speed. Wang couldn't help but sigh, realizing why Ancient One had chosen him. He was indeed extraordinary. Luo Bai did not respond, but stepped through the portal into Kamartaj. Everything appeared normal, seemingly unchanged. Once the portal closed, Luo Bai inquired, is there a particular reason you were so urgent in summoning me back? Wang explained earnestly, Ancient One mentioned that you have not spent much time in Kamartaj, so there are many matters you might not be aware of. I need to bring you up to speed. Earth is currently unsafe, with the threat of invaders looming at any moment, which is why I required your prompt return. A cataclysm could occur at any time. Countless races across the multiverse have their eyes on this fertile planet, especially Dormammu. With Ancient One's demise, there is no guarantee that Dormammu will not exploit this vulnerability. It was imperative and urgent to bring you here, which is why I was so anxious. Upon learning that Earth was temporarily free from danger, Luo Bai felt a wave of relief. He surveyed the surroundings of Kamartaj. Although he had visited several times before, his altered status imbued this visit with a distinctly different perspective. This psychological state was difficult to articulate, but he quickly regained his composure. Lead the way, Luo Bai commanded. Wang nodded and guided him forward. Due to Luo Bai's keen hearing, he inadvertently overheard a conversation between several mages en route to their destination. How could the Supreme Sorcerer have died so suddenly? One questioned. I heard it was a fall, came the incredulous reply. A fall? How could that be? Another voice chimed in. It seems a powerful dark force invaded Earth at night, and the Supreme Sorcerer sustained fatal injuries while attempting to repel it, leading to the fall. To be precise, she was killed by the dark force. Dark force? Was it Dormammu? One inquired. Uncertain, but it was incredibly powerful. The protective arrays of Kamartaj didn't even detect it. This is terrifying. The enemy can now evade the monitoring of the arrays. Indeed, Earth is becoming increasingly perilous. Our adversaries are growing stronger. We must enhance our capabilities swiftly. I can hardly believe the Supreme Sorcerer has left us. You ought to change your address. We should now refer to her as Ancient One, for a new Supreme Sorcerer has arrived. It is said to be a genius mage. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai ceased to eavesdrop, overwhelmed by shock. The incredulity was palpable as he asked, Wang, the Ancient One, fell to her death? To be precise, she sustained serious injuries in her battle against the dark forces before succumbing. Wang replied earnestly. Luo Bai fell silent, his expression a tapestry of emotions. The Ancient One's soul now traversed the eternal. Thus, her physical form was relinquished. She would fabricate a plausible cause of death to announce her departure while heralding the arrival of the new Supreme Sorcerer. In the original narrative, The Ancient One had crafted her demise during a confrontation with the treacherous Caecilius. After sustaining a wound, she fell from a great height and perished. However, that event was not to transpire for at least another year. Currently, Caecilius had not yet betrayed nor darkened. Luo Bai had anticipated that the Ancient One would at least choose a different method to declare her death. Yet, he was taken aback to realize that she had not even bothered to devise a new scheme, instead employing the exact same ruse. She had even concocted a dark force so obscure that even the Sanctum could not detect it. In an instant, Luo Bai envisioned the Ancient One's clumsy performance. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "May I ask what dark force was responsible for the Ancient One's demise?" Unknown. The Ancient One was combating the dark forces beyond Earth, and the Sanctum had not yet detected it. Wang responded earnestly. Luo Bai remained silent. Very well, very well. The Ancient One is still the Ancient One. If she can retire, she should do so promptly, without even altering the script. In his contemplation, Luo Bai could not help but jest. That must have been a truly fearsome, malevolent deity or dark sorcerer. Otherwise, the Sanctum would not have failed to detect it. Earth has always been fraught with peril, and the threats we face are far more terrifying than we can imagine. The incident involving the Ancient One serves as a reminder that our detection arrays may need an upgrade. Wang's expression was grave as he spoke. Luo Bai chose not to elaborate further and continued to follow Wang. Soon, they arrived in a dimly lit space where Mordo stood at the center. "You have arrived." Mordo greeted them as they approached. Wang nodded and proceeded toward the central magical platform. As he walked, he spoke, "For ages, mages have safeguarded the world from magical harm. Agamotto, the first supreme sorcerer, was regarded as one of the earliest to fathom the mysteries of the universe. He established the mage lineage on Earth and created the Eye of Agamotto. Additionally, the current 3 great sanctums of the city." As Wang spoke, he gazed upward at a luminous spherical object rotating above Earth. It was a simulated Earth within the sanctum, conjured through magic. This representation allowed for the detection of numerous dangers. Observe your surroundings. The stone doors marked with symbols are portals to different sanctums. Passing through these doors will take you to the cities where the sanctums reside. This one leads to Hong Kong, this one to London, and finally, this one to New York. The 3 sanctums form a protective net for our world, referred to as the detection array. The sanctums protect the world, while we protect the sanctums. The sanctum is of paramount importance to Camartage. It can detect and safeguard Earth. It serves as the first line of defense against beings from other realms and invaders from the multiverse who may seek to disrupt the sanctum. As Wang concluded, magical protective arrays appeared over the locations of the 3 sanctums on the simulated Earth. The protective array expanded outward, connecting the 3 sanctums and enveloping the entire planet. "I understand," Luo Bai nodded, grasping the connection between the sanctums and the Earth. Seeing that he had comprehended most of it, Mordo promptly presented a list. "This is the current list of mages in Camartage. I have ensured there are no omissions." This list was evidently tailored for Luo Bai, as he had just ascended to the position of Supreme Sorcerer and needed to familiarize himself with the names of these mages. After taking a glance at the list, Luo Bai nodded, "I will remember." As soon as he spoke, Mordo handed over several more documents detailing the existing magical artifacts in Camartage, the library's current collection, and more, effectively covering all essential information. After standing there and listening to Wang and Mordo for about half an hour, Luo Bai finally could not contain himself and asked, "Is there anything else?" The two pondered for a moment, and once they confirmed that all matters had been addressed, they replied, "There should be nothing more, Supreme Sorcerer." Luo Bai nodded. He was about to head towards the artifact chamber and the sanctum when he heard Mordo say, "You may need to visit the training grounds tomorrow morning at around 6. As a new Supreme Sorcerer, it is essential for the mages to become acquainted with you." Very well. Chapter 49. The good things seek you out. After briefing on his current tasks, Modu took his leave. "Supreme Sorcerer, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall depart. Should you have any uncertainties, Wang will elucidate them for you," Modu remarked as he exited. "Go ahead." Luo Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Once Modu had left, Luo Bai gazed at the substantial stack of documents in his hands, feeling a twinge of headache. He was aware that upon becoming the Supreme Sorcerer, a comprehensive understanding of Kamartaj was imperative, but he had not anticipated the sheer volume of materials. It was no wonder Dr. Strange spent a considerable amount of time reading after ascending to the position of Supreme Sorcerer. Kamartaj indeed possessed an abundance of texts. These documents were as thick as books. Perceiving his distress, Wong approached to clarify. Kamartaj has existed for a considerable duration. As the Supreme Sorcerer, you will need to invest some time to familiarize yourself with it. However, you may inquire about various matters, and I shall assist in dispelling most of your doubts. Although it was their first encounter, Luo Bai, well-versed in the plot, placed great trust in Wong. I appreciate your assistance, Wong, Luo Bai responded. Wong waved his hand dismissively. It is my duty. Do you have any further instructions? Nodding, Luo Bai replied. Indeed, please take me to the sanctuary and the artifact chamber. Without further ado, Wong led Luo Bai through the doors of the sanctuary. As they walked, Wong explained, each sanctuary is guarded by a designated sorcerer, responsible for its protection. The original guardian of the New York sanctuary was Master Gu Yi, but it is currently under the temporary protection of Master Daniel. The London sanctuary is overseen by Master Silesia, while I serve as the guardian of the Hong Kong sanctuary. Before becoming the librarian, Wong had indeed been the guardian of the Hong Kong sanctuary, a fact that Luo Bai found unremarkable. Supreme Sorcerer, do you have any thoughts regarding the guardians of the sanctuaries? Wong inquired unexpectedly. Luo Bai fell silent, deep in contemplation. He understood Wong's implication clearly. Now that he had ascended to the role of Supreme Sorcerer, it was his responsibility to safeguard the sanctuary. This naturally meant that, barring exceptional circumstances, he would largely remain within the sanctuary to fulfill this duty. Of course, Luo Bai had already prepared himself mentally for this commitment. After all, he was now the Supreme Sorcerer. It would be unreasonable to continue living in a villa, detached from his responsibilities. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai responded, I will temporarily oversee the New York sanctuary. Given that I am not yet fully acquainted with Kamartaj, I prefer to maintain the current arrangements established by Master Gu Yi until I gain a clearer understanding. Once I am well-versed, I will make the necessary arrangements. After all, New York was the most chaotic place. The other sorcerers might struggle to manage the numerous disturbances, so it was indeed prudent for Luo Bai to oversee this area. Very well, this is the New York sanctuary, Wong stated as they arrived. During their conversation, a sorcerer approached. Upon recognizing him, Wong greeted, introducing Master Daniel. This is the current Supreme Sorcerer, Master Luo Bai. Daniel respectfully addressed Supreme Sorcerer and began to scrutinize Luo Bai with a mixture of surprise and astonishment. Overwhelmed by his own reaction, Daniel seemed to forget the rudiments of politeness. Noticing this, Luo Bai smiled and said, Master Daniel, you appear to be quite curious about me. Only then did Daniel realize his breach of decorum, hastily apologizing. My sincerest apologies, Supreme Sorcerer. I did not intend to be disrespectful. I was merely taken aback. What has surprised you? Luo Bai inquired amicably. Daniel chuckled, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor as he replied, You appear quite youthful. Luo Bai anticipated this remark. After all, among the esteemed sorcerers, he was indeed the youngest. It was only natural for Daniel to be astonished that someone of such youth and appearance had ascended to the role of Supreme Sorcerer. Furthermore, Luo Bai seldom lingered in Kamartaj, resulting in most sorcerers being unfamiliar with him, let alone having witnessed his prowess. Daniel's surprise was entirely understandable. Nevertheless, as Luo Bai now held the title of Supreme Sorcerer, such comments could be deemed slightly impolite. Wong, visibly astonished, reprimanded, Daniel, this is the Supreme Sorcerer. You must not be so discourteous. I apologize. I was simply too astonished, Daniel reiterated. However, Luo Bai merely smiled and replied, I understand your surprise. Given my age and experience, it is indeed quite surprising to have become the Supreme Sorcerer. Doctor Strange, albeit not particularly seasoned, had faced the invasion of Dormammu immediately after assuming the title, proving his capabilities. While the sorcerers at Kamartaj seemed amiable at present, it did not imply that every individual was devoid of aspirations regarding the position of Supreme Sorcerer. Contemplating this, Luo Bai felt the necessity to demonstrate his abilities to solidify his standing among the sorcerers of Kamartaj, for strength was the ultimate measure of worthiness. With this in mind, Luo Bai cheerfully inquired, "Master Daniel, how long have you been studying magic?" Daniel responded with a grin, "I can hardly recall, perhaps 30 or 40 years. The specifics escape me." Nodding, Luo Bai remarked, "I presume Master Daniel possesses profound insights into magic. Perhaps we could exchange ideas when time permits. However, at present, I am more inclined to explore the sanctuary. May I?" "Of course. I will be delighted to guide you. May I take you to the second floor first?" Daniel queried. Luo Bai nodded, following Daniel to the staircase. The New York sanctuary featured a grand staircase at its center, ascending to the second floor. As the guide, Daniel ascended the first flight of stairs, followed by Luo Bai and Wang. As Luo Bai stepped onto the first step, Daniel suddenly sensed something amiss. The staircase, which had previously appeared stationary, began to move of its own accord. Indeed, it was moving independently, akin to an elevator ascending floor by floor. As a master sorcerer, Daniel could not be oblivious to the phenomenon's nature. "This is spatial magic. The new supreme sorcerer, Luo Bai? Wait a moment. He is so young and has already mastered magic to this extent?" Daniel was left bewildered. Luo Bai could empathize with his astonishment, as few sorcerers in Kamartaj adeptly wielded spatial magic. In truth, the combat prowess of Kamartaj sorcerers was not particularly formidable. In the narrative, Kaisilius only acquired the ability to use such powers after absorbing dark energies, making the ability to wield spatial magic in Kamartaj quite impressive. Given this context, it was relatively effortless for Luo Bai to display a semblance of superiority before these master sorcerers. Observing Daniel's perplexed expression, Luo Bai knew this attempt at impressing was effective. Upon arriving at the second floor, Luo Bai had to remind Daniel, "We have arrived, Master Daniel. Please lead us on the tour." Only then did Daniel regain his composure. His gaze toward Luo Bai now filled with clarity and respect. "Very well, Supreme Sorcerer. Please follow me this way," Daniel said, leading the way with enthusiasm. As he departed, Wang whispered to Luo Bai, "Do we really have to ascend in such a manner?" Luo Bai shrugged. "I would prefer otherwise, but as the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer, I must demonstrate my strength to earn the respect of these seasoned masters." Wang nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. I merely find your method of ascent rather impressive." Luo Bai chuckled. "Next time, I shall show you something even more remarkable." No sooner had he finished speaking than a delicate sound pierced the air, akin to the shattering of glass. Before anyone could react, a crimson cloak soared before Luo Bai, obstructing its path. Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. "Wait a moment, isn't this the ancient artifact, the floating cloak?" Just as the thought crossed his mind, the voice of the king echoed in his ears. "It seems this artifact has chosen you, Supreme Mage. You must understand, it has remained here for an indeterminate period, without selecting a master. You are indeed fortunate." Chapter 050, Dormammu. Why do I feel like someone is invading my home? The floating cloak, a magical artifact, is said to be an ancient relic and one of the most renowned garments and equipment. Luo Bai has learned about this cloak. It not only enables the wearer to levitate in the air, but also acts on the owner's intentions during combat, providing a degree of resistance against both physical and magical attacks, and can even alter its appearance. Most importantly, it possesses a consciousness of its own. In simple terms, the floating cloak chooses its master based on its own satisfaction. Clearly, it has now selected Luo Bai. In fact, at the moment the floating cloak appeared, Luo Bai felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, in the original storyline, it had chosen Doctor Strange as its master and became his exclusive item. He never anticipated that the cloak would now choose him. Is this the allure of supreme fortune? The Supreme Mage must be quite favored by this cloak. Just as he was pondering, Daniel spoke up. Luo Bai snapped back to reality and looked at the floating cloak, responding, "It seems I'm quite fortunate." No sooner had he spoken than the floating cloak flew over and draped itself across Luo Bai's shoulders, remaining still like an ordinary cloak thereafter. Observing this, Luo Bai continued, "All right, let us proceed to explore the second floor." Daniel nodded and led the way. The second floor of the New York sanctum contained numerous rooms, such as studies and bedrooms. However, What captivated Luo Bai the most were the various magical artifacts displayed there. The showcases exhibited an array of magical items from the multiverse. This is the Dragon Fang Sword. This is the Axe of Engurum. And this one is the Cosmic Cauldron. Daniel introduced them one by one. Luo Bai paused, directing his gaze toward an object resembling the Holy Grail, and inquired, "Is this thing called the Cosmic Cauldron?" "Indeed," Daniel replied. "Why is it named so? What is its purpose?" Luo Bai asked, picking it up for closer inspection. Daniel elucidated. "It is an artifact used by mages to predict the future and unveil the secrets of the universe. Mages typically need to incant a spell to activate it, but few possess the skill to do so effectively, as foreseeing the future is no easy task." As Daniel was explaining, he suddenly noticed that Luo Bai had already begun to use it. In an instant, Daniel was left dumbfounded. Wait, he hadn't even mentioned what the incantation was yet. Curious, Daniel couldn't help but ask Wang beside him, "Wang, did you tell him the incantation?" Wang shook his head, "No." "Then how did the Supreme Mage activate the Cosmic Cauldron?" Daniel questioned. Wang frowned and replied helplessly, "Who knows?" Both men fell silent. Meanwhile, Luo Bai had completed his trial with the cauldron. The conclusion he reached was that it was nowhere near as effective as the Time Stone. The Cosmic Cauldron's function did not allow for direct glimpses into the future like the Time Stone. Instead, it served more as a prophetic artifact capable of predicting future events. It was no wonder that the Ancient Ones seldom utilized this artifact and preferred to delegate it to other mages. Yet, for an ordinary mage, this artifact was indeed quite remarkable. With that thought, Luo Bai returned the artifact to its original place. Upon turning around, he noticed that both Daniel and Wang wore somewhat bewildered expressions. Luo Bai found it odd and couldn't help but ask, "Why do you both look like that?" Wang finally inquired, "Do you know how to use this thing?" "I don't know." Luo Bai shook his head. "This is my first time seeing it." "Then how did you know the incantation?" Wang pressed. Luo Bai replied earnestly, "I guessed." "What?" "You guessed?" In an instant, both Wang and Daniel widened their eyes in disbelief. Is magical incantation that easy to guess? Wang couldn't help but scoff. Luo Bai remained silent, merely observing Wang's astonished expression while internally reflecting. With fortune on his side, isn't guessing a password a simple matter? The incantations within the Book of Agamotto were also derived from my guesses. Of course, he kept this thought to himself and refrained from elaborating. Once they had finished exploring the sanctum, Luo Bai spoke again. "All right, I believe I have a good understanding of the New York Sanctum. Master Mage, I intend to protect the New York Sanctum henceforth," he declared, his intent clear. Daniel, recognizing the implication, responded tactfully, "Then I shall leave the sanctum in your capable hands. Supreme Mage, I will take my leave now." With that, Daniel departed. As he left, Wang asked, "Is there anything else you require of me, Supreme Mage?" Luo Bai shook his head in response, "Not for the moment. I will be at the training grounds at 6 a.m. tomorrow. You may go about your business. Thank you." "Wang, you are too kind, Supreme Mage," Wang replied before also exiting the New York Sanctum. Once the two had left, Luo Bai entered the study and began perusing the books and materials provided by Mordo. Having mastered time magic to a considerable degree, he could now utilize time acceleration to read and learn. With an entire wall of books and documents to review, Luo Bai completed it in less than half an hour. After finishing, Luo Bai gained a general understanding of the sanctum and its magical array. Each successive Supreme Mage had integrated their magic with the array simulating Earth. This way, regardless of their physical or spiritual location, the Supreme Mage could instantly perceive the state of Earth and monitor all activities in Kamartaj. Merging with the array was not overly complicated. Luo Bai succeeded on his first attempt. Establishing this connection was akin to possessing a simulated planet. Whenever he wished, he could perceive and observe everything currently transpiring on Earth. However, not all locations could be observed perfectly, as certain areas might present obstacles. After all, those capable of wielding magic on Earth were not solely the mages of Kamartaj. At present, the only place he could observe clearly and without obstruction was the city of Kamartaj itself. This was understandable, considering Kamartaj was the center of the magical array. The closer one was to the center, the better the observation capability. After establishing contact with Kamartaj, Luo Bai formulated a plan to to study the Darkhold. Despite Earth seeming relatively peaceful before, the reality was that this tranquility was largely attributed to the Ancient One. As the most powerful mage on Earth, the Ancient One's presence had deterred many formidable adversaries. However, with her demise, the news would soon spread throughout the universe. This signaled that Earth was on the brink of unrest. The cosmic timeline had already been altered due to Luo Bai's arrival, so he could not place his faith in the timelines he recalled. He needed to prepare for the impending crises that Earth might face, and the most effective method was to enhance his own power. With this thought, Luo Bai retrieved the Darkhold he had sealed away and opened it to study. Thanks to the extensive training he had undergone regarding his soul, the corrosive effects of the Darkhold, while still present, were no longer as overwhelming as they had initially been. After skimming through the Darkhold, Luo Bai grasped its contents. The magic within the Darkhold was broadly categorized into 6 types: how to enter the dimension of evil, how to transform into a vampire or werewolf, how to manipulate human will, how to summon Thon, how to absorb spiritual energy, and how to harness dark power. The magic contained within was extremely radical, and some spells would undoubtedly lead to uncontrollable consequences if learned. Therefore, Luo Bai opted for the relatively peaceful spells, how to absorb spiritual energy and how to harness dark power. These 2 forms of magic are indeed interconnected. In essence, their methods of cultivation are quite similar. Their practices are straightforward, essentially teaching you incantations to harness dark energies. These dark forces are not limited solely to those of Zizran. Their utilization entirely depends on the practitioner's intent. In simple terms, once one has mastered all the dark powers, they become sufficiently formidable. Across various dimensions, as long as it pertains to dark energy, one can generally absorb it. Upon gaining this understanding, Luo Bai activated the mirror dimension and began his experimentation. Thanks to his profound foundation in magic, he swiftly grasped the method and commenced the absorption of dark forces. Meanwhile, in the dark dimension, entities such as Dormammu and Mephisto in the demon realm sensed an unusual disturbance. It felt as though someone was encroaching upon their territory. Chapter 051. Dormammu, you again? At the very moment when Luo Bai mastered the art of absorbing dark energy, an overwhelming torrent of formidable dark power surged uncontrollably into his being. This force was immense, crashing upon him like a tumultuous sea in an instant. Consequently, Luo Bai was compelled to momentarily halt his absorption and adapt to this newfound energy. Frankly, he was somewhat bewildered at that fleeting moment. Although it was his inaugural foray into the dark scriptures, and he had just begun to absorb dark energy, he felt as if an unknown switch had been activated within him the moment he learned the technique. At that instant, he absorbed an extraordinary amount of dark energy, flowing towards him from every conceivable dimension, powerful enough to render itself uncontrollable. He began to doubt whether his current physique could endure such colossal power. While Luo Bai understood that dark energy was inherently difficult to manage, it was only natural to feel a bit disoriented after absorbing an overwhelming quantity from various dimensions all at once. Fortunately, after a brief period of adjustment, he swiftly integrated this power. Once he regained his composure, he endeavored to absorb dark energy once more. This time, he exerted a modicum of control, refraining from the reckless approach he had taken initially. Yet, whether by the favor of fortune or otherwise, Luo Bai sensed that the dark energy continued to surge uncontrollably into his corporeal form. In an instant, his being was once again filled with dark energy. Simultaneously, as the sovereign of the dark dimension, Dormammu could distinctly perceive the dark energy within his realm being absorbed anew. At this moment, Dormammu was incensed. How many times must this occur, flickering in his dark dimension? Did they presume his realm to be a mere playground for such siphoning? Oh, here it comes again. It was utterly infuriating. Dormammu cursed under his breath. In truth, Dormammu was indifferent to bestowing the powers of the dark dimension upon others, as doing so would allow him to manipulate their souls, fulfilling his ulterior motives. However, such a concession must be voluntary on his part. Clearly, this situation was markedly different. The dark energy of his dimension was not being granted. Rather, someone was actively siphoning it, and the source was none other than Earth. The ability to actively absorb dark energy from his dimension indicated that someone on Earth had mastered the art of siphoning such power. Yet this was unexpected. After all, this was his dark dimension, to absorb dark energy across dimensions. Ancient One was dead. Considering the abysmal magical prowess of the sorcerers on Earth, how could they possibly accomplish cross-dimensional absorption of dark energy? Dormammu found this perplexing, but was not unduly concerned. After all, did he truly believe the powers of his dark dimension were so easily attainable? If they sought to absorb his energy, then they must surrender their souls. Souls delivered unto him. They would become his disciples, plunging into the depths of the dark dimension. Dormammu bellowed in fury. He manipulated the dark energy within his realm, intending to ensnare the Earth's sorcerer who had dared to siphon his dark power, seeking to trace the consciousness of this sorcerer and seduce him into complete servitude. However, at that precise moment, Dormammu sensed another force of dark energy colliding with his own. This energy seemed to emanate from hell. It was the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. No, why had he suddenly appeared? Was it possible that he too coveted the soul of this Earth sorcerer? Dormammu pondered. Meanwhile, Mephisto also sensed Dormammu's power. Mephisto, the demon from another dimension, known as the Lord of Hell, was incensed upon detecting the absorption of dark energy from his domain. How could he accept such an audacious act of siphoning his power without permission? If one were to absorb, they must pay a price. Let them offer their soul. Consequently, Mephisto resolved to transform this individual who had absorbed his power into his disciple. They would forge a pact, compelling the individual to surrender their soul. Yet, as he attempted to control the consciousness of this person through the source of power, Mephisto encountered an obstruction. It appeared that Dormammu was simultaneously engaged in a similar endeavor. Mephisto paused, unable to suppress a murmur. Dormammu? Does he too desire this soul? Mephisto was acutely aware that in the multiverse, it was a realm of survival of the fittest, and contesting with Dormammu would not guarantee his victory. Thus, upon sensing Dormammu's power, Mephisto chose to withdraw, temporarily relinquishing his claim to the soul. Noticing Mephisto's retreat, Dormammu was evidently pleased. A mere Lord of Hell, daring to compete with him for disciples? Dormammu mused, attempting once more to invade the consciousness. Just then, Dormammu felt another obstruction. Dormammu, what on earth has this individual absorbed in terms of dark energy? Everyone clamors for their soul. I shall see who this is. Just as Dormammu was contemplating, he felt a familiar power. Zysorn. Chapter 052, Dormammu. I am truly astounded. The Dark Grimoire is so renowned that even Dormammu had once drawn upon its dark energy to become more powerful. How could he possibly be unaware of who Zysorn is? He is the creator of the Dark Grimoire, the very origin of all dark magic, a formidable figure indeed. Although Zysorn was forced into exile in another dimension eons ago, he merely departed. He did not perish. Who knows when he might return with a vengeance? Therefore, upon sensing Zysorn's power, Dormammu was visibly taken aback. He hesitated to advance, for doing so would mean competing with Zysorn for followers. Frankly, the risk is considerable. After all, no one has witnessed the full extent of Zysorn's capabilities. Even though Dormammu had studied the Dark Grimoire and absorbed some of Zysorn's power to Zysorn, this power is utterly negligible. Moreover, it is not solely he who has drawn from Zysorn's strength. The Hell Lord Mephisto has also siphoned some of that energy. This illustrates Zysorn's immense power. In a contest for followers, Dormammu's chances are rather slim. Yet, Dormammu was unwilling to concede. His dark dimension's power had been inexplicably siphoned away by another, and he was unable to claim that individual soul. This is utterly unjust. Just at that moment of turmoil, another force surged forth, obstructing his path. Unlike the powers of dark magic, this was a sacred golden energy. It was white magic. Could be the triune god Vishani. Did Vishani also take an interest in this human mage, bestowing blessings upon him in hopes of claiming him as a follower? In that instant, Dormammu was utterly bewildered, his mind swirling with questions. Who can enlighten me as to the identity of this mage? So many ancient gods wish to claim him as a follower. What makes him so extraordinary? Curse you, ancient gods. Must you not remain in your own domains? Dormammu seethed. As a result of his fury, the entire dark dimension was thrown into chaos. While he certainly did not lack for followers, he was consumed by resentment. Furthermore, the fact that this earthly mage had attracted the attention of numerous ancient gods indicated that his soul possessed remarkable qualities. This solidified Dormammu's determination to capture Luo Bai's soul. However, he was currently unable to join the fray. Competing against so many ancient gods left him with no chance of success. He had initially believed that with the death of the Ancient One, he could freely devour Earth. Little did he expect that the Ancient One would take on such a disciple. He sought to consume more planets, transforming them into his dark dimension, thereby augmenting his own power. That soul shall eventually be mine. Dormammu roared, retreating as he shouted. At that moment, a Hell Lord quietly breached his defenses. Mephisto, I merely wished to claim his soul. There was no need to summon so many ancient gods. Unbeknownst to Luo Bai, the gods of dark dimensions and Hell Lords were vying for his soul. He simply closed his eyes, continuously absorbing the dark energy flooding into his being. He only ceased when he felt his body could no longer contain any more dark power. Having learned from his previous experience, Luo Bai adjusted swiftly this time. The dark energy was soon fully absorbed, and in that moment, his eyes transformed into a deep crimson. As his emotions settled, his eyes gradually returned to normal. This power, Luo Bai murmured in astonishment, then gazed at his own body. His surprise stemmed from the palpable strength he now felt. Such sensations were rare during his practice of white magic. Although he had sensed his daily progress, it had been quite subtle. After acquiring the Time Stone, he had indeed felt a significant enhancement to his strength. Yet compared now, it was an entirely different realm. During just half an hour of practicing dark magic, Luo Bai's power had surged dramatically. It is no wonder that everyone is drawn to dark magic. Even the Ancient One had to draw upon its power. One can only marvel at how generous it is. While dark magic is indeed potent and can render one stronger, Luo Bai also understood the meaning of moderation. For now, it sufficed to practice to this extent. He could resume training when his soul and mind were more robust. Thus, Luo Bai embarked on another soul journey. This time, the experience was brief, for Wang arrived at 6 in the morning. Supreme Mage, you must proceed to the training ground, Wang reminded him. Luo Bai adjusted himself and exited the study. Upon passing through the stone door of the sanctum, he entered Kamartaj. As he walked toward the training ground, Wang inquired, Supreme Mage, are you comfortable in the sanctum? Is there anything you need? Luo Bai shook his head in response. It's quite satisfactory. Should I require anything, I will procure it myself. What a mage wishes for is hardly a trivial matter. Wang understood and did not press further, merely advising. There are quite a few mages present today, including the protectors of the sanctum and those practicing outside. Several of the mages who had a good rapport with the Ancient One are also at the training ground. They've all come? Luo Bai paused, unable to suppress his astonishment. So many people? Wang shrugged in reply. Everyone is curious to see what the new Supreme Mage looks like. It's only natural for many to attend. This was indeed understandable. Luo Bai nodded in comprehension. Just as he was about to inquire further, he sensed something amiss. Someone had breached Kamartaj, with protective magic in place. It is rare for anyone to easily infiltrate Kamartaj. Of course, if the intruder possessed magical abilities, that would be another matter entirely. Clearly, the person who had infiltrated Kamartaj was also a mage. Wang sensed the anomaly in the protective magic as well, and he spoke urgently. Supreme Mage, someone has intruded into Kamartaj. I've sensed it too, Luo Bai replied, frowning. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Wang mutter, strange. I distinctly felt an unusual energy fluctuation just now. Why can I not sense it now? It appears this mage possesses formidable strength, Luo Bai explained. What should we do? Should we assemble all the mages of Kamartaj? Wang asked. No need. I can sense that she is currently at the training ground, Luo Bai replied. Although Wang could not detect the energy fluctuations emanating from the intruding mage, he could sense them. The unusual energy originated from the training ground. The training ground? This mage headed straight for the training ground upon entering Kamartaj. Could it be that she simply wishes to meet you? Wang speculated. As the new Supreme Mage, it was only natural to pique the curiosity of the earthly mages. However, Luo Bai felt that the situation might not be so simple. Of course, he could not guarantee the intruder's true intentions. Thus, after some contemplation, he responded, "Let us proceed to the training ground." Chapter 053. Can you really pick this up? Kamartaj. Training ground. By the time Luo Bai and Wang arrived at the training ground, the mages had already commenced their practice. Modu was instructing the apprentices, while the more seasoned mages observed from the sidelines. Upon seeing Luo Bai, Modu approached to greet him. "Supreme Mage Wang." Luo Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Before he could speak, the senior mages stepped forward one by one to greet him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they began to observe the novice mage's training. However, this was merely a fade. In truth, Luo Bai was searching for the intruding mage. Through the fluctuations of energy, he swiftly identified the unexpected guest. At that moment, the intruder was blending in with the novice students, practicing alongside them. "Supreme Mage, have you found the intruder?" Wang inquired quietly as he noticed Luo Bai's focused gaze. Luo Bai nodded and replied, "The fourth one from the left in the third row." Following the hint, Wang quickly spotted the intruder, leaving him bewildered. She infiltrated Kamartaj, disguised as an apprentice? "That's far too easy to expose," he exclaimed. "Modu trains these apprentices daily. He will recognize she is not a mage of Kamartaj in no time." Luo Bai shared Wang's confusion. The only explanation was that the mage perhaps had no intention of concealing her presence. More accurately, she might have desired Luo Bai's attention. Just as he pondered this, Modu noticed something amiss. A face he had never seen before was mingling among the apprentices. "Who are you?" Modu halted, confronting the intruder. "I have never seen you before." The intruder smiled ominously before responding, "My name is Agatha." The Kamartaj library contained records of many mages, including Agatha. She was one of the most powerful witches on earth. Her abilities formidable. Thus, upon hearing her name, Modu's expression changed dramatically. "Agatha? A witch? What brings you to Kamartaj?" Modu inquired. "Ha ha ha. I came to see who the Ancient One appointed as the Supreme Mage." Agatha laughed. As her words faded, a powerful dark, purple magical energy enveloped her, restoring her original witch-like appearance. Although she appeared to be a middle-aged woman in her 40s, Agatha was, in fact, a millennia-old witch. She had employed special means to delay her aging, which allowed her to maintain a semblance of youth. Otherwise, she would likely present as the quintessential old witch, as she was also known by that moniker. Agatha's presence left all the mages present in shock, for they understood that her motives were undoubtedly sinister. In truth, she was not a benevolent mage. Her ideology starkly contrasted with that of Kamartaj. In the eyes of the many mages of Kamartaj, the study of dark magic was strictly forbidden. However, Agatha paid no heed to such restrictions. She would pursue any knowledge that could benefit her. Consequently, the mages of Kamartaj classified her as an evil witch. Recognizing the threat she posed, Modu shouted, "All mages prepare for battle." In an instant, the mages of Kamartaj assumed combat stances, readying their formations for confrontation. Luo Bai understood that given Kamartaj's current strength, even combined, the mages would be no match for Agatha. Therefore, he promptly issued orders. "Modu, take the mages and continue their training." Modu hesitated. "Continue training? Supreme Mage, Agatha is an evil witch. Her intentions in Kamartaj cannot be good." Luo Bai calmly replied, "I understand. She will not interfere with your practice." As his words concluded, the mirror dimension instantly activated, enveloping the entirety of Kamartaj in a powerful barrier, isolating the space. With the mirror dimension in effect, only Luo Bai and Agatha remained within the confines of that realm. The mirror dimension? Quite impressive indeed. For one so young to have reached such a level is remarkable. I thought that after the Ancient One departed, Kamartaj would be left without anyone. But here you are, a promising talent, Agatha remarked, surveying the mirror dimension with amusement. Her face bore no trace of fear. Rather, it displayed a nonchalant demeanor. Casting a disdainful glance around the mirror dimension, she continued to taunt, "Child, you don't truly believe this mirror dimension can contain me, do you? Your perception of my strength is quite misguided." Luo Bai shook his head, responding coolly no. I opened the mirror dimension merely to shield Kamartaj from any disturbances. Before Agatha could react, Luo Bai silently chanted a spell, summoning the form of Akin. In an instant, countless duplicates of himself filled the mirror dimension. He commanded all his duplicates to unleash the ring of Ragador. As they did, each clone manifested a red, circular magical shield, and together with his original self, they charged toward Agatha. Seeing him initiate the attack, Agatha swiftly prepared to counter, engaging in fierce combat with Luo Bai's advancing duplicates. It was no exaggeration to say that Agatha, being a millennia-old witch, easily handled the multitude of duplicates. Even finding time to speak, your Kamartaj close combat magic poses no threat to me. Don't you possess the Dark Grimoire? Come now, child. Use the power of the Dark Grimoire against me. As she spoke, a peculiar smile graced her lips. To be honest, had Luo Bai not been aware of the narrative and Agatha's ability to absorb magical energy, he might have been deceived. As one of the most powerful witches on Earth, Agatha undoubtedly possessed formidable skills. Though the book did not detail her specific abilities, Luo Bai, understanding the storyline, knew that Agatha could not only withstand most magical attacks, but also absorb magical energy. Thus, close combat magic would prove far more effective against her. Moreover, Agatha's formidable prowess stemmed from a critical factor. She had also studied the Dark Grimoire. From her earlier probing remarks, Luo Bai could surmise that her purpose for coming to Kamartaj was to retrieve the Dark Grimoire. While launching his attacks, Luo Bai replied, "It seems you're already aware that the Dark Grimoire is in my possession." Upon mention of the Dark Grimoire, Agatha visibly perked up. "Of course, that is my book. I have treasured it for ages, but I cannot fathom why it suddenly vanished one day. I searched for it for so long and finally tracked it down, only to discover that you had stolen it." "Stolen? No. I merely found it. Moreover, that book does not belong to you," Luo Bai stated calmly. Agatha retorted, "What nonsense! You found it? That book has been in my possession for centuries, and you claim you simply stumbled upon it?" Chapter 054. You could just glance at it and know, right? Agatha was certainly not convinced that the Dark Grimoire was found by Luo Bai. Ever since she acquired the tome, it had been meticulously stored in her secret chamber, rarely venturing outside. Luo Bai must have employed some sorcery to pilfer it from her sanctuary. With this thought, Agatha erupted in fury. "That book has always been kept in my home. How could you have found it?" Luo Bai calmly replied, "The Dark Grimoire possesses a will of its own. It can leave as it pleases. You should ponder why it abandoned you." His words only served to enrage Agatha further. For indeed, he spoke the truth. The Dark Grimoire could choose its own host. Once it had made its selection, no one could intervene. Agatha understood that the departure of the Grimoire signified her rejection by it. Yet her pride compelled her to confront him. "It has been with me for centuries. I am its rightful master. You must have resorted to vile means to steal it from me. You so-called mages of Kamartaj claim to abhor dark magic and label me a wicked sorceress. Yet you aim to seize my Dark Grimoire. How utterly repulsive." Agatha's vehement tirade revealed her agitation. Initially, she had been able to handle Luo Bai's myriad avatars with ease, but her fury had rendered her movements noticeably sluggish. Observing this, Luo Bai seized the opportunity to mock her. "After hundreds of years of studying the Dark Grimoire, you were unaware of its sentience? It's no wonder it rejected you." With that remark, Agatha's composure shattered completely. The phrase "the Dark Grimoire has forsaken you" echoed in her mind like an incantation, inciting her fury. "It was you who stole it. Damn you, show yourself." Agatha screamed in rage. As she seethed, Luo Bai summoned all his avatars to conjure the sacred sword of Visantai, striking simultaneously. In her furious state, Agatha barely had time to react before she was struck down by countless blades. Only then did she realize that Luo Bai had deliberately provoked her to distract her. A clever ruse, yet ultimately ineffective. "Do you think such feeble power can harm me?" Agatha shouted, as her voice crescendoed. A surge of dark purple energy erupted from within her, radiating outward like a powerful shockwave. This overwhelming force dissolved Luo Bai's avatars, leaving only his true form. In that instant, Agatha unleashed her sorcery. A multitude of purple luminescence enveloped Luo Bai, ensnaring him completely. With her formidable combat experience, Agatha afforded him little opportunity to resist. Once she had him in her grasp, she attempted to dominate his will with magic. Fortunately for Luo Bai, he invoked time magic, swiftly reversing the clock to the moment just before Agatha's control took hold. As time rewound, he successfully freed himself from her binds. Seizing the moment while Agatha was still reeling, Luo Bai unleashed a multitude of avatars once again, simultaneously manifesting the crimson chains of Sederac. Countless crimson chains erupted forth, binding Agatha tightly. Only then did she realize something was amiss. Wait, I distinctly remember nearly having you under my control. How could everything change in the blink of an eye? Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the eye of Agamotto adorning Luo Bai's neck, and enlightenment struck her. To think you have learned time magic. I underestimated you, young one, Agatha remarked in surprise. Luo Bai replied calmly. There is much you are yet unaware of. Is that so? What else can you do? Agatha feigned indifference. But as her words faded, she vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared behind Luo Bai, precisely at his back. Agatha's prowess exceeded Luo Bai's expectations. He conjured numerous avatars using the form of Aiken. Yet she effortlessly located his true self. The crimson chains held no sway over her. Despite being the sturdiest bonds of white magic, Agatha's own sorcery rendered her escape trivial. In an instant, Agatha was at his back. Luo Bai felt a chill run down his spine as he attempted to use magic to relocate and evade her. To his dismay, he realized he could no longer wield white or black magic. Save your efforts, child. Look around you, Agatha instructed. Only then did Luo Bai notice the peculiar purple symbols that had mysteriously manifested around them, intertwining to form a barrier that ensnared him. He soon comprehended that Agatha had established a magical barrier through these symbols. This was a sorcery she had devised, combining the power of the Dark Grimoire with her own, essentially a barrier formed by incantations. Within this magical enclosure, only the specific magic and sorcery set by Agatha could be employed. All other spells would be rendered temporarily inactive. Even the forces of chaos would falter if constrained by her symbols. Indeed, Agatha is the most powerful witch on earth. Her sorcery is quite formidable, he mused. Yet he felt undaunted. Honestly, your abilities are commendable. With more training, you could potentially become an exceptionally powerful mage. Alas, your time for learning is too brief. And compared to me, you still have a long way to go. Thus, the game concludes, and you must return the book to me. As he contemplated this, Agatha spoke again, intending to ensnare Luo Bai with her magic, compelling him to produce the Dark Grimoire. However, she faltered. A potent magical energy orb surged toward her in attack. Although she quickly absorbed it, Agatha was left bewildered. Wait, did I just see that correctly? Why can Luo Bai counter my sorcery? You wield sorcery? Agatha exclaimed, her expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Luo Bai shook his head in response. No, I just learned it. Agatha was taken aback. Just learn it? No, you learn on the spot. Chapter 055. No, you must be cheating. At this moment, Agatha found herself utterly bewildered. Just as she was about to employ her sorcery to seize control of Luo Bai's consciousness, the floating cloak enveloping him suddenly lunged at her, swiftly restraining her hands. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Bai unleashed a magical energy sphere towards Agatha. While Agatha had the ability to absorb magical energy, rendering her immune to any harm from it, and even allowing her to reverse its effects, the magical energy sphere nonetheless struck a blow to her psyche. She had clearly cast a forbidden spell, which meant that no magic or sorcery, aside from her own, should have been functional within this barrier. Yet Luo Bai had just cast a magical energy sphere at her, claiming to have only recently learned it. This implied that, during that brief skirmish, Luo Bai had somehow mastered her sorcery, and he had done so on the spot. Was this even plausible? How could that be possible in such a short span of time? Agatha exclaimed in disbelief. Luo Bai, however, remained unfazed, responding, of course, it's due to my exceptional talent. Otherwise, why would the Dark Grimoire choose me? Exceptional talent? Agatha conceded that there was indeed some merit to the notion of inherent ability in the study of magic and sorcery. Furthermore, the magical energy sphere was merely a rudimentary spell. Once learned, it could be wielded with ease. With this thought, Agatha scoffed dismissively, retorting, "Even if you've mastered this, what does it matter? Do you truly believe you could defeat me with that?" No sooner had she spoken than Luo Bai countered. "Who said I only learned this one spell?" Before Agatha could fully grasp the meaning behind his words, Luo Bai suddenly unleashed another spell, causing the surrounding sigils to vanish. In that instant, Agatha's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, did she just see correctly? Had he nullified her sigils? Agatha gasped in astonishment. Luo Bai replied, "Is that really so strange?" At this point, Agatha began to feel a tinge of panic. As she struggled to free herself from the cloak's grasp, Luo Bai cast another spell. A dark crimson light spread around them, and in the next moment, new sigils appeared within the mirrored space. Luo Bai had restricted the use of magic. This meant that Agatha could no longer wield her sorcery within this barrier. How could this be? How is this even possible? Agatha stammered, gazing at the emerging black and red characters that encircled her. She could no longer maintain her composure, her mouth agape, her mind racing. "No, you mean to say that the sorcery I spent half my life studying, you learned after just one glance? Are you aware of how ridiculous that makes me look?" Agatha stared in shock at the sigil barrier that Luo Bai had erected. Despite her disbelief, she was forced to accept that Luo Bai had indeed grasped her sorcery. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. Yet, she couldn't comprehend how he had managed to do so without her ever demonstrating the method to nullify the sigils. In her frustration, Luo Bai casually remarked, "I simply figured it out." Figured it out? This implied that he had not only deduced how to create the sigil barrier, but had also simultaneously discerned how to nullify it. Agatha inhaled deeply, nearly choking on her astonishment. What a feat of intuition. However, upon reflection, it wasn't entirely implausible. After all, Luo Bai had studied dark magic from the Dark Grimoire, just as Agatha had. Her sorcery was intertwined with the content of the grimoire. If Luo Bai could comprehend it, then she could as well. But what about the incantations? No matter how gifted one might be, it was inconceivable to deduce the incantations. Agatha exclaimed in anger. Sorcery almost always required incantations to be executed, and Agatha's spells were no exception. Those incantations had all been crafted by her own hand. The idea that Luo Bai could guess them was preposterous. Just as she was mulling this over, Luo Bai interjected, "Incantations? I just took a wild guess. They weren't that hard to figure out." So, not only had he learned her sorcery with a single glance, but he had also managed to guess the corresponding incantations. Agatha was completely thrown off balance. Was this person truly cheating? Could someone report him? Agatha had initially believed that after the death of the Ancient One, she could easily retrieve the Dark Grimoire from Kamar-Taj, which was why she had infiltrated the place. Yet, she had never anticipated encountering such a formidable individual. To learn magic at a mere glance, and to guess incantations through sheer luck, how could she possibly compete with that? Although it was humiliating as the strongest witch on earth. Having survived for so long only to be bested by a novice mage, Agatha had no choice but to concede. No wonder the Ancient One entrusted you with Kamar-Taj. I relinquish my claim to the Dark Grimoire. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bai replied, "I believe you've misunderstood. It is not you who has relinquished the Dark Grimoire. Rather, the Dark Grimoire has forsaken you." With a sigh, Agatha conceded, "You are correct. Very well. I acknowledge your remarkable insight. I admit defeat. Child, please lift the sigils. I will leave Kamar-Taj at once." Believing that by admitting defeat, she could simply exit Kamar-Taj unscathed, Agatha was caught off guard when Luo Bai smiled. "Intruder, I trust you have finished asking your questions?" Luo Bai stated. Agatha froze, sensing something amiss. "Intruder? What do you mean by that?" "As the current overseer of Kamar-Taj and the Supreme Mage of Earth, I possess the authority to pass judgment on your unauthorized entry," Luo Bai asserted. With his words, he summoned dark energy. The black light enveloped Agatha in an instant, and due to the sigils, she was completely unable to cast any magic. Before Agatha could react to Luo Bai's intentions, he began to absorb her power. This was the dark magic he had just learned from the Dark Grimoire. Although Agatha was a witch, she had also studied the Dark Grimoire, and thus her power was of the dark variety. Normally, Luo Bai would not have been able to absorb Agatha's dark power, but now, rendered powerless and unable to cast spells, she could only watch helplessly as he siphoned away her entire strength. This meant that from this moment forth, Luo Bai would possess all of Agatha's sorcery and power. "You absorbed all my power," Agatha exclaimed incredulously after the absorption was complete. She had never imagined that Luo Bai could drain her completely. Having lost her power, Agatha now appeared as an elderly woman with snow-white hair. This transformation filled her with rage as she shouted, "You are the Supreme Mage. Have you considered the consequences of your actions if the mages of Camartage discover that you have learned dark powers and done this?" "I have not considered that. All I know is that anyone, whether mage or otherwise, who invades Camartage and Earth must pay the price. Therefore, you are banished, Agatha the Witch," Luo Bai declared as he opened a dimensional portal. He cast Agatha into exile. As he did so, the magical cloak returned to his shoulders. Chapter 056, Awakening with Laughter and Dreams. Agatha has been stripped of all her powers and banished to the multiverse. Given her current abilities, her existence in such a realm is fraught with peril. She could easily fall prey to some malevolent deity, consumed both in body and soul. However, this is of little concern to Luo Bai. After all, she intruded upon Camartage without invitation, witnessed by numerous sorcerers. If she were not punished, who among the sorcerers would ever regard Luo Bai with any seriousness again? Her banishment was inevitable. Yet, it must be acknowledged that her arrival has indeed conferred considerable benefits upon Luo Bai. As one of Earth's most formidable witches, her knowledge and sorcery encompass realms previously unexplored by Luo Bai, making them immensely valuable after assimilation. After taking some time to digest the newly acquired knowledge, Luo Bai subsequently closed the mirror space. As soon as the space was sealed, Wang and Modu hurried over. "Supreme Sorcerer, where is Agatha the Witch?" Wang inquired, his expression tinged with concern. Luo Bai smiled reassuringly. "I have banished her to the multiverse. The likelihood of her return is slim, so there is no need for you to worry." Upon hearing this, both Wang and Modu's eyes widened in disbelief. It is worth noting that Agatha had been practicing sorcery and studying magic for centuries, if not longer. While Luo Bai is undoubtedly gifted, how is it possible that he, having only recently begun his magical journey, could defeat Agatha and cast her away? This is akin to a novice triumphing over a minor boss. It is no wonder their faces were etched with astonishment. Their eager lips betrayed their desire to inquire further, yet they hesitated, aware of Luo Bai's new status as Supreme Sorcerer. Thus, after a moment's pause, Modu finally spoke. "Since the Supreme Sorcerer has taken care of the matter, I shall continue training my apprentices under your supervision." Luo Bai nodded in response. "Go ahead, I shall observe from here." After saying this, he stepped aside to oversee the sorcerer's training. Wang quickly joined him, standing by his side. They stood in silence for a full 5 minutes, until Wang could no longer contain his curiosity. "Supreme Sorcerer, I have heard that Agatha is one of the strongest witches on Earth and has been studying sorcery for hundreds of years." Wang hesitated to continue, fearing that further inquiry might be impolite. Yet, Luo Bai understood his unvoiced question. "Are you curious about how I managed to defeat her?" Luo Bai countered. Upon hearing Luo Bai articulate the thought, Wang felt emboldened to express his astonishment. "Indeed, she has studied for centuries and yet could not prevail against you?" "Well, I'm quite gifted. I learned her spells after observing them merely once." Luo Bai shrugged, responding with a hint of resignation. Wang suddenly grasped the implication. Imagine standing before someone who could learn all your spells with just a single glance, and then use those very spells to counterattack you. The more they fought, the stronger they became. It is indeed remarkable that one could emerge victorious under such circumstances. Unable to suppress his thoughts, Wang exclaimed, "You possess such extraordinary talent? You can learn everything in a single glance?" Luo Bai, somewhat surprised, retorted, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I have attained the title of Supreme Sorcerer? I assumed the Ancient One had informed you, but it seems she did not." Wang fell silent. He had heard of Luo Bai's exceptional talent, but never to such an extent, learning everything at a mere glance. "If only I had such a gift," Wang muttered, his mind racing with the notion that possessing such talent would allow him to awaken with laughter in his dreams. Luo Bai chuckled softly. To possess such a talent, one must first have extraordinary fortune, much like me, blessed by the goddess of luck. Though these thoughts remained unspoken, he continued to supervise the sorcerer's training. As he was engrossed in his observations, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. With little else demanding his attention, Luo Bai took it out to check the notification. He discovered a message from Stark, indicating that he had completed the latest suit, 7 Malawian kwaches, and hoped Luo Bai could visit to review any potential improvements. Reading the message, Luo Bai couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Stark truly is a genius. Luo Bai had merely provided him with a general direction and suggestions. Yet Stark had swiftly upgraded the suit to 7 Malawian kwaches. Reflecting on his own need to visit New York to discuss his impending relocation with Polaris, Luo Bai replied, "All right, see you at the villa tonight." In truth, Luo Bai's agenda for the day was quite simple: to introduce himself to the sorcerers. After overseeing the morning training session, he welcomed several visiting sorcerers in the afternoon. These sorcerers were admirers of the Ancient One. Though they had not studied at Kamartaj, they had all received assistance from her to varying degrees. While they may have been somewhat unfamiliar with Luo Bai before, upon learning that he had banished Agatha, the witch, their respect for him was palpable. Especially after engaging in discussions with Luo Bai regarding magic, sorcery, and the arcane, the sorcerers quickly transformed into his fervent admirers. After all, not only was Luo Bai exceptionally talented, but his dedication to understanding magic and the multiverse was on an entirely different plane compared to theirs. It was only natural that they would revere him. Once the last of the visiting sorcerers had departed, Luo Bai finally found himself with a moment of respite. Finally done. I didn't expect being the Supreme Sorcerer would be so exhausting, he remarked, stretching and letting out a sigh. Standing beside him, Wang quickly interjected, "You're just newly appointed. It will get easier with time. If you're tired, feel free to take a break." Luo Bai shook his head. "Not just yet. I need to take care of some matters in New York." Wang did not press further, simply responding, "Since you have business to attend to, go ahead. Modu will manage Kamartaj in your absence. If anything arises, I will seek you out immediately." Nodding in agreement, Luo Bai prepared to open a portal when suddenly he recalled something and turned to Wang. "Wang, do you remember the guardian sorcerer at your temple?" "Yes. Are there many issues on that front?" "If not, I would like to entrust the library to your care." The library? Although puzzled as to why Luo Bai would suddenly assign him the role of librarian, Wang nonetheless acquiesced. "All right, I will go and take over the library duties now." As Wang prepared to leave, Luo Bai suddenly called out to him, "Wang, if you notice anything unusual, do not act rashly. Simply come to me." Luo Bai's words served as a caution, hinting at the potential for trouble within the library. As a sorcerer, Wang instantly grasped the underlying significance. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he firmly stated, "I will heed the Supreme Sorcerer's words. If anything occurs, I will seek you out immediately. You can trust me to handle it." Finally reassured, Luo Bai activated the portal and set off for New York. Chapter 57, The Cosmic Cube. New York, the Loba family. Polaris was seated on the sofa, indulging in a hamburger while watching television. Suddenly, she noticed a yellow circle materialize out of thin air, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She quickly leapt from the sofa and, sure enough, saw Loba step out from the portal. "Loba, you've returned. Are you joining me for dinner? I'll prepare something for you." Polaris exclaimed eagerly, abandoning her hamburger to head to the kitchen. Amused by her enthusiasm, Loba half-jokingly inquired, "Didn't you say you couldn't cook?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Polaris replied, "While you were away, I took the initiative to learn online." Loba was taken aback. Polaris had actually decided to learn how to cook. Noticing his silence, Polaris hurriedly clarified, "Although it might not taste exquisite, I've tried it myself, and it's quite palatable, definitely edible." Hearing this, Loba chuckled. "Honestly, I'm quite surprised." "Surprised? What's the matter?" she asked. "After all, when I initially assigned you household duties as a punishment, you seemed rather reluctant, and you were only supposed to stay for 3 months. I didn't expect you to take the effort to learn cooking for me," Loba remarked. Given Polaris's nature, it was hard to believe she had even entered a kitchen. Understanding his surprise, Polaris quickly explained, "In the beginning, it was because we weren't very familiar with each other. However, during this time, you've helped me immensely. You allowed me to stay in the villa, encouraged me to practice my abilities diligently, and even assisted me in dealing with Professor X. Furthermore, I've heard from Mr. Stark that you requested his help to resolve my wanted situation. This prompted Luo Bai to recall the matter. What did Stark have to say? He inquired. Mr. Stark informed me that I am now free. The association has lifted my global wanted status after discussions with various countries. I am truly grateful to you. However, I'm unsure how to repay you, so I can only help with cooking and chores, Polaris replied, her cheeks flushing with genuine embarrassment. Seeing her reaction brought Luo Bai a sense of comfort. It was admirable to be grateful. It validated that his assistance was not in vain. Yet, those were merely trivial matters for him, and he had never anticipated any form of recompense, nor did he wish for her to feel burdened. After a moment's thought, Luo Bai reassured her, although assigning you household duties was a punishment for your intrusion into my home, you have performed commendably during this time. Therefore, I am willing to assist you. You need not carry such a heavy, psychological burden. With his words, Polaris felt even more bashful. Well, Luo Bai, I'll go prepare your meal now, she said, attempting to head to the kitchen. Just then, Luo Bai called out to her, Wait, I have something to discuss with you. Polaris paused, lowering her head and softly asking, Is there something you wish to convey, Luo Bai? It's not so much conveying, but I plan to move. I may not visit this place often afterward, Luo Bai stated. Moving? Where to? I can start packing immediately. Is there anything you want me to take along? Just tell me, and I'll prepare it right away, she exclaimed, her eagerness evident. Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. You wish to come with me? He asked. Of course. I am your housekeeper, Polaris replied resolutely. But we only agreed on 3 months, Luo Bai countered. Polaris, undeterred, responded earnestly, Luo Bai, if you do not mind. I can continue as your housekeeper. Luo Bai fell silent. Noticing his lack of response, Polaris continued, I can forego a salary, and I am capable of earning my own money now. During this time, I haven't utilized your funds. As she spoke, she retrieved a box from her room, the one Natasha had previously sent. Upon opening it, Luo Bai discovered that the money inside was intact. Surprised, Luo Bai inquired, You haven't touched this money at all? I used some previously, but I returned it all, Polaris explained. This piqued Luo Bai's curiosity, prompting him to ask, Where did you acquire this money? Mr. Stark helped me find a job. Although I didn't wish to trouble him, I couldn't keep relying on your finances. So I accepted the opportunity, Polaris replied earnestly. Luo Bai suddenly realized that it was Tony who had assisted her. Just as he was pondering this, Polaris spoke again, Luo Bai, if you don't mind, I can always remain as your housekeeper. I have been diligently training my abilities, and I won't trouble you in the future. You see, I am no longer as clumsy. I can now control my powers. With that, Polaris demonstrated her abilities. It was evident that her control over the magnetic field had improved significantly through practice, allowing her to effortlessly wield her powers now. Luo Bai felt a sense of pride and couldn't help but commend her. Excellent. I believe you will become quite formidable in the future. Delighted by the praise, Polaris eagerly asked, Does that mean I can move with you? Not for now, Luo Bai declined. After all, he was moving to the sanctum in New York, a place not accessible to non-sorcerers. Even if he was moved by Polaris's sincerity and agreed to let her continue as his housekeeper, he could not permit her to accompany him to the sanctum unless she possessed magical talent herself. However, given that Polaris was still grappling with her own abilities, it would be wise to keep her from delving too deeply into such matters for the time being. With this in mind, Luo Bai smiled and said, Even though I am relocating, it doesn't mean I want to come back here. Traveling through a portal is quite swift. During my absence, you can manage the villa. All right, Polaris cheerfully agreed. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bai handed her a piece of paper. This is my phone number. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Polaris accepted it and quickly saved the number on her phone. Just then, the doorbell rang. Luo Bai instinctively knew it was Stark arriving. Indeed, when the door swung open, Stark appeared before Luo Bai. Oh, my friend Luo Bai, I missed you dearly, Stark exclaimed enthusiastically as he entered. Noticing his excitement, Luo Bai smiled and replied, You seem to be in great spirits. Stark responded with enthusiasm, Absolutely. After following your advice, I returned to upgrade the iron suit and succeeded. Let me show you. With that, Stark shouted JARVIS. As he did, an iron suit flew from a distance and, after a brief infrared scan, automatically donned itself onto Stark's body. Within a minute, Stark was transformed. What do you think? Cool, right? Stark asked, brimming with pride. Luo Bai nodded in approval. Impressive. Would you like to visit my home? We can brainstorm together. I'm currently contemplating how to upgrade the suit further. Your idea of a magical suit is quite intriguing. Shall we collaborate on it? Stark suggested. Luo Bai replied playfully. Isn't it a bit early for research? Stark shrugged with a smile. All right, I was just joking. Actually, I'm planning to work on a Hulkbuster suit. You know, Dr. Banner is still a bit unstable, so I'd like to hear thoughts. Just as Luo Bai was about to agree, he suddenly sensed a strong energy fluctuation emanating from Earth. Wait, Stark, something unusual has occurred, Luo Bai stated. Stark, puzzled, asked, What's going on? I just felt an anomalous energy wave, Luo Bai murmured. Stark was taken aback and anxiously inquired, Why am I not feeling anything? Is something wrong with Earth? Is there an invasion by beings from a multiverse? I'm not certain. Let me take a look, replied Luo Bai. As he activated the time stone to investigate, he soon realized that the strange energy fluctuations he had sensed earlier originated from the Tesseract. Chapter 058. The unrefusable gemstone, the cosmic cube, is in essence a manifestation of spatial stone, given the immense power of the 6 infinity stones within the Marvel Universe. They are far too potent for an ordinary individual to bear directly. Consequently, each stone is typically housed within a vessel. The cosmic cube serves as the container for the spatial stone. In fact, since the 1990s, the cosmic cube has remained on Earth under the guardianship of SHIELD. However, it has not exhibited any noteworthy activity, remaining in a dormant state. Recently, Luo Bai sensed a surge of formidable energy emanating from the cosmic cube, indicating that SHIELD is actively studying it. This is hardly surprising, as Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, has always sought to control all superhumans on Earth, necessitating powerful weaponry. Conventional weapons have failed to quench his thirst for power, prompting him to seek energy from the cosmos. The cosmic cube represents an ideal source for this endeavor. The potent energy contained within the spatial stone could potentially aid Fury in realizing his ambitions. Yet, in Luo Bai's view, Fury's actions are profoundly foolish. He lacks the ability to control the cosmic cube and is not even fully aware of its nature, yet has embarked on this research. Should the stone within the cube become uncontrollable, can he truly be held accountable for his recklessness? This concern is not unfounded. According to the original narrative, SHIELD's relentless experimentation with the cosmic cube resulted in the stones continually triggering spatial fluctuations. Consequently, Loki, wielding the Mind Stone, effortlessly discerned the cube's direction and location. Instigated by Thanos, Loki descended upon Earth, ultimately orchestrating an alien invasion that culminated in the Battle of New York. Now, SHIELD's research on the cosmic cube undoubtedly sends a signal to both Loki and Thanos. Moments ago, Luo Bai utilized the Time Stone to glimpse the future, discovering that Loki is set to arrive on Earth in 3 days. This revelation caused him to furrow his brow. Noticing Luo Bai's prolonged silence and grave demeanor, Stark grew anxious. Luo Bai, what's wrong? Stark inquired. Reclaiming his magic, Luo Bai succinctly explained the situation. Due to the multitude of unfamiliar terms, Stark appeared bewildered after listening. I apologize, Luo Bai, but I did not comprehend your earlier statement. You mentioned that SHIELD is studying the cosmic cube to extract energy for weapon creation. Could you elucidate what the cosmic cube actually is? Stark asked. You may regard it as a formidable weapon originating from the cosmos, one that human technology cannot fully comprehend or control, Luo Bai clarified. Upon grasping this, Stark's anger flared. So Nick Fury is investigating a cosmic energy source that he cannot even control? Damn that Nick Fury. What is he doing day in and day out? Perpetually engaging with such perilous artifacts? At this moment, Stark had yet to recognize the gravity of the situation, prompting Luo Bai to interject. That is not the crux of the issue, Tony. The real concern is that his current actions could endanger Earth. If left unchecked, extraterrestrial beings may invade our world. Extraterrestrial beings? Stark exclaimed, losing his composure. Damn it. Nick Fury told me he created the Avengers to protect Earth. Yet what has he done? We could discuss the suit later. Luo Bai, we need to head to S.H.I.E.L.D. at once. I must confront him. Stark cursed, his impatience evident. Upon learning of Fury's reckless actions, he was ready to fly to S.H.I.E.L.D. without hesitation. However, Luo Bai restrained him. Do not act impulsively, Tony. What do you mean? Stark pressed, urgency in his voice. Luo Bai, we must hurry to stop him. Luo Bai shook his head. It is already beyond prevention. I can sense the spatial fluctuations emanating from the cosmic cube. Powerful beings in the universe are also aware of it. The cube's location has been compromised. Are we to simply ignore this? Stark queried anxiously. Of course, we will intervene, but the moment is not yet ripe, Luo Bai replied. Given that the cube's position is now exposed, Loki will soon arrive to seize it along with the Mind Stone. Why not wait for that moment to strike and reclaim both the cosmic cube and the Mind Stone? After all, the Mind Stone embedded within Loki's scepter is a powerful artifact. Since he is effectively delivering the stone to them, it would be unwise for Luo Bai to let it slip away. Rather than allowing Thanos to appropriate it and trigger a global catastrophe with a snap of his fingers, it is far more prudent to seize it for himself. With this line of thought, Luo Bai calmed Stark. Tony, trust me, I will act when the time is right. Although Stark remained anxious, he considered that Luo Bai is a sorcerer, and with the Sorcerer Supreme safeguarding Earth, he found a modicum of rationality. If a crisis were to arise, the Sorcerer Supreme would surely intervene, wouldn't he? Stark inquired. Before Luo Bai could respond, Stark continued, We are friends, so I will not conceal anything from you. My abilities are limited. I cannot be certain I can triumph over extraterrestrial beings. You have grown incredibly powerful. If the Sorcerer Supreme can assist, I would feel much more at ease. Luo Bai understood his concerns. To reassure him, he replied, Rest assured, the Sorcerer Supreme is already aware of the situation. That's a relief, Stark exhaled, though he still appeared troubled. After a moment of silence, he asked, Is there anything I can do? I will do whatever it takes to ensure Earth's safety. Luo Bai pondered briefly before responding. Indeed, there is something. If S.H.I.E.L.D. reaches out to you, please inform me immediately. Nick Fury's actions have severely jeopardized Earth, and he must face consequences. Stark paused, quickly grasping the implication. Mission impossible? All right, I've seen similar films. I never thought I would become a spy one day, but I am more than willing. You can count on me. If S.H.I.E.L.D. contacts me, I will notify you, Stark declared, giving an informal thumbs up. Luo Bai chuckled before shifting the subject. By the way, didn't you ask me to help you figure out how to upgrade your suit? Let's head to your villa. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, agents led by Coulson were conducting stringent lockdowns of the basement. Dr. Selvig and a team of researchers were engrossed in their study of the cosmic cube. Energy fluctuations are intensifying, Dr. Selvig. Shut down the power immediately. The power has been cut, but the cube's energy continues to emanate, Dr. Selvig. Dr. Selvig, we have lost control of the cosmic cube. It seems to have activated on its own. As their research deepened, Dr. Selvig and his team found themselves utterly unable to contain the cosmic cube. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Coulson immediately contacted Nick Fury. Chapter 059. Loki. No, where are my belongings? The S.H.I.E.L.D. was unable to control the Tesseract, yet inadvertently activated it. Energy continuously surged forth, becoming increasingly uncontrollable over time. The Tesseract seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, beginning to act at will. Upon learning this, Nick Fury hastily returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. after finishing his prior engagements. 3 days later, he arrived back at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. By this time, the Tesseract had completely liberated itself. It spontaneously opened a portal, allowing Loki to descend upon Earth. It was only when Loki wielded the Mind Stone and seized the Tesseract that Nick Fury grasped the gravity of the situation. At that moment, a phrase echoed in his mind. Do you think you can control everything? No, you cannot control anything. Fury felt a deep sense of frustration, yet he found himself unable to think clearly. The theft of the Tesseract would undoubtedly pose a threat to Earth. He could only seek allies to retrieve it. Despite the circumstances suggesting that Loki would be perfectly capable of resolving the matter, he dared not seek Loki's assistance, and thus turned to others for help. Meanwhile, at the upper echelons of Stark Industries, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts were engaging in a casual conversation over drinks. Tony, I recall that your suit has successfully undergone an upgrade. Why do you seem rather unwell these days? Pepper inquired with concern. Stark remained silent, taking a sip of his drink. 3 days prior, Loki had warned him that extraterrestrials were on the verge of invading Earth. Although he knew that with the Supreme Sorcerer and Loki on Earth, they would likely be safe, Stark still felt an undercurrent of worry, leading to his anxiety. He hesitated to divulge this to Pepper, finally responding with a smile. It's nothing serious. I just feel a bit fatigued. You've been working tirelessly on your suit without proper rest, Tony. You should take a break, Pepper advised gently. Yet Stark found it impossible to relax, as his mind was consumed with thoughts of the impending alien threat. At that moment, Jarvis's voice echoed from his phone. Sir, my programming has been compromised. Just as Jarvis finished speaking, Agent Coulson's voice followed. Stark, we need to talk. Coulson? V.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Upon hearing that voice, Stark felt a surge of energy. I've been wanting to meet with you for ages. Where are you? I'm coming right now, Stark exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, Coulson appeared at the door. Stark immediately sent a message to Loki via his secret program. Once the message was dispatched, he lowered his phone and turned his gaze toward Coulson. Noticing that only Coulson had arrived, Stark inquired, Where's Nick Fury? Why isn't he here? The director is preoccupied with other matters, Coulson replied with a smile. Other matters? Are those matters pertaining to Earth's safety? Stark questioned. Coulson appeared perplexed, responding, I don't understand what you mean. You needn't understand. Just summon Nick Fury here, Stark said angrily, his expression grave. Coulson recognized Stark's unease, but, given the urgency of the situation, refrained from probing further, simply stating, If you're eager to find him, I will relay your message. However, before that, I hope you'll take a look at this information I have just uploaded to your phone. After conveying his message, Coulson departed. Stark furrowed his brow as he opened the document sent by S.H.I.L.D. Just as Loki had said, S.H.I.L.D. was indeed researching the Tesseract, and now it had been seized by an extraterrestrial named Loki. Upon reading this information, Stark could no longer maintain his composure. He flew directly to Loki's apartment. Fortunately, Loki was at home that day. Thank goodness you're here, Loki, Stark exclaimed as the door swung open. I received word that you would be seeking me, so I made sure to wait for you, Loki replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark urgently explained the current situation. You were right. Nick Fury is indeed studying the Tesseract. Now, an extraterrestrial named Loki has stolen it. This is perilous, Loki. I'm aware, Loki replied. Previously, he had utilized the Time Stone to examine possible future timelines, fully comprehending the potential events that could transpire. Thus, he felt little concern. While Stark remained anxious, this extraterrestrial, Loki, appears to possess formidable abilities that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot withstand. Do you know of him? Loki nodded, responding, I am familiar with Loki. He is of Asgard, the son of Odin. Upon hearing Odin's name, Stark visibly froze. Odin? The All-Father spoken of in storybooks? Stark asked incredulously. After receiving Loki's affirmative response, Stark's expression was one of astonishment. The existence of sorcerers on Earth was already extraordinary. Now he was being told that Odin from myth lived in the cosmos. Stark appeared baffled, unable to suppress his remark. I think I might need some time to process this. Just then, Polaris arrived with a cup of coffee. Thank you, Miss Lorna. This coffee is quite timely, Stark commented. He took a sip, yet his expression remained one of shock. After a prolonged silence, he finally posed a question. Loki, may I inquire, who is more powerful, the Supreme Sorcerer or Odin? I'm not certain, Loki admitted with a hint of frustration. Having never faced Odin, he had no way of knowing who might be more powerful. Hearing Loki's uncertainty only deepened Stark's apprehension. You say Loki is Odin's son, and now he has come to Earth to seize the Tesseract. Could this not be Odin's intent? Stark could not help but ask. Loki shook his head, stating, "That is not the case. Odin is unaware of this matter." "I see," Stark murmured, then asked, "Can the Supreme Sorcerer deal with Loki?" "That should be quite manageable," Loki replied. "That is reassuring," Stark sighed. "He is exceedingly dangerous. We must not allow him to remain on Earth." He took another sip of coffee and continued. "Do you have any plans?" "There's a plan," Loki responded. "What is it?" "Do you require my assistance?" Stark inquired. Wait for what?" "Wait for Loki to come, find me himself. His unauthorized incursion into Earth warrants judgment," Loki stated. Stark was taken aback, incredulously retorting, "How could he possibly come to you for judgment?" Loki remained silent, merely using his mind to activate a retrieval spell. A small yellow circle materialized, and Loki reached inside, withdrawing a scepter and a blue square energy cube. Upon seeing these items, Stark appeared bewildered. "What are these?" he asked. "The Tesseract and the Mind Stone," Loki explained. "Stark?" "He will arrive shortly," Loki added. Stark shrugged in resignation. "Impressive. It seems my concerns were somewhat unwarranted." Meanwhile, Loki gazed at his empty hands, utterly bewildered. "No, where's my Tesseract? Where's my Mind Stone? Where are my two enormous possessions? How could they have vanished so suddenly? Who is it? Who just took my belongings?" As Loki seethed with anger, he suddenly noticed a note lying on the ground. A line reads, "I shall graciously accept the raw gem you have presented, and to express my gratitude, please come here to find me." Following this is an address, concluded by the signature, Supreme Mage. Upon reading these words, Loki was consumed by fury. "What nonsense is this? Have I simply gifted you something? This is outright theft. Supreme Mage? You insufferable Supreme Mage, just wait. I am coming for you now." Loki bellowed in rage. Chapter 060. Loki. Why is this happening? At this moment, Loki was seething with rage. After seizing the Tesseract from SHIELD, he had brought the Mind Stone, the Tesseract, and a multitude of researchers to an abandoned factory. To achieve his objectives, Loki needed to devise a means to activate the power contained within the Tesseract. In essence, he sought to create a device capable of unlocking the Tesseract's formidable energies to open a cosmic portal. Once the portal was established, the Chitauri could swarm in from distant worlds to invade Earth en masse. Once Earth was completely subjugated, he would ascend to the throne as king. This was the reason Loki had come to Earth, to seize the Tesseract. He yearned to become the supreme ruler, to reign over Earth. Yet, he had never anticipated that while he briefly soul-traveled to consult with the Chitauri about their invasion plans, the researchers had misplaced the Tesseract and the Mind Stone. To make matters worse, the thief had audaciously left behind a note, an outright provocation. "So, the Supreme Sorcerer, is it? Very well, once I find you. You shall pay dearly for this. I shall pierce your heart with my blade and dismember you." Loki roared in fury. Who dares to call themselves the Supreme Sorcerer in front of the god of mischief? What on earth transpired? As he fumed, Dr. Selvig could not restrain himself from inquiring. When Loki had stormed into SHIELD, he not only snatched the Tesseract but also used the Mind Stone to control Dr. Selvig and Agent Hawkeye, compelling them to assist him in the research of the activation device. Just moments ago, while Dr. Selvig was working, the Tesseract had vanished. Unaware of the circumstances, he had asked Loki for clarification. Loki, however, was too enraged to explain. He simply brandished the crumpled note and demanded, "Where is this address?" As an Asgardian, Loki was not well acquainted with Earth, which made his ignorance understandable. Dr. Selvig unfolded the note, glanced at the address, and promptly responded, "Not far from here. Do you wish to go there? I have no time for idle chatter. Give me the coordinates immediately." "Now," Loki bellowed. Dr. Selvig, startled, quickly pulled out his phone to search the map and soon provided the coordinates. Upon receiving the precise location, Loki vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing outside an apartment building. After confirming the address, he muttered, "I found you, Supreme Sorcerer. You are finished." Just as he was about to force his way in, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A familiar power was approaching him. Loki's expression shifted as he turned around to find a gleaming object hurtling towards him like a meteor. That object was smack. Without a hint of warning, a hammer struck Loki with brutal force, sending him crashing face first to the ground. A colossal hammer, shining in the night, lay atop his back. It was none other than Thor's hammer. Mjolnir. Loki. Is it truly this precise? Damn it. Loki could hardly breathe, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips. He attempted to rise, but the weight of Mjolnir rendered him breathless. Thor! He screamed. In the next moment, Thor appeared before him, beaming. Oh, my brother, long time no see. I apologize for meeting you in such a manner. Are you well? Thor flashed a hearty smile. Loki, so close to eliminating that accursed supreme sorcerer. Yet, he never anticipated being felled before he could even cross the threshold, struck down by Thor's hammer. At this moment, Loki's anger reached its zenith. Thor, can you not retract this damn hammer? He roared. Thor shook his head nonchalantly, replying, I believe this is for the best to prevent your escape. Damn it. Loki's face flushed with rage as he cursed under his breath. Witnessing Loki's fury brought Thor immense joy. He knew his brother all too well. He had expected trouble when coming to find him, yet he had resolved the situation with such ease. Staring at the immobilized Loki, Thor inquired, Where's the Tesseract, Loki? Upon hearing the words Tesseract, Loki's anger surged anew. However, at that moment, he composed himself. He knew how to deal with his brother. This oaf would never yield to brute force. Thus, to extricate himself, Loki feigned vulnerability. I, too, am searching for the Tesseract, he stated. Searching, you say? You lost the Tesseract? Thor questioned. A self-proclaimed supreme sorcerer seized the Tesseract and my scepter. If you had arrived a moment later, I would have found him, Loki replied, his tone laced with helplessness and fury. Though his expression seemed sincere, Thor was not deceived by his brother's words. Do you think I would believe you, Loki? Thor said, his skepticism palpable. Loki, the god of mischief, had tricked him countless times throughout their lives. Minor transgressions he could endure, but the memory of Loki's betrayal when their father Odin had cast Thor to earth weighed heavily upon him. Do you think I would fall for your tricks again? I even thought you were dead, only to find you alive and causing havoc on Earth, Thor declared angrily. When Thor had been banished to Earth, Odin had stripped him of all his powers. Loki had nearly caused his demise on Earth, inciting an invasion from the Frost Giants. Although Loki had ultimately assisted in defeating the Frost Giants, Asgard had suffered greatly, with half its glory diminished and the Bifrost destroyed. Loki had fallen from the shattered Bifrost into the abyss, and Thor had believed him lost forever. Yet here he was, alive and stirring trouble on Earth. Odin had sensed this disturbance and summoned Thor to retrieve Loki and the Tesseract. Now Loki claimed that the Tesseract had been stolen by this so-called supreme sorcerer. With the Tesseract and the Mind Stone in hand, the so-called greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms couldn't have possibly been overpowered, having been deceived too many times. Thor harbored no trust for Loki's claims. Loki, father, and I believed you to be dead. Father even had the entire realm mourn your loss. Yet here you stand, alive and well on Earth. You truly cannot remain still, Thor scoffed. Recalling something, Loki asked, He told you of my lineage, did he not? He did. But what of it? We were both raised by him, Thor replied, seemingly indifferent to Loki's heritage as the son of the Frost Giant King. Indeed, Loki was acutely aware of the profound bond his brother cherished for familial ties. In light of this, Loki resorted to an appeal to their emotions. I understand, my brother. It is precisely because we are siblings that I would not deceive you. The Tesseract has truly been taken. If you set aside your hammer, I shall guide you to retrieve it. Perhaps the mere mention of the word brother stirred something within Thor. Ultimately, he chose to place his trust in Loki, lifting the hammer that had pressed down upon him. Loki felt as though he had been reborn. As he stretched his limbs, Thor spoke, Take me to find the Tesseract. I hope that this time you speak the truth. I assure you, I shall not deceive you this time. Loki replied, projecting an appearance of innocence, while secretly devising his own schemes. He intended to lead Thor to confront the supreme sorcerer. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. Hulk! In the blink of an eye, a massive green figure burst forth. Before Loki and Thor could react, Hulk seized Loki's leg, unleashing a flurry of blows upon him as though he were a mere garment. Loki exclaimed, "No! What on earth is this creature? Why did it suddenly appear? And Thor is right beside me. Why are you not smashing him instead? Why?" Chapter 061. Loki, what the hell? The incessant sound of smashing against the ground resonated through the tranquil night. For a fleeting moment, Thor stood stunned, quietly watching as his brother Loki was mercilessly slammed into the ground by a towering green giant. The expression on his face was a tapestry of emotions. It wasn't until the giant ceased its assault that Thor snapped back to reality, gazing down at his brother, who lay in a crumpled heap in the crater created by the impact. Thor couldn't help but inquire, "Loki, are you all right?" Loki remained silent, clearly dazed from the blows. Thor, sensing his brother's distress, continued with concern, "Though you were struck a total of 56 times, you'll be fine, right?" Only then did Loki finally react. "Thor, you just stood there watching your own brother 56 times." He bellowed in fury. Thor shrugged, responding with a hint of helplessness. "It was too sudden. I didn't have time to react." Although his explanation was quite reasonable, the slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Thor hadn't been caught off guard. He simply had no intention of intervening. "Thor!" Loki shouted with indignation. Just as he finished, the Hulk let out a roar. "Hulk!" Instantly, Loki fell silent, his gaze locking onto the Hulk, whose eyes were fixed intently upon him. Loki's expression transformed into one of stark clarity. At this moment, Thor could no longer contain his delight, responding with a smirk, "Loki, I've never seen you so obedient." Loki, he simply couldn't comprehend it. Thor stood right beside him and was significantly larger. Why did this giant choose to assault him without hesitation instead of Thor? It was utterly unfair. Yet, Loki had no time to dwell on his thoughts, as the green giant Hulk was now standing right next to him, his gaze unwavering. Loki dared not speak nor meet Hulk's eyes. He could only widen his eyes in terror, remaining motionless on the ground. After the commotion settled, Thor finally remembered to inquire about the green giant's identity. "Who are you and why are you here?" Thor asked, gripping his hammer tightly. Before Hulk could respond, a woman clad in a black bodysuit stepped forward to answer for him. "His name is Hulk, and he is a member of the Avengers." Thor furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the woman as he asked, "And who are you?" "I am Natasha. Your brother Loki has stolen the Tesseract from SHIELD, and he needs to return it," Natasha stated. SHIELD. Thor had heard of it during his previous visit to Earth, so he was somewhat familiar. Upon hearing that she had come for the Tesseract, Thor frowned and immediately retorted, "I will never allow you to take the Tesseract back to SHIELD. With that, Thor's eyes sharpened, sensing hostility. Hulk, perceiving Thor's aggression, grew enraged as well. "Hulk!" Hulk roared, glaring directly at Thor. "So you two are in cahoots? Excellent. I've been wanting to test this brute's strength," Thor declared. Without hesitation, he launched his hammer at Hulk. Hulk did not evade, taking the full force of the blow to his head, shaking his head in confusion. Once he regained his composure, Hulk's fury only intensified. "Hulk!" he bellowed, launching a fist at Thor. Boom! The punch sent Thor flying. Once he landed, Hulk pounced on him, pinning him down. Without giving Thor a chance to react, Hulk began pummeling his face relentlessly, leaving Thor dazed. Fortunately, Thor managed to summon his hammer, which struck Hulk with tremendous force, allowing him to finally regain his bearings. Having endured a beating, Thor became acutely aware of Hulk's formidable strength. Yet, before he could ponder further, Hulk charged at him once more, and the two were soon engulfed in chaos. The scene was precisely what Loki had hoped to witness. Realizing that Thor and Hulk were engaged in battle, Loki knew this was his opportunity. No longer feigning unconsciousness, he crawled out of the crater. He intended to seize this chance to reclaim the Tesseract from that so-called Supreme Sorcerer. Just then, Natasha blocked his path. "Try and make a run for it? Foolish mortal. Do you really think you can stop me?" Loki retorted angrily. He conjured a dagger and began to grapple with Natasha. Clearly, Natasha was no match for Loki. However, Loki seemed uninterested in inflicting harm and merely sought to escape her grasp. After breaking free, he dashed into the apartment. Natasha attempted to prevent him, but Loki had already burst through the door. Just as Natasha was about to pursue him inside, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The apartment Loki had entered seemed oddly familiar. Uncertain, Natasha stepped back to check the door number. Good heavens! Wasn't this the residence of the White family? Instantly, Natasha fell silent. At that moment, a black sedan sped up and halted at the curb. Soon, Nick Fury and Captain America emerged from the vehicle. The two, upon exiting, immediately noticed the chaotic brawl between Hulk and Thor. Realizing there was no stopping them, Nick approached Natasha to inquire about the situation. Natasha, what is going on? Nick asked. Only then did Natasha notice Nick and Captain America. I arrived with Dr. Banner just as Thor and Loki were at it. There was a minor incident, and Hulk and Thor started fighting, Natasha explained. After surveying the scene, Nick asked, "Where's Loki?" "I don't see him." "He went inside," Natasha replied. "Inside? Where?" Nick asked, perplexed. Natasha pointed toward the apartment and replied earnestly, "He went into the White family residence." Nick, recognizing the familiar location, fell silent as well. Observing the sudden silence between the two, Captain America looked puzzled. "What's wrong? Who is White?" he inquired. "A very powerful sorcerer," Natasha answered. "A sorcerer?" Captain America replied, disbelief etched on his face. Natasha nodded, responding, "Indeed. Can he handle Loki? Should we go in to assist?" Captain America continued to question. After contemplating, Natasha replied seriously, "Assistance likely won't be necessary. I can only mourn for Loki at this point. Why do you have to run to the White family? Isn't he just asking for trouble? May he find solace in his own fate," Natasha thought, letting out a sigh. At that moment, within the White residence, White, Stark, and Polaris were seated on the sofa, engaged in casual conversation. "With all this commotion outside, should we go take a look?" Stark inquired, glancing anxiously toward the door. "No need. Eventually, they will all come here. After all, the Tesseract is with me," White replied calmly. "But now Hulk is involved. You know how uncontrollable he gets when he starts fighting," Stark said nervously. Just as he voiced his concern, a loud crash echoed as the door was flung open. The next moment, Loki appeared before them, looking quite spry. Upon seeing Loki, Polaris immediately tensed, rising to her feet and glaring at him with hostility. Stark, too, became vigilant. Loki, clearly aware of the three individuals in the room, swept his gaze around before shouting in fury, "Where is the Supreme Sorcerer?" Luo Bai replied with an air of nonchalance, "It is I." In an instant, Loki redirected his gaze back to Luo Bai, recalling the humiliations he had endured along his journey. First, the Tesseract and the Mind Stone were usurped from him. Then he was struck by Thor's hammer, and, subsequently, Hulk had mercilessly pounded him 56 times. In that moment, all of Loki's anger and grievances surged to the forefront of his heart. "You are the Supreme Sorcerer. Very well. Foolish mortal. How dare you provoke a god of Asgard? I am a god. I must." As Loki shouted, he conjured two blades, ready to launch an aggressive assault on Luo Bai. Yet, before Loki could finish his sentence, he was abruptly swept into a portal, plummeting freely. Loki exclaimed, "Damn it. Chapter 062. Is anyone going to help me?" At first, Loki clearly underestimated the so-called Supreme Mage. In his view, he could easily take on a mere human sorcerer. However, before he could finish his bravado, he vanished in an instant. One might wonder, why would a perfectly capable mage choose to engage in close combat? Luo Bai shook his head, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. Just then, Polaris inquired, "Luo Bai, where did he go?" Luo Bai calmly replied, "He has gone for a free fall." Free fall. Upon hearing this term, Polaris's expression shifted dramatically. After all, she had experienced free fall herself, courtesy of the king. Although her descent lasted only a few minutes, the sensation of aimlessly plummeting into an abyss of darkness was truly excruciating. That ordeal was so tormenting that Polaris was reluctant to even recall it, hence her silence. Meanwhile, Stark was in a state of disbelief, struggling to process the revelation. His astonishment was not due to Luo Bai opening a portal, but rather because Luo Bai just claimed to be the Supreme Mage. "Wait a minute, Luo Bai, you are the Supreme Mage?" Stark asked. Luo Bai nodded affirmatively, indeed. Stark was taken aback. He had always thought the Supreme Mage and Luo Bai were two distinct individuals, only to discover they were one and the same. Why didn't you tell me you were the Supreme Mage? Stark could not help but ask. Luo Bai replied sincerely, you never asked. You mentioned you had only been studying magic for a few months. How was I to know you were the Supreme Mage? Stark retorted. Luo Bai shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I only recently became the Supreme Mage. It happened so suddenly that I didn't have the chance to inform you. So you learned magic for just a few months and became the Supreme Mage, the strongest sorcerer on Earth? Stark queried incredulously. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before responding. Pretty much. Stark was baffled. How on earth did you manage that, brother? Talent, coupled with a smidgen of luck, Luo Bai replied. Talent and a smidgen of luck? Stark was bewildered, yet thoroughly astonished. Just a while ago, you claimed to be a novice sorcerer, and now you've transformed into the Supreme Mage? Of course. Although Stark was still reeling from the shock, he refrained from probing further. After all, he was not well versed in the affairs of sorcerers, and his greater concern lay with Thor and Hulk outside. However, with all the commotion Thor and Hulk are causing, are you not worried they might demolish your home? Stark asked. Luo Bai shook his head in response, not in the slightest. With my luck, even if America were reduced to ruins, my home would likely remain intact. Sure enough, after an indeterminate period, the outside finally fell silent. Before long, Nick Fury, Captain America, Dr. Banner, and Natasha entered, accompanied by Thor. From their demeanor, it was evident they had just engaged in a skirmish, yet they seemed to have reached a friendly consensus. Otherwise, how could Thor be so composed at this moment? Upon entering, they spotted Stark. Nick Fury, with a hint of curiosity, asked, Stark, why didn't you come out to help? You were a member of the Avengers. And now that Earth is in peril, you hide away here with Luo Bai? Had he kept silent, Stark might have felt more at ease. However, Fury's words ignited a surge of anger within him. Help? Help what? Retrieve the Tesseract, so you can create weapons of mass destruction that threaten Earth's safety? Stark scoffed, his sarcasm leaving everyone dumbfounded. Tony, I don't understand your point, Dr. Banner inquired. Stark sneered, revealing all he knew. Do you know what Nick Fury is up to? He is utilizing the Tesseract to manufacture weapons of mass destruction on Earth. During the research process, SHIELD lost control of the Tesseract's power, resulting in a signal being transmitted into the cosmos. This is how Loki located the Tesseract and descended upon Earth to wreak havoc. As Stark spoke, his emotions intensified. Dr. Banner was taken aback by his revelations. Nick, is what Tony said true? Realizing the situation was turning against him, Nick Fury quickly countered, Earth is in grave danger. We need certain measures to safeguard it. Otherwise, if it is invaded, it will be just like Loki's current incursion. And that justifies your research into weapons of mass destruction? Stark retorted, don't forget how you made your fortune. Fury snapped angrily. Seeing Fury's lack of rebuttal, Dr. Banner comprehended the situation. Nick Fury, when you sent Natasha to recruit my assistants, you didn't mention it this way, he stated. Earlier, Natasha had approached him, claiming Loki had acquired the Tesseract and intended to conquer Earth, and that the planet was in peril. Though Banner was reluctant to get involved, knowing he had yet to fully control Hulk, he ultimately acquiesced out of concern for Earth's safety. Yet, he never anticipated that Fury's request for help was merely a ploy to reclaim the Tesseract and develop weapons of mass destruction. So, Nick Fury was merely using them. The thought stirred Banner's emotions. Meanwhile, Thor seemed to grasp the unfolding narrative. Manufacturing weapons with the Tesseract? Do you understand how perilous the Tesseract is? Your actions are tantamount to declaring war on the entire universe. I absolutely cannot allow the Tesseract to remain on Earth. Thor exclaimed, his fury palpable. Nick Fury scoffed, retorting, Declare war? Your brother Loki has come to Earth to conquer it. Is that not a declaration of war? It is your research into the Tesseract that sent signals to extraterrestrial civilizations, which is precisely why Loki appeared. Even if Loki hadn't shown up, your actions would have attracted beings from other planets. Stark shot back angrily. Captain America interjected, should we simply allow these Asgardians to take the Tesseract? What if they use it to create weapons? The Avengers, when united, often descended into bickering, a reality that Luo Bai had grown accustomed to. Their quarrel was giving him a headache. Sensing his discomfort, Polaris snapped, "Enough. Quiet down. You are disturbing Luo Bai." Upon hearing Luo Bai's name, they finally quieted down. With the room now silent, Luo Bai remarked, "You all came here just to argue in front of me?" This reminder jolted Thor. He had come to find his brother. How could he have nearly forgotten? "Where's Loki?" Thor asked urgently. Luo Bai did not respond verbally, but opened a portal with his mind. As the portal materialized, Loki tumbled through, landing face first on the floor. The next moment, the room echoed with Loki's furious bellow. "I just experienced a free fall for 70 minutes. Chapter 063, Loki Smile. Loki was filled with fury. 70 minutes, nearly 70 minutes of free fall. Do you have any idea how he endured that time? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Rising from the ground, he glared at Loki White and shouted, "Do you think you're impressive? Truly a supreme mage? You're nothing but a second-rate, amateur magician." As he yelled, Loki gripped his twin daggers tightly and charged at Loki White with fierce determination. Closing his eyes, Loki White activated the mirror dimension. In an instant, the surroundings transformed completely. The villa morphed into a breathtaking height of 10,000 meters, with everyone standing on a floating stone platform. Buildings and structures swirled around them in a mesmerizing spiral. The scene before them was both grand and magnificent. Before Loki could approach, Loki White shifted the stone platform beneath him, causing it to vanish. A chilling scream echoed as Loki stepped into nothingness, plummeting face first from the great height. His descent was rapid, akin to a free-fall ride. In the blink of an eye, he was about to crash into the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, he halted, suspended in midair, face down. Before him stood Loki White. "Now, can you be a bit more compliant, Loki?" Loki White inquired. Having just been thrust into a teleportation portal, followed by an experience akin to a free fall from 10,000 meters. How could Loki possibly calm down? "Is that all you can do?" he roared. "All right, I admit I may have been a tad lenient earlier." Loki White sighed in resignation. With a mere closing of his eyes, Loki was subjected to a continuous cycle of free fall experiences. He repeatedly plunged from the heights, only to halt just before hitting the ground. Before he could catch his breath, he was falling again. After nearly 10 cycles of this, the Avengers stood dumbfounded. They watched as Loki flickered before them, rapidly appearing and then plummeting. Accompanying this spectacle were Loki's frantic exclamations. "Ah, shit, ah." It was hard to tell whether Loki was frightened, but those observing certainly were. "I once rode a free-fall ride when I was young, but I've never experienced one at 10,000 meters. I suspect that a few more of these, and I might just develop a heart condition," Polaris remarked. "Thor, is he really your brother? Why do you seem so amused?" Nick Fury asked incredulously, gazing at Thor. At that moment, Thor showed no intention of helping. Rather, he appeared somewhat gleeful, which puzzled Nick Fury. "Your brother is in such a predicament, and you not only refrained from helping, but also managed to chuckle?" Just as he pondered this, he heard Thor cheerfully respond, "We are cousins. In fact, he was adopted." Thor's smile was unmistakable. "If you're not blood brothers, can you really be so indifferent?" Natasha inquired. "You see, he has always wanted to kill me. When we were 8, he transformed into a snake. When I picked it up, he reverted to his original form and stabbed me. This was not an isolated incident," Thor recounted. Upon hearing Thor's tale, everyone was left in shock. "Oh, that's horrifying. No wonder you're so cheerful now," remarked Dr. Banner wide-eyed. Before he could finish his sentence, Loki's furious cry pierced the air. "Thor, help me. Hey, coming right up." Thor replied, then continued chatting with the Avengers. "Honestly, I wish this moment could last longer. I rather enjoy his current state. I even want to capture it. Do you need my assistance? My suit can take pictures." Tony offered enthusiastically. "If that is possible, it would be splendid." Thor replied with delight. He then shouted at the still plummeting Loki, "Loki, smile. Loki, F." Thor understood that Loki White harbored no malicious intent, merely aiming to frighten Loki. Thus, he felt no obligation to intervene, relishing the moment instead. However, amidst the banter, Thor grew curious about Loki White. He scanned the mirror dimension before finally directing his gaze at Loki White. "Are there now sorcerers on Earth?" Thor inquired. "More accurately, they are mystic mages," Loki White corrected him. Thor nodded, then asked, "All right, Mystic Mage. My brother Loki claimed that you took his Tesseract. Is that correct?" "Yes," Loki White affirmed. "I've come to retrieve the Tesseract. You must understand that leaving such an artifact on Earth is perilous. I must bring it back to Asgard," Thor stated bluntly. Loki White understood his intent and responded, "Odin's son, god of thunder, Thor Odinson. I am aware of your purpose. However, you must wait for a while." With that, he turned his attention to Nick Fury. "Nick Fury, you too have come for the Tesseract. Haven to you?" Loki White inquired. Nick Fury was taken aback. His gaze flickered, revealing a hint of panic. He realized that the likelihood of retrieving the Tesseract for SHIELD was slim, so he quickly clarified, "I did come for the Tesseract, but my concern is solely that Loki might use it to endanger Earth. I have no other intentions." Loki White chuckled lightly, then asked, "Did you create weapons of mass destruction with the Tesseract, aimed at me?" Nick Fury shook his head vehemently. "Of course not." Without responding further, Loki White produced the Mind Scepter, embedded with the Mind Stone. As the scepter gleamed with light, Nick Fury found himself uncontrollably revealing his innermost thoughts. "It's not just about you. There are sorcerers on Earth, Asgardians beyond it, and various dangerous beings. If you powerful entities wish to annihilate the Earth, what then? SHIELD must take action. We need to create weapons capable of defeating you. So we are not under your control." After uttering these words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Even Nick Fury himself was bewildered, questioning how he had suddenly spoken such truths. Nick Fury clearly did not comprehend why he had divulged this in front of Loki White. He was taken aback, struggling to find his voice. Seeing the skepticism in their eyes, Nick Fury realized he could not retract his words. He decided to lay bare his thoughts. "Loki White, I hope you can consider things from my perspective. I do not possess such immense power. Is it wrong for me to worry that powerful beings like you might destroy Earth? As the director of SHIELD, is it wrong for me to want to protect humanity's safety? You know your power isn't limitless. Even if you utilize the Tesseract to forge formidable weapons, can you guarantee they won't be seized? Can you ensure you harbor nefarious intentions?" Loki White countered, "And yet, you have no answer for me." Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words, seemingly unprepared to counter such inquiries. At that moment, Luo Bai spoke again. "It is precisely because you lack such immense power that you should refrain from meddling with that which you cannot control. Even if you were to fabricate weapons using the Cosmic Cube, what would it matter? Have you ever considered that these instruments, intended to safeguard the Earth, could very well transform into artifacts of destruction should they fall into the wrong hands?" Stark nodded in agreement, responding earnestly, "Indeed. That is why I have shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries." However, Nick Fury seemed poised to counter this assertion. At that juncture, Luo Bai interrupted him. "Nick Fury, you question and fear the sorcerers, yet you have no comprehension of the challenges they confront. Your actions this time evoke my disdain. Thus, I have resolved to allow you to experience the life of a sorcerer and face the adversaries they encounter." With that, Luo Bai summoned a portal with his mind. Before Nick Fury could react, he was swiftly transported away. In that instant, everyone was left bewildered. "Where has Nick Fury gone?" Natasha inquired. "I have sent him to experience the life of a sorcerer. I believe he will find joy in confronting those foes," Luo Bai replied. "To face the enemies of the sorcerers. My goodness, if the sorcerers are so powerful, how formidable must their enemies be? It is simply unimaginable." Natasha gasped. After a moment of hesitation, she could not resist asking, "Will he be able to return?" Luo Bai pondered for a moment before responding. "That shall depend on his fortune. For millennia, the Ancient One and the sorcerers of Earth have tirelessly battled against the forces of darkness to protect the planet, sacrificing their very souls and lives. The sorcerers have borne the weight of this responsibility, yet now Nick Fury begins to question their purpose, seeking to suppress their power through weaponry. Luo Bai found this intolerable, hence his decision to thrust Nick Fury into the heart of darkness. Once the matter with Nick Fury was resolved, Luo Bai turned his attention to Thor. "Very well, Thor. Now, let us discuss your brother." As he spoke, with a mere thought, Loki was unceremoniously cast onto the ground before them. "Thor, You promised you would assist me. Yet just now, I endured nearly 40 minutes of free fall. Loki bellowed. Thor chuckled and replied, I understand, Loki. However, the situation is rather complex at present. I must retrieve the cosmic cube before I can attend to you. Thor! Loki exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 064, Asgard. Loki's furious roar echoed through the air, a sound so deafening that it caused Thor to furrow his brow and cover his ears in mock delight. Loki, I must admit, I preferred watching you in free fall. You were so quiet then. Perhaps it was due to his experiences with 2 prior falls. Although Loki initially felt a surge of anger, a glance around the mirrored space created by the White Lord brought him back to calmness. It dawned on him that this supreme sorcerer might not be the second-rate amateur he had assumed, prompting him to reconsider his approach. Thor, weren't you here to retrieve the Tesseract? It was stolen from me, Loki declared, directing his gaze towards the White Lord. Thor, already aware of the situation, responded nonchalantly. I know, he admitted to taking the Tesseract. Loki, sensing Thor's lack of concern, adopted a serious tone. You must retrieve the Tesseract. You understand how perilous that object can be. His words were delivered with righteous fervor, so compelling that one might mistake him for the original schemer behind the Tesseract's potential misuse. Fortunately, after being misled on numerous occasions, Thor had grown wise. He recognized that Loki intended to manipulate him into battling the White Lord, hoping to seize the Tesseract amidst the chaos. Thus, Thor replied earnestly, I certainly know I must reclaim the Tesseract, but first, I need to ensure you cannot act against us. Loki was taken aback, incredulity washing over his face. He could hardly believe that his brother had become so astute. Of course, this was merely an unvoiced thought. He would never openly admit it. So he gazed at Thor with genuine sincerity and asked, I not your brother? Do you not trust me? The mention of brotherhood seemed to strike a chord in Thor. Loki continued, Thor, he wields both the Tesseract and the Mind Stone, and he has imprisoned us within his created space. Our situation is dire. He clearly intends to keep the Tesseract from us. His incitement proved effective. Perhaps recalling Nick Fury's previous use of the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction, Thor's expression shifted, revealing signs of unease. Understanding his brother well, Loki pressed on, noticing Thor's wavering resolve. I confess, when I had the Tesseract, I did intend to invade Earth. However, Loki had originally planned to persuade Thor with eloquence and reason, hoping to instigate a conflict between him and the White Lord. Unexpectedly, as he spoke, he blurted out the truth, but I cannot believe you have actually become cleverer. Thor? No, this cannot be right. Aren't you the brawn over brains type? You should be charging in with your hammer and confronting this wretched sorcerer. While you two are locked in battle, I would make my escape with the Tesseract. In that moment, both Loki and Thor were momentarily stunned. Thor, who had been somewhat moved, now regarded Loki with a mixture of kindness and bewilderment. What did you just say, Loki? He asked incredulously. Loki had intended to reply, that was not my intention, but instead, he uncontrollably expressed his true feelings. Is it not true? You wield your hammer daily, flaunting it as if you were the god of hammers. Loki, Thor. It was then that Loki realized something was amiss. He turned to face the White Lord, who was holding the Mind Stone, its radiance shimmering. At that moment, Loki comprehended the reason behind his unfiltered honesty. It was due to the influence of the Mind Stone. Loki, despite your many missteps, I have always regarded you as my dear brother. I never imagined that in your heart, I would merely be perceived as a god of hammers. Thor lamented. Although Loki understood he should not speak further, the presence of the Mind Stone rendered him unable to restrain himself. In an impulsive outburst, he declared, Thor, I certainly regard you as my brother. Yet that does not change the fact that you are indeed brawn over brains. Before Loki could further defend himself, Thor turned to the White Lord and asked, Is there a way to silence him? The White Lord nodded, responding, Certainly. Panic surged within Loki as he interjected, No, Thor, we are brothers. You cannot side with an outsider. At that instant, he sensed the impending danger and attempted to flee. However, in the next moment, the levitating cloak lunged at Loki, and before he could react, he found himself mercilessly pummeled and bound to the ground. I cannot believe I have been bested by a mere cloak, Loki exclaimed in disbelief. Just as he finished speaking, the levitating cloak delivered another blow to his face. Enraged, Loki shouted, "You wretched cursed cloak!" Thus, a comical battle ensued between Loki and the levitating cloak. Observing Loki entangled with the cloak, the White Lord remarked, "Well, you should be quiet for a while now." Thor, visibly disheartened, lamented, "I cannot believe my own brother would speak of me in such a manner." Dr. Banner quickly offered consolation. "I understand your feelings, Thor." Thor shook his head and replied, "No, you do not understand. I have always considered him my brother." Stark chimed in seriously, "If he were my brother, I would have certainly given him a thrashing for those comments. Yet your restraint speaks volumes about your affection for him. He has only recently discovered he is adopted, so it's normal for him to have some emotional turmoil." Thor continued, revealing the collective exasperation of those present towards his brother. Nevertheless, Thor did not lose sight of his purpose on Earth. "Now, White Lord, you have resolved your matters. Should you not return the Tesseract to me? I simply wish to return to Asgard." Handing over the Tesseract to Thor was not out of the question. Given the White Lord's luck, even if he relinquished the Tesseract, it would likely return to him. Thus, he was not overly concerned. However, he pondered, while I may give the Tesseract to Asgard, does Loki's attempted invasion of Earth not warrant an explanation from Asgard? Having served as the Supreme Sorcerer for many years, the Ancient One held considerable authority within the multiverse. Therefore, she might choose to overlook Loki's invasion of Earth. However, the White Lord could not afford to be so lenient. With Loki's disruption occurring just as he assumed his role, he needed to demand accountability. After all, Loki's actions did not solely involve him. Thanos and the Chitauri were closely watching these developments. If the White Lord did not take a stand, tensions could escalate on both fronts, necessitating a clear response. Yet Thor seemed not to grasp this implication. "A response? What do you mean?" he inquired. The White Lord, realizing further discussion was futile, stated, "Speaking of which, I indeed ought to pay a visit to the All-Father. Are you not heading to Asgard? I shall accompany you." Chapter 65, Odin, a complete loss of face. Luo Bai is going to Asgard too. Upon hearing this, Thor was momentarily taken aback. After all, Asgard is not a realm one can simply visit. Moreover, Thor was still unfamiliar with Luo Bai, not even aware of his true identity. Thus, he would certainly not rashly agree to take him to Asgard. "What is your purpose in going to Asgard?" Thor inquired. "While Loki's invasion of Earth was indeed wrong, my father will pass judgment on him," he added. Luo Bai did not respond, but instead closed the mirror dimension. Soon, everyone returned to the room. At that moment, Luo Bai opened a portal. Behind the door, it was unmistakably Asgard. Asgard and Earth do not exist within the same dimension. Even Thor requires the Bifrost or Odin's power to achieve interdimensional travel. Now, Luo Bai had opened a portal directly to Asgard, which surprised Thor. "You, wizard, possess quite the skill. But are you certain you wish to accompany me to Asgard? If my father holds you accountable, I cannot protect you," Thor stated earnestly. Luo Bai was well aware of the consequences of entering Asgard, yet he had nothing to fear given his illustrious reputation. With that thought, he calmly replied, "Let us go." Thor did not press any further, merely gesturing towards Loki, who was entangled with a floating cloak. "Would you mind recalling your cloak first?" The floating cloak would act according to its owner's intent, and soon enough, it was retracted. Once the cloak was put away, Loki could no longer contain himself. "I just fought with a wretched cloak for nearly 10 minutes. Loki bellowed. He had endured blows from the Hulk, withstood strikes from Thor's hammer, and survived a free fall lasting over 2 hours. Yet he had never felt so humiliated as he did now, having battled a mere cloak for 10 minutes. Loki was incensed. The indignation was palpable. Ignoring his fury, Thor lifted him as one would a small chick. "Loki, if not for your recent misfortunes, I would fully comprehend your discontent and would be inclined to give you a good thrashing," Thor said sincerely. "Loki, very well, let's return to Asgard," Thor declared, carrying Loki as they made their way to Asgard. Loki was quite reluctant to return, and thus he resisted vehemently. "What about your Tesseract? Why would you return to Asgard without it?" Loki shouted. The next moment, he saw Luo Bai stepping through the portal. "Is he going to Asgard too?" Loki asked in confusion. "Indeed, so you need not worry. The Tesseract is currently in Asgard," Thor kindly reassured him. "Loki, He was filled with resentment. He had originally intended to use the Tesseract to open a portal, allowing the Chitauri to invade Earth and assist him in ruling as their king. Yet now, his plans had failed before they even commenced, and he was being taken back to Asgard. Loki's frustration mounted, yet there was nothing he could do. With the portal now closed, everything seemed to have reached a conclusion. Upon Thor's return to Asgard, he was greeted by a throng of friends. "Hey Thor, you're back. Quickly inform my father that I have brought back the Tesseract and Loki." Thor shouted. "Soon," someone replied, "the All-Father is already waiting for you in the Great Hall." It seemed that upon returning home, Thor had relaxed. He glanced back at Luo Bai, who was observing everything around him. This was indeed Luo Bai's first visit to Asgard. Although he had seen countless videos of Asgard's splendor, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. In terms of technology and various aspects, Asgard was far more advanced than Earth. Every structure here exuded grandeur and majesty, delivering a breathtaking impact that seemed to soar to the heavens. Compared to Kamartaj, Asgard was undeniably more magnificent. This led Luo Bai to ponder whether Kamartaj might need some renovations. "You should stay close. You're not a citizen of Asgard. If you get lost, you may be mistaken for an intruder," Thor advised, friendly but firm. Luo Bai was fully aware of this. Considering he could not remain away from Earth for too long, he stated, "Let us go. Take me to meet the All-Father." Thor said no more, carrying Loki towards the Great Hall of Asgard. At that moment, within the Great Hall, the aging All-Father Odin sat upon the central throne, flanked by the warriors of Asgard. Upon seeing Thor return with Loki in tow, a group of guards immediately stepped forward to apprehend Loki. "Father, I have brought Loki back," Thor shouted. Odin remained silent, turning his gaze towards Luo Bai. Sensing Odin's attention, Thor quickly explained, "Father, this is a mage from Midgard. He requests to see you." "A mage from Earth?" Before Odin could ponder further, Luo Bai introduced himself. "I am the current Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj." Odin was aware of Kamartaj and knew that the previous Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, had recently stepped down, leaving the position to a new successor. However, he had never met the new Sorcerer Supreme and was surprised to find Luo by approaching him directly. Observing the situation, Odin quickly grasped the broader context. Luo Bai had come to settle scores. Already furious over Loki's disturbances on Earth, Odin's ire intensified upon seeing the Sorcerer Supreme himself delivering Loki back to him. He was the All-Father. He had a reputation to uphold. His own son, albeit an adopted one, Loki, had not only caused chaos on Earth, but had also been apprehended and returned by the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth. How could he retain any dignity in the face of such humiliation? This matter could have been resolved privately, but now, with Luo Bai's arrival, Odin found himself with no option for discretion. Taking a deep breath, Odin spoke courteously, "I understand your intentions. I shall provide an explanation. Please wait aside." Luo Bai nodded, stepping to the side. At that moment, Odin commanded, "Bring forth the prisoner Loki." As soon as he spoke, Loki was brought forward. Fueled by rage and the revelation of his true parentage, Loki was in no mood for civility. What play is this? Prisoner Loki? Has my trial begun already?" Loki inquired. Odin took a deep breath, maintaining his composure as he asked, "Do you truly not recognize the weight of your sins?" "Sins? Is it a crime for a god to rule over one of the 9 realms? Have you not done the same?" Loki retorted. Had this been a private matter, Odin might not have been so incensed by Loki's words. However, in the Great Hall, with the Sorcerer Supreme present, Odin's fury exploded. "Loki, you are not a god. You are the son of the Frost Giant King." Loki immediately countered, "Then you should not have taken me in." Odin thundered, "Indeed, I should not have. I should have let you perish." Loki shrugged, nonchalantly stating, "Then it seems we are in agreement. I do not wish to live any longer. I only seek death." Odin, ungrateful wretch. I, the All-Father, who has upheld my dignity throughout my life, now find my face completely tarnished by my own son. Truly, this is intolerable. Odin took a deep breath, nearly overcome by his anger. Chapter 66. Confrontation with the Temple of Odin. As Odin gazed upon Loki, who stood defiantly spewing arrogance before the assembled crowd, his heart felt as if it might give way from anger. In truth, Odin harbored a deep affection for both of his sons. Despite Loki's numerous transgressions, Odin typically allowed him a reprieve as long as he offered some words of contrition. However, at this moment, Loki remained obstinate, his face a canvas of defiance. The Supreme Sorcerer observed silently, sensing that Odin's dignity was being undermined, leaving him in a precarious position. Finally, Queen Frigga, displaying her wisdom, interjected, "God King." Loki merely struggles to reconcile his identity. Grant him a chance for redemption. Thor, standing nearby, quickly joined in pleading, "Father, considering he has yet to commit a grave offense, please forgive him." This intervention provided Odin with a semblance of an escape. "Loki, had it not been for the queen and your brother's intercession, you would face a death sentence. Take him away to the dungeon. His remaining days shall be spent in confinement," Odin pronounced with fury. Though Loki remained silent, his expression spoke volumes. He was both resentful and unwilling to accept his fate. "Take him away at once. I wish to see him no more," Odin bellowed. While he outwardly projected a desire for Loki's swift imprisonment, inwardly he feared that any delay might provoke further insubordination from his son. Fortunately, the guards acted swiftly, dragging Loki away. Only then did Odin exhale a sigh of relief. Ungrateful child. Truly an ungrateful child. The Supreme Sorcerer continued to observe, lamenting that had Loki simply offered a few kind words, he would not face eternal confinement. Odin had expected Loki to possess some semblance of cunning, unlike his straightforward brother Thor, but to his dismay, both were equally obstinate. How foolish! With a resigned sigh, Odin turned to Thor and inquired, "Where's the Tesseract?" Thor promptly replied, "Father, the Tesseract is in Loki's possession." Loki understood the implication of this statement. He refrained from elaborating, merely producing the Tesseract. Odin signaled, and soon guards approached to take it away to Asgard's treasury. Once all matters were settled, Odin requested the others to leave. "You may all withdraw. I wish to speak privately with the Supreme Sorcerer." The assembly bowed and exited, leaving only Odin and Loki in the Grand Hall. Despite Odin's formidable presence, clad in golden armor and wielding the eternal spear, the white of his hair and the weariness etched upon his face revealed the truth. This once mighty god was aging, his time drawing short. Indeed, according to the narrative, Odin would not live much longer. Before the onset of Ragnarok, he would depart this world. This thought stirred memories of the Ancient One within Loki. The rulers of the old era were slowly fading away, while the heroes of a new age began to emerge. Loki, the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj. I have long been aware of the Ancient One's passing in your existence. I simply lacked the opportunity to meet you in person until now. Odin began, his tone resembling that of an elder. In essence, he was a disciple of the Ancient One, placing him in a position of seniority. Realizing this, Loki responded politely. I did not wish to intrude upon the God King's affairs. However, today I find it imperative to do so. I understand. Loki's reckless use of the Tesseract nearly led to disaster. Though he is not my biological son, I raised him, and thus I share in the responsibility for his misdeeds. I have punished Loki, and I trust such incidents will not recur. Odin spoke calmly. He recognized that Asgard bore its share of blame, and given Loki's ties to Kamartaj and Earth, his demeanor was notably respectful, acknowledging the Ancient One's legacy. Had anyone else heard this, they might have retreated in acquiescence. For Odin was the God King, ruler of the 9 realms, akin to a sovereign whose subjects bowed before him. Yet Earth was an exception, and Kamartaj stood as an even greater anomaly. The Supreme Sorcerer was not beholden to Odin's authority. With this in mind, Loki smiled and remarked, "It is evident, God King, that you harbor a profound affection for Loki. Had any other Asgardian committed such an act, I suspect the consequences would be far more severe than mere imprisonment." Odin paused, brow furrowing as he countered, "Are you questioning my judgment?" Unperturbed, Loki continued with a smile. Loki allied with the Chitauri and sought to invade Earth using the Tesseract. Had I not intervened, a planetary war would have erupted. I trust you are aware of Kamartaj's stance on invaders. My decision to return Loki and the Tesseract stems from my belief in your capacity for fair judgment. In truth, I could have dealt with Loki as an extraterrestrial aggressor. This statement bore a heavy tone of threat, inciting Odin's wrath. Gripping the eternal spear, he forcefully struck the ground, exclaiming, "Loki, do you realize before you stands the All-Father, King of the gods?" In that instant, a wave of pressure surged towards Loki, emanating from the combined might of Odin's divine energy. However, Loki remained unfazed, his expression grave as he declared, "Yet I am the supreme sorcerer. Safeguarding Earth is my duty." In the next moment, a tremendous surge of energy radiated from Loki, colliding with that of the eternal spear, causing the very temple to tremble. At this moment, Odin recognized the gravity of the situation. Although he typically paid little heed to camartage and the affairs of sorcerers, he had heard of the formidable figures within their ranks, such as the Ancient One, Merlin, and Agamotto. Yet, he had not previously heard of Loki. He learned of this new sorcerer's emergence when a mantle passed to him as the Ancient One's chosen successor. Initially, Odin assumed such a sudden appearance would yield a sorcerer of moderate strength, comparable to his son Thor. However, the display of power he had just witnessed left Odin astonished. Loki's strength could easily rival that of 10 Thors. How could the Ancient One have found such a prodigy? Odin pondered. This individual, appearing no older than a freshly matured human, possessed extraordinary power and unparalleled magical talent. More importantly, this young man exhibited a calm demeanor, unyielding in the face of Odin's might, steady and composed. While there may have been a touch of youthful recklessness, he was still vastly superior to his 2 sons. "This is simply unfair. Why are my sons so reckless? While the Ancient One's successor is so exceptional, I am a god king. Surely my lineage should not be inferior to that of humanity." Odin seethed inwardly. The disparity between mortals and deities truly vexed him. Chapter 067. Odin Why Truly? The mere thought of his 2 sons made Odin's head throb. Especially after seeing Loki, his frustration only intensified. His sons, despite having lived for so long, seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of composure. One wielded a hammer, intimidating others, and without it, was rendered useless. The other fixated on the throne, perpetually seeking to prove his worth, often at the expense of his elder brother. Oh dear! A pang in the heart, the anger, the buzzing in his head. Taking a deep breath, Odin managed to calm his tumultuous emotions. He cast his gaze once more upon Loki. In all honesty, had he been as fiery in his youth, he would have acted at the very first word Loki uttered. After all, he was the All-Father. How dare he be questioned by such a youngling? However, age had tempered his spirit, with Ragnarok looming on the horizon. Any confrontation with Loki would only serve to deepen the rift with the mage community. As a dying man, he would soon leave the world to Thor, who still needed time to mature. With his current strength, Thor would not be able to contend with the mages. Moreover, the situation had arisen from Loki's own misdeeds, and Odin had chosen to show him leniency. At this moment, Odin realized he could no longer act impulsively as in his youth. He must leave a path for Thor. Thus, he reluctantly spoke. Loki's nature is not inherently malevolent. Upon discovering his lineage, he struggled to accept it and, in his haste to prove himself, committed grave errors. Indeed, with age came wisdom, and even the once arrogant All-Father had learned the virtue of tranquility. He intended to resolve this matter amicably, continuing, "I am aware of your connection to the Ancient One. Though Asgard and Camartage have not interacted for quite some time, my relationship with her was quite cordial before. As you ascend to the rank of Sorcerer Supreme, it is only fitting that I present you with a grand gift." Odin's words, while framed as a congratulatory gesture, were merely a means to smooth over the situation. This was his greatest concession, and Loki understood this well. Although Loki had indeed erred, he had also intervened and seized the Mind Scepter, thus gaining some advantage. Given Odin's offer of a treasure and his amicable demeanor, it was wise of Loki to graciously accept. "Thank you, All-Father," Loki replied. Odin nodded, then rose to speak. "I know Camartage possesses many treasures. Yet Asgard is not lacking either. I shall take you to our vault. Aside from the Tesseract, choose what you desire." Once a valiant warrior, Odin had amassed numerous spoils from his conquests across the 9 realms, so many that he could scarcely recall them all, making it easier for Loki to choose for himself. However, for Loki, Aside from the Tesseract, there were few items of interest left. This was largely due to the fact that Loki's current possessions were exceedingly potent. Not only did Kamartaj house a plethora of treasures, but he also possessed the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, and the Mind Scepter. Few artifacts in Asgard could rival these. "Why are you standing there?" Odin inquired, noticing Loki's hesitation to follow. He tapped the eternal spear against the ground, as if to prompt him. At that moment, Loki seemed to recall something. "Aside from the Tesseract, can I truly take what I desire?" Odin furrowed his brow, pondering. "Am I not the All-Father? Would I deceive you? Besides, I am a king. Why would you think me so petty? Every valiant warrior has been rewarded with treasures. I am not lacking in such gifts." With this thought, Odin responded with some impatience, of course. Observing his irritation, Loki abandoned subtlety and pointed to the eternal spear in Odin's hand. "Then I will take this." Odin was taken aback. "No, you dare covet my weapon? You are truly bold." His expression darkened as he asked, "Do you know what this is?" "I do, which is why I feared you might be unwilling to part with it." Loki replied with a smile. The eternal spear, known as Gungnir, was forged by the dwarves at Odin's behest. This spear was not only extraordinarily sharp, capable of piercing any armor, but it also ensured that any target it struck was destined to be hit. Once aimed at an enemy, escape was impossible. The might of this weapon was self-evident. Odin had wielded it in countless battles across the Nine Realms. Although Gungnir had not made many appearances in the original narrative, its strength was undeniable. As Odin aged, he had become less inclined to battle, resulting in Gungnir remaining by his side in retirement. Loki hesitated to take it, fully aware of its significance to Odin. Yet, since Odin forbade him from taking the Tesseract, Gungnir was the only other item of interest. Seeing Odin's demeanor, it was clear he was reluctant to part with it. Smiling, Loki remarked, "I recognize this as your weapon, All-Father. Since it has caught your eye, it must be extraordinary." Though Loki's boldness was notable, his words were indeed flattering, highlighting Odin's formidable power, a stark contrast to his sons, who merely bickered with him. Odin, too, appreciated a compliment. A few kind words brought him joy. With a smile, he replied, "You have good taste. It is indeed a divine artifact. However, this spear has accompanied me for a long time, and you cannot take it." His meaning was clear. Gungnir was a weapon of immense power from the moment of its creation. Its spearhead bore runes, and the shaft was crafted from the branches of Yggdrasil. Additionally, it was imbued with Odin's own power, granting it a semblance of self-awareness. Once a weapon recognizes its master, it will return to that master's hand when called, and an ordinary individual cannot wield it. Even if taken, its true potential cannot be harnessed unless it is the master's intent. This was why, despite Thor ascending to kingship, he never wielded Gungnir, leading to its eventual revelation after Odin's passing. You are a mage, and know that most artifacts recognize their masters. Perhaps you should choose another treasure, Odin suggested. Loki, however, was resolute. Once he made a choice, he would not waver. Besides, he had the favor of the goddess of luck on his side. Thus, he replied, "Let me give it a try." Odin furrowed his brow but ceased his persuasion, stating, "If you are so determined to wield Gungnir, then attempt to master it. However, should Gungnir reject you, you will forfeit the right to select another artifact." Agreed, Loki responded eagerly. Odin held absolute faith in Gungnir, believing it would never accept Loki. In truth, upon realizing his days were numbered, Odin had wished to pass the spear to one of his sons to see if they could earn its recognition. Yet, despite their strong bloodline, even they were unable to gain Gungnir's approval. A supreme mage with no Asgardian blood could gain the spear's favor? With Loki's enthusiastic acceptance, Odin felt a flicker of joy within. "I had initially thought that I would need to part with a treasured item today to send Luo Bai on his way. But to my astonishment, this fellow has taken a liking to Gungnir. How splendid! Not only do I avoid relinquishing a precious artifact, but I also have the opportunity to see Luo Bai depart on his own accord. It is nothing short of perfection. Thus, I must remind the youth to remain humble, for there are many matters beyond their grasp." With this thought in mind, Odin extended the eternal spear and remarked, "Indeed, Gu-E possesses a discerning eye. You are undoubtedly a natural-born sorcerer. Yet, you remain too youthful and there are numerous things you. He intended to counsel Luo Bai from a position of elder wisdom, hoping to guide him towards growth. However, before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Luo Bai grasp the eternal spear. Suddenly, a radiant golden light emanated from the spear's shaft. Odin fell into silence. Wait a moment. Did he truly accept it? No. He accepted it. Why on earth? Odin was utterly bewildered. Gungnir, you have gone too far. Chapter 068. Am I just a tool? This is truly excessive. Gungnir, with my two sons right here, you choose to ignore me and instead turn your gaze to the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj. We once fought side by side across the 9 realms. Now, you deem me too old and seek a new master, is that it? In that fleeting moment, Odin was taken aback. One of his eyes widened in disbelief, clearly reflecting his anger and incredulity. Gungnir, though a weapon, was also his companion in battle for several millennia. Such a profound bond, and it could simply walk away. At that moment, Odin's complexion darkened ominously. Sensing his fury, Luo Bai understood it was unwise to linger. Before Odin could collect himself, Luo Bai declared, "It seems I am still able to wield this gun. Therefore, I shall take this treasure. Thank you, King of the Gods." With that, Luo Bai vanished through a portal, leaving Odin alone amidst the chaos within the temple. After a brief pause, it seemed Odin remembered something and shouted in frustration, "Gungnir!" No response. He called out again, "Gungnir!" Still, no reply. Very well, very well. So Gungnir truly finds him too old and has chosen to abandon him. Odin fell into silence. Though reluctant, he understood that magical artifacts recognize their masters. The more powerful the artifact, the stronger its sense of autonomy. Gungnir had chosen Luo Bai, indicating it was not merely Luo Bai who sought to take it away, but Gungnir's own decision. Odin was filled with rage, yet powerless to alter the situation. Once an artifact has recognized a master, one cannot expect it to heed another's command. However, Odin still felt a pang of resentment. He slowly approached his throne, gazing at the majestic temple, reminiscing about his youth. In those days, he wielded the eternal spear, riding the steed Sleipnir, and every realm he traversed bowed before him. Now, looking at himself, he felt the valor had faded. It is said that the gods of Asgard grow mightier with age and by strength alone. He was indeed more formidable now than in his youth. Yet, no amount of power could prevent the inevitable twilight of the gods and his own fate of demise. If only this damned twilight of the gods did not exist. How could he have fallen so low? And all of this was orchestrated by the divine beings lurking in the shadows. Alas, he could blame no one for this. Gungnir's departure was inevitable. It was forged from the branches of the World Tree. The World Tree likely foresaw Asgard's fate, thus necessitating Gungnir's search for a new master. Odin mused. Though his heart was heavy with sorrow, he had no time to dwell further, for he sensed something amiss. Asgard seemed to be in turmoil. Loki has escaped. King, we have a grave situation. The culprit, Loki, has fled. Just as he contemplated this, a guard burst into the temple, shouting. Before Odin could respond, the guard reported urgently, "My king, the criminal Loki has escaped. We only realized after escorting him back to the dungeon that it was merely a projection. His true self is now unaccounted for." Before the first guard could finish, another rushed in, exclaiming in distress, "My king, it is dire." Loki attacked the convoy transporting the Tesseract. By the time Thor arrived, Loki had already utilized the Tesseract to open a portal and escape. One would expect Odin to issue immediate commands, yet he remained silent. Sitting upon his throne, he muttered, "This should not be happening. It should not be happening." These individuals may not grasp the gravity of his murmurs, but Odin was acutely aware. In fact, with his current abilities, he could observe every corner and detail of Asgard. The moment Loki fled, he could have sensed it and acted. However, Gungnir's departure had divided his focus, granting Loki the opportunity to cause chaos. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that Odin, having imbibed from the well of wisdom and sacrificed an eye, had gained the ability to foresee the future. Though not as potent as the Time Stone's capabilities to directly glimpse the future, he could still anticipate significant events, such as Ragnarok, which he had foreseen. However, Luo Bai's emergence was unforeseen, and the Tesseract should have remained in Asgard. Yet Loki had absconded with it once more? Why? Odin could not comprehend, but he had no time for further contemplation. Moments ago, he had utilized Gungnir to dispatch Luo Bai, and now Loki had taken the Tesseract to wreak havoc on Earth. If Luo Bai captured him again, Odin dared not imagine the consequences. Could he retain his trove of treasures? Hurry, send Thor back to Earth. He must find Loki before Luo Bai does. Odin bellowed in fury. Meanwhile, in Kamartaj, Loki and Luo Bai were locked in a tense stare-off. After an undetermined duration, Luo Bai broke the silence, greeting Loki amicably. Hi. Loki roared in outrage. What are you doing here again? Loki was incensed. Truth be told, he felt cheated. He was so close to wielding the Tesseract to open a portal, leading the Chitauri army to conquer Earth and claim the throne. Yet, unexpectedly, a supreme sorcerer had intervened, thwarting his plan and returning him to Asgard. Frustrated, Loki seized the Tesseract once more, intent on continuing his scheme. In his frantic attempt to evade Asgard's pursuit, he hastily activated the Tesseract to open a portal, his singular focus on reaching Earth. However, he never anticipated that upon opening the portal, he would find himself face-to-face with Luo Bai. Not only did he not expect this, but Luo Bai also seemed equally surprised. Having just returned from Asgard, Loki appeared once more. Yet, gazing at Loki and the Tesseract in his grasp, Luo Bai suddenly realized, "You've come to deliver the Tesseract to me, haven't you?" Loki retorted, "What? Not at all. Do I look like someone who would deliver the Tesseract?" Before he could protest further, Luo Bai interjected, "Actually, you need not go to such lengths to deliver it personally." Loki sensed something was amiss and attempted to use the Tesseract to teleport away. However, Luo Bai had already anticipated his move. Before Loki could react, a portal whisked him away. Thus, the Tesseract was left behind. When Loki regained his senses, he found himself in the Asgardian temple, facing his father, Odin. "Loki!" Odin thundered. Loki responded, "I can't believe this. So, I am merely a tool for delivering artifacts, am I?" Chapter 069, Collect a Breakdown. As Loki gazed upon the familiar temple, with Odin seated upon his throne and Thor standing beside him, a sudden enlightenment struck him. You wouldn't believe it, but when I took the Tesseract to Earth, I encountered Loki White. The moment I opened the door, I was confronted by that damned supreme sorcerer. He said, "Hey, you must be delivering the Tesseract." And he took it from me and sent me back to Asgard. Loki shrugged, speaking with resignation. In that moment, Loki's face bore none of the rebelliousness he had displayed upon his initial arrival at the temple. Instead, it was a mask of helplessness. Thor, clearly still processing the situation, asked in bewilderment, "So you gave the Tesseract to Loki White? Not a gift? Okay. I have no idea why that damned Tesseract teleported me right in front of him." Loki shouted in frustration. "Do you think he wanted that? He was just reluctant." Thinking his plan was still incomplete, he merely intended to execute his scheme, and then he sent the Tesseract back. "Well, good luck to you," Thor sighed. Thor then turned his gaze towards Odin, who, at that moment, wore an ominous expression. He remained silent on his throne, and it was evident that Odin was genuinely furious. Unlike the first time, when he was merely angry, this time it was a tempest of wrath. "Loki, you have disappointed me gravely," Odin bellowed. Loki shrugged and replied helplessly, "I didn't want this, but you made me watch him ascend the throne. I cannot accept that. People only see Thor, but I am far more capable than he is." Before Loki could finish, Thor interjected, "So, you specifically went to Earth to hand the Tesseract to Loki White?" Loki inhaled deeply and shouted, "I will say it again. I did not go to deliver the Tesseract. I went to conquer Midgard, Earth. I wanted to prove I am more suited to be king than you. But the fact remains that you delivered the Tesseract. And now I have to clean up your mess," Thor remarked nonchalantly. It was obvious that Loki was at his breaking point, and at that moment, he was not the only one. Odin was also nearing his limit. "I just sent Gungnir to help you clean up the mess. And you sent the Tesseract along with it? What? I couldn't even call for your brother to apprehend you before you were sent back?" Odin inhaled sharply, visibly struggling to contain his breath. Just then, Thor spoke up. "Father, should I go down now and retrieve the Tesseract?" Odin retorted, "Do you think you can bring the Tesseract back? The first time you could retrieve it was because there was a rationale behind it. After all, it was Loki who caused the chaos. Asgard could intervene to bring back the criminal Loki, along with the Tesseract. Even if Loki White is the supreme sorcerer, he still has to give the king some face. But now, the person has fled Asgard and taken the Tesseract with him. This clearly reflects a lack of oversight on Asgard's part. Don't even think about bringing back the Tesseract. It's already a favor that Loki White hasn't come looking for trouble. If you go to Earth now, it will only complicate matters further. Can't you see such a straightforward situation as the future heir to the throne? Thinking of Loki White and then glancing at his two sons, Odin's blood pressure rose. Foolish. Reckless. You two imbeciles. Odin scolded. Before either could respond, Odin lashed out. Loki, do you think you're clever? You keep causing disturbances in Midgard. Do you know how I have to clean up your mess? Do you really believe Midgard is as weak as you imagine? You understand nothing. And you, Thor, god of thunder, my son Odin, as the heir to Asgard, all you do is wield that hammer and stir up trouble. Why don't you use your brain? Can war solve everything? It cannot. Odin was genuinely furious this time, his wrath directed at both Loki and Thor, making Thor bewildered. But father, I did nothing. Thor protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved. You cannot even manage your own brother. How will you govern Asgard in the future? Odin reprimanded. But is this really my fault? Thor stammered. Before he could fully process the situation, Odin roared again, Thor, take the criminal Loki down to the dungeons. If he escapes again, you will be exiled alongside him. Thor? Me. Before Thor could even begin to argue, Odin unleashed a tremendous force, sending both him and Loki tumbling out of the temple. With a resounding bang, the temple doors slammed shut. Outside, Loki, wincing in pain, stood up. At that moment, he no longer harbored thoughts of ruling Earth. Instead, he was filled with confusion, sensing something amiss about Loki White. Thor, don't you think that sorcerer Loki White is rather sinister? Loki inquired as he rose, completely oblivious to Thor's darkened expression. Seeing Thor silent, Loki finally looked up and noticed that Thor's reaction was indeed peculiar. He seemed angry. Tentatively, Loki asked Thor, brother? Thor responded with a friendly smile. I don't know if Loki White is sinister, but I certainly think you are. To be honest, if it weren't for you, my father wouldn't have such a low opinion of me. I wanted to punch you for a long time. Brother, with a sorrowful cry, Loki was thoroughly reprimanded by Thor, who then cast him into the dungeons of Asgard. Meanwhile, in Kamartaj, Loki White held the Tesseract in his hands. Feeling somewhat contemplative, I knew you would return, but I didn't expect you to come back like this. To be fair, Lady Luck does have a way of favoring some. After that, he glanced at the eternal spear in his possession. This trip to Asgard proved fortuitous, yielding significant rewards. With this in mind, Loki White intended to return to the sanctum to study the Tesseract and the Mind Stone. Just as he was about to depart, Wong and Mordo hurriedly approached him. Supreme Sorcerer, you have returned? Wong exclaimed with surprise upon seeing him. Yes, I am back, Loki White replied calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Mordo urgently reported. Wong, and I sense something unusual in Kamartaj. It seems someone has intruded. I know. It was Loki. To prevent him from causing chaos in Kamartaj, I sent him away. Loki White explained. Upon hearing this, Wong and Mordo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I thought Kamartaj was facing another crisis. Wait a moment, Supreme Sorcerer. Why does that item in your hand look so familiar? At this point, Wong noticed the eternal spear in Loki White's hand, finding it increasingly recognizable. I think I've seen it in a book somewhere, Wong remarked. Loki White replied nonchalantly, you probably saw it in Cosmic Theory. Wong nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. I didn't expect the Supreme Sorcerer to remember. You must have read quite a few books. Loki White acknowledged, quite a few indeed. I read in my spare time. I've gone through most of the books in the library. Wong smiled lightly, his curiosity piqued as he inquired, what is this thing called? I can't seem to recall. It is the Spear of Eternity, Gungnir, Luo Bai replied. In the next moment, both Wong and Modu were taken aback, utterly bewildered. What on earth? Gungnir, the Spear of Eternity? Isn't that the weapon of the god, King Odin? Wong exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Bai nodded in affirmation. How did it come into your possession? Wong pressed further. Luo Bai answered candidly. It was gifted to me by the god king. Gifted? He bestowed his own weapon upon you? Wait, what is the nature of your relationship? Chapter 070. It activated on its own. Odin had wielded the eternal spear for many years, and to outsiders, it symbolized supreme, divine authority. It was astonishing that such a significant weapon was not bequeathed to the future heir of Asgard, but rather bestowed upon Luo Bai. Was this not perplexing? The king, with his forthright demeanor, could not help but voice his incredulity. Why would Odin give such a thing to you? Should it not belong to his son? Luo Bai shrugged and responded with a smile. There's nothing I can do. Such artifacts choose their masters. It just so happens that it accepted me. King. Modu. The expressions on their faces were nothing short of remarkable. They were likely bewildered as to why Asgard's treasure had ultimately recognized Luo Bai as its master. After a prolonged silence, the king cautiously inquired, Supreme Mage, I am quite curious about Odin's reaction. He would send troops, would he? Recalling Odin's skeptical demeanor upon his departure, Luo Bai offered an awkward smile. He won't go that far, but I say he doesn't seem particularly pleased. The king remained silent, though inwardly he scoffed. It would indeed be bizarre for Odin to feel joy. This was more distressing than a spouse running off with another, to have used a specialized weapon for thousands of years, only to part with it so easily. How troubling. Although the king and Modu appeared somewhat dazed. Upon learning that the intruder had been dealt with by Luo Bai, they decided to take their leave. Since the intruder has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Supreme Mage, Modu stated before withdrawing. The king echoed, Supreme Mage, I too shall depart. Luo Bai nodded, and the two exited, the king casting one last, incredulous glance at the eternal spear. Once they were gone, Luo Bai turned towards the New York sanctum. Upon reaching the study on the second floor, his first action was to open the mirrored space. After preparing, he retrieved the tesseract and the mind stone. The tesseract resembled a square, blue crystal box. Its transparent appearance allowed one to see the blue space gem at its core. In contrast, the mind stone appeared as an ordinary scepter topped with a gem. Within the Marvel Universe, each infinity stone holds immense power, which requires extensive study and mastery by the user. Thus, Luo Bai's immediate task was to investigate these two stones. Luo Bai began with the space stone. Having studied various spatial magics and theories, he felt more adept at understanding it. Placing the tesseract before him, he channeled magic to analyze its internal energies. After approximately a day, or perhaps longer, he finally grasped the foundational theories surrounding the space stone and some of its concepts. As its name suggests, the space stone governs spatial abilities. Its powers extend far beyond merely creating a cosmic portal. Any ability related to space, as long as it can be imagined, can be accomplished. For instance, it can manipulate spatial constraints, distort, freeze, slice, or reorder space, even create miniature black holes. Its existence enables the user to disregard physical laws, such as distance or magical restrictions, provided the user possesses sufficient power to execute any spatial manipulation according to their will. Of course, this was merely a fraction of Luo Bai's current understanding. Should he delve deeper, it might reveal even more capabilities. After familiarizing himself with the space stone's powers and energy functions, he proceeded to conduct a profound exploration of the Mind Stone. This research consumed approximately 3 days. The Mind Stone, while not the most overpowering of the stones, possesses the strongest sentience. Its consciousness is so potent that it can autonomously alter a person's mind. Simply put, when one endeavors to comprehend it, it utilizes its powers to influence their mental state. Had it not been for Luo Bai's extensive magical training, he might have found it challenging to resist its influence. Fortunately, he managed to scrutinize the Mind Stone under considerable pressure. The conclusion he reached was that this stone is practically invincible to humanity. As long as the user is sufficiently powerful, they can connect to the minds of all humans to dominate the earth. It even augments the user's mental strength, a significant boon for Luo Bai, given that the realm of magic encompasses the spiritual world. After days of research on the stones, Luo Bai finally comprehended their formidable nature and inherent dangers. These artifacts are not meant for human interaction. Nick Fury had once sought to study the Tesseract, but humanity's current capabilities are inadequate before they could fully understand these stones. They will be subject to reverse experimentation from them. The stone's sentience is overwhelmingly strong, and with Luo Bai's present abilities, he could only probe so far. Thus, he employed the space stone to create a secure storage space, placing both stones within, intending to continue his research later. The arrival of the 3 stones provided Luo Bai with substantial assistance, particularly the Mind Stone, which significantly enhanced both his abilities and mental fortitude. Studying the Darkhold to counteract dark forces inherently necessitates a robust spirit and soul. Therefore, after assimilating certain powers from the Mind Stone, Luo Bai resumed his studies of the Darkhold. Coupled with the abilities previously absorbed from Agatha, he once again drew upon dark powers. As he absorbed these energies, he found his soul plunging into an abyss of darkness. This signified that he had inadvertently activated the dark dimension. In truth, the primary ability of the Darkhold is to teach one how to access the dark dimension. However, if the user lacks sufficient strength, knowing the method proves futile. Yet, once the user's power is adequate, the dark dimension can be accessed automatically, even without deliberate intention. Once the dark dimension is activated, it signifies that one can not only encounter formidable dark powers, but also transmute energy into abilities through the dark dimension. Remarkably, this was only his 2nd time studying, and he had already activated the dark dimension. Chapter 071. Bringing Wanda back to Camartage, Luo Bai found himself somewhat bewildered. The automatic opening of the dark dimension was unexpected, especially since he had only been studying the Dark Grimoire for 2 days. Although possessing the Dark Grimoire provided the requisite conditions to access the dark dimension, it was merely that, a condition. Essentially, the Dark Grimoire was no different from other magical tomes. It served as a supplementary guide, regarded as a source for mastering dark knowledge and skills. Therefore, not every practitioner could successfully unlock the dark dimension. While it was inevitable that Luo Bai would eventually access the dark dimension given his abilities, he had not anticipated it happening so soon. After all, the activation of the dark dimension implied that he would need to exert tremendous control. Otherwise, even a moment's lapse could lead to his own corruption. This was an unacceptable outcome for Luo Bai. To him, being consumed by darkness and losing control of his will was tantamount to becoming a slave to the shadows. Moreover, the dark dimension was inhabited by many formidable dark entities. One could liken it to Luo Bai inadvertently opening a dark realm. Although he could continuously absorb dark energy to enhance his power within, it also meant that a being like Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension, could locate him at any moment. Initially, Luo Bai had planned to merely siphon some dark energy to elevate his abilities. However, in a moment of distraction, the dark dimension had automatically activated. Seriously, Zysorn, how desperately do you covet my soul? He lamented. This is quite excessive. With a sigh, Luo Bai expressed his frustration aloud. Yet inwardly, he felt an irresistible urge to explore the dark dimension. Contrary to his expectations, the dark dimension was not as terrifying as he had imagined. It resembled a vast and fantastical universe, teeming with mysterious knowledge that beckoned him to delve deeper. Nevertheless, Luo Bai understood that this was merely a fade. Further exploration would undoubtedly lead to greater peril. Fortunately, Luo Bai was not overly greedy. He dismissed the notion of venturing deeper and instead chose to study dark magic right where he was. This endeavor consumed several days. When he finally reopened his eyes, he emerged from the dark dimension, his soul returning to his physical form. Gazing upon the familiar New York sanctum, he murmured, "Thank goodness." It was fortunate that his magical foundation was sufficiently robust and that he was under the protection of the goddess of luck. Otherwise, he might not have emerged from the dark dimension with his wits intact. Yet, it must be said that his journey into the dark dimension bore fruit. Luo Bai could distinctly feel that his strength had escalated several tiers. Beyond mere power, he had also gained insights into chaotic magic. This revelation sparked memories of Wanda, the current practitioner of chaotic magic. Chaotic magic, as he understood, was a unique form of magic wielding tremendous power, yet Wanda appeared to lack a comprehensive understanding of it. Reflecting on Wanda caused Luo Bai some distress. According to the narrative he was familiar with, Wanda had acquired the ability to manipulate chaotic magic through human experiments conducted by Hydra, drawing power from the Mind Stone. However, given the altered storyline, With the Mind Stone now in Luo Bai's possession, Wanda had likely not yet mastered the control of chaotic magic. Nonetheless, it was certain she would eventually find alternative means to harness this formidable power and awaken her latent magical talents. The dilemma lay in Wanda's inherently fragile psyche, which made her susceptible to the allure of darkness. Should she succumb to corruption, she would be unable to reign in her formidable powers. A witch of her caliber falling into darkness would undoubtedly spell trouble, potentially causing widespread chaos. Rather than risk such a fate, Luo Bai resolved to bring Wanda back while she was still oblivious, nurturing her potential. With this in mind, he adjusted the energies within him and initiated a portal. Hydra Base. In a human experimentation laboratory, Wanda and Quicksilver were present. Soon, both sensed an anomaly as their surroundings began to shift, seemingly transporting them to another realm. Before they could comprehend the situation, a stranger appeared before them. Wanda's expression turned wary. "Who are you?" she demanded, tension palpable in her voice. "My name is Luo Bai, a sorcerer from Kamartaj," he replied courteously. Wanda remained on guard, her brow furrowing as she asked, "A sorcerer? What do you want here?" "I wish to speak with you about the possibility of learning magic," Luo Bai stated. "Learn magic?" Wanda was taken aback, confusion evident in her gaze. "What do you mean by that?" Luo Bai maintained his composure. "I see potential in you. With diligent study, you could become an exceptional sorcerer." Wanda remained silent, glancing around before inquiring. "Like you? I believe you could surpass me," Luo Bai responded thoughtfully. Though Wanda did not voice her thoughts, her expression seemed to waver. Seizing the moment, Luo Bai continued, "Rather than remain here, subjected to Hydra's experiments, why not come with me to learn some abilities? I can assure you a stable environment, free from wandering." Luo Bai understood that Wanda's deepest desire was stability, a place where she could feel secure. This was precisely what he could offer her. Yet, perhaps due to his abrupt arrival, she remained somewhat cautious of this unfamiliar stranger. "Why should I trust you?" Wanda questioned. Luo Bai smiled gently, responding calmly, "Because I am the Sorcerer Supreme, and I will protect this world. I'm aware of your past. Missiles destroyed your home. If you choose to trust me, I can help you secure a stable future." His words evidently resonated with her. Surrounded by the mirrored space, Wanda recognized that Luo Bai was not an ordinary individual. However, she still seemed hesitant. "Can you help me take revenge?" she asked. "Are you referring to Stark?" Luo Bai replied. Wanda nodded. Luo Bai understood this grievance well. After all, Stark Industries' missiles had obliterated Wanda's home, fueling her animosity towards him. Yet, Luo Bai viewed this as a misunderstanding that could be resolved. "To be honest, I cannot exact revenge for you," he admitted. "I have a decent relationship with Stark. However, I can help you find him, and it would be best for you to confront him directly about your grievances." "Meet Stark?" Wanda responded, her interest piqued. She readily agreed. Chapter 072. You play so lavishly. The previous chapter has undergone some alterations. If discrepancies arise, it may be prudent to revisit the prior chapter, as the reasons are explained at its conclusion. Wanda and Quicksilver's relationship follows the cinematic adaptation, wherein Quicksilver is her brother. Though Wanda yearned for a tranquil life, her immediate concern lay with Stark. Encountering Stark would signify, to some extent, an opportunity for vengeance. Thus, without hesitation, Wanda acquiesced. "Very well, I shall accompany you," she declared resolutely. However, Quicksilver appeared somewhat hesitant and inquired, "Can we truly place our trust in him? He claims he can lead us to Stark." "We might as well give him a chance," Wanda replied. No sooner had they spoken than a portal materialized before them. On the other side lay the pinnacle of Stark Industries, where Stark was engrossed in his work within his office. Sensing a disturbance, Stark furrowed his brow and tentatively called out, "Luo Bai." In the next moment, Luo Bai stepped through the portal. "Tony," Luo Bai greeted. Seeing him, Stark exhaled in relief, a hint of excitement lacing his voice. "Hey, my friend. It's a pleasure to see you." Luo Bai smiled and asked, "How have you been lately?" "I'm well enough. But SHIELD is in disarray." Stark shrugged. Luo Bai understood, for he had transported Nick Fury away, resulting in a temporary upheaval within SHIELD. Just then, Wanda and Quicksilver emerged from the portal. "What did you just do? What is that yellow circle?" Wanda inquired, her curiosity about the magic evident. Luo Bai chuckled lightly and calmly explained, "That is a portal, a form of magic." Wanda nodded, muttering softly, "Okay." At that moment, Stark noticed that, in addition to Luo Bai, an unfamiliar pair had also stepped through the portal. The female appeared to be quite familiar with Luo Bai, prompting Stark to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. He leaned in to whisper to Luo Bai, "Have you invited housekeeping again?" "She is not housekeeping," Luo Bai replied earnestly. Stark nodded, uncertain if he had misunderstood, and asked, "Does Polaris know about this?" Luo Bai, perplexed, responded, "Why would she need to know?" Stark wore a cryptic smile as he remarked, "You're quite the player, aren't you?" Now, Luo Bai grasped the implication. "Stark, you've misunderstood. She is here to see you." "Here to see me?" Stark was taken aback. He scrutinized Wanda with newfound seriousness before asserting, "All right, I concede that I may have been a bit of a flirt in the past, engaging with numerous women, reporters, news anchors, and even rising starlets. But I swear I do not recognize her. If I had, I would have retained a vivid impression of such beauty." Before he could finish, Wanda interjected furiously, "You do not need to know me to ruin my life and my family." Stark was momentarily taken aback. Ruin her life? Her family? He faltered, "I'm not even certain I know you." "Wait, madam, your name is Wanda, correct? When did I ruin your family?" Wanda spoke with venomous clarity. "Your missile destroyed my home." Stark was momentarily stunned. Perceiving her lack of clarity, Luo Bai hastily interjected, "Tony, do you recall why you shut down Stark's weapons manufacturing facility?" Stark nodded gravely, responding, "I do." "She's a victim of that decision," Luo Bai explained. At last, Stark began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He had initially thought Wanda might be an ex-girlfriend or a former fling seeking closure. Yet the reality proved far more complex. Before he could articulate a response, Wanda continued, "I was just 10 years old, having dinner with my family of 4 when a bomb struck our home. I distinctly saw the name Stark inscribed upon it." Upon hearing her words, Stark's demeanor shifted from playful to somber, laced with guilt. "I am truly sorry, but that was never my intention," he said earnestly. Yet Wanda remained impervious to his apology. "Your bomb killed my parents and stole my childhood. Can a mere apology erase all that?" Stark fell silent, his expression one of despondency. As Wanda's emotions began to spiral, Luo Bai interjected, "I must interject. While it is true that the bomb you saw was manufactured by Stark Industries, I do not believe Stark is the rightful target of your vengeance." Wanda frowned, glaring at Luo Bai. "His missile destroyed my home. Should I not despise him? Are you defending him simply because you are his friend?" Luo Bai shook his head, countering, "This is not about friendship. Let me provide a simple analogy. If you express a desire to protect the world, and I teach you magic, yet your corruption leads to the world's destruction, I bear some responsibility, but the true culprit is you, is it not? Your choices would lead to the world's downfall, and the people would rightfully resent you." Wanda seemed to grasp this explanation, though she remained conflicted. "But if he had not created the missiles, how could my home have been attacked?" She retorted angrily. Luo Bai continued to persuade her, "Indeed, Stark manufactured and sold the missiles, but it is war that ultimately raised your home." Wanda fell silent, seemingly swayed by Luo Bai's reasoning. Yet, her resentment towards Stark lingered, as she grappled with years of hatred. Observing her wavering resolve, Luo Bai added, "I discovered you at a Hydra research facility. You joined HYDRA, did you not?" "Yes," Wanda admitted, her innocence shining through. "They promised to protect us, to safeguard the world." Luo Bai smiled gently, asking, "But do you know what Hydra's true plans are? Do you genuinely believe they wish to protect you and the world?" Wanda paused, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Isn't that the case?" Luo Bai remained silent, merely responding, "If you are willing to wait, time will reveal the truth. You have seen that no one harbors malice towards you. You may take some time to discern right from wrong." Wanda appeared to be moved by his words. Her sensitive and kind-hearted nature made her willing to wait. "I can wait. You promised me a stable and peaceful life, did you not?" she asked. Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I intended to bring you back to Kamar Taj to study magic. However, I understand that your current confusion remains unresolved, so for now, you may stay at my villa. Polaris will take good care of you." With that, Luo Bai prepared to lead Wanda away. Quicksilver seemed intent on following. Luo Bai halted him. "Although you share a blood bond with Wanda, there's another lady at the villa, and thus, I do not plan to bring you along. Quicksilver exclaimed. What nonsense is this? Are you suggesting I should wander alone? Before he could voice further objections, Wanda stepped in front of him, earnestly declaring, he is my only family. Beside him, Stark perceptively noticed Luo Bai's distress and promptly remarked, in fact, the apartment next to yours also belongs to me. If they do not mind, let him reside there. Indeed, some individuals possess a certain capriciousness. Thank you, Tony. You have alleviated a significant dilemma for me, Luo Bai expressed gratefully. Stark shook his head, feeling a profound sense of guilt as he responded, this is a consequence of my own making. While you are correct in your assertion, I bear a measure of responsibility. I should have ensured their proper accommodation. Allowing Quicksilver to live nearby was evidently agreeable to Wanda. Although she had begun to comprehend Luo Bai's words, she found herself unable to express her gratitude to Stark, opting instead for silence. Luo Bai chose not to dwell on the matter further and activated a portal to the villa. Upon entering, Polaris immediately rose and exclaimed, Mage Luo Bai, you have returned. Indeed, Lona, this is Wanda. You will be sharing your living space with her for a while. Luo Bai replied. Chapter 073. What shield? More like serpent shield. Wanda? Polaris noticed the presence of an unfamiliar lady accompanying Loki and Stark. Polaris appeared momentarily taken aback, then inquired, is this lady a friend of yours, Master Loki? She has come to learn magic from me, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, she will be residing here temporarily. Loki replied, learning magic? Polaris nodded, quickly introducing herself. Hello, Wanda. My name is Lorna Dane. I am Master Loki's housekeeper. Wanda seemed a bit reserved around strangers, yet she responded politely, hello. At that moment, Stark addressed Quicksilver. Shall I take you to the next room? Quicksilver glanced at Wanda, then followed Stark out. Once the two departed, Wanda surveyed her surroundings, appearing somewhat at a loss. It was evident she had yet to fully acclimate, leaving her unsure of what to do next. Loki then spoke. Do you need something to eat first? If not, I can assess your magical aptitude. Learning magic. So soon? Wanda seemed momentarily bewildered. However, seeing Loki's earnest demeanor, she began to believe that he genuinely wished to teach her magic. Upon this realization, Wanda replied, I'm not very hungry. As soon as she finished speaking, Loki used a summoning spell to produce a book, saying, then you may start with this. Wanda nodded and accepted the book. Noticing she had no immediate tasks, Polaris quickly said, Master Loki, I shall return to my room. I need to practice. During this time, Polaris had been diligently honing her abilities. Recalling how hard she had worked last time they met, Loki couldn't help but ask, by the way, how has your training been progressing? Polaris eagerly responded, it's going quite well. I have become proficient in my abilities. Look, with that, Polaris showcased her power, causing a green glow to emanate from her, manipulating all metal objects in the room. After her demonstration, Polaris earnestly inquired, what do you think, Master Loki? You have indeed improved your proficiency. However, is this all you can do for now? Loki questioned. Polaris pondered for a moment before explaining. I can also use the magnetic field to fly and sense my surroundings. Loki tentatively asked, Polaris, have you ever studied before? Polaris considered this and replied, Professor X taught me some things, but I didn't learn much. Most of my time was spent evading capture. This aligned with Loki's assumptions. Without further ado, he summoned a stack of books and handed them to her. Don't rush into practice just yet. Take a look at these first. Polaris, bewildered, accepted the books and glanced at the titles, which included Magnetic Field Theory and Computation, exploring the mysteries of the magnetic field and university physics, totaling over 10 volumes. Polaris was utterly taken aback. Before she could process this, Loki explained, once you've finished reading, it should aid in your understanding of your abilities. If anything is unclear, you can ask Tony. He is likely more knowledgeable in this area than I am. Just then, Stark entered the room. Upon entering, he asked, did I just hear someone calling my name? Loki smiled and inquired, have you settled him in? Stark nodded yes. I've instructed my personnel to take care of him and procure some necessities. He then glanced at Wanda, and a hint of guilt was evident in his expression. Seemingly burdened by his conscience, Stark sincerely apologized once more. I am truly sorry for the harm caused to your family. I do not expect your forgiveness. I merely wish to assist you in any way I can. Wanda remained silent, but nodded in acknowledgement. Stark refrained from saying more, instead observing Polaris, who was clutching a plethora of books with curiosity. "Why are you carrying so many books?" "Let me see," Stark said as he began to peruse them. After examining a couple, Stark couldn't help but critique. "These are all basic texts on magnetic fields. Why do you need to read these?" Polaris, still bewildered, replied, "Master Loki asked me to read them. He said they would help with my abilities." Stark suddenly recalled, "Right? You should indeed read them. Make sure to study well." At that moment, Loki interjected, "I suggested that if she encounters any questions, she should consult you, as you are more experienced in this area." "Ask me?" Stark was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, he suggested, "I'm rather busy. Perhaps I could arrange for a private tutor to teach her?" Loki nodded in agreement. "That would be acceptable." Stark promptly took out his phone to make arrangements. Once he had finished, he returned to the main topic, saying, "By the way, I was just about to find you. There's something I'd like to discuss." "What is it?" Loki inquired. Stark remained silent for a moment, then sat down on the couch. Explaining, "Wasn't Nick Fury sent away by you? The upper echelons of SHIELD have become aware of this situation. There has been a significant reaction from them during your absence." "Are you referring to the International Security Council?" Loki asked. SHIELD serves as a specialized unit for handling various extraordinary events under the auspices of the International Security Council, also known as the United Nations Security Council. In truth, the Council has consistently maintained an adversarial stance towards all members of the Avengers, or rather, towards individuals with superhuman abilities. The root cause of this phenomenon lies in the vehement opposition of Council Minister Pierce against the Avengers. Coincidentally, this minister is affiliated with Hydra, which explains his disapproval. As Stark continued, he remarked, "This matter originally had little to do with you. Their opposition was aimed at the Avengers. However, since you have taken the Tesseract and the Mind Stone, I must discuss this with you. I can surmise that the Council wants me to surrender the Tesseract and the Mind Stone." Loki replied calmly. Yes, they convened an international meeting, asserting that the Tesseract and the Mind Stone belong to the U.S. government, and Loki, as a war criminal, must face trial in a terrestrial court, Stark elaborated. Loki remained silent for a moment before asking, "Was this theory proposed by the Council Minister, Pierce?" "Indeed," Stark confirmed with a nod. Loki inquired, "Do you know his true identity?" Stark furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean?" Loki smiled calmly and explained, "He is affiliated with Hydra. Hydra is seeking to utilize the Mind Stone and the Tesseract for human experimentation in Sokovia. Thus, they are intent on acquiring both artifacts." Wanda was retrieved from Hydra's experimentation facility. "What? He is with Hydra?" Stark was taken aback. Stark had some understanding of Hydra, given Captain America's conflicts with them. However, the notion that the Council Minister was a Hydra operative was beyond comprehension. Did they extend their reach so far? Stark exclaimed in disbelief. Loki nodded, reiterating not only that, but a considerable number of agents and high-ranking officials within SHIELD are also affiliated with Hydra. Thus, you might as well refer to SHIELD as Serpent Shield. Stark was left utterly stunned. Serpent Shield? But Nick Fury is the king of spies. With so many Hydra agents within SHIELD, is it possible he remains unaware? Stark inquired, puzzled. Luo Bai chuckled lightly, responding with irony. He infiltrated SHIELD and rose to the position of director. Indeed, he can be deemed the king of spies. Stark remarked, impressive. Nick Fury, you are truly remarkable. I am immensely curious to see the expression on Nick Fury's face upon discovering this situation. It would undoubtedly be quite a spectacle. Stark couldn't help but muse. Chapter 074. The Power of the Fairy. If others had said this, Stark might not have believed it, but he had complete faith in Luo Bai's words. The presence of Hydra agents was pervasive within SHIELD, even infiltrating the ranks of the Council of Ministers. Hydra, a nefarious organization, aimed to reshape the world according to their whims, striving for absolute power and control while reducing the populace to mere subservience. They sought to dismantle the order of the world, incite international conflicts, and even dominate all of humanity. The fact that such an organization had penetrated both the United Nations and SHIELD. Stark immediately voiced his concerns. The Tesseract and the Scepter must never be surrendered. Should Hydra gain possession of those artifacts, their actions might surpass even those of Nick Fury. Indeed, I have no intention of handing them over, Luo Bai responded. Stark contemplated for a moment before continuing. However, the United Nations has issued a warning. If you refuse to comply, they may take action. He understood that Luo Bai would remain unfazed by this, yet it was the United Nations. If you resort to force, it could provoke global discontent. Stark expressed his apprehension. From a standpoint of strength, he had no worries about Luo Bai. However, regarding international repercussions, his concerns were significant. Luo Bai, being the Supreme Sorcerer, had always quietly safeguarded the Earth. He would despise the idea of being branded an international war criminal. Realizing this, Stark could not help but voice, "I am apprehensive that the Council may resort to extreme measures." Luo Bai understood his concern and reassured him. "You need not worry about that. I do not plan to resolve this issue through violence." "Then what do you intend to do? Do you need my assistance?" Stark inquired. Luo Bai shook his head. "Not for now, and I do not intend to take any immediate action. We shall wait." "Wait for what?" Stark asked in confusion. "Wait for Hydra to become restless," Luo Bai replied. With the Scepter and the Tesseract in Luo Bai's possession, Hydra's human experimentation could not proceed without them. In their desperation, they would inevitably act, and once they did, their schemes would be exposed. No matter the perspective, Luo Bai was currently in an invulnerable position, so he felt no urgency. His greater concern was Stark. Based on current events, Stark was likely to encounter troubles ahead. With this in mind, Luo Bai earnestly advised, for now, "You need not overly concern yourself with Hydra. I believe you should prioritize your own matters." "Me?" Stark queried, puzzled. "Are you referring to Wanda?" "I know. I am aware that I have made many mistakes in the past. I will do everything in my power to protect the Earth." Luo Bai shook his head, speaking earnestly. "I am not referring to Wanda, but to Killian." "Killian? What is that?" Stark asked, confused. Luo Bai replied seriously, "Your future adversary." Stark appeared momentarily stunned. He was aware of Luo Bai's ability to foresee the future, and as friends, Luo Bai was offering him a warning. However, since it was his enemy, it was something he had to confront himself. "All right, I understand. I know I may face many adversaries in the future, but that is fine. I will grow stronger. You need not worry about me. I can handle it," Stark asserted. Luo Bai anticipated that Stark would choose to resolve his issues independently, so he refrained from saying more. "Very well. I must take my leave now. I need to return and create my armor," Stark announced. He took a few steps forward, then paused again. "Is there something else, Tony?" Luo Bai inquired. Stark hesitated, pondering for a moment before speaking. "I truly do not wish to trouble you, but Loki's appearance has made me realize that Earth may face even greater dangers in the future. If one day, if I am no longer here, could you look after Pepper for me?" "Pepper? Little Pepper?" Luo Bai chuckled, responding, "That moment will never come. Have you forgotten your promise to learn magic from me?" A smile broke across Stark's face. "All right, Supreme Sorcerer." With that, Stark departed. Once he left, Wanda, who had been listening to their conversation, finally spoke. "It seems you have a good relationship with Stark." "Indeed, he is one of my few friends, and he's been quite helpful to me," Luo Bai confessed. "What do you think of him?" Wanda pondered. After a moment's reflection, Luo Bai replied, "He is a good person, but no one is perfect. Everyone makes mistakes." Wanda remained silent. Shifting the topic, "What is this book?" "The Fundamentals of Magic. It explains the origins and types of magic. For you at this stage, understanding these concepts is quite essential," Luo Bai summarized. Wanda nodded and continued to inquire, "Where will I stay?" "For that, you should consult Polaris. She is more familiar with this than I am," Luo Bai suggested. Polaris promptly returned to the room, placing the book down, and said to Wanda, "Let me show you around. You can choose a room you like." "All right." Wanda nodded and followed Polaris out. At present, Wanda appeared somewhat withdrawn, likely still adjusting to her new environment. However, with Polaris by her side, Luo Bai felt reassured, as they would likely share many common interests. With that thought, Luo Bai returned to the New York Sanctum and began to delve into the study of the Infinity Stones. After spending some time in the Dark Dimension, he had come to a realization. Shumagorath had been bestowing power upon him, seemingly desiring to drag Luo Bai into the depths of darkness with his overwhelming dark influence. Even when Luo Bai aimed to moderate his intake, Shumagorath insisted on forcing power upon him. This was both a blessing and a curse. Shumagorath appeared to view Luo Bai as a conduit for his return to Earth and was quite eager to claim Luo Bai's soul. Thus, it became imperative for Luo Bai to further strengthen his mental fortitude and spirit. After studying a portion of the stone, Luo Bai embarked on a journey through the multiverse once more. This time, he chose to physically accompany his essence in pursuit of greater energy. His decision proved fortuitous. By traversing various universes, he absorbed a vast amount of energy and unlocked a wealth of knowledge. As far as Luo Bai was aware, the multiverse included his home universe, Earth 616, as well as Earth 1610, Earth 199999, and Earth 688b, among many others yet unknown to him. Of course, he could not risk visiting every Earth within those universes. The dangers were simply too great. It was unclear how long he had been traveling, but sensing that his mental state and energy were nearing their limits, he decided to return. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he heard a resounding voice echoing through the cosmos. Immediately after, a massive, unfathomable darkness surged toward him. Instinctively, Luo Bai attempted to block it, but the speed of the unknown entity was too great. Before he could react, it surged directly into his body. By the time Luo Bai regained his senses, the entity had merged with him, and an overwhelming hunger enveloped him, accompanied by immense energy and unprecedented knowledge. Luo Bai was momentarily bewildered. Wait a moment. What I have just encountered is the power of the fairies. Was it not sealed away? How has it resurfaced? And why has it chosen me as its host? So, I have now arrived in the Earth 1298 universe? No, I merely intended to travel. Why must this happen to me? I am utterly famished. Chapter 075. Fairies only play high-level matches. Luo Bai never anticipated that a mere excursion through the multiverse would lead him to be targeted by the power of fairies. He had garnered some understanding of this phenomenon. It is rumored to be an ancient force, rarely mentioned, yet those familiar with it recognize its formidable strength. Much of the information surrounding fairy power remains uncertain, primarily due to its infrequent appearances, resulting in incomplete data. People possess only a rudimentary understanding and speculation, theorizing that it may have originated during the cosmic explosion. Its true name and nature are unknown, yet has been classified as a celestial element. It shares certain similarities with the power of the phoenix, and under specific circumstances, it can even surpass the latter in strength. This belief arises chiefly from the fairy power's ability to devour, whether it be planets, galaxies, life forms, or other forces. It can consume them all. Remarkably, upon devouring energy, the fairy power can augment its own strength. This implies that once a certain force is consumed, the fairy power not only replicates all abilities associated with that force, but also accumulates them within itself. As for any potential limits, current observations suggest that no cap has been detected regarding the fairy power's ability to absorb and amplify strength. In other words, it resembles an insatiable abyss. No one knows the extent of what it can consume. Beyond its devouring capabilities, it also possesses formidable telepathic abilities and the power to alter reality. Most significantly, fairy power is an innate sorcerer's force. It is adept in all forms of witchcraft and can create spells that have never been documented before, including magic and sorcery. Thus, a host chosen by fairy power will inherit its characteristics. Frankly, Luo Bai felt both surprised and pleased to be selected by this force. After all, fairies only engage in high-level affairs. Becoming the host of fairy power signifies that Luo Bai could strengthen himself merely through consumption. Wasn't Zysorn attempting to use him as a conduit to Earth, incessantly feeding him dark energy? Now, with fairy power at his disposal, he felt capable of draining Zysorn completely. Originally, Luo Bai had to study dark magic, but now he realized that it was unnecessary. By allowing fairy power to absorb dark energy, he could replicate all forms of dark magic with astonishing accuracy, akin to a simple copy-paste operation. Thus, the emergence of fairy power represented an epic enhancement for Luo Bai. Despite its tremendous strength, fairy power does exert some influence on its host. The most significant impact after being possessed is an overwhelming sense of hunger. This hunger is insatiable. Regardless of how much one consumes or how much power is devoured, an insatiable hunger persists. Hunger is merely one aspect. Furthermore, fairy power possesses a degree of autonomy. It attempts to control its host to achieve its objectives. For instance, at this moment, Luo Bai sensed that the fairy power was persistently attempting to dominate his consciousness. A peculiar voice echoed in his mind, devour, devour everything, devour the universe, devour it all. This voice was incredibly alluring, compounded by Luo Bai's gnawing hunger. After being seduced by this voice for too long, he felt a flicker of hesitation. What should I eat? Luo Bai murmured. No sooner had he spoken than fairy power began to tempt him again. Devour the earth. This single utterance jolted Luo Bai back to reality. Although he found himself in the Earth, 1298 parallel universe, not the main universe, the act of consuming the Earth was beyond the capabilities of Supreme Mage Luo Bai. Upon this realization, he immediately retorted, "No, I cannot consume the Earth." Fairy power replied with a simple phrase, "Devour." At that moment, Luo Bai suddenly recognized a crucial truth. He needed to learn to control fairy power and adapt to the insatiable hunger it invoked. Since its inception, fairy power had perpetually experienced a hunger that could never be satisfied. However, this hunger was perceptual and did not yield any tangible consequences. To put it simply, even if they could not feel full, neither Luo Bai nor fairy power would perish. They would merely continue to feel hungry. Hence, this sensation of hunger could indeed be acclimatized. Now, fairy power sought to utilize this hunger to compel Luo Bai into becoming its instrument for devouring the entire universe. If Luo Bai did not swiftly adapt to this feeling of hunger, he would inevitably become enslaved by fairy power, falling under its control. With this thought, Luo Bai promptly closed his eyes and began to meditate. As he entered this meditative state, a fierce struggle unfolded between his consciousness and fairy power. Time passed without his awareness, and ultimately, the ravenous fairy power relented. It agreed to cease attempting to dominate Luo Bai's consciousness and promised to remain compliant within his mind. Following this peace treaty, Luo Bai returned to the main Earth. Although neither fairy power nor Luo Bai would perish from a lack of sustenance. It must be said that hunger was indeed quite uncomfortable. Thus, after establishing a cooperative relationship with fairy power, Luo Bai resolved to consume something. However, what fairy power craved was not human food, but energy. The more potent the energy, the more intense the sense of fullness. Coincidentally, a certain ancient deity had recently been bestowing dark energy upon Luo Bai. Therefore, upon returning to the main universe, Luo Bai's first action was to open the portal to the dark dimension and venture deeper within. As he had anticipated, while the entrance to the dark dimension appeared unthreatening, the deeper one traversed, the more dark energy became palpable. Demons and nameless, unfathomable horrors emerged from the shadows. Observing this, Luo Bai unleashed the power of fairies. Meanwhile, far in a distant dimension, Zisorn sensed something amiss. He felt the energies within his dimension being voraciously absorbed. The dark dimension, referred to as the demon dimension in the Dark God book, was linked to Zisorn. However, he could not directly arrive on Earth through this dimension unless someone ventured to the depths of the dark dimension to activate a summoning circle to call him forth. For this reason, Zisorn had set his sights on Luo Bai. He believed that if he could draw Luo Bai into the darkness, he could manipulate him and thereby achieve his goal of descending upon Earth. Consequently, Zisorn had continuously bestowed blessings upon Luo Bai, secretly aiding him in the mastery of dark magic. He hoped Luo Bai would mature swiftly, growing into a tool ripe for exploitation. Yet, Luo Bai's willpower and mental fortitude were exceptionally robust, coupled with a commendable character, which prevented him from succumbing to darkness. This rendered Zisorn somewhat anxious. He had initially thought it would take time for Luo Bai to be swayed. Yet now he was absorbing the energies of the dark dimension at an alarming rate. Could it be that the young man had finally awakened to his potential? As this realization dawned on him, Zysorn felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of dark power. It seemed that Luo Bai was on the verge of falling into darkness. Zysorn thought to himself, exhilarated. However, amidst his excitement, he became aware of something amiss. Wait, something's off. This fellow is absorbing far too much all at once. Chapter 76, The Dark Dimension. Clearly, it is a dark restaurant. The dark dimension within the Dark Divine Book serves as a conduit for the power and consciousness of Zysorn. Initially, Zysorn was quite pleased, thinking that Luo Bai had finally awakened to the notion of embracing darkness and was beginning to delve deeper into the dark dimension. However, in the next moment, his amusement vanished. How could a mere human like Luo Bai withstand such overwhelming dark power? Although human mages can enhance their physical capabilities through training and by drawing upon external forces, the human body is inherently limited. This limitation has historically resulted in the inability of nearly all humans to bear the might of deities, especially ancient gods like Vishandi and Zysorn. While these ancient gods occasionally bestow blessings upon humans, granting them power, such gifts are trivial from the perspective of the gods themselves. It is not that they are unwilling to offer more power, but rather that humans cannot endure excessive gifts. This illustrates the fragility of the human form. Despite Zysorn continuously bestowing blessings and power upon Luo Bai, and even opening the dark dimension for him to absorb energy at will, the amount of power he granted was inconsequential to him. Zysorn believed that even with access to the dark dimension, Luo Bai could not possibly extract a significant amount of power. To Zysorn's astonishment, however, today Luo Bai appeared to be operating under extraordinary circumstances. In the blink of an eye, he had absorbed 1/5 of the power. No, that was 1/5 of the total power within the dark dimension. This energy was distributed among all the mages on Earth, many of whom would struggle to withstand it. How is it that Luo Bai managed to endure it alone? Was he not human? Such an intake of power, would his body not explode? Zysorn was left bewildered. Meanwhile, Luo Bai and the fairy power were overjoyed. The fairy power was thrilled because it had finally consumed something, while Luo Bai was elated to discover that absorbing power could alleviate his hunger. As the fairy power continued to devour the dark energy, Luo Bai realized that his hunger had significantly diminished. If previously he felt as if his stomach were touching his back, now he sensed merely a slight pang of hunger. This revelation prompted Luo Bai to recognize that, although the fairy power could not fully satiate him, it could indeed ameliorate his hunger. With this thought, Luo Bai felt a surge of excitement. Zysorn was eager to grant him power and had opened the dark dimension to him. If Luo Bai could learn to control himself and plan judiciously, Zysorn's dark dimension could very well serve as his dining establishment. Even if, hypothetically, Zysorn detected something amiss and sought revenge by sending other followers to Earth, Luo Bai could simply consume them with the fairy power and then confront Dormammu. This realization sparked a light in Luo Bai's eyes. Dormammu and Zysorn were not villains. They were clearly akin to head chefs. If he could find more antagonists to nourish the fairy power, he would be invincible. With this thought, Luo Bai took a deep breath, suppressing his hunger as he prepared to leave the dark dimension. However, the fairy power, having been starved for so long, was reluctant to depart. Thus, a battle of wills ensued between Luo Bai and the fairy power. Fairy power, I'm not full. Keep eating. Luo Bai, no, we must conserve. If you consume everything now, will we eat later? Fairy power, first devour the earth, then feast on other galaxies, and then consume the universe and the overcomers. Luo Bai, what if everything is consumed? We must consider sustainable resource management. Fairy power, I'm hungry. I want to eat. After a brief period of negotiation, the fairy power finally relented and was forcibly pulled out of the dark dimension by Luo Bai. Once outside, Luo Bai adjusted the energy within his body. Upon completing his adjustments, he finally found the opportunity to glance at the time. To his astonishment, he had been gone for a full 5 months. Luo Bai had anticipated that his journey to the depths of the multiverse might take some time, given the need to traverse different universes. However, he never imagined he would be away for 5 months. He wondered about the situation with Kamatage and Wanda. With this thought, Luo Bai dispelled the mirror space magic and immediately sensed camouflage. It appeared that it was well managed under Wang and Mordo. Everything was as it should be. Upon realizing this, Luo Bai opened a portal to his villa in New York. As the door swung open, he found Polaris and Wanda seated on the sofa, watching television and enjoying pizza. They seemed to be getting along splendidly. Upon noticing Luo Bai, Polaris sprang up with excitement, inquiring, "Luo Bai, you're back? Would you like some pizza?" Before Luo Bai could respond, the fairy power whispered in his mind, "Consume them both." The fairy power had its eyes set on the powers contained within Polaris and Wanda. In other words, it desired to devour any source of power. Yet, Luo Bai was not swayed. He promptly protested in his mind, "Silence. Fairy power, eat, eat." Luo Bai felt somewhat helpless. Under the influence of the fairy power, he regarded Polaris and Wanda as delectable morsels. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his desires with his formidable willpower. "Master Luo Bai, what's wrong with you?" Polaris asked, unable to contain her curiosity as he remained silent. Luo Bai snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, "Nothing much. It seems you and Wanda have been getting along quite well." Polaris nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Yes. During the months you were away, Wanda and I talked a lot. We share everything. That's wonderful. By the way, how have you two been progressing in your studies?" Luo Bai inquired. Polaris affirmed, "Mr. Stark arranged for a professor to teach me. He comes every weekend, and I now have a much deeper understanding of my abilities." Wanda chimed in, "I've already finished the book you gave me. I've been waiting for you to teach me magic. Where have you been these past few months?" "I took a trip to the multiverse and encountered some unexpected circumstances," Luo Bai explained. Upon hearing this, Polaris expressed concern. "Unexpected circumstances? Was it dangerous?" "If needed, I can help. I become quite powerful." Luo Bai chuckled, responding, "If I require assistance, I will certainly reach out to you." He then produced a spell book and handed it to Wanda, saying, "Since you finished the previous book on magical theory, take a look at this one." Wanda nodded, accepting the spell book. She appeared significantly more cheerful than she had 5 months prior. "I've heard Polaris speak highly of you during these months. She mentioned that you are a formidable mage and a wonderful person, though you seem rather busy." Wanda initiated a conversation with Luo Bai. Luo Bai smiled, preparing to reply, when suddenly, the television broadcasted breaking news. Breaking news. Multiple massive explosions have occurred in downtown New York. Tony Stark has called out to the public regarding the location of his self-destruction. Upon hearing Stark's name, Luo Bai's attention was immediately captured by the television, which soon displayed an interview with Stark. Stark spoke with a grave and furious expression. "Is this what you desire? This is my address, 1088 Malibu Harbor, zip code 90265. Chapter 077. I suspect you are boasting about your luck. The address recited by Stark on television is the seaside villa where he currently resides with Pepper Potts. Stark has always been concerned about Pepper, and in any situation, her safety is his foremost thought. However, now he has publicly announced his home address to a global audience, a clear indication of his profound anger. "Master Loba, it seems Mr. Stark may have encountered some troubles," the Polaris suddenly interjected. "He has sought you out numerous times recently, appearing quite anxious." "I am aware," Loba replied calmly, largely due to the fact that he had anticipated this situation long before. He recalled having specifically warned Stark about this matter before his departure. At that time, Stark seemed intent on solving all his problems independently, so Loba refrained from pressing the issue. Now, Stark's search for him was entirely expected, and with that thought, he decided to check on Stark. "Wanda, I need to step out for a moment. Please study this magic book on your own. If you encounter any questions, I will teach you upon my return," Loba instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanda asked, "Are you going to find Stark?" "Indeed," Loba nodded in response. Wanda did not reply further, but the smile on her face vanished. It was evident that she still harbored resentment towards Stark, to the extent that she was unwilling to hear any news concerning him. Noticing that the television continued to broadcast Stark's news, Wanda picked up the book and retreated to her room. Once she left, Polaris quietly explained, "Wanda has mentioned her issues with Mr. Stark to me during this time. I have tried to counsel her, but she remains unable to fully forgive him." Polaris's tone carried a hint of guilt, as if she felt remorseful for not persuading Wanda. However, Wanda's animosity towards Stark had been festering since childhood, making it unlikely for her to change her feelings simply due to Polaris' advice. With this in mind, Loba comforted her. "This is not your fault, Lorna. Give Wanda some time. I believe she will come to understand." With that, he activated a portal leading to Stark's seaside villa. At that moment, Stark was in the underground workshop of the villa, deeply engrossed in his research, his expression grave. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the simmering anger he was suppressing. While Stark was focused on his work, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A familiar yellow circle materialized before him. It was a portal. As he recognized the familiar figure emerging, Stark's furrowed brow relaxed, and the seriousness and anger on his face dissipated, leaving only excitement and joy. "Loba, you've finally returned," Stark exclaimed as he rushed forward. Compared to Stark's enthusiasm, Loba remained composed. "I heard from Polaris that you have been looking for me. It seems you are in trouble." Upon mentioning this, Stark's expression turned serious. "You're correct. I have indeed encountered some difficulties. No, it is not I who is in trouble, but Happy. No, actually this is my problem." However, Stark attempted to explain the recent events, but his mind was too chaotic, leading him to ramble incoherently. Noticing his inability to articulate his thoughts, Loba interrupted. "Tony, you are quite anxious." Stark fell silent, then sighed. After a moment, he spoke with a sense of dejection and grievance. "I admit it, Loba. I am indeed very anxious. Happy is in trouble. He is currently lying in the hospital, and the doctors are unsure if he will pull through. Happy, whose full name is Happy Hogan, serves as Stark's driver and bodyguard. However, that is merely the surface of their relationship. Happy had once saved Stark's life, making their bond more akin to friendship than employer and employee. With Happy in peril, Stark was understandably distressed. The most troubling aspect was that, as Iron Man, he had failed to protect those close to him, plunging him into a spiral of self-reproach. Realizing his current turmoil, Stark felt despondent and helpless. "You know, Loba, I am Iron Man, a genius. Now everyone calls me a superhero. I have fervent fans. Yet I cannot even protect those around me. That Mandarin keeps instigating terror attacks, and I cannot even locate him. I feel utterly useless, Loba." His tone was laden with self-doubt, prompting Loba to offer counsel. "Do not think like that, Tony. Everyone faces challenges. You cannot question yourself every time you encounter a problem. You must cultivate inner strength." Stark shook his head, expressing his frustration. "I wish I could, but I cannot. If I possessed your formidable abilities, I believe I would not find myself in such predicaments. But new troubles will arise." Loba shrugged, speaking helplessly. "New troubles?" Stark furrowed his brow in confusion. "You will also encounter insurmountable challenges?" Loba nodded, explaining, "Certainly. Over the past 4 months, I traveled through the multiverse and was then targeted by a powerful force. This entity has deemed me its host and has forcibly fused with me. Is this not a problem? Do you truly believe I am boasting about my good fortune?" Stark frowned, perplexed. "Traveling through the multiverse and having power come knocking at your door? If that is a problem, I would welcome it daily." As he pondered this, Loba continued, "It is certainly not a boast. The stronger the power, the more assertive its self-awareness. The entity pursuing me constantly whispers to me in my mind. What does it tempt you with?" Stark inquired, intrigued. In the next moment, Loba replied, "It suggests that I consume you, then devour the earth, and finally the universe." Stark was taken aback, his expression one of shock. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally managed to respond, "I do not comprehend." Loba elucidated, "This entity has a side effect that induces insatiable hunger in its host. Although I seem perfectly normal, I am actually quite famished. I have been striving to control this power and resist the hunger with my formidable will." At that moment, Stark felt bewildered. He began to grasp Loba's words. In essence, Loba's body was now host to an insatiable and powerful force capable of consuming everything, including the earth itself. The earth remained safe solely due to Loba's strong will. Understanding this, Stark felt a sense of relief from his own turmoil, yet a new fear began to take root. "Loba, are you certain your will is strong enough to withstand that power? I mean, I may not be that palatable, and the earth may not be either." Stark jested. Loba pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. I cannot be entirely sure. After all, I am human, and it is normal for humans to lose control. Please, I desperately wish you were a god. Stark lamented. Your friend vanishes for 4 months, and upon his return, he wishes to consume you and even devour the earth. This is terrifying, my friends. Forget about the Mandarin. Loba's current predicament is evidently far more alarming. Chapter 078. You were instructed to blow up the villa, not to self-detonate. At this moment, Stark was somewhat bewildered. He scrutinized Luo Bai from head to toe, still unable to believe that within Luo Bai resided a force capable of consuming the entire universe, a force that continually tempted him. After all, Luo Bai appeared unchanged from his usual self. His expression bore no hint of anything amiss. With this thought, Stark couldn't help but remark, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have never suspected anything from your current demeanor. A mage requires formidable willpower and mental fortitude, for the temptations in this universe are exceedingly numerous, Luo Bai explained. Indeed, you are still able to converse with such composure. I assume you have learned to control the power within you? Stark inquired tentatively. Luo Bai chuckled. Of course, I was merely jesting with you earlier. You know, I have always had remarkable luck, so my control is quite satisfactory. That is good to hear, Stark exhaled in relief. That was close. I almost thought I would be devoured. Thankfully, Luo Bai's willpower is impressively strong, truly worthy of being the Supreme Mage. However, on another note, it must be said that Luo Bai's luck was indeed extraordinary. A journey through the multiverse had returned him with immense power. Although Stark might not fully grasp the magnitude of the fairy power, he certainly understood the concept of luck. It was akin to someone finding a lottery ticket on the street, only to discover it was worth a fortune upon claiming the prize. The government might impose a tax upon claiming the winnings, yet the remainder is pure profit. With this in mind, Stark couldn't help but express, setting aside your power, I've come to realize that your luck seems quite favorable. I simply overlooked the fact that your fortune is remarkable due to your consistently formidable abilities. That is quite normal, as luck is indeed a facet of strength. Luo Bai replied with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than the doorbell echoed throughout the villa. Did you invite someone? Luo Bai inquired. Stark shook his head and explained no. A few days ago, during an interview, I impulsively gave my address to reporters around the world. So, it's not surprising that someone would show up. Luo Bai responded with understanding. Now that you mention it, I recall seeing news about you on television before I came to visit. Reflecting on this, Stark felt a twinge of regret. I admit, I was overly impulsive at that moment. There was this Mandarin who was instilling panic. 9 explosions had occurred within a week in New York. He even had the audacity to appear on television, issuing threats and injuring Happy. The public was terrified, and every reporter was asking me why, as Iron Man, I was not taking action. I was utterly exasperated, which is why I foolishly revealed my home address. Luo Bai understood Stark's predicament and chose not to press further. The two then proceeded to the first floor of the villa. Upon arrival, they discovered an unfamiliar blonde beauty standing outside the door. The woman's attire was rather ordinary, clearly the type engaged in academic pursuits. After obtaining Stark's consent, the woman entered the house. Once she was inside, Stark inquired, "You must not be the Mandarin, are you?" The woman appeared taken aback, responding awkwardly, "You don't remember me?" It dawned on Stark that this woman recognized him, and he offered an apologetic explanation. "I have a terrible memory. I can't even recall what I had for breakfast this morning." Seemingly uninterested in small talk, the woman spoke with great seriousness. "Tony, I have something extremely important to discuss with you. I hope we can speak privately. You know what I mean?" Under normal circumstances, Stark would have acquiesced. However, with Luo Bai present, he firmly declined. "I trust Luo Bai. With him here, I feel secure." The woman appeared surprised and questioned, "Don't you wish to know what I have to say? It pertains to the Mandarin." "Right now, I'm more curious about who you are," Stark replied. Before he could finish, Luo Bai interjected, "She is your ex-girlfriend, Tony. Her name is Maya Hansen." Stark was momentarily stunned. "Ex-girlfriend?" After pondering for a while, he nodded. "I seem to have a vague recollection, but how do you know about the Mandarin?" "Because she is involved in this matter," Luo Bai responded. Before Maya could explain further, "Stark swiftly zuptut here. I advise you to be forthcoming about everything, or I cannot guarantee I want to harm you. Although I am reluctant to hurt a woman, Stark warned. It was evident that Maya's face was filled with anger. Stark, I am your ex-girlfriend. Regardless of our past, we shared a bond. You don't even allow me a chance to speak before believing this man's words and turning against me? Stark, bewildered, asked, what is so surprising about that? Maya retorted angrily, of course it is. Do you not believe I deserve a chance to defend myself? If Luo Bai claims involvement, then you must have been involved as well. I trust him completely, so I will not believe a word you say. Tell me, what is your relationship with the Mandarin? Stark stated with gravity. Maya stammered, I swear I did not. But before she could finish, Stark interrupted, to be honest, you should know that I detest the Mandarin. Don't make me detest you too. Seeing Stark refuse to listen to any explanation, Maya ultimately capitulated, fine. I'll tell the truth. I was indeed involved, but I was coerced, Tony. Maya seemed to attempt to elicit sympathy, yet Luo Bai exposed her. No, she was not coerced. She was entirely willing. Maya fell silent, her gaze shifting to Luo Bai. Do you think you know everything? She questioned angrily. Before Luo Bai could respond, Stark interjected, certainly. He is a mage. He knows all. Nothing escapes his notice on Earth. He protects this planet, and thus you should show him respect. You cannot speak to him in such a manner. Maya was incensed to the point of laughter. Her ex-boyfriend was defending another man against her. She had once believed Stark had some feelings for her, but now it seemed her standing in Stark's heart was even less than that of this man. With that realization, Maya ceased to struggle. Yes, I willingly joined. You actually joined a terrorist organization. How could I have such a morally corrupt ex-girlfriend? Stark exclaimed in disbelief. Maya immediately retorted, they are not terrorists. The Mandarin is merely an actor, performing for the world. In truth, the mastermind is Killian. Stark furrowed his brow. Killian. He recalled a man who had been seen frequently with Pepper recently. Furthermore, Luo Bai had previously mentioned that Killian would be his future adversary. Stark had never fully comprehended this until now. It became clear why the reporters were targeting him. What exactly did Killian intend to achieve? Stark urgently inquired. He is creating the extremist virus, Maya replied earnestly. Extremist virus? Stark muttered under his breath, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the term. Upon reflection, Stark hastily explained, I seem to have a vague recollection of that name. Maya, incensed by his response, retorted, you remember the extremist virus, yet you fail to recall me? Stark, wearing an apologetic expression, replied, I regret to say that it would be beneficial if you could elucidate what the extremist virus actually entails. Taking a deep breath, Maya began her explanation. The extremist virus is a serum that enhances various human capabilities, including strength, speed, and reaction time. It even facilitates cellular regeneration, endowing individuals with remarkable self-healing abilities. It has the potential to restore normalcy to the disabled. We are still assessing its additional functionalities. Essentially, this is a biological research endeavor. Stark grasped the gravity of the situation. In other words, Killian was investigating a serum capable of restoring the disabled to normalcy and transforming ordinary individuals into superhumans. Has he succeeded? Stark inquired once more. Maya shook her head, responding, not entirely. The experiments encountered complications. We discovered that most individuals who underwent the extremist virus treatment experienced adverse effects. They would explode. At this revelation, Stark suddenly comprehended the implications. In simpler terms, Killian was conducting clandestine human biological experiments. However, due to the explosive side effects, he had engaged an actor to masquerade as a terrorist to prevent the government from detecting anomalies. That actor was the infamous Mandarin from the news, who was instructed to issue threats, thereby concealing the experiments and misleading the public into believing the explosions were the work of terrorists. Upon realizing the full extent of the situation, Stark felt a surge of anger. Maya, I cannot believe you would aid Killian in conducting human experiments. Do you have any idea how many lives those explosions have claimed? He demanded. Maya retorted without hesitation. The explosions were merely a consequence of experimental failures. The extremist virus is fundamentally a serum far more potent than the super soldier serum. We can refine it. I'm not interested in this. Why I wish to know is why you sought me out today. Stark pressed. Maya, showing no signs of concealment, responded candidly. Killian intends to abduct Potts. He plans to inject her with the extremist virus, and then he wants to kill you. So you are here to warn me? Stark queried. No. I came to verify whether you truly reside here. Maya scoffed, her tone icy. Stark seemed perplexed by her words until Rhodes interjected. Stark, your home is currently surrounded. At that moment, Stark became aware that his villa was indeed encircled. Enemies were closing in from all directions, land, sea, and air, ready to launch missiles at his residence at any moment. Stark's realization dawned. Maya had not come alone. She was accompanied by a significant force. No wonder she had divulged everything so readily. It was because an attack was imminent. Maya, I thought you might harbor some feelings for me. I never anticipated. Ha ha ha. Farewell, Stark. You truly deserve to perish. As she contemplated, Maya erupted in fury once more, her face contorted with a blend of hatred and confidence. Her disdain stemmed from Stark's perceived ruthlessness, while her confidence arose from the belief that Stark's home would soon be obliterated, allowing her to escape unscathed. Yet, her calculations were flawed. I advise you not to celebrate prematurely. With Rhodes here, my home may yet remain safe, Stark replied with a grave expression. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Boom! In an instant, flames erupted. However, it was not Stark's home that had exploded. Rather, it was in the sky. The helicopter that was supposed to launch missiles at Stark's residence had detonated instead. One helicopter's explosion triggered a chain reaction, resulting in additional helicopters igniting in flames. Boom! 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 Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the initial 8 helicopters had dwindled to just 4. Maya gasped. You were here to bomb Stark's house. It wasn't a self-detonation. Chapter 79. Who can explain this to me? Maya was utterly perplexed. She could not fathom the underlying issues with the helicopters. How could they self-destruct without firing a single weapon? What was going on? Killian, what on earth are you up to? Maya muttered, her confusion evident in her expression. She was not alone in her bewilderment. Killian shared her sentiments. As the mastermind behind the entire scheme, Killian's research into the Doomsday virus and the orchestration of all these events was driven by his hatred for Stark. He despised Stark to the point of wishing for his demise, yet he did not want it to be swift and simple. He yearned to obliterate everything surrounding Stark. The moment Stark read out his home address to a global audience, Killian felt elated. Now, he was personally leading the charge to execute his bombing plan. However, the situation was unfolding differently than he had envisioned. Initially seated in the last helicopter, observing the unfolding events, Killian was filled with anticipation for his revenge. Yet, to his astonishment, the helicopter in front of him suddenly self-destructed. While the self-detonation of a single helicopter might not have been catastrophic, it triggered a chain reaction that obliterated 3 more. Had the remaining helicopters not fled swiftly, they too would have been lost, including the one Killian was aboard, which stood a dismal chance of survival. Realizing this, Killian felt something was amiss. This bombing of Stark's residence was meticulously planned by him, with every detail and participant carefully chosen. He had inspected the aircraft before their departure, finding no flaws. The pilots were all veterans with extensive aerial combat experience. What could have possibly gone wrong that led to the helicopter's unexpected explosion? Unable to comprehend the situation, Killian activated his communicator, inquiring about the status ahead and the reason for the self-detonation. The helicopter numbered A5 has exploded, but the specifics are unclear. As a result, we have lost 4 helicopters. A response came, but it lacked clarity. It appeared that the cause of A5's explosion could not be investigated at the moment. They would have to proceed with the remaining helicopters to achieve their objective. After all, A5's explosion might have already drawn Stark's attention, and if he took this opportunity to don his armor, it would spell trouble. With this thought in mind, Killian urgently commanded, forget the cause of the explosion for now. All remaining helicopters, commence an attack on Stark's villa immediately. However, before he could finish his command, a series of strange, thunderous booms echoed through the sky. Wait, that sounds like thunder. Killian was momentarily stunned, looking up at the heavens. What a sight! The once clear sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds, with flashes of lightning intermittently illuminating the gloom. This development left Killian bewildered. After all, helicopters are typically low-flying aircraft, easily affected by inclement weather. He had chosen to execute his plan on a clear, sunny day, never anticipating such an abrupt change. But the weather had transformed in an instant. While everyone knows that weather can be unpredictable, this was an extreme shift without forewarning. What the hell? Killian exclaimed, glancing at his companion in disbelief. What is going on? Wasn't it just sunny? His companion shook his head, equally bewildered. I have no idea, man. Who can predict the weather? But this change is too rapid. Killian couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity. Just then, a deafening thunderclap reverberated, causing the entire city of New York to tremble. Before anyone could react, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the very helicopter Killian occupied with a blinding flash. Chaos erupted within the aircraft. Holy hell! We're in trouble. Boss, we've been struck by lightning. The helicopter is out of control. Prepare to jump. Everything happened too swiftly for anyone to prepare. With the helicopter's systems failing due to the lightning strike, it began to plummet toward the ocean below. However, the aircraft was laden with weaponry, leaving everyone uncertain whether it would explode upon impact. In a panic, Killian resolved to parachute out. Fortunately, this decision proved fortuitous as he survived the fall, landing atop Stark's villa. Given the villa's remote location, descending onto its roof was the safest option available. As Killian reveled in his good fortune, a yellow circle suddenly illuminated beneath his feet. Confused, he looked down, only to find himself tumbling through the air. With a resounding crash, he landed face first on the ground. Thankfully, having injected himself with the Doomsday Virus Serum, his body was enhanced, and he suffered minimal injury. Rising to his feet, he intended to ascertain where the yellow circle had transported him, only to be greeted by a familiar figure, Maya, bound to a chair, her gaze filled with fury. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Killian swiftly turned around, only to find Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, pointing his repulsor at Killian's head. Beside Stark stood Rhodey, commanding, "Raise your hands. Otherwise, I will obliterate your skull with this laser." Killian raised his hands in silence. In the next moment, he heard Maya's furious outcry, "Killian, were you truly here to capture Stark?" Killian was at a loss for words. Who could have anticipated such unforeseen events? The helicopter's inexplicable explosion was one thing, but being struck by lightning mid-flight was absurd. Why was such an improbable event happening to him? Dazed, Killian exclaimed, "Honestly, I feel that everything that has transpired today deviates significantly from my plan. I cannot fathom how it has come to this. Can you believe the helicopter I was on was struck by lightning?" Maya and the others fell into silence. Noticing their lack of response, Killian, bewildered, asked, "Can anyone explain why the weather changed so abruptly? Stark, could you provide a scientific explanation for everything I just experienced?" After a moment of contemplation, Stark replied, "Well, to be honest, I feel a degree of sympathy for you." He then turned his gaze to Rhodey, recalling how, when Loki first appeared on Earth, Rhodey had mentioned that even if all of New York were to disappear, his location would remain untouched. Stark had initially interpreted this as Rhodey's assertion that, with his strength, no one could damage his villa. "I did not expect that the meaning of Luo Bai signifies the presence of the goddess of fortune, making him untouchable. Could it be that someone possesses such extraordinary luck that they can influence the weather? Is it truly possible for one to enjoy a cup of tea while the antagonist conveniently presents themselves?" Chapter 080. Did you steal my hammer? Even Stark was momentarily bewildered, let alone Killian. Initially, Stark was apprehensive upon seeing his mansion besieged. After all, these individuals were well prepared and heavily armed. He worried about the potential damage from a missile attack. Stark proposed capturing Killian, reasoning that striking the head would cripple the snake. However, Luo Bai calmly asserted that Killian would come willingly. Stark was skeptical until Killian actually arrived, leaving him perplexed by the coincidences and the sudden weather shift. He furrowed his brow, glancing out the window in bewilderment. The once overcast sky had cleared, prompting him to remark honestly, "Shouldn't you be more curious as to why the weather cleared up?" Killian's silence was deafening. Was the sudden storm merely for the sake of striking him? He couldn't fathom why he was being targeted. However, he had little time to ponder such bizarre occurrences. He had come to capture Stark, but found himself captured instead. He refused to accept this outcome. Despite his confusion, he knew he had to escape or Stark would show no mercy. With a grimace, Killian surreptitiously observed, seeking an opportunity to strike. Enhanced by the extremist virus, he was no ordinary man. Even Stark in his armor would struggle to defeat him. As Stark's attention remained fixed on Luo Bai, Killian prepared to strike, only to be interrupted by the shattering of glass. A hammer flew through the window, striking Killian squarely. He coughed up blood as a silver hammer pinned him to the ground. Although it appeared to be an ordinary hammer, Killian felt as though it weighed a ton. The hammer pressed down on him like a mountain, rendering him immobile. He struggled in agony, his face flushed. He attempted to call for help, but the weight prevented him from uttering more than a few garbled words. "Help me." His cries for help went unheeded as a man with golden hair and peculiar attire burst through the broken window, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Stark recognized the newcomer and exclaimed, "Thor?" Thor greeted him with a smile. "Greetings, Stark. I see you remember me." While Stark knew Thor, their acquaintance was not close. The last time Thor appeared was during Loki's mischief on Earth. Thor's sudden arrival worried him. "Why have you returned to Earth? Has Loki come as well?" Stark inquired. Thor quickly reassured him. "Loki is imprisoned in Asgard's dungeons. He will not cause any more trouble on Earth. I have come to see Luo Bai." Intrigued, Luo Bai asked, "Why do you come to see me?" Thor replied, "My father wishes to meet you. He has asked me to bring you to Asgard." Odin wished to see him? Luo Bai frowned, curious as to the reason. Thor shook his head, admitting his ignorance. "He did not tell me. He simply asked me to bring you back. However, you seem quite occupied at the moment." Thor glanced at Maya, who was tied up, and Killian, who was pinned under his hammer. He realized he had not retrieved his hammer. Killian, in obvious pain, weakly cried out, "Help me. Oh, my apologies, brother. I forgot to retrieve my hammer." Thor said apologetically before lifting it. As the hammer left Killian's chest, he felt an unprecedented relief, as if he had been resurrected. He took a deep breath, only to hear Stark say, "Actually, it was quite helpful to have him pinned down. This fellow was about to bomb my home with helicopters. Luo Bai and I were about to deal with him." Upon hearing this, Thor immediately pinned Killian down again. Killian was speechless with anger, forced to listen to their conversation. "I was unaware that he was a villain. Had I known, I would not have lifted the hammer. By the way, were those helicopters surrounding your home is doing?" Thor inquired tentatively. Stark nodded yes. "Were it not for Luo Bai, my mansion would be in ruins. That is fortunate. I caused some lightning on my way here, and I noticed that a few unfortunate helicopters were struck. I was concerned," Thor explained. Stark finally understood. The sudden change in weather was due to Thor's arrival. As the god of thunder, his appearance was always accompanied by storms. This explanation seemed plausible. "I should thank you for taking care of those helicopters," Stark said gratefully. Thor waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need. I did not intend to help you. It was merely coincidental." "Indeed," Stark muttered. If it were not for Luo Bai's luck, Thor would not have appeared and conveniently dealt with the helicopters. It was all too coincidental. Stark remarked, "Indeed, I should thank Luo Bai's luck instead." "What luck?" Thor asked, not understanding. "Never mind," Stark replied, glancing at Luo Bai and saying, "Killian has been captured. I believe I can handle him. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to proceed." Luo Bai remained silent, lost in thought. While Killian's forces had been dealt with, he himself remained a threat. Enhanced by the extremist virus, Killian's combat abilities were significantly increased. If he left, Stark would struggle to defeat him. Furthermore, Luo Bai had some knowledge of the extremist virus. While it had significant side effects, it was a valuable asset if those effects could be mitigated. After all, this virus, based on the super soldier serum, could grant users immense power and regenerative abilities. It was a more potent biological agent than the super soldier serum. If utilized properly, it could enhance combat capabilities. While it was useless to Luo Bai, it might be useful in the future. With this in mind, Luo Bai replied, "There is no rush. Thor, please wait. I will resolve the extremist virus issue first." He then turned his gaze to Killian. He was acutely aware of Killian's insatiable ambition. This individual not only harbored intentions to eliminate Stark, but also aspired to utilize the extremist virus to forge a super army capable of dominating Earth. Consequently, he relentlessly abducted individuals for inhumane experiments. It was utterly inconceivable for him to cooperate amicably with Luo Bai. Such a villain, laden with treachery, was not someone Luo Bai could afford to engage with at this moment. Fortunately, aside from Killian, Dr. Maya was also well-versed in the formula for the extremist virus. Stark's former girlfriend possessed a modicum of conscience. Her research into the virus was primarily driven by a desire to aid humanity. Yet she had become an unwitting pawn in Killian's schemes. Thus, seeking Dr. Maya's assistance seemed a far more prudent course of action. At that moment, the fairy power within him clamored insistently, demanding sustenance. Therefore, he drew both Killian and Maya into the mirror dimension. As the mirrored realm unfolded, Thor summoned his hammer. Without the constraints of the hammer, Killian instinctively sought to flee, but it was too late. "Where is this place?" he exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden shift in his surroundings. "This is the mirror dimension, my domain," Luo Bai explained calmly. Without waiting for further inquiries from Killian, he unleashed the fairy power. In an instant, the energy within Killian was absorbed, and the fairy power adeptly replicated the capabilities of the extremist virus. Although the virus's strength was formidable for an ordinary human, it was insufficient to satiate the fairy power's appetite. Too little, it lamented, unable to contain its dissatisfaction. Subsequently, it charged towards Maya, seemingly intent on consuming her as well. With quick reflexes, Luo Bai retracted the fairy power and communicated with it mentally. "She is merely an ordinary human, devoid of any power." Hungry, the fairy power resumed its clamor for nourishment. Fortunately, Luo Bai had grown accustomed to its antics and chose to ignore it, directing his gaze towards Maya. At that moment, Maya was evidently in a state of shock, her face pale with terror. One could hardly blame her. Encountering fairy power would indeed be frightening for an ordinary human. Such fear, however, could render her more compliant. With this thought, Luo Bai disregarded her further, dissolving the mirror dimension. As Luo Bai and Maya emerged from the mirrored realm, Stark could not contain his curiosity. "Where is Killian?" "He has been dealt with," Luo Bai replied with an air of calm. Before Stark could pose additional questions, Luo Bai interjected. "After developing the extremist virus, Killian conducted clandestine human modification experiments. He seeks to exploit the virus to control humanity and dominate the world. He has a secret base filled with humans modified by the extremist virus. Tony, I believe you should pay a visit there." Upon hearing this, Stark's expression turned grave. "Will you provide me with the precise location?" "Here," Luo Bai said, handing him a slip of paper adorned with an address. Stark, ever the impatient soul, was ready to rush off, but Luo Bai stayed his hand. "Stark, I advise you to study the extremist virus before proceeding. The secret base harbors numerous enhanced individuals, and their strength should not be underestimated. It would be wise to contact Captain America and the others to accompany you," Luo Bai suggested amicably. Stark composed himself, inquiring with curiosity, "Is the extremist virus truly that formidable?" "I believe Dr. Maya can enlighten you on that matter. I shall leave her in your capable hands. She possesses all the knowledge you seek. The extremist virus is indeed worthy of study. Stark, I have faith in your intellect to integrate the virus with your suit," Luo Bai encouraged. Stark nodded in agreement, replying, "I shall give a try." Luo Bai refrained from further comments. With Killian neutralized, Stark posed no immediate threat. It was reasonable to trust that Stark could extract the formula for the extremist virus from Dr. Maya and enhance it. Having resolved all matters, Luo Bai felt a sense of relief as he addressed Thor. "Very well, let us depart." With that, Luo Bai conjured a portal leading to Asgard. The two stepped through, arriving in the majestic realm. At that moment, Thor mused aloud, "Your magic is rather convenient. Do all sorcerers on your earth possess this ability?" "Most do," Luo Bai replied. Suddenly, Thor appeared to recall something, muttering to himself, "Wait, this seems so familiar. I distinctly remember encountering such a phenomenon long ago. It appeared in Asgard, and then my hammer vanished. Heimdall mentioned this magic originated from Kamartaj. I even ventured to Earth in search of it. Yet, I cannot find Kamartaj, and my father remarked that you too hail from Kamartaj." Thor continued his musings, only to abruptly realize something was awry. He turned to Luo Bai, excitement illuminating his features. "Luo Bai, do you know if any of your Kamartaj sorcerers have ever used this magic to take my hammer?" "Luo Bai." The moment Thor brought it up, Luo Bai recalled that during his initial foray into magic, Mordo had challenged him to a duel, and by some twist of fate, he had indeed taken Thor's hammer. As he pondered this, Thor suddenly erupted in anger. This matter is of utmost importance to me, and you, as a sorcerer from Kamartaj, should surely be aware of it. I am certain it was one of your sorcerers who did this. Luo Bai remained silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he candidly admitted, "You have inquired of the right person. I am indeed aware of this matter. Quickly, tell me who took my hammer," Thor demanded, his frustration palpable. "If I ever encounter that individual, I shall have a stern conversation with him. How dare he abscond with my hammer without a word? I still feel anger at the thought," Thor expressed, clearly incensed by the recollection. Luo Bai, not one to shirk responsibility, recognized Thor's earnestness and promptly confessed. "Thor, the individual who took your hammer was me." Huh. The momentous revelation left Thor speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure, exclaiming with dawning realization, "So it was you. I searched for you for 3 whole days. 3 days." Chapter 081. Can you lift my hammer? Thor could hardly believe that the person he had spent 3 days searching for, the thief of his hammer, was none other than Luo Bai. Initially, he harbored a certain fondness for Luo Bai. After all, few could best Loki, yet Luo Bai had managed to make his brother suffer. The mere thought of Loki furrowing his brow and muttering about Luo Bai being sinister filled Thor with a sense of joy, significantly enhancing his impression of Luo Bai. However, the shocking revelation dawned upon him. Luo Bai was the very thief of his hammer. In an instant, Thor's expression shifted, becoming solemn and earnest. To be frank, he was quite furious at this revelation, yet simultaneously more astonished. He remained silent for a full 2 minutes before incredulously asking, "Can you truly lift my hammer?" It is known that Thor's hammer is not something everyone can wield. Prior to this moment, only Thor and Odin had been able to lift it. When Thor was exiled, Odin had placed a spell on his hammer, signifying that only those who met the spell's criteria could wield it. However, when Luo Bai took the hammer, the spell had not yet been cast. Thus, theoretically, apart from Thor, no one should have been able to lift Mjolnir. Nevertheless, it could not be said with absolute certainty that it was impossible, for Odin had indeed lifted it once. As with any magical artifact, there exists a means by which it can be lifted. Moreover, Luo Bai was enveloped by a halo of luck. Who could say what boon the goddess of fortune had conferred upon him to enable him to lift the hammer? Thor, unaware of Luo Bai's fortunate circumstances, was taken aback by Luo Bai's response. "I believe. I can indeed lift your hammer." Thor's eyes were filled with disbelief. "Impossible. Only I can wield this hammer," he proclaimed firmly. Yet, as he pondered, he recalled that his hammer had indeed been away from him for a time, which instilled a flicker of self-doubt within him. "Show me another," Thor insisted, handing Mjolnir to Luo Bai. Luo Bai said nothing, merely accepting the hammer with ease. The effortless manner in which he handled it altered the very look in Thor's eyes. His expression mirrored that of Odin upon recognizing Luo Bai as the rightful master of the eternal spear, a blend of shock and disbelief. The next moment, Thor was heard muttering, "No, this cannot be. How is this possible?" He appeared as though the sky had fallen upon him. Luo Bai, feeling a touch embarrassed, returned Mjolnir to Thor and explained, "I did not intend to take your hammer initially. At the time, I had just begun to learn magic, and my understanding of the object levitation spell was not yet refined, leading to this unfortunate mishap." He attempted to soothe Thor's wounded spirit, yet Thor seemed entirely uncomforted, continuing to murmur, "It cannot be. Only I should be able to lift it." He cast a glance at Mjolnir, then threw it away before summoning it back, evidently doubting whether his hammer had been swapped. Observing that Thor was too preoccupied with his hammer-related woes to pay him any mind, Luo Bai decided to take his leave. "Thor, I must be going. Your father is still waiting for me." Yet, Thor ignored him, frowning as he continued to ponder. How could Luo Bai possibly lift this hammer? Logically, no one should be able to wield it. What is happening? Seeing that Thor was unresponsive, Luo Bai turned and fled. By the time Thor regained his senses, Luo Bai had vanished. "Luo Bai, come back. Lift it for me once more. This shouldn't be." "Why?" Thor shouted. At that moment, Luo Bai had already arrived at Asgard's Great Hall. The familiar surroundings greeted him, with Odin seated upon the throne, clad in golden armor. He appeared even older than the last time they met. God King, Luo Bai greeted politely. Odin nodded, a benevolent expression gracing his face as he replied, "You have come. Did you summon Thor for some purpose?" Luo Bai inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Odin did not respond directly, instead asking, "How do you find Gungnir? Are you comfortable using it?" "I have not had much occasion to use it. Such a divine artifact is rarely needed on Earth," Luo Bai replied with a smile. Odin nodded. At that moment, his face showed no signs of turmoil, as if he had come to terms with Gungnir's departure. "It is a powerful weapon, one that has accompanied me through many long years. Wherever it goes, gods and demons alike tremble in reverence. I believe that with your abilities, you will unlock Gungnir's full potential," Odin mused. Luo Bai nodded in agreement, smiling as he added, "It is indeed a remarkable weapon." After their conversation about Gungnir, Odin finally returned to the main topic. "I did not wish to intrude upon you. In the past, Kamartaj and Asgard had little communication. I, along with the former Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, tended to our respective realms. However, since your ascension, circumstances have changed." Curiously, Luo Bai asked, "What has changed?" Odin furrowed his brow, appearing deeply perplexed, seemingly uncertain of how to broach the subject. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "Sorcerer Supreme, have you heard of Ragnarok?" "Ragnarok?" Luo Bai pondered before nodding. "I have heard of it." Upon mentioning Ragnarok, Odin appeared weary. He sighed deeply and began, "I once drank from the well of wisdom, trading one of my eyes for boundless wisdom and the ability to foresee the future. I have foreseen Ragnarok, and I have also foreseen that Thor will bring an end to it. Yet recently, my visions have included you." "Included me?" Luo Bai was bewildered, clearly struggling to grasp Odin's meaning. "I do not quite understand your words. I do not fully comprehend it myself." "Yet wisdom tells me that you will be the key to Ragnarok," Odin articulated. Luo Bai frowned. Before he could respond, Odin continued, "Gungnir was forged from the World Tree, and it may have chosen you for a reason." With that, Odin pointed to the eye of Agamotto around Luo Bai's neck and asked, "When you use it, can the time stone reveal your own future?" "Not all," Luo Bai replied candidly. It was indeed strange. When Luo Bai had acquired the time stone, he had attempted to peer into the future, only to discover that there were nearly no records pertaining to him in the timeline. It was no wonder Ancient One had previously claimed she could not see his future. There were simply no records of him. "That makes sense," Odin suddenly exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "My hypothesis is correct. You do not belong to this world. Hence you have not been recorded in the timeline. Yet you remain in this world. And Ancient One has chosen you as the Sorcerer Supreme. This signifies that your presence has become central to the universe." "Central to the universe? What does that mean?" Luo Bai queried. Odin contemplated for a moment before offering his explanation. "Within the entire universe, everyone's fate is predestined, which is why the time stone can glimpse into nearly every individual's future, except yours. You should be capable of traversing the multiverse. As you do, you may find alternate versions of Stark or others existing in different realities. However, you are unique. There will not be a second version of you in the multiverse. Thus, you are the only one capable of choosing and altering your own destiny. You will be the key to Ragnarok, for you possess the potential to either bring it to an end or to usher it in. This all stems from your own choices." Luo Bai has come to understand this. Indeed, he has traversed realms. This indicates that he did not originally belong to this universe, and thus, the timeline of this universe could not possibly contain any record of his existence. Every account within this universe must be crafted by him alone. Upon this realization, Luo Bai began to comprehend. It is no wonder Odin summoned him today. To put it succinctly, a person has suddenly appeared, one who could determine the future of Asgard and even the cosmos. A ruler of Odin's caliber would undoubtedly harbor concerns. With this thought, Luo Bai could not help but inquire, "My lord, have you summoned me today to offer a warning?" Odin shook his head and spoke plainly, "No. You must be aware that Ragnarok is imminent, and my time is limited. Soon, Thor shall ascend as the new king of gods. If Ragnarok indeed leads to the destruction of Asgard, it will not bode well for Earth. You should also understand that within the vast multiverse, there exist countless formidable entities. Kamartaj and Asgard may well find a way to cooperate. Luo Bai grasped the essence and asked, "So you wish for me to collaborate with Thor?" I recognize that Thor, in his current state, is not yet equipped to be your ally. However, he will grow. Your uniqueness is something even I can foresee, and it will inevitably be discovered by the true deities of the multiverse. The interests of Asgard and Kamartaj are aligned. We must confront the powerful forces beyond Earth. We are not enemies, but allies. Chapter 082. Father, I am your son. When Odin foresaw that Loba would be pivotal in influencing the twilight of the gods, he realized he had underestimated both the choices of Ancient One and this newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, compelling him to negotiate with Loba. Although Odin had previously established a mutually beneficial relationship with Ancient One, the dynamics of this new generation remained unclear. Odin guessed that Thor, with his naive disposition, would likely not engage in discussions of collaboration. Thus it fell upon him to address the matter. Understanding Odin's true intent for summoning him, Loba knew how to respond. After all, Odin had not erred in stating that Kamartaj and Asgard were allies rather than adversaries. Their common foe lay beyond Earth, the deities. With this in mind, Loba assured, "There is no need for concern, God King. Earth indeed requires Asgard." His meaning was unmistakable. Asgard and Kamartaj would continue to coexist as they always had, without alteration. As the Sorcerer Supreme, he would not instigate conflict. Odin appeared quite satisfied with this outcome. Just as he was about to speak further, Thor burst in, exclaiming, "Loba!" Without waiting for Odin to react, he disregarded the God King and loudly inquired of Loba, "Loba, tell me, how did you lift my hammer?" Loba felt somewhat helpless. He had not anticipated that Thor would still be fixated on the matter of the hammer, indicating how much it truly mattered to him. "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it was merely good fortune," Loba replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Impossible. No one besides me can lift this hammer," Thor exclaimed passionately. He had long considered his ability to wield the hammer a source of pride, and now a figure like Loba had emerged, capable of lifting it. Thor was understandably frustrated. "Your ability to lift my hammer suggests you are quite formidable. Come, let us spar, and I shall see just how skilled you truly are," Thor declared. Having someone lift his hammer was already embarrassing enough, particularly since Loba was the one who had previously taken it without permission. Unable to save face, Thor immediately sought to challenge Loba to determine who was superior. However, before he could grasp his hammer, Odin intervened. Thor halted his actions, glaring at Odin. "Father, this sorcerer stole my hammer last time." Odin was taken aback. "What? Stole a hammer?" Before he could inquire further, Thor continued, "Father, while I was in Asgard, someone used magic to take my hammer. It was the sorcerer from Kamartaj. I just asked Loba, and he confirmed that he took it. Father, this sorcerer is provoking us." At that moment, Odin recalled a similar incident from the past, when Thor had been incessantly questioning matters concerning Kamartaj. Something seemed amiss. How had Thor managed to provoke a sorcerer from Kamartaj? Odin had reprimanded him then, but had not pursued the matter further, unaware that Thor still remembered it. Loba interjected. There was indeed such an incident, but it was purely accidental. Odin swiftly responded, "Sorcerer Supreme, there is no need for excessive explanation." He then regarded Thor with an expression of disappointment. "Thor, you are the god of thunder. How could you fail to safeguard your own weapon?" Odin scolded. Thor was momentarily bewildered. "Wait, how is this my fault?" "Father, the magic he used." Thor attempted to clarify, but Odin's fury erupted. "Are you still justifying your own incompetence? You should feel ashamed." "Father, Thor seemed inclined to explain further, but before he could, Odin expressed his disillusionment. "Thor, I believe you need more training." Thor was clearly taken aback. Yet Odin, feeling exasperated, reflected on how he had just negotiated a peaceful coexistence between Asgard and Kamartaj. If Thor were to jeopardize that relationship over a mere hammer, it would infuriate him. With that thought, Odin turned to Loba, stating, "Thor's temperament mirrors my own in my youth. Fearless and impulsive, such recklessness will inevitably lead to mistakes. Gungnir is not merely a weapon. It symbolizes my authority. Should he err in the future, you, possessing Gungnir, may educate him on my behalf." Loba paused, taken aback. Was Odin entrusting him with such a responsibility? While it was true that Thor could not best Loba in strength, respect must still be afforded. Education is one thing. Friendly sparring is certainly acceptable, Loba replied. Just then, Thor, still bewildered, asked what Gungnir. Odin inhaled deeply before declaring, I have bestowed Gungnir upon Loba. What? Thor was aghast. Gungnir was his father's exclusive weapon, a symbol of the god king's power. His father had given Gungnir to Loba? Thor stood in disbelief, gazing at Odin with incredulity. After a moment, he slowly questioned, Father, I am your son? Odin, exasperated, could not reveal that Gungnir had been taken from him by Loba. That would be too humiliating. Thus, he could only claim it as a gift. Thor's statement only darkened Odin's expression. Taking a deep breath, Odin composed himself and stated, Precisely because you are my son, Thor, you must mature swiftly. I do not believe you are currently fit to be the God King. You require further experience. Therefore, I have entrusted the Sorcerer Supreme with your training. Should you err, the Sorcerer Supreme, wielding Gungnir, has the authority to administer discipline on my behalf. Thor gazed at Loba in disbelief. Before Loba could respond, Odin commanded, Sorcerer Supreme, present Gungnir for him to see. After a moment's contemplation, Loba conjured Gungnir with a spell. The moment Thor beheld the spear, his expression was nothing short of spectacular. Now, not only could he not confront Loba, but in the future, he might even have to address him with respect. Thor was perplexed. Father, why? He is merely a sorcerer from Earth. What makes the Sorcerer Supreme so extraordinary? Thor inquired, puzzled. Yet Odin paid him no mind, instead focusing on Loba, stating, Sorcerer Supreme, I hope our conversation today will influence your future perspective toward Asgard. Thor still has much to learn. At that moment, Odin transcended his role as a god king and became a father, a parent wishing to pave a better path for his son. His sincerity was palpable, prompting Loba to assure him, Asgard and Kamartaj will always remain allies, provided Asgard does not waver. Thus, their negotiations concluded. Loba departed the main hall, followed by a bewildered Thor. Once they had distanced themselves, Thor finally regained his composure and asked, Loba, what exactly did you discuss with my father? Nothing much. Your father thinks quite highly of you, Loba reflected. I certainly know that. My father has always loved me, but I'm unclear why he would give Gungnir to you, Thor inquired curiously. He mentioned it, did he not? Allow me to educate you on his behalf in the future, said Luo Bai with a smile. Sol remained silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, Has my father bestowed anything else upon you? Luo Bai, puzzled, asked in confusion, What do you mean? No sooner had he spoken than he heard Sol, with a serious expression, ask, He hasn't granted you the inheritance of Asgard, has he? Aye. What the? Chapter 083. The reality gem Luo Bai felt speechless to the point of not wanting to engage with Thor any longer. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, he stated, intending to depart from Asgard to check on Stark's progress. However, Thor, in a state of frustration, pursued him with questions. Luo Bai, tell me why father bestowed Gungnir upon you, and how is it that you can lift my hammer? Luo Bai replied, Ask your father. With that, he activated a portal, eager to vacate Asgard without a moment's delay. Just then, an unusual stirring of the fairy power occurred. Power! A tremendous power! Over there! Over there! The fairy power echoed this refrain incessantly within Luo Bai's mind, leaving him perplexed. Why was the fairy power causing such commotion again? Luo Bai sought to suppress the fairy power, but it was currently in a fervor. Additionally, after some time had passed, he found himself quite hungry, so he decided to heed the fairy power's urging to investigate the situation. The fairy power seemed to have pinpointed a source of strength, prompting Luo Bai to promptly activate the portal. Beyond the portal lay an impenetrable darkness, devoid of light. Where's this? Weren't we heading to Earth? This doesn't appear to be Earth, Thor remarked, sensing the strangeness of the world beyond the portal. However, before he could finish his thought, a roar erupted, followed by a surge of a red-black, unknown liquid bursting forth from the world beyond the portal. Be careful, Thor shouted, hastily moving aside. Luo Bai unleashed the fairy power at that moment. Although the power was formidable, it appeared to offer no resistance. almost willingly being absorbed by Luo Bai. The event transpired so swiftly that Thor barely comprehended what had occurred before it concluded. What just happened? What came out? Thor inquired, bewildered. Luo Bai furrowed his brow, evidently still processing the incident. Yet, he could distinctly sense an additional powerful force within him. He refrained from answering Thor's questions, simply closing the portal and shutting his eyes to concentrate. It was only when a fairy power completely consumed and replicated the power it had just encountered that Luo Bai finally recognized the nature of the entity that had emerged. That was an ether particle. Luo Bai murmured. Thor, unable to catch the faint utterance, asked, "What particle?" The ether particle was, in fact, the Reality Stone. Long ago, the Reality Stone had been acquired by the Dark Realm-S leader, Malekith. They transformed the Reality Stone into a liquid form, hence becoming ether particles. Ether particles have the ability to transmute all matter into darkness, but they require a host and draw energy from the host's life force. Malekith merged with the ether particles in his quest to transform Earth and the 9 realms into his dark domain, only to be sealed away by Odin's father. Legend has it that Odin's father not only vanquished Malekith, but also imprisoned all the dark elves of the Dark Realm, resulting in the destruction of the ether particles during that battle. However, in truth, the ether particles were never destroyed. They merely fled into the cosmos in search of new hosts. Unexpectedly, the ether particles were sensed by the fairy power. Now they had been consumed. Luo Bai found himself at a loss for words. He had suspected the fairy power's sudden agitation was due to its detection of the Reality Stone's energy. The good news was that Luo Bai had acquired the 4th stone, but the bad news was that it had been consumed, thus making him the Reality Stone. This was indeed quite unexpected. Luo Bai, are you all right? Noticing his silence, Thor inquired. Despite their differences, Thor did not consider Luo Bai an adversary, especially given his father's favorable disposition towards him and Luo Bai's protection of Earth. Concerned by the unknown force that had surged into Luo Bai's body, Thor expressed his worry. "I'm fine," Luo Bai replied. "That's good to hear. I thought something had happened when you fell silent." "Of course. I'm not concerned about you. I'm merely inquiring," Thor added. Luo Bai barely registered Thor's words as he was contemplating a pressing issue. The emergence of the ether particles signified that the slumbering Malekith had awakened. Malekith had long sought to utilize the ether particles to alter the entire universe, so he would undoubtedly seek the Reality Stone. If Luo Bai were to return to Earth now, Malekith would likely bring a formidable army to confront him. As the Supreme Sorcerer, diverting chaos to Earth would be rather unwise. Given that Malekith harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Asgard, he would inevitably lead an assault on it. Remaining in Asgard would allow Luo Bai to await Malekith, thus alleviating the need for him to seek the Dark Elf. Furthermore, having recently absorbed the ether particles, the fairy power was still somewhat unstable. He needed to stabilize it while also studying the Reality Stone. With this in mind, Luo Bai turned to Thor and asked, "Are there any accommodations available in Asgard?" "Accommodations?" Thor was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "I intend to stay in Asgard for a while to experience the simplicity of its people," Luo Bai explained. Thor responded, "Wait a moment. Didn't you just say you were going back?" "I've changed my mind. You can inform your father. Or perhaps I should do it myself," Luo Bai said, turning to stride toward the main hall. Thor followed closely, still processing the situation. "You plan to reside in Asgard? Although my father granted you Gungnir, he won't approve of your staying here. You are not a citizen of Asgard." Soon, they arrived at the Great Hall of Asgard. Upon seeing Luo Bai return, Odin looked somewhat puzzled. Before he could inquire, Thor interjected, "Father, Luo Bai wishes to stay in Asgard for a time." Odin, upon hearing this, appeared taken aback. Casting a glance at Luo Bai immediately elaborated, "The ether particles have manifested. Malekith should be awakening." Odin, fully aware of the significance of the ether particles, quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. "Where are the ether particles?" Odin demanded. "In my body. If I return to Earth, Malekith will undoubtedly come for it. Therefore, I must remain here and await his arrival. He will inevitably come to Asgard," Luo Bai asserted. Odin was momentarily speechless. The ether particles, good heavens! It's no wonder Luo Bai is at the center of the universe. This is far too central. Considering the severity of the issue, Odin promptly agreed, Thor, you must ensure that the Supreme Sorcerer is well accommodated during this time. Thor was left in a state of confusion. Why is father being so kind to Luo Bai? I am the future heir to the throne of Asgard. A mere earth sorcerer is to have the future king attend to him. Go now, Odin commanded sternly. Thor could only comply, dumbfounded. Chapter 084. Absorbing the energy of the Reality Stone as Thor emerged from the Grand Hall of Asgard. A look of confusion and melancholy lingered on his face. As they walked along the path, Thor, unable to fathom the situation, inquired once more, Luo Bai, why does my father treat you with such kindness? Because Asgard and Kamartaj are allies, Luo Bai replied with a smile. But what exactly is Kamartaj? I have never heard of it before, and I did not come across it during my previous visit to Earth. And what is the significance of your title, Supreme Sorcerer? Thor asked, perplexed. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before providing a succinct explanation. The title of Supreme Sorcerer denotes the most powerful sorcerer on Earth. If you regard Kamartaj as Asgard, then the Supreme Sorcerer holds a position equivalent to that of your father. Upon hearing this, Thor began to understand, yet he remained puzzled. But what was it that you mentioned to my father regarding the ether and the dark world? You should know that Asgard governs the 9 realms, and the dark world is one of them, Luo Bai stated. Thor nodded in agreement. I am aware of this. I have heard that Asgard defeated the dark world and sealed it away. The ether is a weapon created by the leader of the dark world. It was originally a stone known as the Reality Stone. It is said to have been destroyed, yet it has always existed. What you witnessed entering my body just now was indeed the ether, Luo Bai elaborated. So that was what had entered your body? Thor exclaimed in astonishment, his expression turning serious. Will it pose any danger to you? Luo Bai remained silent. While the ether could indeed be harmful upon entering a host, as it siphons life energy for sustenance, Luo Bai's own formidable magical energy suppressed its effects, thus enhancing his abilities instead. Thinking about it, I can affirm that it poses no danger to me, Luo Bai finally responded. That is a relief, Thor muttered, seemingly relieved. Seeing the faint smile on Luo Bai's face, he added, I am not concerned for you. Rather, my father has tasked me with your care. You cannot afford to face any mishaps while in my presence. I have not forgotten that you stealthily took my hammer, for which my father scolded me. Luo Bai chuckled in response. Regarding the matter of your hammer, I sincerely apologize. However, as the future king of Asgard, I trust you would not hold such a trivial issue against me. At the mention of being the future king, Thor's spirits soared, dispelling any lingering gloom. Of course not. My father is right. As the future heir of Asgard, it is truly my fault if I cannot manage my own weapon. With a grin that he could not conceal, Thor continued, I understand. The emergence of the ether signifies that the dark elves of the dark world have awakened. They once aspired to dominate the 9 realms using the ether, so their first course of action upon awakening will undoubtedly be to seek it out. Thor furrowed his brow at this revelation. You mentioned that the ether is within you. Does that not make you a target for the dark world? Luo Bai nodded, affirming, essentially, yes. Thus, they will soon dispatch a large force to find me. Then why does my father allow you to remain in Asgard? Thor questioned. Luo Bai was now a prime target for the dark world. Odin's decision to keep him in Asgard seemed to invite peril. Even if Kamartaj and Asgard were allies, surely Asgard could send troops to assist when the time came. Thor could not comprehend why his father would place the entirety of Asgard in jeopardy. Perceiving Thor's thoughts, Luo Bai promptly replied, Thor, I understand your concerns, but you must realize that it was Asgard that sealed the Dark World. Even if I were to leave, the Dark World would still send its forces. Thus, whether I am here or not, Asgard will face war. My presence could provide additional strength. Do you not agree? Thor grasped his reasoning, nodding in understanding. Indeed, the enmity between Asgard and the Dark World had long been established. Whether Luo Bai remained in Asgard or not, conflict was inevitable. Hence, it made sense for Luo Bai to stay. However, if the Dark World were to send its forces, it would not be a solitary affair, but rather a war between 2 realms. Though Luo Bai appeared formidable, Thor questioned, will you be able to manage this alone? Should you not call upon additional assistance? Luo Bai contemplated this before responding, I believe I will suffice on my own. You are rather confident. Though Loki has bested you on several occasions, this type of war is entirely different. I possess considerable experience, having led troops into battle across the Nine Realms. I doubt you have encountered such warfare, Thor declared, pride evident on his face. Luo Bai smiled, replying, I have indeed never engaged in a world war. At this, Thor's pride swelled further. I knew it, but fret not. Since my father has instructed me to care for you, rest assured that as long as I am here, the forces of the dark world shall not harm you. Very well, you shall reside here. Confidently, Thor continued. As the two conversed, they had reached the threshold of the room. Since Luo Bai needed time to merge his powers, he replied, I shall rest for a while. Thor, eager to share his exploits, exclaimed, Would you like me to recount my experiences from the Nine Realms? Perhaps it may prove beneficial to you. Luo Bai declined, No need, thank you. Before Thor could respond further, Luo Bai firmly shut the door. Frowning, Thor muttered under his breath, If he does not wish to listen, so be it. Sorcerers are merely toying with their little blades. My brother is just like that. With that, he departed. Inside, Luo Bai sighed, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he settled into a meditative posture to explore the capabilities of the reality stone within him. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Luo Bai eventually grasped the nature and rules of the reality stone. The well-known ability of the reality stone is to alter reality. However, a single reality stone does not possess the immense power to modify the entirety of a universe at will. This is due to the stone's limitations in its range of influence. Simply put, once the stone exceeds its designated area, its effects diminish. Luo Bai recalled a scene from the past where Thanos, upon obtaining the reality stone, had transformed Mantis into paper. However, once he departed, both the Destroyer and Mantis reverted to their original forms. This phenomenon occurs primarily because the reality stone modifies reality through its own energy. To maximize the stone's energy and capabilities, one must gather all the Infinity Stones. The Infinity Stones can mutually amplify each other's powers, enhancing their individual effects. Malekith aimed to utilize a single reality stone to alter reality and transform the Nine Realms into the Dark World. In theory, this could be achieved, but it necessitated a powerful and continuous source of energy for the reality stone. Otherwise, should it exceed its range, its influence would wane significantly. Having comprehended the principles of the stone, Luo Bai began to ponder. He currently possessed 3 stones. Could the energy of these 3 stones be fully absorbed? With this thought in mind, Luo Bai retrieved the 3 Infinity Stones and attempted to absorb their energy. Chapter 085. The Outbreak of War in the Dark World. It is rumored that when 6 Infinity Stones are combined, they possess nearly the most potent power in the universe, capable of fulfilling the holder's every desire. Each of the 6 stones represents space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. However, these stones are scattered throughout the cosmos, with some even guarded by protectors, making the quest to gather them a formidable challenge. To acquire certain stones may even require a significant sacrifice, yet many still yearn to obtain them. Fortunately, Luo Bai has already gathered 4 stones. Although the power generated by the collision of all 6 Infinity Stones would exponentially increase, Luo Bai is not in haste to collect the remaining stones. He believes that, given his luck, it won't be long before the rest come to him without effort on his part. Thus, he contemplates whether he can absorb the energy of the stones he currently possesses. It is known that the fusion of all 6 Infinity Stones yields immense power, one that ordinary individuals cannot hope to wield without the Infinity Gauntlet to serve as a conduit for their energies. Even with the Gauntlet, most cannot withstand the full force of the stones. Now, without the Gauntlet, Luo Bai worries whether his physical form can endure the energy. He decides to test with 1 stone first, the Time Stone. In truth, the fairy power had already become restless upon seeing 3 Infinity Stones, incessantly urging Luo Bai, Hurry, devour them all at once. This incessant nagging was quite overwhelming. Fortunately, Luo Bai managed to maintain his composure. To prevent any interruptions during the absorption process, he first enclosed himself within a mirrored space. He then activated the Eye of Agamotto, using the fairy power to analyze, comprehend, and gradually absorb the Time Stone. The verdant energy of time was slowly drawn into Luo Bai's body, merging with him. After a period of absorption, he surprisingly found no discomfort within his body, likely due to the fairy power's influence. As the host of the fairy power, the fusion of strength and host requires time. Previously, he had merely attempted to suppress the fairy power, but due to its self-awareness, their fusion had not reached completion. After this period of acclimatization, Luo Bai discovered that he had seemingly achieved complete integration with the fairy power. With this newfound assurance, he proceeded to unleash the fairy power to consume the time stone. Once the time stone was absorbed, it unleashed a formidable force, causing the previously docile ether particles within Luo Bai's body to revolt. Thankfully, the fairy power managed to quell most of the energy. After meditating in stillness for a while, the power of the time stone finally settled. Subsequently, Luo Bai attempted fusion. Time passed, and when the time stone was fully integrated, he began to consume the second stone. The process was quite similar, with the added step of dismantling the stone from its vessel before absorption. Again, time slipped by until he moved on to the third stone. Ultimately, all the stones merged seamlessly within Luo Bai, evoking no adverse reactions. Only then did he dissolve the mirrored space. As soon as the mirrored space was dispelled, a knocking echoed from outside. Knock, knock. Knock. The sound was as forceful as if someone were attempting to break down the door. Recognizing the visitor, Luo Bai opened the door to find Thor standing outside. As the door swung open, Thor exclaimed, "You've been holed up in this room for an entire week. If Father Hanti instructed me not to disturb you, I would have smashed the door down to check on you. What is the urgency in seeking me?" Luo Bai inquired. "Is there something pressing?" Thor replied with a hint of exasperation, "I have no urgent matters, but the maid delivering your food knocked and received no response. They came to me to report this, so I thought I'd come check on you. Aren't you in need of sustenance?" Luo Bai remained silent. Although he felt an incessant hunger, it was energy he required, not food. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "I have already eaten." "Eaten? You haven't even left your room. Where could you have eaten?" Thor questioned incredulously. Luo Bai merely smiled in response. In the next moment, the scene shifted, and Thor, who had been standing at the door, found himself seated in a chair within the room, inexplicably holding a beer mug. "Would you like something to drink?" Luo Bai asked. Thor glanced at the mug in his hand and replied, "A beer would suffice." No sooner had he spoken than the previously empty mug filled itself with beer. Thor was momentarily stunned. Staring at the filled mug with a look of bewilderment, he seemed to silently question, "What sorcery is this? How did this beer come to be? Is this truly beer?" As he pondered, he took a sip. "By the gods, it's real!" Thor exclaimed. "Is this how your food is prepared?" "By what you call magic." "Something along those lines," Luo Bai replied nonchalantly. Before Thor could respond, Luo Bai interjected, "By the way, has there been any news from Asgard recently?" "Asgard as well. Nothing of great concern has arisen. Even if something were to happen, Heimdall would detect it at once." Thor explained. Heimdall, the god of dawn, is tasked with guarding the Bifrost Bridge, wielding the all-seeing eye to observe all that transpires. His gaze can penetrate the majority of the 9 realms, should he choose to do so. Thus, Thor's assertion holds merit. Upon learning that the dark world has remained quiet, Luo Bai resolved to meditate and further fuse the energies of the stones within him. After all, he now harbored 4 distinct energies, and complete integration would necessitate some time. Presently, he had merely managed to suppress the energies, ensuring they remained dormant. With this in mind, Luo Bai asked, "Thor, do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I would like to rest a bit longer." "Nothing of particular importance," Thor murmured. Just as Luo Bai was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside. Thor furrowed his brow and commented, "What is all that noise outside?" "It appears the Dark Elf army has arrived," Luo Bai replied, his gaze fixed upon the horizon. Piercing through layers of obstacles, he beheld the Dark Elf army advancing toward Asgard across the Bifrost Bridge. Chapter 086. Where did you come from? At this moment, Malekith led the forces of the Dark World in an assault on Asgard. They first created chaos in the dungeons, and while the Asgardian soldiers rushed to assist, the majority of the invaders took advantage of the confusion to enter through the Rainbow Bridge. All of this was perceived by Lohar. Once he grasped the current situation, Lohar informed, "Puppets from the Dark World have appeared in the dungeons, currently wreaking havoc and releasing prisoners. The main forces have already launched an attack at the front of the Rainbow Bridge." Thor furrowed his brow and inquired, "How do you know this so clearly?" Lohar calmly replied, "I saw it." Of course, even if he hadn't seen it, Lohar understood the narrative. However, Thor was perplexed, uncertain of how Lohar had acquired such knowledge. Before he could ponder further, an Asgardian soldier rushed over. Upon arrival, the soldier urgently exclaimed, "God of Thunder, there has been unusual activity in the dungeons. Please hurry to assist." Before he could collect his thoughts, another soldier dashed in to report, "God of Thunder, enemies have launched an attack from the front of the Rainbow Bridge. Please hurry to assist." Initially, Thor harbored doubts about Lohar's assertions, considering they were within the Asgardian palace, far removed from both the dungeons and the Rainbow Bridge. It would be difficult to ascertain the specifics without being present. However, Lohar not only articulated the events, but did so accurately, leaving Thor astonished. He could not help but ask, "Do you possess eyes like Heimdall, capable of perceiving all?" "The principle is somewhat similar, yet I do not rely on sight. Rather, I utilize my abilities," Lohar explained. Thor felt increasingly awed by Lohar's capabilities. However, there was no time to delve deeper into this mystery. The situation was urgent. Resolving to act, Thor raised his hammer and declared, "Forget it. This matter is of little importance. Asgard is in peril, and I must lend aid. You possess something Malekith desires. It is unsafe for you to remain here alone. Come with me." During this time, Odin had spoken to Thor regarding the ether particles, emphasizing their immense power. In summary, he conveyed that the ether particles must not fall into the hands of the Dark World, or else the Nine Realms would be plunged into crisis. With this understanding, Thor was increasingly uneasy about Lohar being left alone. Though Lohar was indeed formidable, the entirety of the Dark World had mobilized. To ensure safety, Thor wished to take Lohar with him. However, Lohar had no intention of leaving, calmly responding, "I believe the current situation is not overly dire." Thor retorted in confusion, "The Dark World has dispatched troops. How can this not be dire?" As soon as he finished speaking, a bright yellow circle appeared in midair. Without allowing him to react, a peculiar entity plummeted from the circle. With a thud, the creature landed face down on the ground. Thor was taken aback, pointing at the creature sprawled on the ground and asking, "What on earth is this?" In the next moment, the creature stood up and furiously shouted at Thor, "What kind of creature are you? How dare you refer to me in such a manner? I am Malekith, the leader of the Dark World. Insolent Asgardian, the leader of the Dark World? Goodness, Lohar, you captured the leader of the Dark World?" Thor exclaimed in astonishment. Lohar nodded and replied with a smile, "To catch a thief, one must first capture the king. You are impressive." Thor fell silent, taken aback by Lohar's boldness in capturing the leader of the Dark World. His silence was mirrored by Malekith, who was equally bewildered. He surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings, his mind buzzing. "Where have you brought me? I distinctly remember being on a ship. Why have I suddenly arrived here? This appears to be the palace of Asgard." Realizing this, Malekith's expression turned grave. "Did you summon me here?" he asked in a low tone. Lohar shook his head and answered earnestly, "It is not a summoning. It is an arrest. Malekith, you're under arrest." Malekith was taken aback for a moment before letting out a cold laugh, seemingly mocking Lohar's words. "You, two children? Arrest me?" Malekith scoffed. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. "You possess a familiar power. It is the ether," he murmured. From the moment he awakened, he had sensed the ether particles. He was certain they were in Asgard, and fueled by his hatred for Asgard, he had gathered his forces to attack, initially intending to ascertain the ether's location upon arrival. He was surprised that Lohar had delivered it to him on a silver platter. Sensing the power of the ether, Malekith exclaimed in excitement, "It is the ether. I cannot believe you brought it to me." Before he could finish, Thor swung his hammer, striking Malekith in the face. Malekith stared in disbelief at Thor, his eyes filled with rage. Before he could utter a word, Thor impatiently retorted, "You talk too much." Malekith fumed, "You insolent wretch. You dare to ambush me." Malekith attempted to articulate further, but Thor struck him again. This blow, infused with the power of thunder, sent Malekith crashing to the ground, devoid of the ether. Malekith was exceedingly weak, unable to withstand even two of Thor's strikes. Seeing Malekith retreating, Thor could not help but comment. The leader of the Dark World? Not impressive at all. Malekith seemed poised to respond, but Thor began to deride him again. Not only are you weak, but you also look. Can this creature truly be considered a member of the Dark Elf race? Lohar wholeheartedly agreed. I can understand your confusion, for I too am perplexed. In my recollection, elves are typically quite attractive, but this creature is undeniably grotesque. The two exchanged remarks regarding Malekith's appearance. Malekith was on the brink of exploding with fury. It was one thing to be inexplicably captured and ambushed, but now they were openly discussing his looks in front of him. In a fit of rage, Malekith bellowed, "The armies of the Dark World will obliterate Asgard. I will reclaim the ether from you. You will all be consumed by darkness." As he prepared to launch an attack, Lohar raised his hand and summoned the Eternal Spear. The spear, glowing with golden light, appeared before Malekith. It was evident that Malekith was momentarily stunned, likely overwhelmed. "Isn't this Odin's weapon?" Malekith could not help but exclaim. "Now it is my weapon. Truth be told, I have yet to wield it. You are fortunate, for I intend to practice on you," Lohar stated, before throwing the Eternal Spear. Malekith, well aware of the spear's might, instinctively tried to flee. Yet, he had barely taken 2 steps before the spear pierced his chest. Thus, Malekith was impaled upon the Eternal Spear, lifeless. With Malekith defeated, the Dark World was left without its leader. The remaining forces were easily dealt with. Upon reflection, Luo Bai retracted the Eternal Spear and remarked, "Well, the leader of the Dark World has been dealt with." At this moment, Thor seemed somewhat taken aback. After all, in the past, addressing such conflicts in these realms required considerable time and effort. However, this occasion was distinctly different. From the moment Luo Bai captured Malekith to the resolution of the matter, it appeared to have taken merely a few minutes. The speed was astonishing, so much so that Thor still felt a sense of unreality. Contemplating this, Thor could not help but exclaim, "I never anticipated that this trouble would be resolved so swiftly. I am increasingly fond of your magic. It is remarkably practical. Indeed, it proved to be quite useful. The remaining soldiers of the Dark World should not require my assistance any longer," Luo Bai inquired. "Asgard is no pushover. Resolving their issues is a matter of moments," Thor declared, swinging his hammer and charging forth. As he fought, Thor mused, magic is truly effective. Yet, why is it that Loki, also a sorcerer, lacks this particular skill? He merely transforms into a serpent and plays with small knives? How peculiar. Chapter 087. Loki. This is the feeling. After the demise of Malekith, the Dark Elf army seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly retreated. For Thor, this was the most effortless battle he had ever experienced, and surprisingly, Asgard suffered minimal casualties. The only troubling aspect was that his brother Loki had seized the chaos to escape from the dungeon, while Thor was still reveling in the joy of victory. An Asgardian soldier delivered the unfortunate news. "We just discovered that the prisoner Loki is missing while maintaining order in the dungeon." Upon receiving this news, Thor's first reaction was one of helplessness. After all, his brother had a penchant for causing trouble. Who could predict the chaos Loki might unleash upon his escape? Finding his brother would not be an easy task, so Thor immediately thought of Loki. He believed Loki would possess the means to assist him in recapturing his brother and hurried toward Loki's chamber. Unbeknownst to him, outside Loki's room, Loki and Loki were locked in an intense gaze. They stared at each other for a full minute before Loki broke the silence. "Oh, for heaven's sake, why do I see you everywhere I go?" Loki exclaimed, his expression revealing genuine exasperation. After all, he had never anticipated that, after his arduous escape from the dungeon, he would encounter the peculiar mage Loki along the way. What a twist of fate. Noticing Loki's expression, Loki smirked and inquired, "You seem rather displeased to see me?" Loki refrained from answering, but mentally grumbled, 2 hours of free fall. Who could possibly be happy about that? With that thought, he sighed deeply. It would be unrealistic to claim he held no resentment toward Loki, especially since he had gained nothing but defeats in their previous encounters. However, recalling the nearly 2 hours of free fall made Loki somewhat more compliant. "In that case, you must be Loki, the Supreme Mage of Earth?" Loki inquired. Indeed, Loki nodded. Upon receiving this confirmation, Loki's demeanor softened as he explained, I believe we have some misunderstandings. I acknowledge that my invasion of Earth was wrong, but it was born out of defiance. You must have met Thor, my brother. What do you think of him? He's quite decent. Loki pondered before offering a fair evaluation. To his surprise, the next moment, he heard Loki's retort. That's his only redeeming quality. In truth, he's a brute. As you have seen, he has a penchant for brandishing that wretched hammer and stirring up trouble. Yet Odin intends to pass the throne to such a oaf. I strongly disagree. So you believe you're more suited to inherit Asgard? Loki countered. Of course, I am far more intelligent and cunning. Yet Odin wishes for him to be king. I cannot accept this. So I aspire to rule Earth to demonstrate my capabilities, Loki confidently replied. Loki furrowed his brow and promptly retorted. Earth is not a place where you can act recklessly, Loki. It is vastly different from Asgard. Humanity has its own developmental laws. Your previous actions incited war. I understand. During my time in the dungeon, I profoundly reflected upon my mistakes, Loki stated earnestly. However, Loki did not respond, but instead questioned, if you recognize your errors, why did you escape? I did not escape. I simply wished to leave Asgard. I cannot accept Thor inheriting the throne, Loki retorted. So you still wish to rule Earth to prove your strength to your father? Loki inquired. Loki shook his head, reluctantly admitting, not anymore. You are correct. Earth is not like Asgard. Moreover, with a powerful mage like you as its protector, I could never rule here. Loki chuckled and responded. Did you not previously call me a second-rate amateur mage? That was because I did not understand you then. Now, I have a profound understanding of you, Loki reflected. Though he was sincere in his words, after absorbing the energy from the Mind Stone, his thoughts were transparent to Loki. With a knowing smile, Loki revealed, You are worried I might send you back to the dungeon. Rest assured, as long as you do not cause trouble on Earth, I will not interfere with your actions. Upon hearing this, Loki's eyes brightened. Then it's farewell for now, he declared, turning to leave. After a few steps, he realized something was amiss. Loki was holding the eternal spear. Realizing this, Loki returned. Is there something else? Loki asked, seeing him come back. Did I see correctly? Is that Gungnir? Loki inquired. Loki nodded calmly, indeed. I used the eternal spear to deal with Malekith and was contemplating bringing it back to Kamartaj when I unexpectedly encountered you. How did Gungnir come to be in your possession? Loki asked in astonishment. Loki did not conceal the truth, stating, When I returned you to Asgard, your father Odin, in order to prevent me from pursuing your unauthorized invasion of Earth, gifted Gungnir to me. Loki was visibly taken aback. He understood the significance of Gungnir to Odin, but could not fathom why Odin would entrust it to a mere mage to protect him. You are just a mage on Earth. He is the All-Father. Why would he give you Gungnir to safeguard me? Loki exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Odin had almost never mentioned Kamartaj in front of his children, and the Ancient One was rather low-key. Thus, neither Loki nor Thor comprehended the strength of Earth's mages. They were entirely unaware of the existence of mages on Earth. Seeing Loki's curiosity, Loki deemed it necessary to enlighten him about Earth's mages. Loki, Earth is not as weak as you perceive. The lineage of Earth's mages has existed since ancient times, and they have dedicated themselves to safeguarding the planet. Even the All-Father holds a degree of caution toward the previous Supreme Mages. Your reckless intrusion into Earth naturally requires your father to clean up your mess. Loki did not respond, lost in thought. Observing his silence, Loki continued, For further clarification, you may wish to consult your father. He should provide you with a detailed explanation. Just as Loki intended to depart, Loki called out to him, I believe in you. My father values Gungnir greatly. He will entrust it to you to prove your words are true. Since my father trusts you, it signifies you are a friend of Asgard. I believe, in essence, we could also be friends. To be honest, if Loki were unaware of Loki's true intentions, he might have genuinely thought Loki wished to forge a friendship. However, understanding Loki's real motives, Loki sighed, realizing that Loki was relentless in his schemes against his brother. Sighing, Loki quipped, You wish for me to assist you in acquiring the throne of Asgard. To be frank, your brother is quite the burden with you as a sibling. Noticing that Loki had discerned his intentions, Loki was candid in his response. If I become the king of Asgard, I could be of great assistance to you. Far more than that dullard Thor. He is so inflexible and lacks adaptability. Luo Bai chuckled and asked, "And how exactly do you intend to assist me?" "As long as you desire, Asgard will always support you," Loki declared with open arms, grinning. Luo Bai shook his head in refusal. "I do not believe I would gain any advantages from such an arrangement, so let us leave it at that." With that, he prepared to take his leave. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Loki spoke up. "Wait, I believe we can discuss this further. I understand that you may not wish to involve yourself in our internal conflict. How about you teach me that magic of yours? If you do, I can promise you anything." "You mean the portal magic?" Luo Bai inquired. Loki nodded in affirmation. "Exactly." Luo Bai hesitated, aware of the narrative at play. Loki was not weak. He simply had yet to awaken his true abilities. Even Loki himself was unaware that he was the god of stories sitting upon the throne of time, endowed with the capacity to traverse various timelines and alter certain plot trajectories, even connecting to the entire multiverse. Had Loki truly been an evil villain, Luo Bai would not have hesitated to disregard him. However, the moment Loki was willing to sacrifice himself proved that his nature was fundamentally benevolent. Although the portal from Kamar-Taj was practical for Luo Bai, it was merely a simple spell, one that could easily be unraveled. Trading a minor spell for the promise of a god of stories seemed like a lucrative exchange. "I am aware my reputation may not be pristine. They call me the god of trickery, adept in deceit, and such. But I swear this time I am earnest. I swear by my brother, Thor, the god of thunder," Loki declared seriously. Luo Bai, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Are you serious?" Realizing himself, Loki shrugged and replied, "Apologies, it's a habit. What I mean is, I would never go back on my word." In truth, Luo Bai had no concerns about Loki breaking his promise, for he possessed extraordinary luck. With that thought, he smiled and responded, "I am willing to trust you, and I shall share the method of the portal with you." After imparting the technique, he handed Loki a suspended ring. "With this and the method I just shared, I believe you should be able to master it swiftly," Luo Bai said. As a sorcerer with prior magical training, Loki possessed commendable aptitude for magic. After practicing a few times, he quickly grasped the nuances and successfully opened a portal. Observing Loki's rapid learning, Luo Bai could not help but exclaim, "You are quite clever." "Of course," Loki replied, somewhat smug. Luo Bai chuckled lightly and cautioned, "I do not recommend you use this trick on me, as it may bring you misfortune." Loki quickly countered, "How could I possibly use it on you? You must understand that it was you who taught me the portal magic. Since you are capable of teaching it, you must also have a means to counter it." Loki was not foolish enough to allow himself to be harmed again. Moreover, Odin had entrusted Gungnir to Luo Bai, indicating his father's profound trust in him. Thus, fostering a friendship with Luo Bai would certainly be advantageous. With this realization, Loki promptly responded, "We are friends now. I would never wish you harm. By the way, what would you like me to assist you with? If it is within my power, I will certainly help you." Although Loki could be somewhat unreliable at times, he sincerely meant those words. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "Not at the moment, but I will inform you later. By the way, are you still planning to leave Asgard?" "Of course not," Loki exclaimed. Realizing that Odin still valued him, Loki felt an immense joy. Elated, he began plotting new pranks for his brother. Thus he had no intention of leaving Asgard. He had not forgotten how delighted his brother had been when he saw Loki in distress. Reflecting on this, Loki gritted his teeth and declared, "I've made up my mind. I shall stay in Asgard. Then please relay that to your father. I shall take my leave now," Luo Bai said before activating the portal and departing. As soon as Luo Bai left, a voice echoed, "Loki!" That familiar voice. It was his brother. Loki turned around to see Thor striding towards him with a fierce demeanor. Excited to see Thor, he greeted him, "Oh, my brother, you've arrived." Thor frowned, sensing something amiss with Loki. However, he did not dwell on it, simply stating to Loki with great seriousness, "Loki, do you realize you are attempting to break out of prison? Hurry back." "Of course. I shall return to the dungeon," Loki replied with a grin. Thor sensed that something was off. He felt that his brother should not be this compliant. With that thought, Thor inquired, "You do not plan to escape?" "I believe I may have misunderstood, father. I just met Luo Bai. We had quite the conversation, and I have decided to remain in Asgard," Loki explained. "You met Luo Bai?" Upon hearing that name, A smile spread across Thor's face. Did he do anything to you? Of course not. I apologized to him for my previous behavior. He understands me. We are friends now. Loki responded cheerfully. You actually apologized to Luo Bai. I thought you despised him. Thor exclaimed in surprise. Loki shook his head and quickly retorted. Those were all misunderstandings. I have long since moved past them. Is that so? Thor asked. Absolutely. Because. Loki said with a mysterious smile before opening a portal. Before Thor could react, he was pulled into the portal. After an indeterminate amount of time, Loki finally opened the portal once more. The next moment, Thor tumbled out, visibly seething with rage. Loki! Thor bellowed, raising his hammer, ready to strike Loki. Unfazed, Loki calmly stated, Thor, come now. Smile. In the next instant, he opened another portal, and Thor fell back through it. Yes, this is the feeling. So exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Loki shouted with glee, playfully toying with Thor as he made his way back to the dungeon. Chapter 088. A feast delivered to the doorstep. Loki, I warn you, stop immediately. Do not hurl the apple core you have finished in my head. Where on earth did you learn this magic? The furious voice of Thor echoed in my ears. Although Loki had returned to Kamar Taj, the amplified soul stone allowed me to hear him quite clearly. It was only when Thor erupted in a tirade against Loki that I finally deactivated the observation mode. I had long suspected that Loki's desire to learn teleportation magic was not driven by a quest for the throne, but rather a simple yearning for revenge. After all, who could blame him for reveling in Thor's misfortunes? These two brothers were indeed quite amusing in their ineptitude. With a sigh, I allowed a smile to grace my lips. I cast a spell to place the eternal spear into the artifact repository of Kamar Taj, just as the king arrived. Supreme Sorcerer, you have returned? The king began to bow as soon as he approached. I nodded, and before I could speak, he continued, You seem rather pleased. I chuckled lightly in response. I just returned from Asgard, and it appears Thor and his brother had quite the entertaining encounter. The king, curious, inquired, What brought you to Asgard? The king of gods invited me. As I have just assumed my position, he likely wished to become acquainted. I offered a brief explanation. The king nodded, not pressing further. But suddenly his expression grew serious as he reported, Supreme Sorcerer, there have been developments in Kamar Taj during your absence. Is there something amiss with the library? I queried. Indeed. Recently, a group of sorcerers came to borrow books, and their behavior has been rather peculiar. I cannot shake the feeling that they are seeking something under the guise of borrowing, the king remarked, his face betraying his confusion. I remained silent, my expression unchanged. After all, I had anticipated such anomalies when the king reported them. It was likely that Dormammu was beginning to stir. In the original narrative, Dormammu had previously seduced the sorcerers of Kamar Taj to facilitate his descent upon Earth. Ensnared by his dark influence, the sorcerers had extracted sinister powers from Dormammu, eventually uncovering the means to summon him. Thus, he came to Earth. However, I recalled that this particular storyline should not manifest in this timeline. Its premature appearance could very well be a consequence of my recent actions, particularly my own engagement with dark powers. I vividly remembered the first time I delved into the dark scriptures. I had felt an unsettling connection as I seemingly siphoned dark energy from various realms. If my assumptions held true, one of those realms was likely the dark dimension where Dormammu resided. Realizing this, I felt a thrill of excitement rather than concern. This was, after all, a banquet laid out before me. My greater concern now lay with the king. As a seasoned sorcerer of Kamar Taj, the king's sense of justice was unwavering. If he were to discover that the bewitched sorcerers were plotting to summon Dormammu, he would undoubtedly intervene, provoking an inevitable conflict. I hastily inquired, What actions have you taken regarding those sorcerers? I noticed their odd behavior, so I issued a warning. They have not returned since, the king answered candidly. As I had surmised, he had taken measures to prevent their machinations. Next time you encounter such a situation, do not intervene. Let them pursue their intentions, I advised. The king looked perplexed and asked, Supreme Sorcerer, are you suggesting we disregard them? Indeed, I affirmed. What if they abscond with books from the library? He countered. Let them take what they will, I replied nonchalantly. The king appeared taken aback and fell silent. His intellect was sharp, and he was not so obstinate. Unlike Mordo, who would have begun a rebuttal, The king contemplated briefly before comprehending my intent. Supreme Sorcerer, do you wish for me to allow them to take the books they desire? I did not conceal my thoughts, responding honestly. I anticipated this outcome, which is why I entrusted you with guarding the library. I trust you will manage this situation adeptly. The king, enlightened, replied, I understand. I shall take the opportunity to enjoy some music and theater afterward. You won't chastise me for that, will you? Of course not. I assured him. Isn't it perfectly normal to indulge in a bit of leisure at work? Would you like me to recommend some songs? That would be wonderful. After our discourse regarding the library, the king departed to indulge in his leisure. Meanwhile, I pinpointed Stark's location and teleported to him. At that moment, Stark was conducting experiments on the top floor of Stark Industries. Upon my arrival, he turned his attention to me. You're back. How was Asgard? He greeted enthusiastically. I pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. It was quite enjoyable, and I made some worthwhile discoveries. How fare things on your end? I have visited the secret base you mentioned. Just as you said, Killian was conducting human experiments there. However, I have destroyed the base and retrieved the extremist virus they were studying, Stark recounted. I was not surprised, merely smiling as I replied. So, you have examined the extremist virus? I have been researching it for a while now and have made some modifications, he disclosed. What were the results? Compared to before, the extremist virus has stabilized significantly, yet there remain substantial issues, Stark sighed, appearing somewhat troubled. Have you encountered a specific problem? I inquired with concern. Yes, the extremist virus is quite complex, and to transform it into the beneficial remedy for humanity that I envision may take considerable time. It remains unstable, Stark admitted. That is understandable. Given current technology, even Stark would require time to decipher the extremist virus. However, I might offer some assistance, I suggested. Tony, weren't you interested in magic? I asked. Stark raised an eyebrow. Are you proposing to teach me magic? Not entirely, but I could allow you a glimpse to gauge your aptitude for it, I replied, producing a tome of magic and presenting it to him. Take a look at this book. Stark accepted the magic book, glancing at it briefly. As he perused its contents, he began to sense something amiss. This is a magic book? He queried. Indeed, I confirmed with a nod. Stark's eyes widened in surprise, evidently bewildered. Wait, did I misunderstand the nature of magic? I expected this book would contain various incantations, yet it discusses human anatomy? To be honest, this book diverges significantly from my expectations of a magic tome, Stark replied after a moment of contemplation. This is a theoretical book on magic. I believe it may aid your research on the extremist virus, I explained. Stark, still astonished, nodded and murmured, Okay, I will study it diligently. He then glanced once more at the magic book, his expression a mix of intrigue and astonishment. Chapter 089. The Mind Stone Activate. Initially, Stark found himself perplexed. Perhaps it was the stark contrast between this magical tome and his preconceived notions that furrowed his brow. After all, the contents of this book were topics he had mastered during his university years. Yet, as he delved deeper, he realized something was amiss. The book diverged significantly from his expectations. Unconsciously, Stark began to focus intently. Seeing his earnestness, Luo Bai refrained from interrupting, merely bidding farewell. Tony, you continue your reading. I shall take my leave. With that, he intended to exit, as he still needed to check on Wanda's situation. Just then, Stark closed the magical book and called out, Wait, Luo Bai, there are matters I must discuss with you. Before Stark could elaborate, Luo Bai interjected, Is it that the Security Council is growing impatient? Clearly, he was already aware. Stark secured the book and proceeded to explain earnestly. During your absence, several officials from the upper echelons attempted to communicate with me. I declined their overtures as I was engrossed in researching the catastrophe virus. However, Pepper received them. They expressed their ire over Nick Fury's disappearance and the incident involving the Tesseract. A meeting was convened, leading to the decision to terminate the Avengers' initiative and mandate surveillance on all superpowered individuals. Henceforth, all actions of superhumans must be overseen by them, and they wish for us to sign an agreement relinquishing the Tesseract. Otherwise, a global manhunt will be issued against us. Upon hearing Stark's account, Luo Bai was not particularly surprised. After all, this was the very genesis of the Avengers' civil war in the original narrative. However, due to Luo Bai's alterations to certain events, this plotline had been expedited. Nick Fury's disappearance as the director of SHIELD had garnered the attention of the higher-ups, making their desire to monitor superpowered individuals quite justifiable, while the Tesseract was likely coveted by Hydra. Possessing knowledge of the storyline and the unfolding events, Luo Bai did not react with extreme fervor. Rather, he was intrigued by Stark's perspective. "What are your thoughts on the upper echelon's decision?" he inquired. Stark promptly replied, "I wish to hear your opinion. You know I place great trust in you. I shall support any decision you make." Luo Bai pondered for a moment before articulating his stance. "I do not endorse their decision. While I comprehend their concerns regarding superpowered beings and sorcerers, I believe they should not resort to such oppressive measures. Moreover, their internal chaos is evident. I understand your sentiment. I am merely concerned. If they truly issue a manhunt, shall we wage war against humanity? It seems they seek to incite public sentiment, portraying superpowered individuals and us as the malevolent faction," Stark lamented. Stark's unwavering desire to protect Earth and humanity weighed heavily on him. He did not wish for his creations to be instruments of conflict against humans, which naturally caused him great distress. Furthermore, Stark relished the admiration of the populace. The notion of the higher-ups casting him as a villain, thus misrepresenting him to humanity, was intolerable. Luo Bai, recognizing this, reassured him, "Do not fret, Tony. I will handle this matter. Your focus should solely be on crafting your armor. The Earth will require your prowess." To be candid, Luo Bai regarded neither the Council nor Hydra as genuine threats. His nurturing of Wanda, Stark, and the alliance with Asgard was all part of an agenda to expand his influence while bolstering Earth's defenses. He was acutely aware of Odin's wisdom. Their true adversaries resided beyond the cosmos. They may hail from this universe or the multiverse. Despite Luo Bai's fortuitous nature, he required allies. After all, should the fairy power within him amplify further, it would inevitably attract the attention of the multiverse, rendering his enemies far more formidable than humanity could ever fathom. Contemplating this, Luo Bai quipped, "Hydra indeed requires addressing. I should act while time permits. Is there anything you need me to do?" Stark inquired. "That should not be necessary. As I can resolve this swiftly," Luo Bai replied, moving toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the expansive glass of Stark Industries' uppermost level, he gazed down upon the entirety of New York City while activating the energy of the Mind Stone within him. Channeling the fairy power, the energy of the Mind Stone was amplified, and in an instant, his will enveloped the entire city. At that moment, every individual's mind echoed with a singular phrase, "Unveil the Insight Program." In the next heartbeat, documents appeared on everyone's phones and across major websites, bearing the title, "The Insight Program." Originally proposed by SHIELD, the Insight Program aimed to preempt crime, swiftly and effectively thwarting nefarious acts to uphold societal order. On the surface, it appeared a highly reasonable initiative. However, this was merely a facade. In truth, Hydra had perverted the essence of the Insight Program, transforming it into a mechanism governed by a unique algorithm, the Zola algorithm. By gathering an array of personal data, such as height, weight, academic performance, athletic ability, and genetic information, it could calculate an individual's threat level to Hydra. Utilizing aircraft carriers armed with advanced weaponry, they intended to eradicate all perceived threats. Should this plan succeed, the death toll worldwide would be incalculable, paving the way for Hydra to seize control and establish a new world order. Naturally, Hydra would never disclose the clandestine aspects of the Insight Program. Yet, due to Luo Bai's intervention, Hydra was compelled to reveal the true nature of the Insight Program. With the objective achieved, Luo Bai relinquished his control. As time progressed, when both humanity and superpowered beings meticulously reviewed the Insight Program disclosed by Hydra, a global uproar ensued. Chapter 090, Hail Hydra. For humanity at large, the Insight Program resembles a death list, meticulously detailing the types of individuals who pose a threat to Hydra, including a segment of those with superhuman abilities. To put it simply, anyone, be they human or superpowered, who meets the criteria will find themselves on Hydra's extermination list. The sheer number of potential targets has incited global turmoil, resulting in a rapid surge of discussions surrounding Hydra and the Insight program across various platforms, including news outlets and social media. The overwhelming discourse has quickly caught the attention of world leaders and Hydra members alike, plunging the organization into chaos. Minister Pierce of the International Security Council was left dumbfounded upon learning of the situation. How could such a confidential operation be leaked? Realizing the gravity of the issue, Pierce hastily switched to a different phone to make a call. As soon as the line connected, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, "What on earth are you all doing? How did the Insight program get exposed? There's a traitor within Hydra, and we are investigating. Identify the mastermind immediately. Furthermore, halt the Insight program for now. I will leverage my position to suppress this matter swiftly." After concluding the call, Pierce sat at his desk, pressing his temples in distress. He struggled to comprehend the situation. The Insight program was Hydra's secret initiative, currently still in the research phase, with Zola's algorithm still calculating according to its program parameters. Only the most trusted core members of Hydra were privy to this information. There was no reason for them to be traitors. Yet, if such detailed information had not been leaked by core members, who could possibly be responsible? With numerous questions swirling in his mind, Pierce realized he had little time to ponder. He needed to act quickly to suppress the situation. His initial plan involved controlling the narrative through the media, framing the incident as a piece of false news manufactured by enemies to incite panic, and then sealing off the sources of information. The United Nations would undoubtedly send investigators. But if they could manage to weather the international scrutiny, the matter would likely fade from public memory, allowing Hydra to resume the Insight program in due time. As Pierce contemplated this, he retrieved his phone. The Insight program rapidly gained traction online. Major news networks scrambled to report on the subject, all discussing the Insight program and Hydra. Given Hydra's history of clandestine operations, few truly understood the nature of the organization, its base of operations, or the number of its members. Just as the public was engrossed in heated discussions online, the entire communications network in the United States suddenly went dark. Before anyone could react, the signal was restored. When connectivity returned, Pierce's face appeared on every television and digital display across the nation. Curiosity surged among the populace, who began to speculate about his identity. In the next moment, Pierce spoke. "I am Minister Pierce of the International Security Council. Regarding the Insight program, I must assert that this matter is absolutely real, for I am a member of Hydra. I am Hydra's a spy, having infiltrated the U.S. government. Through my exceptional espionage abilities, I have ascended to the position of minister. Beyond me, numerous Hydra members lie in wait within critical U.S. institutions. I utilize my identity to suppress and control superheroes to ensure the successful implementation of the Insight program. Once these superheroes are subdued, the Insight program is destined for triumph. If necessary, Hydra will dispatch covert assassins, the Winter Soldiers, to eliminate those so-called superheroes. To the superpowered beings on Earth, I advise you to submit and join Hydra. Otherwise, you too shall become casualties of the Insight program. Hydra fears not your powers, for should one head be severed, two shall rise in its stead. We, Hydra, are immensely powerful, and we have established a secret base in Sokovia. Here lies the complete roster of our members." As Pierce spoke, he uploaded the detailed roster and various classified documents online. Once completed, he continued, "Hydra is now an unstoppable force. If you do not wish to become a victim of the Insight program, join Hydra and submit, and together we shall welcome a new world. Hail Hydra!" Accompanied by Pierce's fervent and threatening declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the majority of the audience, particularly among Hydra's members, who were stricken with disbelief. The internal traitor they had been hunting had turned out to be none other than Pierce himself. What was his intention? Not only had he exposed their base's location, but he had also disclosed the identities of all their members, complete with photographs. Was he intent on hastening Hydra's demise? Join Hydra? Where would they even go? Amidst the turmoil, Hydra's members were thrown into a panic. They sought to retreat, but it was too late, as the vast majority of superpowered individuals on Earth had been stirred. After all, Pierce's words were a blatant provocation to all superhumans. To not submit meant annihilation. Did Hydra truly possess such audacity? Of course. The first to take action were the agents of SHIELD. Upon seeing the roster of Hydra members, Natasha and Hawkeye were left dumbfounded. Good heavens! A significant portion of SHIELD is Hydra? Is there anyone we can trust within SHIELD? Natasha queried. Hawkeye paused for a moment, responding with resignation. I only trust myself now. I swear, I am definitely not a Hydra operative. You aren't, right, Agent Barton? Of course not. This was indeed good news, but the bad news was that they appeared to be surrounded by enemies. Then we must find a way to fight our way out. Meanwhile, in a building in downtown New York, Captain America donned his battle attire, ready to confront Hydra. Yet, as he stepped outside, he noticed an unusual number of superpowered individuals in New York City. Moreover, their trajectories seemed to align with his own, and some even greeted him. Hey there, are you Captain America? I'm Spider-Man. It's great to meet you. Are you also going to stop the Inside program? Want to join forces? Captain America thought to himself, well, this is splendid. Hydra was once my sole adversary, but now they have become a common enemy to all. Chapter 91. Tony and the Winter Soldier. At this moment, much of the world was engulfed in chaos. Humanity was abuzz with discussions, while superhumans were relentlessly pursuing Hydra. Yet, the Stark Industrial Tower remained serene, as if untouched by the turmoil surrounding it. Luo Bai even sipped his tea leisurely, declaring, well, the problem has been resolved. You see, I told you this matter would be settled swiftly. To be frank, Stark felt somewhat speechless. After a brief silence, he could not help but quip. Pierce actually went live to proclaim himself a member of Hydra, and he even revealed their list of operatives? Has he lost his mind? Before Luo Bai could respond, Stark continued, I know it must be your doing, right? Some sort of magic? Luo Bai took another sip of tea and calmly replied, it was the Mind Scepter. The Mind Stone within it proved useful. I harnessed its energy to control Pierce. Stark's realization dawned upon him, and he could not suppress his astonishment. Is that thing really that effective? Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, if one can master it, it is truly a remarkable artifact. Stark did not delve further into the topic, for his interest in the stones was not particularly fervent. His primary concern lay with Hydra. Following Pierce's outburst, it was likely that superhumans across the globe would take action against Hydra. The thought of such a spectacle was thrilling. Stark couldn't help but chuckle, envisioning the public outrage that Pierce's revelation would incite. This must be your objective, right? To make Hydra a global enemy, thereby prompting superhumans to rise against the Insight program. Stark theorized. To his surprise, Luo Bai immediately refuted. No, I had already thwarted the Insight program long before. Stark was momentarily taken aback, considering Luo Bai's abilities. It was entirely plausible that he could have prevented the program without leaving his abode. After all, he was a sorcerer. Resolving such matters was merely a matter of a flick of his fingers. Yet, Stark was perplexed. If he had already intervened, why would he control Pierce to disclose such information and expose the Insight program? I merely wished for the higher-ups to recognize their ineptitude. I also wanted humanity to see clearly who the trustworthy party truly is, Luo Bai elucidated. While it was true that the leadership of M-Nation sought to control superhumans, Pierce undoubtedly played a role in that pursuit. However, one could not overlook the self-serving motives of those in power. Resolving their ambitions was a simple task, but employing force was not always the most rational choice. The elites aimed to manipulate public opinion, branding superhumans and even sorcerers as threats to the Earth, inciting humanity's disdain for them. Thus, Luo Bai exposed the Insight program and compelled Pierce to reveal the truth. Consequently, humanity would come to understand the necessity of superhumans. Not only did ordinary humans require the protection of superhumans, but even those in power needed safeguarding, as they were already infiltrated by enemies. Enemies lurked within the International Security Council and even within SHIELD. The leadership's desire to control superhumans stemmed from their lack of a sense of crisis. When they realized that the enemy was indeed among them, fear would take hold. Luo Bai explained calmly. Stark comprehended his words thoroughly, unable to restrain his retort. Indeed, When those congressmen realize that Earth is not as secure as they believed, they will understand the significance of superhumans. I can attest to that. As Stark spoke, he examined the files on Hydra's operatives. It was then he noticed something amiss. He came across information pertaining to the Winter Soldier, an agent loyal to Hydra, a secret assassin transformed by their machinations. There was more than one Winter Soldier, but the most formidable among them was named Bucky Barnes. He was a sergeant during World War II, later transformed into the Winter Soldier. His file detailed all his assassination missions, including the assassination of Howard Stark and his wife. Howard Stark was Stark's father. Upon seeing this information, Stark's expression instantaneously shifted. The light-hearted banter he had shared with Luo Bai faded into silence. Luo Bai quickly noticed this change. "What's wrong, Stark?" he inquired. In the next moment, Stark, filled with agitation, demanded, "Luo Bai, tell me, is this information true? Is it classified Hydra data?" "Yes," Luo Bai affirmed with a nod. No sooner had he spoken than Stark fervently questioned, "So my parents didn't die in a car accident. They were killed by Hydra." As he spoke, he thrust the Winter Soldier's file towards Luo Bai. It was then that Luo Bai understood the profound shift in Stark's emotions. Just as Stark had seen, his parents had indeed been slain by the Winter Soldier. Even if he had not encountered this information now, the truth would eventually come to light. Moreover, as Stark was a friend, Luo Bai felt it was imperative not to conceal this from him. Taking a deep breath, Luo Bai regretfully replied, "I understand that this news is difficult for you to accept, but it is the truth, Tony. As a friend, I do not wish to deceive you. Yet I am sorry to have revealed this to you. No, you did nothing wrong. I should know this. I am merely taken aback for the moment. I am furious. Do you understand, Luo Bai?" Stark's voice trembled with rage. He seemed to struggle to calm his emotions, his body fidgeting restlessly as he searched for something. In the next instant, he shouted, "Jarvis, suit up!" As his command echoed, the suit assembled itself around him. Upon witnessing him don the armor, Luo Bai immediately grasped his intent. "You wish to confront the Winter Soldier," Luo Bai stated, not as a question, but as a certainty. "Yes, I must seek him out," Stark growled through clenched teeth, his every word laced with intense hatred. The hatred of a father's murderer. How could Stark not harbor such animosity? Understanding his feelings, Luo Bai quickly suggested, "I can assist you." He was prepared to open a portal, but Stark declined. "Wait. What is it?" Luo Bai asked, puzzled. Stark, in a fluster, replied, "I know you are powerful. You possess magic. You could even bring the Winter Soldier here. You have helped me immensely, and I trust you deeply. But I wish to resolve this matter myself, if I may." Stark's voice faltered midway, a hint of choked emotion revealing his struggle to accept this sudden blow. Seeing his turmoil, Luo Bai chose not to open the portal. He understood that, given the opportunity, most individuals preferred to confront their enemies personally. With that thought, Luo Bai earnestly stated, "Tony, we will always be friends. If you need assistance, I shall be there for you." "I know, I certainly do. Thank you." "Thank you," Stark said, as he leapt through a shattered window of Stark Tower. Watching his retreating figure, Luo Bai fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 92, The Rift of the Avengers. The revelation of the Hydra plan ignited fierce battles across New York. While civilians deliberately avoided areas with armed forces, superhumans made their way into the chaos, as it was within the turmoil that Hydra operatives lurked. Many of these superpowered individuals sought to confront Hydra, and Stark was among them. At that moment, Stark soared high above the city, swiftly locating Bucky's position through Jarvis. Upon arrival, he found the street in utter disarray. Superhumans had already engaged in combat with the Winter Soldier. Amidst the chaos, Stark spotted a familiar figure, Captain America. Normally, Stark might have exchanged pleasantries with Captain America, but he was far too consumed by urgency to acknowledge him. With Bucky's location locked in, Stark unleashed a powerful blast toward him. Following a suggestion from Loeb, Stark had upgraded his suit, enhancing its capabilities and equipping it with a formidable weapon, the arc pulse cannon. Under ordinary circumstances, Stark would have relied on miniaturized armor-piercing rounds and laser weapons for his attacks. Yet, in a fit of rage, he nearly lost his sanity, firing the arc pulse cannon directly at Bucky. The blue energy surged forth, but Bucky, engrossed in battle with other superhumans, remained oblivious to the impending strike. By the time he noticed, it was far too late. With a thunderous explosion, the entire block erupted in flames, and Bucky collapsed, incapacitated and bloodied upon the ground. Witnessing Bucky's defeat, Stark descended from the sky without hesitation, rushing toward the fallen figure. His fury intensified as he regarded Bucky, especially considering he was the very one responsible for his parents' deaths, a Hydra assassin. Stark's wrath obliterated his rationality. Grabbing the barely conscious Bucky, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches with his iron fist. Blood stained his metallic knuckles, yet Stark continued unabated. He could have killed Bucky more swiftly, but in that moment, it seemed he was merely venting his profound grief and rage. As Bucky grew weaker, his face became a bloody mess from Stark's blows, and Stark roared, "You killed my parents, didn't you? Winter Soldier, Bucky, responsible for the assassination of Howard Stark and his wife." In truth, Bucky had long been brainwashed by Hydra, stripped of his own consciousness, merely responding to commands. Upon hearing Howard Stark's name, Bucky instinctively replied in a feeble voice, "Winter Soldier." Bucky, assassination of Howard Stark, successful. Howard Stark and his wife were killed by the mechanical arm. He spoke as a soulless entity, dutifully reciting the orders he had received. Stark's rage surged to its zenith upon realizing that his father had been brutally slain by that very mechanical arm. Unable to bear the revelation, he severed Bucky's mechanical arm with a laser blast. "You were a sergeant during the war. You should have been a great hero, protecting the nation and its people. Why? Why did you kill my father? He devoted his life to benefiting all of humanity." Stark shouted in a fit of fury, his overwhelming anger rendering him incapable of rational thought. With a final burst of energy, Stark ended Bucky's life with a lethal laser blast. Once the dust settled, he removed his iron mask, gazing at Bucky's lifeless form, pierced by the laser. Strangely, he felt no satisfaction from avenging his parents. Instead, an immense sorrow enveloped him. He could not comprehend the absurdity of it all. Everyone had told him his father died in an accident. Yet he learned that his father had been murdered, not just by anyone, but by a soldier who was meant to protect the innocent. A bitter laugh escaped Stark's lips as he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Despite achieving his vengeance, he felt no joy. The fury had drained him entirely. Just as he turned to leave this tumultuous scene, a shield was hurled toward him. Lost in his sorrow, Stark failed to react in time and was struck, sent sprawling several meters away. Upon recovering, he realized the shield that had struck him was the very one his father had crafted for Captain America. Stark was momentarily stunned. He looked up to see Captain America standing before him. Although their relationship had never been hostile, at that moment, Captain America regarded him as an adversary. Before Stark could process the situation, Captain America launched an attack, each blow seemingly intent on taking Stark's life, devoid of any compassion. Stark, mindful of their past camaraderie, held back, defending himself while exclaiming, "Steve, have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking me?" In the next instant, Captain America roared in a voice tinged with desperation, "Because you killed Bucky." "Bucky?" Stark was taken aback. He was a Hydra agent. He was a killer for Hydra. "Get a grip," Stark shouted in anger. He had merely eliminated a Hydra assassin, and he could not fathom why Captain America reacted so vehemently. "But Bucky is different. He fought alongside me. We battled Hydra together. I did not know why he became a Hydra assassin, but I believe it was not his true intention." "Stark, how could you so easily take a life, a living being, because he killed my parents? My father, Howard Stark, and my mother died at his hands." Stark nearly shouted in rage. At that moment, Captain America froze, realizing the gravity of Stark's words. He knew Howard Stark. He was a remarkable man. Even the shield he wielded was crafted by Stark's father. Captain America had not anticipated Stark's confession, leaving him momentarily stunned. In that instance, Stark could no longer contain his emotions, unleashing his anguish upon Captain America. "Steve, he just admitted it. He used his mechanical arm to crush my father to death." Stark's voice trembled, his body shaking uncontrollably. He had hoped Captain America would at least understand his actions upon learning this truth. A member of Hydra had personally murdered Stark's parents. Even if Stark had killed him, it would have seemed justified. Yet, Captain America remained cold and unyielding. He must have had his reasons. You should not act without understanding the full context. Bucky was my friend. Captain America spoke in a low voice. As his words echoed, he once again launched an attack on Stark, and the two became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Their confrontation caught the attention of Peter Parker, who had been engaged in battle with Hydra. Originally, Peter had intended to accompany Captain America in thwarting Hydra's insidious plans, but they had encountered the Winter Soldier amidst a skirmish and halted to assist. Little did Peter know that when he turned his attention back, Captain America and Iron Man were at odds with each other. Stark was immensely popular in the United States, and Peter, of course, recognized him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he rushed forward to intervene. "Hey, gentlemen, what is going on? Aren't we supposed to be fighting Hydra? Why are you two fighting?" Peter approached, attempting to restrain them as he questioned. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears as the two continued their fierce exchange, arguing as they fought. "Steve, he is a Hydra assassin, the Winter Soldier. You would strike me for the sake of a Hydra killer?" Stark exclaimed. "I believe Bucky is innocent. He could never do such a thing, but he did." They shouted, each attempting to assert their perspective amidst the chaos. From their quarrel, Peter seemed to glean some insight. Wait a moment, the Winter Soldier? Aren't they individuals brainwashed and modified by Hydra? He mused aloud. Though his voice was barely audible, it caught the attention of both Captain America and Stark, causing them to pause. "What did you just say?" Captain America asked, his excitement palpable. Taken aback by Steve's intensity, Peter hesitated for a moment before responding. "The Winter Soldiers are individuals who were brainwashed by Hydra and lost their memories. Most were once highly trained soldiers, then turned into agents loyal solely to Hydra. This is documented in the files released by Hydra. I thought you both knew this." Captain America had been frozen for 70 years, rendering him out of touch with the world. His unfamiliarity with contemporary technology meant he had not kept abreast of current events. He was aware of Hydra's plans due to Pierce's broadcast, but Stark, having been consumed by rage after witnessing the Winter Soldier kill his parents, had not thoroughly examined Hydra's previous documents. Thus, the revelation left both men in silence. After a moment, Captain America spoke with fervor. "I knew it. I knew Bucky wouldn't have acted of his own volition. Stark, he was merely brainwashed. He lost all his memories. At his core, he is good, but you killed him." Stark seemed unable to accept this perspective, retorting angrily. "Even if he wasn't acting voluntarily, does he bear no responsibility? Stark Industries has produced countless weapons. Why don't you apologize to the families destroyed by your artillery?" Captain America's words struck Stark deeply, evoking memories of Wanda and her hatred towards him. Yet, he could not bear the thought of Bucky being responsible for his parents' deaths, leading him to argue, "I'm merely a weapons manufacturer. I sell arms. I cannot control how others use them, and at least I did not personally deploy those missiles. But your missiles have robbed countless families of their loved ones." Captain America's every utterance pierced Stark's heart, rendering him speechless. Unfazed by Stark's helplessness, Captain America continued his tirade. "Stark, you should not have killed Bucky. You acted impulsively, arrogantly, selfishly. The number of lives you've destroyed is incalculable." After his outburst, he attacked Stark once more. Stark, caught off guard and still reeling from Captain America's accusations, stood motionless, unable to retaliate. Seeing this, Peter Parker immediately positioned himself in front of Stark. "Mr. Stark, you need to get out of here," Peter shouted. However, Stark remained frozen, watching the struggle between Captain America and Peter unfold while glancing at the fallen Bucky. He fell silent. After a moment, he weakly spoke. "J.A.R.V.S. Can you connect me with Ross?" "Certainly, Sir J.A.R.V.I.S." replied as the call was initiated. Before Stark could speak, Ross appeared before him. The moment Ross arrived, a profound stillness enveloped the scene. Captain America and Peter Parker ceased their struggle, and the world seemed to hold its breath as if nothing had transpired. The previously furious Stark, upon seeing Ross, exhibited a look of helplessness akin to that of a remorseful child. He remained silent, yet Ross, upon observing the situation, understood everything. "Did you kill Bucky?" Ross inquired. "Yes." Stark nodded, his expression weary. "You've avenged yourself. Why do you still look so unhappy?" Ross probed. Stark shook his head, responding with resignation, "I don't know." Ross said nothing, merely casting a glance at the enraged Captain America before asking Stark, "Did you summon me to help you deal with Captain America?" Stark shook his head, replying in a near-pleading tone, "I only wanted to ask if I've made a mistake. You're the only one I trust." After a moment's contemplation, Ross replied, "The fact that you are asking this question indicates that you have already discerned the answer within yourself. You are right. Honestly, I'm not sure why I called you here. I simply wanted to see you," Stark murmured. "But I should know why you summoned me," Ross stated. Chapter 093. Tony. At this moment, I only wish to follow my heart. Through the Soul Stone, Luo Bai gained insight into Stark's innermost thoughts. He remained silent, merely harnessing the power of the stone. A radiant green light enveloped him. In the next moment, Bucky, who had previously perished, was revived. Once this was accomplished, Luo Bai inquired of Stark, "Is this the outcome you desired?" Stark's eyes widened as he beheld the resurrected Bucky. Though he harbored animosity towards Bucky, he felt an overwhelming relief that Luo Bai had indeed brought him back to life. "I don't understand why. I despise him yet. The thought of having killed him weighs heavily on me," Stark murmured. He grasped Luo Bai's hand as if it were a lifeline, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was torn between hatred and fear, his heart in a state of profound conflict. Although Luo Bai had not been present for the preceding events, he comprehended the situation entirely through the energy of the Soul Stone. Captain America had reproached Stark, articulating the most unbearable truth. Stark Industries had manufactured weapons. Ever since Stark had been captured by terrorists and discovered that the weapons he had created had fallen into their hands, he had been consumed by guilt. The arrival of Wanda only intensified this feeling. Thus, whenever the subject arose, Stark was plagued by remorse. He had always believed that his prior dealings in arms were wrong. And when Captain America juxtaposed two incidents, Stark's internal struggle reached its zenith. The immense psychological pressure drove Stark to the brink of collapse, embroiled in a continuous battle between loathing and self-reproach. At this juncture, he required assistance. Pepper and Luo Bai were the two individuals he trusted most. Yet, he could not confide in Pepper, so he sought Luo Bai's help. Luo Bai, fully aware of Stark's inner turmoil, chose to resurrect Bucky first to alleviate his burden. Simultaneously, he aimed to counsel Stark, "Tony, I understand you are deeply conflicted. However, I believe there is no need for such turmoil." Stark, bewildered, asked for clarification. Luo Bai pondered briefly before responding earnestly, "I have already provided you with the answer. I realize you harbor hatred for Bucky, yet you hesitate due to his manipulation. Your innate kindness complicates your feelings. As your friend, I must consider your emotions. Rest assured, no matter how you decide, I will handle the aftermath." Stark was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, he seemed to grasp Luo Bai's intent. Luo Bai was essentially conveying that if Stark desired vengeance, he could pursue it. Should Stark's conscience later be troubled by Bucky's revival, Luo Bai would ensure his resurrection. Conversely, if Stark found no joy in Bucky's continued existence, he could eliminate him once more. Regardless of Stark's choices, Luo Bai would manage the consequences, thus freeing Stark from overthinking. Enlightened by Luo Bai's perspective, Stark's previously tumultuous thoughts suddenly became clear. "Can it truly be this way?" Stark inquired, momentarily astonished. Luo Bai calmly replied, "Others may struggle, but I am a sorcerer." Stark, still apprehensive, pressed further, "Is there no danger in this? The world will not be at risk, will it?" Luo Bai shook his head, responding earnestly, "No. A sorcerer, upon acquiring power, will inevitably alter certain circumstances for a reason. Just as Doctor Strange once resurrected Wong with the Time Stone to save him. Should specific anchor points or pivotal events in the universe be altered, it could indeed provoke a cosmic shift. However, the matter of the Winter Soldier will not impact the world at large. Thus, even if the outcome is modified, it is inconsequential." In truth, Luo Bai and Bucky were strangers. This entire affair was fundamentally between Stark and Bucky. Captain America, as Bucky's friend, was involved, while Luo Bai, as Stark's friend, also participated. Since he was involved, Stark's stance was inherently his own. With this in mind, Luo Bai explained calmly, "I shall not interfere with any decision you make, Tony. Yet, I have stated that I will support you, regardless of your choice." Perhaps buoyed by Luo Bai's support, Stark's resolve strengthened. People often experience regret or guilt because the world offers no remedy for their remorse. However, when one possesses a friend capable of granting a second chance, the decision becomes far less daunting. All that remains is to honor one's true feelings in the present. With this realization, Stark glared at Bucky, articulating each word with conviction. I now simply wish for him to be accountable for his actions. Captain America's eyes widened in disbelief. Bucky had only just returned to life. How could Stark possibly wish for his demise? Realizing this, Captain America immediately intervened. Stark, you cannot do this. Bucky, before Captain America could finish, Stark interrupted. I know he was manipulated by Hydra, but right now, at least at this moment, I cannot forgive him. I'm no saint, Steve. With that, Stark shouted, Stop him, Peter. Peter Parker, taken aback, stammered. How do you know my name? As he spoke, he launched webbing to ensnare Captain America. Seizing the opportunity while Captain America was immobilized, Stark fired a laser at Bucky once more. Thus, Bucky met his end again. Bucky! Captain America cried out, his emotions clearly unraveling. Anger and urgency surged within him as he turned to Luo Bai, urgently asking, You revived Bucky once. You can still bring him back, right? Yes, but I will not do so again, Luo Bai replied. Why not? Captain America pressed. Just as you aided Bucky, I have chosen to assist Tony. Unless he desires it, I shall not expend my efforts. Captain America seemed to understand. Persuading Stark would prove far easier than convincing Luo Bai. With this thought, he softened his tone, asking, Tony, you know Bucky was manipulated. Why not first inquire about his perspective before deciding on vengeance? Regardless of his perspective, he is still a murderer. He must bear the consequences and face appropriate punishment. Steve, do not forget that the shield you wield was forged by my father. He once placed great trust in you. Yet I believe you are unworthy of bearing that shield. Stark retorted. Just then, Luo Bai interjected. Steve, if your beloved were to be slain, do you believe the perpetrator should receive just punishment? Captain America had indeed cherished someone. Contemplating this, he fell silent. Perhaps holding on to a glimmer of hope, he turned to Stark and asked, I acknowledge Bucky bears responsibility. Would you be willing to grant him a chance? A chance to live? I am uncertain, Stark murmured, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Captain America said nothing further, merely extending the shield to Stark. After Stark accepted the shield, Captain America departed, cradling Bucky's lifeless form. Watching him leave, Stark realized that their paths would likely diverge from this point forward. The Avengers had irrevocably fractured, though a tinge of sadness lingered within him. Stark found solace in Luo Bai's presence. Turning to Luo Bai, he expressed gratitude. Thank you, Luo Bai. I understand that your offer to resurrect Bucky was intended to provide me with an escape. In truth, I merely wish to remind you not to overthink, Stark. Be true to yourself, Luo Bai replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Peter Parker excitedly interjected, Sorry to interrupt. Are you that soul mage, are you not? Yes or no? Luo Bai was taken aback, turning his gaze towards the fully armed Spider-Man beside him. He smiled lightly and greeted, Hello, Peter Parker. Peter Parker replied, Wait a moment. How do you all know my name? Chapter 094. After all, I was just pretending. Peter Parker had always believed that he had concealed his identity remarkably well, only to find out that everyone was aware of who he truly was, despite being fully equipped. How could they have accurately called his name? It shouldn't be possible. How did you know I am Peter Parker? He murmured, bewildered. Realizing that admitting his identity outright might not be wise, Peter attempted to struggle. No, I'm not Peter Parker. I'm Ned Leeds. However, Stark promptly interrupted him. Ned Leeds is your friend. You both are high school students. Peter fell silent. Before he could speak again, Stark continued. Peter, concealing your identity in front of Sorcerer is not a judicious choice. He is far more formidable than you might imagine. Well, that makes sense. After all, given the abilities that Luo Bai just demonstrated, bringing the dead back to life, Peter understood that this sorcerer was not to be underestimated. After all that, he realized he had been pretending for nothing. With that thought, Peter gave up his struggle. All right. My name is indeed Peter Parker. As Mr. Stark just mentioned, I am a high school student. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Once Peter began to speak, it was as if a floodgate had been opened. He could hardly be stopped. Just as Stark prepared to interject, Peter excitedly continued, Mr. Stark, I have been following you for a very long time. I think your suits are incredibly impressive. I truly admire you. Of course, that was in the beginning. I apologize, Mr. Stark, but when I learned that there are sorcerers in this world, I began to follow Luo Bai. Although I still greatly admire you, I must admit that my admiration for Luo Bai has grown even stronger. Magic. This world actually has magic. How cool is that? Peter babbled on incessantly. As Luo Bai understood, Spider-Man was quite the chatterbox. Compared to Peter, Stark had grown significantly quieter, likely realizing that if he didn't intervene, Peter could go on speaking all day. Eventually, Stark could no longer contain himself and interrupted. All right. Kid, I understand what you mean. You're saying you really admire Luo Bai, right? Indeed. He is a sorcerer. How cool is that? Peter exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. To prevent him from continuing, Stark swiftly interrupted. I know, I certainly understand that it's cool. But I must tell you, anything you see or hear today must not be disclosed to others. Particularly the fact that Luo Bai can resurrect the dead. Seeing Stark's serious expression, Peter's earlier excitement shifted to a more solemn demeanor. He recognized that this was likely a matter of great importance, and thus he responded earnestly, I understand, Mr. Stark. You can rest assured that I will not disclose anything I witnessed today, not at all. Satisfied with Peter's promise, Stark intended to send him on his way. All right, kid, you should go back and focus on your studies. After all, Peter was quite the chatterbox, and Stark now desired some peace and quiet. Although Stark said nothing, Peter, standing nearby, grasped the situation through observation and listening. He understood that Stark was likely feeling rather low, so he nodded seriously and replied, Then I shall take my leave. Mr. Stark. As Peter prepared to depart, Stark suddenly called out to him, Kid, you must have gathered everything that happened while you were standing there, right? Peter paused and nodded uncertainly. I seem to have inadvertently understood everything. Do you think there is an issue with my knowledge? Stark inquired. It was evident that he still grappled with his feelings regarding Bucky. Hence he sought Peter's perspective. Perhaps it was because Peter was merely a high school student that his thoughts were more straightforward. Yet, being a high school student also meant he found it challenging to comprehend such a dilemma. For a moment, he became somewhat flustered. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. I don't know whether what you're doing is right or wrong. But if I were you, I believe I would also resent Bucky. After reflecting, Peter finally offered his answer. I see, Stark replied. Peter nodded, and in the next moment, he departed. Once Peter had left, only Luo Bai and Stark remained on the battlefield. Stark's mood was still somewhat complex. He was indeed weary and wished to return. However, he knew that if he did so, Pepper would undoubtedly question him. Thus, he asked Luo Bai, Do you have some time? Yes. May I come over to your place shortly? Of course, stay as long as you wish. After all, the documents for that house still bear your name. Luo Bai said with a smile. Stark seemed to recall something and quickly clarified. That's not what I meant. I genuinely intended to give you that house. I merely considered the tax implications at the time, and to avoid complications, I didn't transfer it. If you mind, I can transfer it to you. That's too much trouble. It's perfectly fine as it is. Luo Bai replied, while opening a portal. As soon as the portal opened, the two found themselves in Luo Bai's apartment. At that moment, Wanda and Polaris were seated on the couch watching the news. The news reported on Hydra and the Insight program. Through investigations by various empowered individuals, many of Hydra's past misdeeds were uncovered. It was evident from the information presented that many international conflicts had been instigated by Hydra. Hydra maintained close ties with the Nazis, using their resources and influence to attempt to sway international politics and economic landscapes, thereby indirectly inciting or exacerbating international conflicts and wars to achieve their objectives. As the two watched intently, Luo Bai and Stark's arrival caught their attention. Luo Bai, Mr. Stark, you've come. Polaris greeted them first. Are you two watching the news? Luo Bai inquired. Polaris nodded and replied earnestly. Wanda and I are watching the news about Hydra. Luo Bai, are you also aware of Hydra's activities? I am aware, Luo Bai affirmed with a nod. As soon as he finished speaking, Polaris immediately expressed her frustration. Hydra is truly audacious. How dare they live stream their threats to all superpowered individuals on Earth? It's utterly outrageous. Mentioning this matter, Stark, who had been feeling rather gloomy, promptly teased Polaris. Indeed, I also find them quite audacious. They even revealed their identity. Now the entire world knows where Hydra's base is. I suspect they are in for a rough time. Polaris scoffed in response. Chapter 095. A remarkable realization in this moment, Polaris, still youthful, seemed oblivious to the implications of Hydra publicly revealing their identity. After a prolonged silence, Stark could no longer restrain himself. Do you not find it troubling that Pierce's admission also exposed Hydra's secrets? Polaris, taken aback, glanced at Stark and then at White, inquiring, "What is wrong with that? Isn't he simply threatening us?" Stark shrugged, exasperated, but by doing so, he has placed Hydra in a precarious position. Does Hydra possess the capability to counter all the superpowered beings on Earth? Certainly not. If Wizard White intervened, Hydra's base would have been obliterated long ago. Polaris responded earnestly. Please, how could Hydra even dare to do so? The number of superpowered beings on this planet is beyond imagination. Reflecting on this, Polaris murmured, I cannot fathom why they believe they can withstand all the superpowered beings on Earth. He acts this way because he is under Wizard White's control. The Insight program was also unveiled by your Wizard White, intending to inform the world that we are in grave danger, Stark elaborated. With this explanation, Polaris finally grasped the situation. I sensed something was amiss. Now I understand, she realized, comprehending the chain of events. Indeed, Hydra's foolish actions stem entirely from being manipulated. Stark confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, White could not help but interject, Stark, I would advise against such statements. Stark looked surprised and questioned, What do you mean? Have you forgotten that you have engaged in similar behavior, which nearly led to your own destruction? White remarked. The painful memories surged within Stark. He had to concede that his past actions had indeed been quite foolish. Fine, while chastising others, I find myself in the same predicament, he sighed. Had it not been for White's presence back then, he and Pepper might have suffered dire consequences. With a resigned breath, Stark admitted, I acknowledge that I can be quite foolish at times. However, I was very angry. At the mention of this incident, White seemed to recall something and inquired, By the way, how is Happy doing now? He is recovering well, Stark replied. Following this, he turned his gaze towards Wanda. His previously light demeanor now transformed into one of seriousness. It seemed he was still preoccupied with Captain America's words, and now he intended to address the situation regarding Bucky with Wanda. Some matters cannot be resolved through avoidance. Taking a deep breath, Stark began, Wanda, I recognize that you and your family harbor intense hatred towards me. I have just encountered certain events that may allow me to comprehend your animosity. If you genuinely wish to take my life, I will not resist. I shall also implore White to refrain from any remedial actions. Stark spoke with unwavering sincerity. This declaration drew Wanda's attention, who had remained silent until now. She contemplated her thoughts quietly. After a moment, she finally spoke, I do indeed harbor profound hatred for you. Stark, from the very beginning, I have struggled to understand why everyone perceives you as innocent in this matter. Yet now, I seem to have gained some clarity. However, the hatred I have harbored since childhood for you and the Stark Industries has become the driving force of my existence. When I finally realized that I had misdirected my hatred, my life suddenly lost its purpose. To be honest, I feel utterly lost right now. Wanda lamented. For years, her animosity towards Stark stemmed from the missile marked with the Stark letters of Stark Industries that had fallen into her home during her childhood, compounded by Hydra's relentless propaganda. This led her to mistakenly believe that Stark had instigated the war. However, after diligently researching through news and Hydra's documents, she came to understand that Stark Industries merely engaged in arms sales, with their greatest fault being the lack of buy restrictions. They were often unaware of how their weapons would be utilized. Most importantly, as Polaris had mentioned, Stark was known as a notorious playboy and had not managed his company, which was overseen by Obadiah. If one were to consider the timeline, Wanda's home had been destroyed by a Stark Industries missile when she was very young, at a time when Stark himself was likely still quite young. Stark Industries had merely continued its regular operations, with Stark holding the title of responsible party. It was only after he was captured by terrorists that he began to manage the company seriously, with his first action being the closure of the weapons division. resulting in a physical altercation with Obadiah. If one were to assign blame, Stark would be far down the line of accountability. The true culprits would undoubtedly be Hydra, followed by the neighboring nations that instigated the war, the military forces that purchased the weapons, and finally those who ordered the missile strikes, with Stark Industries and Stark himself being the least culpable. In pondering this, she realized that she should have directed her resentment in accordance with the chain of responsibility. Yet upon coming to this understanding, she suddenly felt as though she had been misdirecting her hatred from the very beginning. After so many years of misplaced anger, had she truly been hating the wrong person? In that moment, Wanda felt a profound sense of confusion. Stark, fully empathizing with her turmoil, remarked, "I comprehend your sentiments, for I have just undergone a similar experience." Wanda seemed to catch on. "You are referring to your parents?" Stark, taken aback, asked, "How did you know?" "Information about Hydra's activities has surfaced online, including footage of the Winter Soldier's covert assassinations, one of which appears to involve your father," Wanda explained. Stark froze. He had been preoccupied with his own affairs and had not been aware of the news circulating online. Upon hearing Wanda's words, he opened the news feed to discover an abundance of videos and detailed documentation outlining the Winter Soldier's assassination records, which span from World War II to the present, encompassing numerous significant figures across various nations, from technology to politics. Each mysterious death was linked to the Winter Soldier, including Stark's father, a founding member of SHIELD, and a major industrialist in his country. Given his prominence, his assassination had been particularly significant. Although the Winter Soldier had indeed been brainwashed by Hydra, the individuals he targeted held pivotal roles that could influence the trajectory of nations. Therefore, international perspectives on the Winter Soldier were deeply divided. Currently, his country had issued orders to apprehend all Hydra members, including the Winter Soldier, with lethal force against any resistance, as Hydra operatives were deemed a considerable threat. Additionally, the International Security Council had rallied support from superpowered beings to aid in the pursuit, recognizing that human strength alone was insufficient to counter such dangers. After watching the footage of his father's death online, Stark fell silent once more. "I find myself unable to forgive him